The all-world blind box game has descended upon the city, with an automatic installation of the game app on everyone's smartphones. Blind boxes materialize randomly, allowing each individual to open an unlimited number daily. Upon opening your first blind box, you have officially joined the game and consented to its rules. Game rules. 1. Players who join the game must open at least one blind box each day, or they shall face obliteration. 2. Players can open an unlimited number of blind boxes each day, provided they possess a sufficient quantity of blind boxes and the courage to open them. 3. Inside the blind boxes are items from across the cosmic realms, including essential supplies, cash, precious metals, gemstones, sports cars, villas, weapons, skills, magic, spells, attribute points, and other beneficial items. Conversely, they may also contain ailments, curses, garbage, disasters, zombies, ferocious beasts, malevolent spirits, monsters, and bizarre entities. Everything hinges on luck. 4. Blind boxes are categorized into ordinary, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and starry boxes. The higher the box's grade, the rarer its contents, making them a fortuitous encounter, dictated by fate. 5. Higher tier blind boxes yield items of superior quality. However, these items may manifest as either rare treasures or formidable monsters. 6. Players can acquire blind boxes through various activities such as gaming, scrolling through Douyin, watching dramas, browsing the web, mobile payments, taking photos, and more. Upon commencing, Chu Feng acquired the SSS grade skill, Eye of Truth, enabling him to discern the detailed contents of any blind box at a glance, propelling him to greatness. Chapter 1. The All-World Blind Box Game, an SSS grade start. ***. Wow, I finally won. With a last-minute 5-kill streak, I turned the tide. Tell me, am I not impressive? Who can rival me? Damn it, Baby Ijing, you've really outdone yourself. You'll be bragging for months. Wait, what on earth is this? A blind box? When did Honor of Kings start incorporating blind boxes? I received one too, but it's not from Honor of Kings. It's an app called All-World Blind Box. How the hell did this rogue software get installed? I can't even delete it. Don't be so hasty to delete it. I just opened a box and got 250 yuan. Eru, I think you're delusional. You really believe that? If you can cash out, I'll take your surname. Ding. Wow, it actually cashed out. Zhao Eru displayed the bank message he had just received, his face a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. But I haven't even linked a bank card. What the hell? I actually opened a packet of cigarettes. Hu Bing exclaimed, holding his phone in one hand and a seemingly conjured packet of cigarettes in the other, looking utterly baffled. The other roommates were equally astonished, some in disbelief, others in glee. What kind of game is this? It can manifest real items. I just drew a stainless steel bowl. What a joke. Wang Haoyu suddenly found himself in possession of a shimmering silver bowl, his expression one of disappointment, clearly unsatisfied with his acquisition. At this moment, Chu Feng, lying on the upper bunk, was also in a state of shock. He had casually tapped on the blind box that had suddenly appeared on his screen, and to his astonishment, he had obtained a skill. His mind still reeling, the text on his phone screen and the concept of the skill in his mind unmistakably affirmed that this was all indeed real. ***ding. ***. You have opened your first blind box, obtaining the SSS skill, Eye of Truth. You have opened your first blind box, thereby unconditionally joining the game, and consenting to all of its rules. Game rules. 1. Players must open at least one blind box daily, or they shall face obliteration. 2. Players can open an unlimited number of blind boxes daily, provided they have enough boxes and the courage to open them. 3. Blind boxes may contain items from the universe, including essential supplies, food, cash, precious metals, gemstones, sports cars, villas, weapons, skills, magic, spells, attribute points, and other beneficial items. Conversely, they may also contain diseases, curses, garbage, disasters, zombies, ferocious beasts, malevolent spirits, monsters, and bizarre entities. Everything hinges on luck. 4. Blind boxes are categorized into ordinary, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and starry boxes. The higher the box's grade, the rarer its contents, making them a fortuitous encounter, dictated by fate. 5. Higher tier blind boxes yield items of superior quality. 6. Players can acquire blind boxes through various activities, such as gaming, scrolling through Douyin, watching dramas, browsing the web, mobile payments, taking photos, and more. 10. Currently, during the public testing phase, the probability of obtaining beneficial items for blind boxes is elevated. After 7 days, the item drop rates will be adjusted. 20. The interpretation rights of these game rules belong to the game project team, and the rules will continue to be updated. After perusing the 20 game rules, Chu Feng's first reaction was that the world was about to descend into chaos. Such supernatural phenomena would undoubtedly challenge the civilized order established upon legal and moral foundations. Especially those who acquired formidable skills would inevitably transgress laws, engaging in rampant plunder. Even if humanity refrained from infighting, The blind boxes could potentially yield catastrophic entities such as zombies, ferocious beasts, malevolent spirits, and bizarre horrors. Under the rules of the blind box game, the existing world order was doomed. Chu Feng's second reaction was a resolute determination to grow stronger swiftly. Only by enhancing his own prowess could he secure the means for self-preservation amidst the impending turmoil. "Hey Feng, what did you open?" At that moment, Wang Haoyu, from the lower bunk, abruptly inquired, interrupting Chu Feng's thoughts. "I only got 50 yuan, not great. Eru seems to have the better luck." Chu Feng replied, casually, that it was not that he intended to conceal anything from his dormitory brothers, but rather it was a matter of prudence. If he were to speak the truth, envy and resentment would surely follow. One need not fear a thief, but rather dread the thief's fixation. Understanding one's acquaintances is one thing, but discerning their intentions is another. Should any unscrupulous individuals decide to betray him, it would spell disaster. Do not question Chu Feng's caution. After all, he was a senior who had been duped more than once in the past. Moreover, with the world on the brink of chaos, maintaining a low profile was undoubtedly wise. "Eru, since I share my packet of cigarettes with everyone, you must treat us to a meal at the second cafeteria for lunch. Of course, while I can't afford a grand feast, I can manage a few dishes." Eru replied earnestly, "It's already mealtime. Let's head to the second cafeteria, guys. Let's go. With my 50 yuan, I'll treat everyone to drinks." Chu Feng added. Wang Haoyu chuckled. "In that case, my stainless steel bowl will be available for communal use. I've already thought it through. We can have hot pot." The four of them laughed and chatted as they made their way to the second cafeteria. Along the way, discussions about the all-world blind box game filled the air. "Wow, this all-world blind box game is simply astounding. It can actually materialize items. Absolutely incredible. What kind of black technology is this?" I opened a self-heating beef pot. Lunch is sorted. My first blind box yielded 500 yuan, and I just visited the supermarket. While paying, another blind box popped up, and I opened another 1,000 yuan, all of which was successfully withdrawn. What a thrill. "What is this all-world blind box game you're talking about?" "I just returned from studying at the library." "Is it possible? You really didn't know?" "Quickly, take a look at your phone. See? Your phone has automatically installed it as well. This is it. Upon your first click, you receive a mystery box. Hurry, open it and see what it contains." Goodness, it's a gold bar of full 10 grams. This can be sold for 5,000 yuan. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd around him, Chu Feng once again retrieved his phone to check the initial reward he had obtained. Eye of Truth, SSS level. Activate this skill on a specified target to pierce through all obstacles not exceeding the skill's level, revealing the true information of the target eye. If that is the case, does it imply that the Eye of Truth can also discern what lies within the mystery box, whether it is beneficial or detrimental? Regrettably, as the mystery box appears at random, Chu Feng had yet to receive a second box, thus he could not verify the effect of the Eye of Truth on the mystery box. At that moment, while passing by a convenience store, Chu Feng remarked, "You all go ahead and order. I'll grab a few bottles of energy drink." "Thanks, Brother Feng. You're welcome." Chu Feng entered the convenience store, adhering to his usual routine. 4 bottles of lime-flavored energy drink, totaling 24 yuan. Upon completing the payment through his phone, a mystery box immediately popped up. A surge of joy filled Chu Feng's heart, yet he refrained from opening it immediately. Instead, he carried the beverages to his side and activated the Eye of Truth, eagerly and excitedly directing his gaze towards the mystery box displayed on his phone. Chu Feng felt a flicker of light in his eyes, and the screen revealed a message. "This is an ordinary mystery box, containing 500 yuan in Huaxia currency." "Ah." Chu Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. It was merely 500 yuan, but that was satisfactory, as long as it was not something harmful. With the assurance of the Eye of Truth, Chu Feng could guarantee that he would not unearth any detrimental items. In a word, it was exhilarating. Chapter 2. Selling Blind Boxes, the Key to Wealth? After finishing his meal, Chu Feng set out on his own. He ventured to various establishments, convenience stores, supermarkets, and fruit shops, making several payments. Yet the elusive blind box did not materialize again. It seemed that within a single day, it was quite challenging to trigger the same blind box through identical methods. However, the rules of the game were explicitly stated: engaging in gaming, scrolling through Douyin, watching TV dramas, browsing the web, making mobile payments, and taking photos all presented opportunities to acquire blind boxes. Since he had already triggered a blind box through gaming and mobile payments, he decided to explore other avenues. Thus, Chu Feng opened Douyin and began watching videos. Just after finishing the first video, he scrolled up, and to his astonishment, a blind box appeared. This time, it was a bronze-colored one. As per his usual routine, he activated the Eye of Truth for a meticulous inspection. This is a bronze blind box containing a Porsche 918 sports car. Astounded, Chu Feng gasped. A vehicle worth over 10 million was concealed within a bronze blind box. What extraordinary treasures might lie within silver or gold blind boxes, or even those of greater rarity? For the moment, he refrained from opening this box, opting instead to continue triggering more blind boxes. He proceeded to activate blind boxes through various means, utilizing his camera, watching TV dramas, searching the web, taking photos of objects, scanning Alipay blind box codes, reading comics, novels, and listening to audiobooks, all in a relentless pursuit of blind boxes. This is a common blind box containing 50 yuan of Huaxia currency. This is a common blind box containing a brand new coat. This is a common blind box containing a roll of toilet paper. This is a common blind box containing 1,000 yuan of Huaxia currency. This is a common blind box containing a bag of household trash. Alas, he encountered his first disappointment. Fortunately, it was merely the lowest tier of harmful items, not anything truly catastrophic. Chu Feng dismissed it and continued activating blind boxes. This is a common blind box containing a plastic lighter. This is a common blind box containing a box of Kong Shui Fu instant noodles. This is a common blind box containing a 10-gram gold bar. This is a common blind box containing a bottle of osmanthus-flavored Pepsi. This is a bronze blind box containing 1 point of mental attribute. Bronze. Once again bronze. After triggering over a dozen blind boxes, he finally encountered another bronze one, and astonishingly, it contained an attribute point. Although it was just 1 point of mental attribute, it was a means to enhance his strength. In comparison to the Porsche 918, Chu Feng felt that this single attribute point held far greater value. Without hesitation, he opened the bronze blind box and extracted the 1 point of mental attribute, using it immediately. His previously dizzy head, a consequence of repeatedly using the Eye of Truth, instantly cleared, leaving him feeling even more invigorated than in his usual peak state. Was this the power of attribute points? Truly formidable. Although using the Eye of Truth drained mental energy, Chu Feng suddenly felt that with the addition of this 1 point of mental attribute, he could utilize the Eye of Truth at least another 100 times today. However, the likelihood of triggering blind boxes diminished rapidly. After opening 5 more, he could no longer elicit any more, leaving him to await the next day. Given the impending doom he anticipated, Chu Feng felt no inclination to return to his dormitory, especially with no pressing classes to attend. Resolutely, he decided to head home instead. Chu Feng owned a residence in the urban area of Mo City, but 3 years prior, his parents tragically perished in a car accident while on a procurement trip, leaving him all alone. With no one at home, and the school being over 20 kilometers away, he typically resided in the dormitory. However, the circumstances had changed. He needed to remain vigilant and find a tranquil and secure place to stay. One must not harbor ill intentions, but must always be wary of others. Moreover, before chaos descends, he must prepare adequately. Otherwise, he would have no idea how long he could survive in the forthcoming turmoil. Upon returning to his modest 2-bedroom home, Chu Feng tidied up briefly before lying down to rest. The small apartment, albeit somewhat dilapidated, once boasted a villa where he frequently resided during his parents' lifetime. However, following their demise, relatives and friends swiftly emerged with various debts and IOUs, demanding repayment from Chu Feng. Resigned to his fate, he ultimately had to liquidate properties to settle these debts, despite some of the signatures being clearly forged. At that time, Chu Feng was too young and inexperienced to handle the situation, and under the persuasion of certain relatives, he almost squandered away his parents' inheritance. In the end, he was left with nothing but this old, worn-down apartment. This is why Chu Feng had become more astute. The seemingly harmonious and prosperous world could very well turn predatory at any moment, necessitating caution. Now, with the opportunity to grow stronger, he must tread carefully and methodically to ascend to the pinnacle. A night without incident passed. The following day, Chu Feng awoke invigorated. According to the game rules, after the conclusion of one game day, everything would refresh, allowing him to trigger dozens of blind boxes once more. However, on this new day, the proportion of harmful items among the newly triggered blind boxes appeared alarmingly high. This is a common blind box containing a bag of kitchen waste. This is a common blind box containing 100 million strains of influenza virus. This is a common blind box containing a rabid dog in the midst of an outbreak. This is a common blind box containing a set of Antas sportswear. This is a bronze blind box containing 10 million Huaxia currency. On this new day, Chu Feng opened 20 blind boxes, revealing 1 bronze box and 19 common ones. He uncovered 15 beneficial items, but encountered 5 harmful ones, which he chose not to open. Although unopened blind boxes could be forwarded to others, Chu Feng held no malicious intent and decided to keep them in his blind box inventory for the time being. Having opened dozens of blind boxes the previous day with only 1 harmful item, a mere bag of trash, today's count of 20 yielded 5 harmful items, resulting in a harmful item ratio of 25%. A quarter of the total was indeed significant. From yesterday to today, as everyone frantically activated blind boxes, it was likely that many unfortunate souls had encountered harmful items. Curious about the national news highlights, Chu Feng turned to Douyin. The trending videos were rife with content related to the myriad of blind boxes. The strongest bronze blind box reveals a century-old soul beast, the Wind Husky. The kind you can ride as it runs. Looks both cool and amusing. What a relief. A man, just after a breakup, triggers a bronze blind box and wins 10 million huaxia currency. His ex-girlfriend pleads for reconciliation. Shocking. A man, paralyzed for a decade, triggers a blind box and receives 1 point of physique attribute, astonishingly able to walk again. Incredible. A woman acquires ice magic, allowing her to conjure an egg-sized ice orb with her bare hands in mere seconds. Warning. Blind boxes come with risks. Open with caution. A man at a party triggered an Ebola virus, and over half of the 58 attendees have already shown symptoms. Be cautious. A woman unleashed a nest of venomous snakes, infiltrating a residential community, leading to the injury of dozens of residents. Now, no one dares to inhabit the area. The trending videos predominantly revolve around the universal blind box, all featuring bronze-level boxes, which, regardless of their beneficial or detrimental contents, possess formidable qualities. The comment sections of videos showcasing advantageous items brim with envy and jealousy, with most comments remaining relatively civil. However, a few netizens, witnessing others strike fortunate fortunes while they themselves languish in misfortune, express palpable discontent. In stark contrast, the comments beneath the videos revealing viruses and snakes are uniformly filled with shock, terror, and dread. Some individuals begin to fret over the prospect of unearthing lethal items before encountering anything beneficial, leading to a severe loss. Consequently, within merely 2 days, a segment of the populace adopts a cautious stance towards opening blind boxes, while another faction resolutely believes that high risks yield high rewards, asserting that danger begets profit. They champion the notion that one must strive to succeed. Without effort, how can one prevail? Moreover, many are fervently seeking to acquire blind boxes in the comment sections. Dear friends, the Universal Blind Box Game has activated a friend function. Unopened blind boxes can be transferred to friends. We are broadly acquiring blind boxes across the internet. Ordinary boxes for 10 yuan each, bronze boxes for 100,000 yuan each. Those willing to transfer, please contact me. Cash payment for bronze boxes can be made in person. Bronze boxes can yield million-dollar sports cars, 10 million yuan mansions, and millions in huaxia coins. Are you merely offering 100,000? What a delusion. Is your IP address from Yanjing? I can hear your abacus clattering all the way from Pengsheng. Your beads are practically bouncing off my face. Don't even think about ordinary boxes priced below 50 yuan. As for bronze boxes, even 1 million may not entice a seller. Sincere buyers of blind boxes, message me privately. Let us set the terms. Ordinary boxes for 100 yuan each, payment before transfer. Huaxiao people do not deceive one another. Blind boxes may contain harmful items. But apart from opening one life-preserving box daily, I dare not open others. I can sell an ordinary box for 100 yuan. Wow, can this actually work? I could trigger at least a dozen blind boxes daily, over 1,000 yuan in hand. I believe I've stumbled upon the secret to wealth. Message me quickly. Chapter 3. The Frenzy of Acquiring Blind Boxes. Is anyone willing to sell blind boxes? Upon glimpsing the news online, Chu Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This is splendid. However, the price of ordinary blind boxes at 100 yuan indeed seems a tad inflated. After all, most items extracted from ordinary boxes hold little value. Should he unearth a harmful item, the loss would be substantial. Yet, while others harbor such concerns, Chu Feng remains unfazed. First and foremost, equipped with the SSS level Eye of Truth, he fears no harmful items. Secondly, he boasts ample cash. From yesterday to today, he has already amassed over 10 million huaxia coins. Furthermore, he can exclusively open boxes valued above 100 yuan, opting to sell those below this threshold to recoup his funds. Therefore, this venture is undoubtedly profitable. Thus, Chu Feng promptly registered a new Douyin account and began commenting under various trending videos. Yundan Feng Qing, actively acquiring blind boxes. Ordinary boxes for 100 yuan each, bronze boxes for 1 million yuan each. If you wish to transfer, search for player Yundan Feng Qing in the Universal Blind Box Game. Add me as a friend, and please note your intentions. In the Universal Blind Box Game, player nicknames are represented by a numerical code, and during the game's public testing phase, players have a singular opportunity to modify their nickname. Chu Feng altered his in-game nickname to Yundan Feng Qing, ensuring his newly registered Douyin account bore the same name for convenience. As his account was newly created, he was untroubled by familiar eyes. Given that new accounts receive scant attention, he opted to comment on popular videos, believing this might yield better results. Indeed, within 10 minutes, a player from the Universal Blind Box Game sent him a friend request with a note stating, selling blind boxes. Chu Feng swiftly accepted the friend request. The Bang Shui, are you the one acquiring blind boxes? I have 12 ordinary boxes for 200 yuan. Transfer the money first. Yundan Feng Qing, certainly. I will transfer the amount directly within the game. You can withdraw it instantly. De Bang Shui, great. Chu Feng promptly transferred 200 yuan to De Bang Shui, annotating it as the transfer fee for 12 ordinary boxes. Without further ado, De Bang Shui sent all 12 ordinary boxes to Chu Feng. In the game, Chu Feng's blind box inventory swelled by 12 new ordinary boxes. De Bang Shui, you're a straightforward boss. Whenever I have blind boxes in the future, I'll sell to you again. Yun Dan Feng Qing. Sounds good. Let's establish a long-term collaboration. Subsequently, Chu Feng activated the Eye of Truth to inspect these blind boxes. This is an ordinary blind box. It contains a bag of construction waste. This is an ordinary blind box. It contains 500 huaxia coins. This is an ordinary blind box. It contains 10 pairs of men's cotton socks. This is an ordinary blind box. It contains 10,000 huaxia coins. This is an ordinary blind box. It contains a 10-gram gold bar. This is an ordinary blind box. It contains 1,000 highly toxic centipedes. This is an ordinary blind box. In total, there were 12 ordinary blind boxes. Among them, 2 contained harmful items, while 6 of the remaining 10 boxes were valued over 100 yuan, prompting Chu Feng to open them directly. The other 4 boxes contained trivial items, and he deemed it unwise to squander money opening those. After this round of blind boxes, Chu Feng checked his friend requests, finding an astonishing 20+ new applications. He accepted them all and continued his fervent acquisition of blind boxes. In this wave, Chu Feng directly acquired 228 ordinary blind boxes. Time to continue opening. This is an ordinary blind box. It contains a bottle of original flavored cola. This is an ordinary blind box. It contains a box of old-style pickled cabbage beef noodles. This is an ordinary blind box. It contains a fragment of a mental attribute point. Wait, a fragment of an attribute point? Chu Feng opened it immediately. Mental attribute point fragment. Collect 10 such fragments to synthesize 1 mental attribute point. Incredible. This is quite valuable. The discovery of an attribute point fragment in an ordinary blind box ranks among the most valuable items one could uncover. Next in line would be the 10,000 huaxia coins. The emergence of an attribute point fragment from an ordinary blind box filled Chu Feng with unexpected delight, boosting his enthusiasm to continue opening more boxes. This is an ordinary blind box. It contains 100 huaxia coins. This is an ordinary blind box. It contains a box of Durex ultra-thin condoms. This is an ordinary blind box. It contains 10 pairs of women's black stockings. This is an ordinary blind box. It contains a fragment of an agility attribute point. This is an ordinary blind box. It contains a D-grade skill, street fighting technique. Wow, a skill has emerged. Skills are always advantageous. I shall open it. You have opened an ordinary blind box and acquired the D-grade skill, street fighting technique, which is automatically practiced until proficient. Upon attaining mastery in the street fighting technique, Chu Feng felt an invigorating surge throughout his body. His strength, physique, and agility all experienced notable enhancements. It seemed as if he were brimming with explosive potential. It appears that acquiring skills bestows not merely the skills themselves, but also the requisite physical attributes essential for their application. With this mastery-level street fighting technique, Chu Feng is imbued with confidence, believing he could effortlessly take on 10 ordinary individuals. He continues to unbox more surprises. This is a standard blind box containing 1 ordinary zombie. This is a standard blind box containing 500 highly venomous scorpions. This is a standard blind box containing 1 fragment of a mental attribute point. This is a standard blind box containing 1 bag of non-recyclable waste. This is a standard blind box containing 1 10-year soul beast, the iron-mouthed little yellow duck. By the heavens, another novel entity has emerged, a 10-year soul beast. This seems to be a beneficial creature, akin to a pet. Chu Feng promptly opens this blind box. You have opened a standard blind box and acquired the 10-year soul beast, iron-mouthed little yellow duck. The iron-mouthed little yellow duck materializes before Chu Feng, a diminutive yellow duckling no larger than the palm of his hand. Upon its appearance, it immediately flops down at Chu Feng's feet, shaking its head while quacking. Quack, quack, quack. It sounds remarkably like a child calling for their father. Chu Feng chuckles and inquires, "Little yellow duck, what abilities do you possess?" The duck lets out a couple of quacks before pecking at the ground, with a sound akin to a power drill shattering the surface. Several holes suddenly appear in the tiled floor of Chu Feng's home. Whoa, that's enough. Stop. Chu Feng quickly halts the demonstration of the duck's abilities. The flooring in this old complex is already thin. He cannot afford to have it punctured. Nevertheless, this little duck is indeed impressive. And this is merely a 10-year soul beast. What of those that are 100, 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 years old? Chu Feng's heart swells with anticipation. However, it is certain that such remarkable soul beasts will not be found within the standard blind boxes. Allowing the little duck to frolic freely, Chu Feng resumes opening blind boxes. This is a standard blind box containing a case of Baishui Mountain natural mineral water. This is a standard blind box containing 1 fragment of a mental attribute point. This is a standard blind box containing an off-road motorcycle. Chapter 4. The Joy of Opening Bronze Blind Boxes. The following day, throughout the entire morning, Chu Feng amassed a total of 398 blind boxes. However, he only opened 208 of them. There remained 135 blind boxes valued at less than 100 yuan, and an additional 55 were hazardous boxes. Among the open boxes, he successfully gathered 10 fragments of mental attribute points. granting him an increase in mental strength, allowing him to utilize the Eye of Truth more frequently without fatigue. Yet, the rewards from the standard blind boxes are undeniably meager, and no one is selling bronze blind boxes. At that moment, a video surfaced on Douyin, a bloody lesson. A bronze blind box yielded a man-eating giant python. The perpetrator's entire family has been devoured by the serpent, a great threat to the community. The footage appears to be captured by a family surveillance camera. This family had originally hoped to achieve financial freedom through the bronze blind boxes, only to be confronted with a serpent as thick as a barrel and over 10 meters long emerging from one of them. Upon its arrival, the python immediately consumed the person who opened the blind box, coiling around the other two individuals, inflicting catastrophic, shattering fractures upon them. Unable to escape or die instantly, they could only helplessly witness the serpent devour their loved ones before it turned its jaws upon them. Moreover, the python devoured its victims at an alarming speed. Within a mere 3 minutes, all three had been consumed. Yet, the python did not remain in place to digest. Instead, it slithered away with its massive body, leaving no trace of its feast. The video then transitions to an outdoor perspective, presumably from a community surveillance camera. The python stealthily makes its way toward the children's playground within the community, where a group of children are joyfully playing on slides and swings. One chubby boy, taking advantage of his robust physique, consistently jumps ahead of the other children to claim the slide. After sliding down, rather than using the stairs to queue, he climbs back up the slide itself to continue his descent. He essentially monopolizes the entire slide. However, as he gleefully slides down once more, the giant python emerges from the greenery, its head aimed at the bottom of the slide. With its mouth agape, the chubby boy inadvertently slides directly into the gaping maw of the python. There's a python. Run. The playground erupts into chaos as parents hastily flee with their children. The mother of the chubby boy, who had previously boasted that the children could manage their own affairs, is now frantic, stamping her feet in desperation. Someone, help. Don't run away. Save my child. How can you just stand by? My child, I'll fight you all. In her panic, the boy's mother charges directly at the python. With a crunch, the python's massive jaws snap open, and her upper body is swiftly engulfed, bones cracking ominously. Within a minute, the python has finished its meal, glancing about before retreating back into the greenery. This video, released merely 2 hours prior, quickly ascends to the trending charts. The comments section erupts with astonishment. Good heavens, this python is terrifying. How dreadful. It devoured 5 people in 10 minutes. And you couldn't even tell it had eaten at all. This rate of consumption is certainly not typical for a giant python. Is this the monstrous python that emerged from a bronze blind box? Everyone must exercise caution with blind boxes. While they may contain treasures, they can also yield monsters. The probability of encountering deadly hazards within blind boxes is escalating. Known threats include the giant python, zombies, rabid dogs, venomous snake swarms, toxic centipedes, deadly spiders, and even the Ebola virus. Blind boxes entail risks. Proceed with caution when opening. A word of advice: while blind boxes may be delightful, one must possess the fortune to open them. Therefore, if anyone wishes to sell blind boxes, please message me. Standard blind boxes are 50 yuan each, and bronze blind boxes are 500,000 yuan apiece. I acknowledge that the previous commenter has a valid point, but the acquisition price for blind boxes has also become exorbitant. It would be better to sell to Yun Dan Feng Qing, who offers 100 yuan for standard blind boxes and 1 million for bronze ones. Indeed, that is the price. I just sold 15 blind boxes to Yun Dan Feng Qing, and he paid me up front. His credibility is impeccable. Me too. Yun Dan Feng Qing has an outstanding reputation. If you wish to sell blind boxes, trust Yun Dan Feng Qing. He is the highest bidder I know for acquiring them. Chu Feng had not even begun to promote himself in the comments when he noticed numerous supporters already advertising on his behalf. Having only collected blind boxes for a morning, has his reputation already reached such heights? It appears to have transcended into word-of-mouth acclaim. With this in mind, Chu Feng decided to make an appearance and promote himself further. A large-scale acquisition of blind boxes, standard blind boxes for 100 yuan each, bronze blind boxes for 1 million each. Standard blind boxes can be purchased with payment before the box, emphasizing a guarantee of credibility. The bronze blind boxes offer the option of the Multiverse Blind Box Game transaction feature, ensuring an exchange of payment and product simultaneously, with the transaction fees covered by me. This is a promise that you will not incur any losses. Those wishing to sell can search for the player Yun Dan Feng Qing in the Wanjie Blind Box Game and add me as a friend. Please specify your purpose. The game has activated a trading feature, allowing players to engage in transactions, whether through bartering or monetary exchanges. However, the game system will assess the value of the items traded and will charge a certain amount of gold as a transaction fee for approximately 10,000 units of currency. A fee of 1 gram of gold is required. Currently, the market price of gold is around 500 yuan per gram, which means the transaction fee is about 5%. It is rather expensive. Yet, the bronze blind boxes are even more precious. Regular blind boxes are merely a few coins, and Chu Feng can pay first and then receive the blind boxes. However, the bronze blind boxes start at a value of 1 million, and Chu Feng is not foolish enough to pay up front. Once Chu Feng's advertisement was released, the number of likes surged dramatically and private messages in the backend exploded. Some inquired about the authenticity, while others berated him for disrupting the market. Some even threatened to harm his entire family. Others urged him to add them as friends quickly. Chu Feng was too indifferent to respond to those questioning him. He simply reported those who insulted or threatened him and blocked them in a single sweep. He then promptly returned to the Manhwaedit blind box game to add friends. Within the game, friend requests had exceeded 300. It appeared that, due to the emergence of giant pythons, many were reluctant to open blind boxes casually. In just one afternoon, Chu Feng added over 300 friends, acquiring more than 200 regular blind boxes and 28 bronze blind boxes. It was utterly exhilarating. Chu Feng had no time to open regular blind boxes for the moment and began to open the bronze ones. This is a bronze blind box containing 20 million huaxia coins. This is a bronze blind box filled with 50 kilograms of gold. This is a bronze blind box containing 1 attribute point for strength. This is a bronze blind box featuring a C-grade martial art, iron cloth shirt. This is a bronze blind box holding a Type 99A main battle tank. This is a bronze blind box containing a WZ-10 armed helicopter. This is a bronze blind box filled with 50 million huaxia coins. This is a bronze blind box containing a purchase contract for an island estate. Chapter 5, Taking Over the Island Estate. This is a bronze blind box containing a century-old soul beast, Thorn Vines. This is a bronze blind box featuring a C-grade skill, Divine Transformation. This is a bronze blind box containing a Ferretti 960 luxury yacht. This is a bronze blind box with a C-grade spatial ring. This is a bronze blind box containing. Among the 28 bronze blind boxes, 23 contained beneficial items, while 5 contained harmful ones, which Chu Feng decided to set aside for now. The opening of those 23 bronze blind boxes was immensely satisfying. The acquisition price of bronze blind boxes is 10,000 times that of regular blind boxes, yet the rewards from bronze blind boxes are clearly worth far more than that. After opening all 23 blind boxes, Chu Feng found himself with a staggering 360 million in cash. He also possessed over 200 kilograms of gold. Additionally, he had obtained the island estate, the luxury yacht, defensive skills, agility skills, a century-old soul beast, attribute points, and even a spatial ring. Although the spatial ring was only of C-grade, its internal dimensions measured 100m times 100m times 100m, equating to a massive 1 million cubic meters. It served as a grand storage space, more than sufficient for Chu Feng at present. After all, being able to open a C-grade spatial ring now meant he could potentially acquire B-grade, A-grade, S-grade, or even higher in the future. Using the Eye of Truth to open blind boxes drained a significant amount of mental energy, causing a splitting headache, prompting Chu Feng to take a moment to rest. Seizing this opportunity, he prepared to take over the island estate, readying himself for the impending chaos. Moreover, with the spatial ring, he could conveniently stockpile supplies. Chu Feng retrieved the contract for the island estate, signed 6 months prior, which pertained to the renowned Manhwaedit Island Estate, one of the 12 island estates in the famed Demon City. The waters east of the Demon City are dotted with hundreds, if not thousands, of small, uninhabited islands. The developer acquired 12 islands near the coastline for development, giving rise to the 12 island estates. The Manhwaedit Island Estate, in Chu Feng's hands, lies 6 kilometers east of the coastline of the Demon City, taking on an irregular circular shape with a diameter of over 500 meters, covering approximately 300 acres. The island is lush with trees, surrounded by white sandy beaches, and from above, it resembles a full moon, which is how Manhwaedit Island got its name. The contract price for Manhwaedit Island Estate is 1 billion, including a 50-year land usage fee, a 100-acre estate, and a luxurious 3-story villa spanning 1,000 square meters. 800 million has already been paid, with the agreement to complete renovations within 6 months and pay the remaining 200 million. Checking the time, the deadline had just arrived, making it the perfect moment for Chu Feng to take possession of the estate. Chu Feng opened the blind box for the Porsche 918 sports car, instantly acquiring a car key. Upon descending the stairs, a white Porsche 918 was already parked quietly at the entrance of the building. Chu Feng had obtained his driving license back in his freshman year, and he had also acquired professional-level driving skills through opening blind boxes. His current driving prowess surpassed that of seasoned drivers, rivaling that of professional racers. Controlling a mere Porsche 918 was a trivial task. He opened the door, got in, started the engine, shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator. Vroom, squeal. With a quick press of the gas, the Porsche shot out of the community gate like a bolt from the blue, executing a smooth 90-degree drift at the entrance before seamlessly merging into the flow of traffic on the main road. At the Baiheyuan Real Estate Sales Center, a group of beautiful saleswomen dressed in cream-colored professional suits, semi-transparent black stockings, and 7mm high heels were gathered, chattering animatedly. Since the beginning of the year, housing prices had been consistently declining, making sales difficult and resulting in very few visitors daily. Moreover, with the sudden emergence of the Manhwaedit blind box game yesterday, it had captivated everyone's attention, leading to 0 visitors today. With no customers, the saleswomen could only pass the time chatting. This person is incredibly lucky, having opened 10 million. How many properties must I sell to earn that much? Others not only have luck, but they also possess courage. Blind boxes could yield monsters, and some dare to open them. Do you dare? I certainly wouldn't risk it. I only muster the courage to open one daily for self-preservation. Yes, the self-preservation blind box must be opened. While it could lead to death, not opening it guarantees death. Indeed, there was a family in our community that defied superstition and refused to open blind boxes, only to silently perish at midnight on the same day. How terrifying. If I had known, I wouldn't have opened any blind boxes. I barely gained anything and spent every day in fear. Do not dwell on those useless worries. Live in the moment, eat, drink, and enjoy life. Exactly. Oh, look, a supercar has arrived outside the door. Ladies, business is here. My goodness, what a young and handsome gentleman. With a luxurious mansion, a supercar, and good looks, he could easily lounge in comfort for the rest of his life. Look at you all, so excited you can hardly contain yourselves. Hurry and attend to him. Oh, how could it be him? Yin, don't tell me you know him. Spare me the theatrics. It's a fair competition. He is my ex, the beautiful woman named Yin. But before she could finish, the other lovely saleswomen eagerly rushed over to greet him. However, Song Yin frowned slightly, frozen in disbelief. How could this guy, who had lost both parents and squandered his inheritance, dare to sell houses at Beehive Garden? Yet that sports car, it was undeniably a luxurious supercar. Could it be that he rented it to impress? As Chu Feng stepped out of the car and entered the Beehive Garden real estate sales center, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of elegantly attired saleswomen, their sweet chatter filling the air. Sir, are you here to look at properties? Sir, we highly recommend our island estate and seaside villas, in addition to upscale neighborhoods and high-rise apartments. What can we assist you with? Sir, please follow me to the VIP area. Let us sit down and discuss. This way, please. Besieged by the charming voices, Chu Feng had no opportunity to interject, following the saleswomen as they led him along. In that moment, he spotted Song Yin standing aside, stunned. However, he said nothing, merely casting her a glance before proceeding to the VIP area. One of the saleswomen giggled and teased. Yin, didn't you say you knew him? Why not greet him? Is it because he knows you, but you don't know him? How could he not know me? Song Yin bristled. Chu Feng, what do you mean by this? Chu Feng turned to her, his tone indifferent. What do you mean? Why didn't you greet me? She demanded, irritation lacing her voice. We've broken up. Can't we be ordinary friends? Chu Feng replied coolly, dream on. We've broken up, and you still want to be friends? Do you expect me to continue checking in on you? Sorry, I don't have the time for that. Song Yin's cheeks flushed. I see you're just unwilling to accept it. You can't have me, so you're deliberately targeting me. How petty. Chu Feng merely shook his head, uninterested in engaging further. Think whatever you like, just don't disturb me. Clearly, you're the one bothering me. Song Yin retorted sarcastically. You know I'm interning at Beehive Garden, and that's why you came here pretending to be wealthy, isn't it? Your family's fortune has vanished, and you're left with an old, decrepit house in a rundown area. What right do you have to buy a house here? Is it just your thick skin? Yin, don't say that. He arrived in a Porsche 918, a luxury car worth over 15 million. One of the saleswomen interjected. Huh, how can you be sure he's not merely renting it to show off? Song Yin scoffed. Instantly, the other saleswomen fell silent, casting glances between Chu Feng and Song Yin. Crazy. Just because you might do that doesn't mean others will. Chu Feng scoffed, pulling out a contract casually. I'm here to inspect the Manhwaedit Island estate and settle the remaining 200 million. Who will assist me? Manhwaedit Island? The island estate? I will. Let me handle it. Sir, this way please. Don't push. You stepped on my foot. Stop pushing. You've already messed up my top. The saleswomen jostled, creating a flurry as they nearly toppled Chu Feng onto the sofa. Upon hearing it was the contract for the island villa, even Song Yin couldn't help but move closer for a glimpse, her elegant face paling as she realized it was indeed the contract for the Manhwaedit Island estate. What are you doing? This is quite improper. Everyone stand up. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourselves in front of the client? A stunning woman in her late 20s, with delicate makeup and fair, supple skin, emerged from the manager's office. She swiftly snatched the contract from their hands, regarding them with a serious expression. Seeing your unprofessionalism, I cannot trust this matter to you. Henceforth, I will personally attend to Mr. Chu. The alluring manager turned to Chu Feng with a smile. Mr. Chu, please follow me to my office for a detailed discussion. Very well. Chu Feng nodded, indifferent to who handled it, as long as it was done today. Not an issue. Mr. Chu, this way please. As the manager escorted Chu Feng into her private office, the saleswomen gathered to gossip. It's over. We're out of the picture. With Manager Sue personally attending to him, that handsome gentleman will surely be captivated by her charm. What a pity, such a lucrative deal is slipping through our fingers. 200 million for a house. Even though it's the remaining payment, that is still a commission of 1 million. Regardless, even if we lost this deal, if we can catch this big fish, we'll have everything we desire. Yin Yin, I heard your conversation earlier. He is your ex, right? You must have his contact information. Quickly share it with me. I want it too. Give me the number. Song Yin Yin pouted. You silly girls, why bring that up? I've deleted everything. Though she claimed this, she secretly contemplated reaching out to Chu Feng again. He had been so attentive before, he would surely not simply forget her. If necessary, she could take the initiative. A few minutes later, the office door opened, and Manager Su emerged with Chu Feng. Both engaged in light-hearted conversation as they prepared to head to the Manhwa Island estate for the inspection. Before departing, Manager Su glanced at the group of saleswomen and said, Since you seem to have nothing to do, Mr. Chu will need a few people to assist with the inspection. Who is willing to help? I will. Count me in. The saleswomen eagerly volunteered, and Manager Su replied, Since you all have time, let us go together. Yay. Yin Yin, you should join us. Seeing Song Yin Yin tag along, Chu Feng merely shot her a glance, saying nothing more. This was the perfect opportunity for her to witness his prowess. Otherwise, how would she weep inconsolably in the restroom? A group boarded the exclusive Mercedes-Benz business vehicle for property viewings, heading straight for the port. Upon arrival, however, Manager Su realized their company's speedboat was not yet available. I apologize, Mr. Chu. Our boat will take another 10 minutes to arrive. Shall we wait in the car for a while? Not necessary. Let us use my yacht instead. Chu Feng gestured towards a brand new luxury yacht nearby. This Ferretti 960 is yours. Manager Su was taken aback, recognizing the yacht's worth of at least 80 million, likely surpassing 100 million when all expenses were accounted for. $1 million car, $100 million yacht, and $1 billion estate. This Mr. Chu was truly extravagant. Moreover, he was so young and handsome. From Manager Su's extensive experience, she could tell that although Chu Feng appeared lean, he was undoubtedly muscular. He was the type whose physique was more impressive without clothing. This man was simply extraordinary, embodying the very ideal in a woman's dreams. Just the thought of it made her feel a bit flushed. Not inappropriately, of course, it was merely excitement causing a bit of perspiration. Manager Su wiped her clammy palms, presenting her most appealing smile. If I can board Mr. Chu's luxury yacht, that would be a dream come true. I've never been on such an extravagant yacht before. Chu Feng smiled in response. Then let us embark. A group of individuals boarded the yacht, with Chu Feng himself at the helm. His adeptness at navigating the vessel enchanted the ladies once more, their eyes sparkling with admiration. How striking he was, effortlessly steering both a sports car and a yacht with one hand. Truly, a figure of undeniable charm. The beautiful saleswomen had never set foot on such a luxurious yacht before, their faces alight with excitement as they explored every nook and cranny, reminiscent of wide-eyed children encountering the wonders of the world for the first time. Yet, only Song Yin Yin harbored a tinge of bitterness within her heart. No, it was more than mere bitterness. It was profound anguish. The more affluent Chu Feng became, the more her heart ached. Could it be that his previous poverty was merely an act? Or had he recently come into wealth? Had he struck it rich through blind box gaming? How could that be, when the blind box phenomenon had only emerged 2 days prior? These luxury cars, yachts, and estates, were they truly attainable in such a brief span? Even if fortunes could fall from the heavens, what of his remarkable skills in driving? Were they also conjured from the blind boxes? His luck must be extraordinary. Moreover, how many blind boxes had he opened? Rather than believing in the blind box theory, Song Yin Yin preferred to think he had been feigning poverty all along. How outrageous. This fellow had pretended to be destitute while courting her. Regrettably, she had been oblivious to this deception and had not stood by him through thick and thin. Now, any attempts to salvage the situation felt futile. All that remained was to see if she could pursue him in reverse. Manhwa Island lay a mere 6 kilometers from the coastline, and the yacht arrived in just over 10 minutes. The island boasted pristine beaches, swaying palm trees, vibrant gardens, and opulent villas. The entire villa sprawled over more than 1,000 square meters, with 3 stories and a total floor area of 3,000 square meters, housing more than a dozen bedrooms. The living room on the first floor was spacious enough for leisurely bicycle rides. The villa's interior had been completed a month prior, utilizing only the finest eco-friendly materials. And thanks to the abundance of activated carbon, there was no unpleasant odor lingering within its walls. However, due to its vacancy, a fine layer of dust had settled in the rooms. Just in time, this group of saleswomen had arrived to dust his new abode. Watching the ladies, clad in black high heels and professional skirts, diligently cleaning under the guidance of Manager Su, Chu Feng found the scene rather amusing. If he were to hire maids in the future, he might even consider custom tailoring their professional attire. Functionality mattered less than aesthetics. The group of beauties worked tirelessly until evening, each glistening with perspiration as they completed the task. As they contemplated the possibility of enjoying a splendid night at the estate, they were met with Chu Feng's unwavering decision to send them back to the shore. He transferred the final payment of 200 million to Beehive Gardens account, and then sent each lady a red envelope of 888 yuan as a token of gratitude. Ladies, I apologize, but I have other matters to attend to and cannot invite you to dinner. Please feel free to take care of yourselves. Although the women felt a twinge of disappointment, the generous red envelope softened the blow, and they accepted graciously. Thus, Chu Feng set sail in the yacht, leaving the women gazing after him with a sense of longing. Song Yinyan stared at her phone, glancing back and forth. Everyone else received an 888 yuan red envelope. But not her. Chu Feng was deliberately singling her out. It was utterly infuriating. In a fit of anger, she nearly hurled her phone, but restrained herself, knowing that losing the envelope would be far worse than damaging her phone. Watching the other women revel in their joy only fueled her ire. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. She had to confront Chu Feng and clarify matters. Chapter 7. 3 centuries-old soul beasts guarding the island. Chu Feng did not linger with the ladies. Not because he had developed a higher standard and deemed them unworthy, but rather because he had pressing matters to attend to. He resolved that, starting today, he would reside on the island. However, being the sole inhabitant of such an expansive island left him feeling somewhat insecure. Thus he needed to swiftly open another round of blind boxes to bolster his sense of safety. Upon returning to Manhwaaudiobook Island, he began acquiring and opening blind boxes simultaneously. This is a bronze blind box, containing a mutated lizard man. This is a bronze blind box, containing a lava giant beast. This is a bronze blind box, containing a century-old soul beast, the Overlord Octopus. This is a bronze blind box, containing 50 million Huaxia coins. This is a bronze blind box, containing 10 elite zombies. This is a bronze blind box, containing a century-old soul beast, the devouring white whale. Remarkably, within this short span, Chu Feng had already summoned 2 ocean-related century-old soul beasts. Was this a result of residing in a seaside villa? Thus, he promptly summoned the devouring white whale, the Overlord Octopus, and the Thorn Vine, eager to assess their capabilities. First up was the devouring white whale. An ordinary adult white whale typically measures between 3 to 5 meters in length, yet the century-old soul beast, the devouring white whale, reached an impressive 20 meters. As it bobbed in the water, it resembled a small submarine. Chu Feng leapt onto the back of the devouring white whale, which immediately understood his intent, carrying him swiftly and steadily across the waves. The sensation was far more exhilarating than riding in a Faraday 960 yacht. As the devouring white whale swam, it devoured the fish it encountered. Chu Feng sensed that with each meal, its power grew incrementally. It was through this insatiable appetite that it evolved. No wonder it was called the devouring white whale. After riding the whale for a while, Chu Feng returned to shore to inspect the Overlord Octopus. The Overlord Octopus measured over 10 meters, with each tentacle nearly 10 meters long, robust, and powerful. The multitude of suction cups along its tentacles showcased its formidable predatory capabilities. Once ensnared, escape would be nigh impossible. These 2 century-old soul beasts would serve as the perfect guardians for Manhwaaudio Island. Chu Feng commanded them to roam freely, provided they did not stray too far from the island, ensuring they could return promptly when summoned. With the devouring white whale and Overlord Octopus patrolling the waters, the Thorn Vine would serve as an excellent protector on land. Chu Feng planted the Thorn Vine within the estate, right beside the villa. This century-old soul beast, the Thorn Vine, was a thick, purple vine measuring 10 centimeters in diameter and extending over 100 meters, resembling a colossal purple python. Its surface was adorned with countless sharp thorns, each over an inch long. Should one become entangled, the experience would be nothing short of excruciating. Typically, the Thorn Vine was a benign plant, posing no threat to humans or animals. However, should an enemy or a malevolent entity approach, it would instinctively attack, ensnaring the foe and transforming them into a pincushion. After positioning his 3 century-old soul beast guardians, Chu Feng felt a slight increase in his sense of security. Given the current societal climate, these 3 soul beasts, combined with his own skills, would suffice for the time being. However, as time passed, safety could not be guaranteed. Thus, Chu Feng resolved to continue opening blind boxes and further enhance his strength. Yet, having exhausted the bronze blind boxes, he could now only proceed with opening ordinary ones. This is an ordinary blind box, containing a vengeful spirit. This is an ordinary blind box, containing 1 fragment of a mental attribute point. This is an ordinary blind box, containing a 50-gram gold bar. This is an ordinary blind box, containing a pile of waste. This is an ordinary blind box, containing 1,000 Huaxia coins. This is an ordinary blind box, containing a mastery of culinary skills. This is an ordinary blind box, housing a long French ice silk camisole. This is an ordinary blind box, containing a high-definition photo album of a top-tier female star's exclusive collection. After opening more than 300 ordinary blind boxes, until feeling utterly exhausted and with a throbbing headache, Chu Feng had no choice but to pause his use of the Eye of Truth. He could only occupy himself with his phone, scrolling through Douyin for a moment of respite. Nowadays, Chu Feng primarily utilized Douyin to keep abreast of trending news. While he was watching videos, Several messages popped up on his WeChat, all from the ladies at the Beehive Garden Sales Center. Handsome, living alone in the manor, don't you feel lonely? Hey there. I'm quite bored alone. Could we chat? Mr. Chu. Hello, I'm Chun Tian, the one who worked the hardest today. Do you need a maid at your place? I believe I could give it a try. Not only am I diligent and capable, but I can also wear a maid outfit. Just take a look. Selfie. Mr. Chu. I'm Sumeyu. Your manor is quite large, and I think it needs a personal butler. What do you think of me? Selfie. Friend request. Note. Chu Feng. Why did you delete me again? If you wanted to delete me, why did you add me back this afternoon? Please give me an explanation. The last friend request was clearly from Song Yin. However, Chu Feng ignored her. It was she who had ended things and deleted him. Today, it was his turn to delete Song Yin. They were even now, which seemed entirely reasonable. Want an explanation? What nonsense? Chu Feng disregarded Song Yin's friend request and instead glanced at the messages from the other ladies. Their roundabout inquiries made him disinclined to respond. He simply did not have the time to engage in flirtation. It was the straightforwardness of Chun Tian and Su Meiyu that appealed to him. Chu Feng first responded to Su Meiyu. I'll consider it. If there's a need, I will contact you. He then sent a red envelope as a token of sincerity. Upon sending a red envelope of 20,000 yuan, Su Meiyu was left astonished. For her, 20,000 yuan was not an excessive amount. But casually sending such a large sum was quite remarkable. Elated, she showered Chu Feng with compliments, making him feel quite pleased. Indeed. The joy of the wealthy can only be appreciated once one possesses wealth. If one cannot experience it, it simply means one does not have enough money. After chatting with Su Meiyu for a while, Chu Feng turned to respond to Chun Tian. A diligent and capable maid sounds excellent. I will reach out when I have a need. Here is a red envelope to show my sincerity. Thus, he sent another red envelope of 20,000 yuan, leaving Chun Tian equally stunned, who promptly began showering him with compliments as well. Chu Feng was quite flattered by her words. It seemed that receiving praise was indeed delightful. No wonder everyone preferred to be the one receiving admiration rather than the one offering it. Chapter 8. Yijishua. The following day. On the third day of the open beta for the Wanjia blind box game, the game had once again updated with new features, introducing an official trading center. All blind boxes and items could now be traded within this online marketplace. Players could freely set their prices for trading items, provided they paid a transaction fee. The fee for trading at the center was roughly equivalent to that of personal transactions, with a fee of about 1 gram of gold for a transaction amount of 10,000 yuan. Although the transaction fees were the same, Chu Feng preferred conducting trades through the trading center. After all, personal transactions required one-on-one contact, which was quite time-consuming. With the trading center, Chu Feng could now freely select bronze blind boxes. Moreover, there were more choices available. The trading center also allowed for anonymous consignment and purchases, enhancing security. Upon opening the trading center and selecting the blind box channel, he filtered for bronze blind boxes, instantly revealing a plethora of trading information. It appeared that many players also favored this feature. The prices for bronze blind boxes varied, with most priced around 1 million yuan, and the transaction fees borne by the buyer. This pricing aligned with what Chu Feng had previously received for blind boxes, so he eagerly began purchasing from the trading center. This is a bronze blind box, containing 1 point of mental attribute points. This is a bronze blind box, containing 100 evil spirits. This is a bronze blind box, containing 10 misfortune talismans. This is a bronze blind box, containing a complete smart home security system. This is a bronze blind box, containing a land shield close-in weapon system. This is a bronze blind box, containing 20 million huaxia coins. This is a bronze blind box, containing 1 point of luck. This is a bronze blind box, containing an intelligent unmanned missile speedboat. When encountering harmful bronze treasure chests, Chu Feng simply bypassed them. However, if he deemed a bronze treasure chest to be worth over 1 million, he would seize it without hesitation. Although there were many bronze treasure chests in the trading center, they could not withstand Chu Feng's purchasing spree. In less than half a day, aside from the harmful chests, he had essentially cleared out the 1 million bronze treasure chests. As for those priced above 1 million, if their value was substantial, he would acquire them. But if their value was mediocre, he would leave them be. He had no intention of inflating prices himself. After opening over 100 bronze treasure chests, Chu Feng's haul was bountiful. From skills, attribute points, and items to heavy weaponry, smart systems, and advanced equipment, he had it all. First, upon unveiling the smart home security system, it immediately began installing itself within the manor according to Chu Feng's specifications. This system, equipped with thousands of sensors, hundreds of smart cameras, and dozens of audiovisual output devices, ultimately linked to the intelligent hub located within the villa. Every movement on Mingwei Island would be detected by this smart home security system, granting Chu Feng a comprehensive view of the entire island from the comfort of his home, instilling a profound sense of security. Next were the 4 land shield close-in weapon systems, which served as the terrestrial counterpart to naval close-in weaponry. boasting a maximum firing rate of 11,000 rounds per minute with a caliber of 30 millimeters, capable of intercepting missiles. Chu Feng placed one of these systems at each cardinal direction, further enhancing his sense of safety. Furthermore, there was the intelligent unmanned missile speedboat, measuring 20 meters in length. Equipped with a single-barrel naval gun, 12 vertical-launch anti-ship missiles, and 24 anti-ship torpedoes, resembling a moving fortress on the sea. The crucial aspect was that Chu Feng could pilot this intelligent unmanned missile speedboat himself or control it remotely from home, even programming combat missions for it to execute autonomously, truly cutting-edge technology. Ultimately, Chu Feng linked the 4 land shield close-in weapon systems and the unmanned missile speedboat to the smart home security system, enabling voice control, which was remarkably convenient. Of course, regardless of whether it was the security system, the close-in weapons, or the missile boat, all were external equipment. What Chu Feng valued most was the enhancement of his own capabilities. Just imagine, if he were to unlock invincible skills like immortality or defensive artifacts akin to the Panga Banner or the heavenly and earthly glorious pagoda. He would have nothing to fear from zombies, ferocious beasts, or the uncanny. However, at present, it is impossible for a bronze treasure chest to yield divine skills. The most formidable defensive technique it can offer is, indeed, the iron cloth shirt. Iron cloth shirt, C-grade refined to perfection. It envelopes the body in vital energy, rendering one impervious to drowning or burning, allowing one to hold their breath indefinitely, stave off hunger, and withstand blades and firearms. Regarding the efficacy of the iron cloth shirt, Chu Feng has tested it. He found that he could remain submerged without drowning for at least 30 minutes. While he has not personally tested its resistance to blades and firearms, he is confident that he could withstand ordinary kitchen knives and handguns without sustaining injury. Next come the attributes of strength, constitution, agility, and spirit, with each increment enhancing Chu Feng's personal prowess. Today, he also acquired a point of luck. Does this not suggest that he might be marginally more fortunate than the average person? Just as he was about to recline on the sofa to rest after digesting the spoils from his blind box, his phone rang, and to his surprise, it was Yi Zhixue calling. Yi Zhixue is adorned with numerous titles, a scion of a wealthy family, the foremost beauty of her school, possessing ethereal looks, with legs longer than most lives, an embodiment of pure allure, and a frosty goddess. However, to Chu Feng, she bears another title, childhood companion. Yi Zhixue's grandmother lives next door to Chu Feng's family, and she spent her formative years at her grandmother's house. The two played together until middle school, when Yi Zhixue was taken back to the Yi family estate by her parents. At that time, Chu Feng was oblivious to her family background, only realizing that her family was extraordinary. It was only during university that they fortuitously crossed paths at Magic Capital University and exchanged contact information, when Chu Feng discovered she was the heiress of one of the 4 prominent families in the city. She had grown up at her grandmother's due to her father's defiance against family arrangements, choosing to be with her mother instead, which led to her marginalization by the family. After over a decade of her parents striving in the outside world, their efforts finally allowed them to re-enter the coarse circles of the family, reclaiming her back to the Yi family estate. Although Chu Feng does not grasp the intricacies of wealthy family feuds, he has gained some understanding after experiencing a situation where relatives nearly drained his family's fortune. Understanding aside, Chu Feng felt a significant disparity between himself and Yi Zhixue, prompting him to instinctively maintain a distance, especially after starting a relationship with Song Yinyan, which further diminished their contact. Thus, he was taken aback when Yi Zhixue called him. The last time they communicated was nearly half a month ago. Chu Feng quickly answered the phone, but before he could speak, she began. What is going on? It's broad daylight. Why did it take you so long to answer the phone? I was just napping. It's nearly noon, and you're still asleep? Are you a pig? Yi Zhixue retorted. There are rumors about you circulating everywhere, and you're sleeping soundly? Aren't you afraid of being targeted? Rumors? Chu Feng was bewildered. I genuinely have no idea what is happening. What is the situation? Chapter 9. Song Yinyan is spreading rumors? No, it can't be. You really are oblivious to everything. I'm almost at a loss for words. Yi Zhixue paused for a moment before continuing. I sent you some links on WeChat. Take a good look and see how you might refute these rumors. Oh, let me check. Chu Feng switched his phone to speaker mode and opened the links Yi Zhixue had sent. Upon looking, he could not help but chuckle. He had anticipated something grave, but it turned out to be a post on the campus forum and Weibo, detailing his sudden wealth. The post claimed he had struck it rich with blind boxes, purchasing luxury cars worth millions, yachts worth billions, and even an island estate, declaring his luck to be off the charts. It encouraged others to take risks for fortune and to open more blind boxes. Chu Feng shook his head in amusement. The writing style was unmistakably the handiwork of Song Yinyan. Was she resentful that he hadn't added her as a friend or sent her red envelopes, thus exposing him? Pushing him into the spotlight for others to covet? After all, it is said that a man without guilt can attract envy, and in this perilous world, it is inevitable that some would covet his newfound wealth. However, Chu Feng was not particularly worried about this at the moment. You're still laughing? Do you not realize how dangerous this information is, especially in the current climate? People are already inquiring about you. You should think about how to refute these rumors. Yi Zhixue remarked. I want to say that this isn't a rumor. How do I refute it? You don't know how to refute it? Then let me teach you. Yi Zhixue suddenly paused. What did you say? This isn't a rumor? Are you implying you really possess a luxury car worth millions, a yacht worth billions, and an island estate? Indeed. Chu Feng nodded affirmatively. Yi Zhixue was rendered speechless. After a moment, she finally said, I'm aware of your family's situation. Are you telling me that all these things came from opening blind boxes? Precisely. Yi Zhixue was at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, she finally said, What kind of luck have you stumbled upon? However, doesn't that make you even more vulnerable? Gaining wealth without strength will make you a target. Surely it can't be that dangerous. Chu Feng replied nonchalantly, thinking to himself that he had prepared close defense artillery and missile boats. No powerful army would dare set foot on his island. You truly are blissfully ignorant. Yi Zhixue spoke as if addressing a child. How about this? Come to my house, and I'll protect you. No need for that. I possess a modicum of self-defense capability. I'm quite safe at the moment. Really? Indeed. All right then. Yi Zhixue suddenly smiled. It seems your gains are not merely limited to wealth. With that, I can relax. Those who know me, know Zhixue. Truly, she is exceptionally astute. Don't flatter me. Still, I reiterate, if you need assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. Sure. Chu Feng replied casually. And you, if you require help, feel free to reach out anytime. Okay. After hanging up, Yi Zhixue sent several messages expressing her concerns about the crumbling order of civilization, even worrying about the possibility of an apocalypse. She also subtly hinted that she had opened an A-grade combat profession, the Ice and Snow Mage, assuring him that she could certainly protect him. Upon hearing that Yi Zhixue had obtained an A-grade combat profession, Chu Feng was taken aback. Although he possessed SSS skills, they were not combat skills. His combat skills topped out at C-grade with the Godly Transformation and the Iron Cloth Shirt. If he encountered a B-grade or higher combat profession, would that not spell disaster? However, Yi Zhixue soon informed him that although she was an A-grade mage, she still needed to practice continuously to level up. Only through leveling up could she master more advanced magical skills. Currently, she had only mastered minor skills such as Ice Ball, Ice Arrow, and Frost techniques. What troubled her most was her inability to find an effective way to level up. Practicing these skills daily merely improved their proficiency, making them faster but not more powerful. Additionally, being an A-grade mage had significantly enhanced her mental capacity. She could go 2 days and nights without sleep and not feel fatigued. Although her mental strength would gradually recover during quiet meditation, Chu Feng and Yi Zhixue engaged in conversation for quite a while, during which he gained insights into the leveling up of combat professions, allowing him to gradually set his mind at ease. Combat professions are indeed formidable, but they do not start off overwhelmingly powerful. They require leveling up as well. The distinction lies in the fact that higher-rated professions are initially stronger and possess higher growth efficiency. If everyone starts at level 1, an SSS-grade combat profession would undoubtedly defeat an SS-grade profession. However, a level 1 SSS-grade combat profession would certainly not be able to PK against a level 100 C-grade combat profession, like in an online game. A level 10 prodigy player could never triumph in a duel against a level 100 ordinary player. With this thought, Chu Feng felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He was not a combat profession. Rather, he was a master of combat skills, and skills, once mastered, should, in the short term, surpass the capabilities of an A-grade mage who had yet to level up. However, it must be noted that the number of individuals who could open a treasure from a blind box was exceedingly rare, so he had little to worry about for now. As long as he opened enough blind boxes, he would undoubtedly uncover even more treasures. As for Song Yinyan, Chu Feng had no desire to even acknowledge her. Thus, Chu Feng casually indulged in a hot pot for lunch and enjoyed a delightful afternoon nap before resuming his venture into the world of blind box openings. He continued to scour the World Blind Box Trading Center. After several hours, the trading center had amassed a substantial number of 1 million bronze blind boxes. Activating his Eye of Truth, he swiftly acquired all those that appeared to be without fault. This is a bronze blind box containing 1 point of luck. Oh, how fortunate to start with a point of luck. This is a bronze blind box containing 10 golden protective talismans. Talismans, splendid, another life-saving tool. This is a bronze blind box containing 2 points of mental attributes. It was the first time Chu Feng had encountered a bronze blind box containing 2 points of mental attributes. He sensed that his luck had significantly improved with this round of blind box openings. Could it be due to that single point of luck he had obtained previously? This is a bronze blind box containing 1 B-grade upgrade card. This is a bronze blind box containing a full refund for a C-grade skill. This is a bronze blind box containing the B-grade skill Golden Bell Shield. This is a bronze blind box containing a special item, the Infinite Synthesizer. In this round, Chu Feng opened a total of 50 bronze blind boxes, his mouth agape in astonishment at the sheer volume of good fortune he had encountered. Chapter 10, Infinite Synthesizer. Points of luck. The more points of luck you possess, the luckier you become. Golden Protective Talisman. A talisman inscribed with a golden charm, possessing formidable defensive capabilities, especially effective against malevolent creatures. Upgrade card. B grade can elevate any C grade item, skill, profession, etc. to B grade. Full refund. C grade, the money you spend will be immediately refunded in full. Golden Bell Shield. B grade, a powerful defensive technique, when mastered, renders the user impervious to blades and invulnerable to all evils. Infinite Synthesizer. Special item combines 3 identical or similar items, skills, professions, etc., with a certain chance of synthesizing a higher grade item, skill, or profession. Note 1. Can synthesize an unlimited number of times daily. Note 2. Items that have been synthesized cannot be synthesized again. The Infinite Synthesizer resembled a small black cauldron, no larger than a standard pressure cooker. Upon seeing this Infinite Synthesizer, Chu Feng immediately thought of synthesizing bronze blind boxes. Surely, 3 bronze blind boxes could yield 1 silver blind box? With this thought, he hurriedly purchased 3 bronze blind boxes from the trading center. You have spent 3 million huaxia coins, triggering a full refund, amounting to 3 million huaxia coins, which has been automatically returned to your account. Excellent. He no longer had to worry about insufficient funds. Chu Feng set his gaze upon the 3 bronze blind boxes. This is a bronze blind box containing 100 million huaxia coins. This is a bronze blind box containing the C-grade skill Palm Thunder. This is a bronze blind box containing 2 points of strength attributes. After inspecting the contents and ensuring they posed no harm, he prepared for synthesis. Each bronze blind box was about the size of a shoebox, and Chu Feng initially fretted about how to fit them into the Infinite Synthesizer. To his surprise, as he placed the bronze blind boxes atop it, they vanished into thin air. However, he could sense that the 3 bronze blind boxes were now within the Infinite Synthesizer. Thus, while the Infinite Synthesizer appeared small, it indeed contained a vast interior. Detected 3 bronze blind boxes. Proceed with synthesis. Yes, the Infinite Synthesizer is synthesizing automatically. Synthesis successful. You have obtained 1 silver blind box. Would you like to retrieve it? Wow, incredible. Synthesis was indeed successful. Retrieve it, retrieve it. Chu Feng exclaimed with excitement. Upon retrieving the silver blind box, he examined it closely. This is a silver blind box containing 20 points of mental attributes. Wow, this is absolutely delightful. The silver blind box granted him a staggering 20 points of attributes. However, it appeared that the items within the silver blind box bore little relation to the 3 bronze blind boxes used for its synthesis, lacking any continuity. It seemed that the contents of a synthesized blind box were relatively independent. If he were to synthesize 3 harmful bronze blind boxes, would he risk generating a detrimental silver blind box? Yet, conversely, could 3 harmful bronze blind boxes potentially yield a beneficial silver blind box? That was a possibility worth exploring later. Before hastening to open the silver blind box in his possession, Chu Feng opted to purchase 6 additional bronze blind boxes for synthesis. Synthesis successful. You have obtained 1 silver blind box. Synthesis successful. You have obtained 1 silver blind box. Soon, Chu Feng found himself in possession of 3 silver blind boxes. He attempted to place them into the Infinite Synthesizer for synthesis. Detected that the 3 silver blind boxes are all synthesized items. Further synthesis is not possible. Well, Chu Feng had merely been testing the waters. Although the note on the Infinite Synthesizer had clearly indicated this, he still held on to a glimmer of hope. However, he had now resigned himself to that reality. Nevertheless, the ability to synthesize bronze blind boxes into silver blind boxes was already remarkable. If needed, he could always wait for native silver blind boxes to appear for synthesis later. At this moment, gazing at the 3 silver blind boxes in his possession, Chu Feng was ready to unveil their mysteries. This is a silver blind box containing 20 points of mental attributes. This is a silver blind box containing the B-grade skill Wave Step. This is a silver blind box containing the B-grade skill 6 Pulse Sword. Upon opening them all, he absorbed the 20 points of mental attributes, and instantly, his mind felt invigorated, his spirit renewed. He could genuinely perceive a difference, as if even the elemental particles in the surrounding air were responsive. As for the 6 Pulse Sword and Wave Step, one served as an offensive skill while the other facilitated escape. Both were excellent skills, and they had been automatically learned to mastery. With the newfound 20 points of mental attributes, Chu Feng's formidable mental power was more than sufficient to support the use of the 6 Pulse Sword. He stepped onto the balcony, contemplating the technique for executing the 6 Pulse Sword, and pointed toward a coconut tree several dozen meters away. He felt an invisible sword of energy slice through the air. Whoosh! The dense crown of the coconut tree was instantly severed in half. Remarkable. Far superior to a bullet. Chu Feng rejoiced, unleashing several more sword energies with the 6 Pulse Sword. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A torrent of sword energy erupted from Chu Feng's fingertips, striking with remarkable precision. Several coconut trees were severed cleanly, their branches scattering in the air. Exhilarating. Powerful. This was far superior to any conventional weapon. Haha. Filled with joy, Chu Feng continued his shopping spree at the game trading center. Players incessantly listed bronze blind boxes for trade, and Chu Feng gradually escalated his purchasing prices. 1. 2 million 1. 3 million 1. 5 million 1. 8 million, 2 million. He refrained from acquiring any bronze blind boxes priced over 2 million, as he suspected there were few buyers for them. Although he possessed a full refund skill, he knew he couldn't indiscriminately collect blind boxes regardless of their prices. If the market collapsed, it would only lead to a standstill, ultimately resulting in no one selling blind boxes. The one who would suffer would be Chu Feng himself. Therefore, he had to regulate the prices of blind boxes. He couldn't simply grab every box he saw. After all, he had already acquired over 300 bronze blind boxes priced below 2 million, which was ample for his needs. Now, it was time to continue synthesizing. Successful synthesis. You have obtained 1 silver blind box. Successful synthesis. You have obtained 1 silver blind box. Successful synthesis. You have obtained 1 silver blind box. The entire synthesis process, from placing items inside to the final retrieval, took merely a few seconds. However, synthesizing over 100 silver treasure chests did consume nearly half an hour of Chu Feng's time, with the infinite synthesizer boasting a success rate of 100. All the silver blind boxes were successful, and Chu Feng's excitement surged as he began to open them. This is a silver blind box, containing B-grade skill, Golden Bell Shield. This is a silver blind box, containing 20 points of physique attributes. This is a silver blind box, containing 1 ton of gold. This is a silver blind box, containing B-grade skill, Lightning Summoning. This is a silver blind box, containing a missile defense system. Chapter 11, The Celestial Armor Technique. This is a silver blind box, containing 3 luck points. This is a silver blind box, containing 1 billion huaxia coins. This is a silver blind box, containing B-grade equipment, Celestial Silk Garment. This is a silver blind box, containing B-grade skill, Golden Bell Shield. This is a silver blind box, containing B-grade title, 1 second real man. This is a silver blind box, containing B-grade skill, Invisibility. All of the over 100 synthesized silver blind boxes yielded beneficial items. Not a single detrimental item was found. This suggests that beneficial items synthesized from bronze blind boxes are unlikely to transform into harmful silver blind boxes. With this in mind, Chu Feng felt even more reassured. The bounty from these over 100 silver blind boxes was substantial. Attribute points, equipment, skills, titles, and wealth, all were within his grasp, and he needed to thoroughly absorb them. First, he examined the various attribute points, including physique, strength, mental acuity, agility, and the exceedingly rare luck points. In just 3 days since the game's onset, Chu Feng had amassed over 500 attribute points from blind boxes. It is worth noting that an ordinary person's maximum attribute points total only 10. Given his current physical attributes, he could easily defeat dozens of opponents without relying on skills. Ordinary blades and firearms would hardly inflict any significant damage upon him. He was indeed formidable. Furthermore, he possessed even sturdier skills, Iron Cloth and Golden Bell Shield. With the acquisition of the Golden Bell Shield, the Iron Cloth was rendered obsolete. Of course, having accumulated 3 Golden Bell Shields, he was confident that synthesizing them would yield a superior defensive skill. With this thought in mind, Chu Feng retrieved the infinite synthesizer and tossed in the 3 Golden Bell Shields to commence synthesis. Detecting Golden Bell Shield, B-grade, X3, proceed with synthesis? Yes. Infinite synthesizer is automatically synthesizing. Synthesis successful. You have obtained Celestial Armor Technique, A-grade. Would you like to retrieve it? Yes. With the Celestial Armor Technique in hand, Chu Feng immediately employed it. You have learned the Celestial Armor Technique and automatically cultivated it to mastery. Celestial Armor Technique. This method cultivates both the internal and external. Externally, it hardens the body to become as resilient as iron, impervious to blades and firearms. Internally, it cultivates a postnatal cosmic energy that can be released like a sword, capable of cutting through gold and stone, copper skin and iron bones. Chu Feng promptly loosened his belt to inspect, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. As for the internal cosmic energy, it was even more potent than the sword energy of the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, given it was an A-grade skill. Nevertheless, the 2 skills complemented each other. Chu Feng could utilize the techniques of the 6 Meridians Divine Sword to unleash the postnatal cosmic energy within him. Alternatively, he could infuse a hint of cosmic energy into the sword energy of the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, exponentially amplifying its power. This was undoubtedly a combination where AB surpassed A. Chu Feng was quite pleased with this synthesis. Additionally, he had acquired a B-grade title, 1 second real man. Had he not scrutinized the specific attributes of this title, he might have dismissed it. However, upon reviewing its properties, he felt that embodying a 1 second real man was indeed feasible. 1 second real man. Upon equipping this title, you can actively unleash its effects, doubling your character's strength attribute for 1 second. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Doubling his strength, albeit for a mere second, was still a formidable enhancement. For instance, Chu Feng currently possessed at least 1,000 gene of strength, capable of kicking a small car across the street. If his strength were to double, He would wield at least 3,000 gene of force, enough to send a medium-sized truck flying with a single kick. In a combat scenario, a punch that might have barely affected an opponent would become devastating under the 1-second real man state. The most crucial aspect was that the 1-second real man not only amplified strength, but also provided an element of surprise. Thus, Chu Feng had no qualms about adopting this moniker, though he mused that renaming it to 1-second Superman would have been far more appealing. In addition to skills, Chu Feng had also unearthed numerous excellent pieces of equipment. For instance, he acquired 3 B-grade space rings, which he fused into a single A-grade space ring. The space within the A-grade ring was immensely vast, featuring a cubic space with a side length of 10 kilometers, capable of accommodating anything without constraint. This was akin to possessing a miniature world. Chu Feng was liberated from the anxiety of having too many possessions with nowhere to store them. Furthermore, he obtained a B-grade celestial silk garment, which was as thin as a cicada's wing and as light as a feather. Wearing it felt almost ethereal, yet it was impervious to blades and fire, making it an exceptionally strong piece of defensive gear. He donned it and felt an alluring sensation. While he had often witnessed others in stockings, it was rare to see someone in silk garments, which was equally enchanting. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to remove it. After all, what business did a man have wearing silk? Perhaps he could save it for Yi Ji Shui. He chuckled at the thought. How peculiar. Had he truly become so impressive that he was now drifting away from reality? Chu Feng shook his head, pondering the distractions that women posed. They merely hindered his speed in unsealing blind boxes. First, he must fortify himself to an invincible state. Thus, he resolved to further master the art of invisibility, a skill that could serve both as a means of survival and a tool for ambush. Invisibility. By employing this technique, one can blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment for a duration of 10 minutes. This B-grade invisibility technique, though not particularly formidable, functioned more as a visual illusion. It rendered one invisible to the eye, yet could not conceal one's breath, heartbeat, or aura, thus lacking sophistication. However, in the present circumstances, it was indeed a commendable skill. Standing before a grand floor-to-ceiling mirror, Chu Feng concentrated, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, merging with the surroundings. Nonetheless, as he moved, waved his hands, and leaped, he could still perceive the movement of the air. Against ordinary individuals or those of lesser strength, this would present no issue. Yet, when faced with a master, flaws might be revealed. However, that mattered little. With the daily abundance of silver treasure chests at his disposal, it was likely that he would soon be able to synthesize a more advanced invisibility technique. Chapter 12. Upgrade Card, Millennium Soul Beast. After a busy day of purchasing, synthesizing, and opening blind boxes, Chu Feng was utterly exhausted by nightfall. Having utilized the Eye of Truth excessively, even with his spirit power being 20 times that of an ordinary person, fatigue began to take its toll. That evening, he luxuriated in the intelligent surf bath of his villa, enjoying a soothing soak, followed by a delightful hot pot meal. The hot pot was among the resources extracted from a standard blind box, and was quite palatable, sufficient to sate his hunger. Yet, as he surveyed the expansive estate and glanced at the self-heating beef hot pot before him, a sense of incongruity arose. For days, he had been fervently unsealing blind boxes, acquiring a plethora of skills, equipment, weapons, and wealth, yet the basic necessities of life had dwindled. All were splendid treasures, yet the fundamental resources for daily living were conspicuously absent. It seemed imperative that he carve out time the following day to stockpile essential supplies, particularly various delicacies. Otherwise, he would be doing a disservice to his gourmand inclinations. After finishing his hot pot, Chu Feng stepped outside for a stroll along the beach, letting the sea breeze envelop him. In the distance, the ocean surged, engulfing the massive form of a beluga whale, which leapt and splashed in joy upon noticing Chu Feng. The beluga, possessing a high level of intelligence akin to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child, was a century-old soul beast, its intellect akin to that of a pre-adolescent. Chu Feng established a mental connection with the whale and leapt into the air, descending towards the sea. The beluga swiftly submerged, and just as Chu Feng was about to hit the water, it surged upward, effortlessly catching him. Splendid. Let us take a tour, Chu Feng exclaimed with glee. The beluga chirped happily and began to swim, circling Manhwa Island while cutting through the waves with vigor, a sight far more impressive than any yacht. Of course, comfort still belonged to the yacht. After a delightful tour, the beluga returned Chu Feng to the sandy shore of Manhwa Island. He affectionately patted the beluga's large head, saying, "Well done, little white." The beluga flapped its tail joyfully. Having such a clever and adorable companion was a delightful experience. Engaging with it occasionally was truly enjoyable. Creatures like the octopus and vine serpent, however, were not suited for such play. The beluga, on the other hand, was worthy of focused nurturing. Today, while opening blind boxes, Chu Feng had obtained a B-grade upgrade card. A century-old soul beast was equivalent to a C-grade pet. He wondered if utilizing the B-grade upgrade card could elevate Little White to a Millennium Soul Beast. It was worth a try. Chu Feng retrieved the B-grade upgrade card and addressed Little White. "You've done well. I shall attempt to upgrade you and see if it succeeds." The beluga chirped excitedly, clearly understanding Chu Feng's intent. As a creature, it undoubtedly yearned for strength. Chu Feng examined the instructions for the B-grade upgrade card, then tore off the protective film and affixed the card to Little White's forehead. A golden light erupted from the card, enveloping the beluga entirely. The beluga seemed to sense this wondrous power and chirped with even greater joy. Before long, it began to visibly swell. 30 meters, 40 meters, 50 meters, ultimately. The beluga's length doubled, reaching 60 meters. Its weight, too, increased substantially. In Chu Feng's consciousness, Little White's soul power surged exponentially. So, was this a successful upgrade? Little White, behold your soul ring. Chu Feng exclaimed with delight. The beluga shook its head, and a radiant golden ring appeared around its massive form, encircling it beautifully. A 10-year soul ring is bronze, a 100-year soul ring is silver, and a millennium soul ring is gold. The golden ring signified its new status as a millennium soul beast. Well done. Now, you possess the capability to stir the seas, making you a regional sovereign of the ocean. Chu Feng remarked, leaping onto the beach, instructing the whale, go play, but remember to guard the home. Report any unusual occurrences promptly. The beluga tumbled through the water, creating splashes as it frolicked nearby before swimming towards deeper waters. Meanwhile, the octopus cowered in a corner, trembling in fear. A millennium soul beast was indeed formidable. As for the little yellow duck, it waddled about the estate, unperturbed by the powerful soul beast, quacking happily. Upon returning to the villa, Chu Feng took a quick shower before lying on his spacious latex mattress, ready to rest. After a long day, he was fortunate to have a moment of leisure in the evening to browse videos. However, his focus was not aimless. He intended to stay informed about the current developments regarding the myriad blind box games both domestically and globally. In truth, there was no need for him to seek out this information, as upon opening Douyin, the feed was filled with videos related to the myriad blind box games. Who understands? My boyfriend unsealed a blind box and got a house, yet he didn't add my name. What a letdown. I promptly broke up and blocked him. The comments below read, your boyfriend is quite lucky. He easily rid himself of you. He gains freedom and a house, a double blessing. Congratulations to your boyfriend. Who is your family? I certainly don't have relatives like you. Chu Feng shook his head and continued scrolling to the next video. Brothers, this blind box is a no-go. My friend unsealed one and unleashed a ball of hellfire that incinerated an entire building. The fire department couldn't extinguish it, and now only physical barriers of sand and stone can prevent it from reigniting. The house he worked a lifetime to purchase is gone, and he must compensate others for their homes. He is utterly devastated. The comments below read, wow, such a fire exists? The fire department couldn't extinguish it. Call Xiaoyan. There's Xiao here. Come and collect it. Why not call the red boy? He is also a fire expert. This fire is terrifying. Furrowing his brow, Chu Feng realized that blind boxes could indeed yield anything, even a ball of fire. Moving on to the next video. Brothers, this blind box truly should not be opened. It's not just the bad outcomes that are concerning. Even the good ones are not guaranteed to be manageable. A classmate of mine opened one and received an invisibility skill, but alas, he couldn't wear any clothing. So, he stripped off his clothes and prepared to sneak a peek at the girls' shower room. However, just as he reached the central hall between the male and female bathrooms, the invisibility effect wore off, and there were dozens of girls waiting in line to shower, all glaring at him with disdain. Consequently, my classmate has since been taken away by the school security. Rumor has it he might even face legal repercussions. Can you believe this commotion? I couldn't help but chuckle. This is rather amusing. The girls' disdain speaks volumes. Their scorn was perfectly articulated. Remarkably, they didn't scream. Is your classmate rather juvenile? I don't mean in age. What does this imply? If one lacks the capability, they should refrain from tackling challenging tasks. Having solid skills is the undeniable truth. This tale serves as a reminder that one should not hastily utilize newfound abilities, but rather master them first. Upon reading this, Chu Feng was suddenly reminded of his own invisibility skill in Chapter 13, The Situation. Chu Feng was uncertain of the level of invisibility skill possessed by the classmate in the video, but his own invisibility was classified as a B-grade skill, lasting for a delightful 10 minutes. The most crucial aspect? No need to disrobe. Clearly, his invisibility skill was superior. Yet, Chu Feng would never stoop to peeping at the girls' shower room. It's not due to any moral high ground. Rather, what could possibly be of interest in a public shower? Even if he waited there all day, he might not encounter a stunning beauty. With his current financial resources, easily securing a few attractive companions for a bath would pose no challenge. How I digress. Shaking his head, he resumed scrolling through videos. Brothers, I am your old friend Lao San, broadcasting live from my balcony about the American phenomenon of zero-cost shopping. Recently, the frequency of shootings has escalated, and in Ohio, there was even an incident involving zombies attacking people. It's perilously dangerous. I'm contemplating returning to my homeland. Unfortunately, plane tickets have skyrocketed to 30,000 yuan each, quite steep. Please, share your thoughts. Should I return or not? This video was published under the account name Lao San in America, which had uploaded hundreds of videos chronicling his life in the States. From American supermarkets and prices to the environment, freedoms, and customs, he had it all covered. Naturally, there were also distinctly American features such as zero-cost shopping, gun violence, and drug addicts. Although Lao San's previous videos were relatively authentic and devoid of bias, many netizens expressed disdain for individuals who flee abroad at the slightest hint of trouble, yet return when things go awry. The comments below reflected this sentiment overwhelmingly. Why return? Our homeland is no sanctuary. I genuinely advise against it. Earning money is no easy feat. Look at me, I'm doing just fine. Please, do not come back. The air in America is sweet, and you might struggle to adjust to the rustic atmosphere of your hometown. What sort of rubbish is this? Foreign trash? Unwrapping it reveals a mix of yellow skin and white heart, not truly foreign. I believe there is no need to return. In America, what calamity have you not witnessed? Stay calm, stay calm. To those above, you are quite wicked, strike through, rather benevolent, I adore it. Regarding Lao San's predicament, Chu Feng refrained from comment. One must walk their own path. Perhaps Lao San merely sought to spark discussion among his followers. He might already be on a flight home. Or perhaps he never intended to return. Regardless, it was of no concern to Chu Feng. He was merely an observer. Scrolling on. The relevant national authorities have issued an urgent notice. Please refrain from opening blind boxes indiscriminately, as they pose significant risks that can lead to loss of life and property for oneself and others. It is recommended to open blind boxes only in a safe manner after proper precautions to significantly reduce potential hazards to oneself and the environment. This video sparked widespread discussion among viewers. The cautionary tales were vivid reminders. One must never be complacent. Support the nation. I suggest everyone send their blind boxes my way for safekeeping. No storage fees, I assure you. Support. I am willing to bear the dangers for everyone. Just hand over your blind boxes to me. I'll shoulder the risks for you. To those above, get lost. We, the sons of Huaxia, are all valiant heroes. Please, hurl the blind boxes at me. Goodness, you all are throwing your abacus beads in my face. I truly dare not open many myself. But wouldn't it be more profitable to list them in the game trading center? We, the commoners, cannot afford to open them carelessly, but affluent families can. They possess the means to ensure safety. To my knowledge, many powerful factions and capitalists are currently collecting blind boxes through offline transactions, online individual trades, and bulk purchases in trading centers, thus amassing resources. Alas, this has always been the case. Resources are perpetually concentrated in the hands of a select few. We, the common folk, are forever toiling for capital. Fear not. I've heard the state has already taken action, establishing relevant departments overnight to collect blind boxes. If you don't wish to benefit the capitalists, it would be better to turn them over to the state. And fear not. For you won't do so in vain. There will be subsidies and virtual certificates. Virtual certificates, you say? What is there to say? Of course, I support the state. The prerequisite is that the subsidy matches market value. It's not that I am unpatriotic. It's that I must prioritize my livelihood. Is that unreasonable? My friend, under equal conditions, I would certainly support the state first. Is that even up for debate? Even if conditions aren't identical, as long as they are relatively close. If I can get 90% of the value, I would still support the state. A nation ensures a home, and a nation encompasses countless homes, rest assured. The country will not allow us to suffer excessively. To be fair, while the nation has many imperfections, at least it excels in safety. Just the sight of him makes me want to punch someone. Our country is quite commendable. I've heard that in the neighboring country of Asan, every citizen is mandated to turn in one blind box daily for the benefit of the nation. Moreover, it is stipulated that the higher caste can forcibly take blind boxes from lower caste citizens while providing no less than 100 rupees in compensation. Goodness, how harsh. 100 rupees is merely a few bucks? Less than 9 yuan. Forcibly taking, what a fitting term. How brutal. Wouldn't that lead to chaos? Asan boasts a population of 1.5 billion. Even if every person turned in one blind box daily, the state would collect 1.5 billion blind boxes each day. What about the contents? The money? The resources? There are no resources, but plenty of monsters. Viewers on the front lines have already reported back. Search for Asan blind boxes. Upon seeing this comment, Chu Feng also searched for Asan blind boxes and was taken aback by the resulting videos. Truly a menagerie of bizarre creatures, demons, mummies, zombies, every imaginable monstrosity. Moreover, these incidents frequently occur in major cities like Mumbai and Delhi. Due to the absurd system, citizens are compelled to open blind boxes immediately upon receiving them, and with such a vast population, harmful items abound. Coupled with the country's low enforcement capabilities, problems persist and accumulate without resolution. Chu Feng watched numerous videos from Asan, not out of concern for the plight of its citizens, but to closely observe the monsters, disasters, and those combating them and providing aid. The outcome was reassuring. They didn't appear overly formidable. With his current strength, he could undoubtedly handle 100 adversaries with ease. Such confidence. However, Chu Feng could foresee that, as time progressed, the level of monsters and calamities would undoubtedly escalate. He must continue to strive, persist in opening blind boxes, and enhance his strength. Chapter 14. The Blind Box Strategy of the Aristocracy. As Chu Feng scrolled through his phone, weariness soon overtook him, leading him to toss his device aside and close his eyes in slumber. Meanwhile, in the capital of demons, at the Yi family estate's rear courtyard, one of the four prominent families of the demon metropolis was amassing over 100 bronze blind boxes gathered at great expense, preparing for a collective opening. The direct descendants of the family were almost entirely present, spanning 5 generations, including Yi Zhixue, one of the direct heirs. Among the crowd, the eldest was none other than Yi Sentong, the patriarch of the Yi family, who, despite being over 100 years old, radiated vitality and appeared remarkably youthful. Although Yi Sentong had once been frail and bedridden due to the ravages of time, just as he was preparing to conclude his life, he experienced a sudden surge of vitality attributed to a slight increase in his physical attributes, rejuvenating him as if he had regained 20 years of youth. This extraordinary sensation filled him with wonder, revealing the remarkable and extraordinary nature of the myriad world blind boxes. He promptly summoned his son, Yi Wentian, the current head of the Yi family and Yi Zhixue's grandfather. After extensive deliberation, they unanimously concluded that the myriad world blind box game was anything but ordinary. A veritable miracle. The emergence of this game would undoubtedly incite a global upheaval, altering the fate of humanity. Consequently, the Yi family must seize this opportunity with unwavering resolve. Should they grasp this chance, the Yi family would ascend to a position of monumental significance on the world stage. Conversely, failure to seize this moment could lead to their descent into mediocrity or even their complete disappearance from the world. Hence, seizing this opportunity was of paramount importance. The means to do so lay in opening blind boxes, specifically the bronze ones, for they held no interest in ordinary blind boxes. By persistently opening these bronze blind boxes, they aimed to acquire formidable abilities from the myriad realms, ensuring the Yi family's invincibility in this game. Thus, Yi Wentian arranged for trusted direct descendants to extensively procure bronze blind boxes while summoning the family members back to the estate to distribute them. He intended to intensify the training of the direct descendants by nurturing them directly with the bronze blind boxes. As for the possibility of acquiring powerful skills, that would be left to fortune. Simultaneously, the Yi family's guard unit assembled, as some descendants had already unlocked potent combat professions. In the event of encountering any harmful entities, they could collectively neutralize the threat. This constituted the Yi family strategy for opening blind boxes. Children, I trust you all sense it. The myriad world blind box game is undoubtedly not an ordinary game. It is nothing short of a miracle. Our world will transform because of it. To adapt to this upheaval, we must unite, embodying solidarity and common purpose, facing it together. Since yesterday, the family has been formulating strategies, and today we commence execution. We have invested heavily in gathering 102 bronze blind boxes from various locations, ready for distribution, ensuring that everyone has a share, and not just one. As for what treasures may emerge from the blind boxes, that depends on each individual's luck. We have also adequately prepared for any potential risks. Yi Wentian gestured towards the armed guards surrounding them and the glowing descendants of the Yi family. Upon receiving your blind boxes, you shall open them on site. For we possess ample strength to ensure everyone's safety. Now, without further ado, I shall commence the distribution of the blind boxes. With that, Yi Wentian activated his phone to begin the distribution. Present, the eldest was Yi Santong, the last surviving member of his generation. Following him was Yi Wentian, now in his 70s, also the sole survivor of his lineage. However, Yi Wentian had a larger family, consisting of 6 sons and 2 daughters, with 2 daughters having married out of the family and thus not considered direct heirs. Among the 6 sons, the eldest, Yi Zhixue's uncle, had 3 sons and 1 daughter, while Yi Zhixue's father had only her as his sole child. Altogether, Yi Wentian's 6 sons had produced 15 grandchildren. Additionally, there were 5 great-grandchildren, who, being underage, would not participate in the blind box distribution. In total, 23 individuals were involved in the distribution. Distribution would proceed according to generational order, with some receiving 5 bronze blind boxes while others would receive 4. However, that was of no concern. In the next round, those who did not receive any this time would be prioritized to ensure fairness. All right, the blind box distribution is complete. Father, please go ahead and open yours. Yi Wentian turned to his father, Yi Santong. Very well. Yi Santong nodded. Children, pay attention. I am about to open it. After ensuring everyone was prepared, he promptly tapped the bronze blind box on his phone screen to initiate the opening. The first blind box revealed 1,000,000 Huaxia coins. The second contained an armored vehicle. The third yielded 100 units of Type 95 automatic rifles. The fourth presented 100 tons of high-quality coking coal. The fifth unveiled 2,000,000 Huaxia coins. With each bronze blind box opened, Yi Santong communicated the beneficial items, which could either materialize directly or be automatically stored in the player's inventory for self-materialization. His luck was not too shabby, having avoided disastrous outcomes. However, it wasn't particularly great either. It seemed unlikely to recoup their investment. While yesterday's bronze blind boxes were priced at 1,000,000 each, today they had skyrocketed to over 2,000,000. Fear not. As long as we unlock formidable skills, wealth will follow. Indeed, father. Yi Wentian nodded. Now, it is my turn. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The first blind box revealed 100 tons of northeast rice. The second bestowed a D-class skill, playing the piano with both hands. The third yielded 10,000 boxes of pure milk. The fourth granted 1 point in strength attribute. Not bad, this one is quite good. The fifth blind box, however, revealed a monster. Everyone, be cautious. Yi Wentian exclaimed, quickly dodging. In the myriad world blind box game, encountering a monster would materialize it directly, allowing players only 3 seconds to react. Just as Yi Wentian evaded, a towering figure, 3 meters tall and ablaze, resembling a giant formed of magma, appeared before them. In an instant, it was engulfed by a barrage of bullets and spells. Particularly, Yi Zhishue's ice magic served as the nemesis of fire-based monsters. Before long, the fiery magma giant was shattered into a pile of debris, emitting dark smoke. Immediately, attendants moved in to clear the rubble. In this battle, Zhishue played a crucial role and was rewarded with a bronze blind box, to be distributed tomorrow. Yi Wentian declared. Alright, let us continue opening blind boxes. Next, Chapter 15, an abundance of treasures, necessitating resource hoarding. The Yi family's blind boxes continued to be opened. Meanwhile, the other 3 prominent families in the demon metropolis, along with several well-established clans, were engaged in similar actions. They were acutely aware of the miraculous nature of the myriad world blind box game, thus exerting every effort to amass blind boxes. The methods of opening blind boxes vary significantly. Some, like the Yi family, distribute them fairly, allowing family members to rely solely on luck for the treasures they unveil. Others prioritize seniority, allocating boxes based on contributions. Yet others focus on cultivating 1 or 2 prominent figures. This phenomenon is not confined to the Magic City. Across various cities in Huaxia, numerous esteemed families are mobilizing their resources. However, despite the arduous efforts to collect bronze blind boxes, the quality of the items they yield is disappointingly low. The chances of obtaining something worthwhile are exceedingly slim. Little do they know that there exists an individual who can perceive the contents of these blind boxes. One can only imagine their reactions to this revelation. Meanwhile, this individual is currently indulging in a peaceful slumber. The following day marks the 4th day of the public beta for the World of Blind Boxes game. At 7 in the morning, Chu Feng awakens naturally and promptly grabs his phone to enter the game, heading straight to the trading center, eager to make purchases. To his astonishment, the price of bronze blind boxes has skyrocketed to over 5 million, and the supply is alarmingly scarce. At that moment, Chu Feng notices a system notification, game update notification, 1. In light of the minimal demand for blind boxes from players above level 90, the system has adjusted the triggering rules for blind boxes. Aside from 1 box gifted daily upon logging in, the probability of triggering blind boxes in other scenarios has been significantly reduced to avoid inconveniencing players. 2. The trading center has detected arbitrary pricing by players affecting transaction success rates. Therefore, the system will conduct preliminary valuations of items consigned in the trading center and will cap their selling prices within a 10-fold range. 3. Future rules for actively redeeming blind boxes will be established. Please stay tuned. Wishing everyone a pleasant gaming experience. Players above level 90 have little demand for blind boxes. It's evident that demand is substantial. After all, the surplus blind boxes can fetch a considerable sum, more profitable than a day's work. Yet, the system of World of Blind Boxes deems the sale of blind boxes as unnecessary for players. Such logic is truly baffling. No wonder the prices of blind boxes soared overnight. It turns out that the production has drastically decreased, leading to a supply shortage. It appears there are indeed many interested in acquiring bronze blind boxes. Although he initially had no intention of inflating the prices, he could not prevent the inevitable rise. In that case, he shall not be merciful. After all, he possesses a full refund skill, whether the blind box costs 5 million or 10 million. He can purchase without hesitation. With a flurry of activity, Chu Feng swiftly clears the trading center of bronze blind boxes. Fortunately, following the game update, the price cap for bronze blind boxes is set at 19.99 million each. Otherwise, there would surely be individuals daring enough to list them for 9 or even 10-digit sums. This audacious move leaves the various families still scouring for bronze blind boxes, utterly dumbfounded. Who is this wealthy individual, so bold as to purchase bronze blind boxes at 19.99 million each? Surely, they are not afraid of incurring losses? The world of the affluent is truly unfathomable. In this transaction, Chu Feng expended 2.8 billion, amassing a total of 230 bronze blind boxes at an average price of just over 12 million each. Is it expensive? Yes, but not so much. The system has imposed a price ceiling on bronze blind boxes, and given the supply shortage, it is likely that future bronze blind boxes will be priced at $19.99 million each. Thus, at over $12 million each, it is not exorbitant. However, this price is an unbearable burden for the other families. They lack the full refund skill, the high luck values of Chu Feng, and certainly do not possess his infinite synthesizer. Purchasing bronze blind boxes at $19.99 million, even at the system's determined price cap, seems hardly sensible. The families are plunged into contemplation. Meanwhile, having cleared 230 bronze blind boxes, Chu Feng synthesizes over 70 silver blind boxes, eagerly opening them in succession. Thanks to his high luck, the items he reveals are worth far more than the combined value of 3 bronze blind boxes. This is a silver blind box, containing a controlling agreement for a publicly listed group company. This is a silver blind box, containing 10 Earth Escape talismans. This is a silver blind box, containing the B-level skill whoever stares, loses. This is a silver blind box, containing a controlling agreement for a 5-star chain hotel. This is a silver blind box, containing the B-level skill tenfold slow motion. This is a silver blind box, containing a set of intelligent drone systems. This is a silver blind box, containing 10 random teleportation talismans. This wave of over 70 silver blind boxes yields a trove of skills, equipment, substantial sums of money, high-end weaponry, and control over major enterprises. As he finishes opening the boxes, it is nearly noon. Chu Feng then prepares to indulge in a tomato beef hot pot for lunch. As he eats, he suddenly realizes that while the blind boxes have granted him a plethora of luxurious treasures, they have yielded little in terms of everyday necessities. This simply will not do. How can one manage without life essentials? A person is like iron, and food is like steel. Even if not hungry, one must satisfy cravings. He cannot become a supreme master yet continue to dine solely on hot pot. Such an existence does not align with his status and capabilities. Since the blind boxes have not provided life supplies, Chu Feng must take it upon himself to procure them. Additionally, he has uncovered several valuable agreements within the silver blind boxes, including those for a container terminal, a national chain supermarket, a 5-star hotel, and a controlling agreement for a publicly listed company. Chu Feng decides to seize this opportunity to acquire these agreements while also stockpiling essential supplies, as B-level skills and equipment cannot serve as sustenance. At the headquarters of the Radiant Group in the Magic City, a cadre of impeccably dressed business professionals awaits with bated breath at the entrance of the Radiant building. Leading the group is a woman, approximately 25 or 26 years old, strikingly beautiful and exuding an exceptional presence. Despite her cool demeanor, she stands out in the crowd. The kind of individual whose brilliance is discernible even amidst a throng of people. Here it comes. That is the Porsche 918 with license plate number MOAA 56789. One wonders who this remarkable individual is, having taken control of the Radiant Group overnight. When President Qin spoke to him on the phone, I sensed he was quite young. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a Porsche 918 glides to a stop at the entrance of the Radiant building. As the car door opens, Chu Feng steps out. The extraordinary woman immediately strides forward, her long, slender legs moving with grace, extending her delicate hand. Are you Mr. Chu Feng? I am Qin. We spoke on the phone. Ah, hello, President Qin. I am Chu Feng. He replies, shaking her hand gently before releasing it. There is no need for such a grand reception. I'm merely here to have a casual meeting with the management. As he speaks, he nods to the surrounding management, signaling his acknowledgement. Mr. Chu Feng is our actual controller at the Radiant Group, our true boss. If the boss comes to inspect us, how can we not take it seriously? Qin smiles and gestures. Please, Mr. Chu, this way. Shall we sit down in the conference room and have a more leisurely chat? Certainly. Chu Feng nods in agreement, following Qin as they walk along the newly laid, thick red carpet into the company. Chapter 16. Acquiring the chain supermarket for stockpiling supplies. Qin, the CEO of Guanghui Group and the cherished daughter of the chairman, possesses not only striking beauty, but also remarkable talent. It is no surprise that at such a young age, she has ascended to the helm of a publicly listed conglomerate valued in the hundreds of billions. However, she too is not immune to the prevailing economic downturn and fierce competition within the industry. The Guanghui Group, a vast enterprise, primarily operates a chain of supermarkets that span across major cities and even extend to smaller towns and counties. In addition to this, it engages in transportation, logistics, supply chains, large-scale agriculture, finance, and real estate, among other ventures. Yet, aside from the profitable supermarket division, the other sectors are languishing in losses, particularly real estate, which has suffered severely due to a combination of economic and policy factors, jeopardizing the company's financial stability. With the tightening of bank loans and the insistence of upstream suppliers for debt repayment, the group faces imminent collapse. As CEO, Qin is acutely aware of this predicament. Her father, as chairman, is equally troubled, unable to find a solution. However, just yesterday, her father informed her via phone that the financial crisis had been resolved. A mysterious tycoon has invested $30 billion to acquire a 51% stake in the group, promising not to interfere with its operations. Qin was taken aback. questioning the sanity of this enigmatic benefactor. With Guanghui Group valued at merely over 200 billion and its tangible assets likely falling short of 100 billion, the notion of a 30 billion cash infusion for a mere 51 stake seemed absurd. This transaction instantaneously inflated the group's valuation to 600 billion. Qin Qing found herself in disbelief, as if she were living in an extraordinary world where miraculous events unfold daily. Following the direction of the red carpet, Chu Feng and Qin Qing, along with their entourage, arrived at the exclusive elevator beside the Guanghui building. A beautiful and innocent-looking secretary, clad in a professional OL skirt suit, stood by the elevator, which remained open in anticipation of Chu Feng's arrival. Her nameplate read, CEO Secretary, Li Qingxian. Once Chu Feng and Qin Qing entered the elevator, the secretary followed suit, swiftly pressing the button for the conference room floor, then standing to the side, visibly nervous and avoiding eye contact with Chu Feng. Chu Feng's current personal attributes far exceed those of an ordinary individual, manifesting in his exceptional appearance, charisma, physique, and allure, all of which are of an extraordinary caliber. In a word, he could be described as a male deity. Hence, it is entirely understandable that the beautiful secretary dared not look at him. The elevator contained only Chu Feng, Qin Qing, and the secretary, while the other executives took a different elevator, following closely behind. Chu Feng glanced at the secretary's profile, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet refrained from inquiring, fearing it might be misconstrued as an attempt at flirtation. Conversely, once they reached the conference room, the secretary seized the opportunity to snap a few photos, including close-ups, which she promptly shared in her friend group. Li Qingxian, ladies, our new boss at Guanghui Group. What do you think of his looks? I never anticipated our new boss would be so young, with such an impressive physique and charm. Who knows which affluent family's second generation he hails from? Rumor has it he invested 30 billion overnight to gain control of our group. Absolutely astounding, absolutely handsome. Lin Shirin, he is quite handsome, Qingxian. If you have your sights set on him, go for it. With your looks, you're definitely in with a chance. Sun Yining. Indeed, he is quite striking. Wait, doesn't he look somewhat familiar? Li Qingxian. No way. Yining, how do you recognize every tall, rich, and handsome man? Lin Shirin. Yining, could it be that one of those wealthy suitors pursuing you? Sun Yining. No, it's just that he looks familiar. I told you it felt familiar. He is Song Yinyan's ex-boyfriend. No, more accurately, her ex-boyfriend. Li Qingxian. Song Yinyan? Lin Shirin. Which Song Yinyan? Sun Yining. She is the belle of the business management department at Moda University, Wang Hao's ex-girlfriend. When Wang Hao was pursuing me, Song Yinyan was also flirting with him. Once Wang Hao realized he had no hope with me, he turned to be with Song Yinyan. Sun Yining. Pictures. Look, here is a photo of Song Yinyan with her ex-boyfriend, whose name is Chu Feng. Li Qingxian. Oh my, it really is my boss. My boss is indeed named Chu Feng. Sun Yining. At the time, when Song Yinyan was flirting with Wang Hao, it seemed she hadn't broken up with Chu Feng yet. Li Qingxian. Who would have thought my handsome and affluent boss had such a dramatic romantic history? Song Yinyan is quite the isn't she? Sun Yining. However, Wang Hao and Song Yinyan were only together for a few months before he dumped her and is now with the campus beauty from the business school. Lin Shirin. Poor Song Yinyan must be crying in the bathroom right now. Li Qingxian. She can only blame her poor judgment. Sun Yining. But a few months ago, Chu Feng, aside from his good looks, had an overall image, demeanor, and physique that were rather ordinary. Now, however, he seems like a completely different person. Li Qingxian. It's likely that after suffering heartbreak, he stopped pretending and revealed his true self. He is indeed a top-tier rich and handsome man. Sun Yining. No. Song Yinyan once disclosed that he seemed to have become wealthy overnight, with strong suspicions that his fortune came from a blind box. Look at this link. Li Qingxian. Wow. If his wealth did indeed come from a blind box, that is incredible. What sheer luck. He is practically a child of destiny. Lin Shirin. Precisely. His fortune is astonishing. I've opened over a dozen blind boxes in the past few days, and the best I got was a rare edition CD from a doctor. The worst was a bag of trash, which utterly disgusted me. Sun Yining. I'm starting to believe in luck, Qingxian. With a super golden opportunity like this, you should definitely seize it. Sometimes, making a choice is 1,000 times more important than hard work. Li Qingxian blushed slightly. What are you talking about? We've only just met, and I haven't even exchanged a word with him. Lin Shirin. That is fine. Now that you know his identity, being fellow alumni gives you a topic to discuss. Sun Yining. Not having spoken is no issue. Trust me, it's simple. Just look at him with admiration. Men love the adoration of women. Lin Shirin. Listen to Yining, you've got this. Li Qingxian's face grew even redder. I'll give it a try. In the Guanghui Group conference room, the beautiful secretary Li Qingxian hid in a corner chatting, while Chu Feng was engaged in a meeting with the senior executives. Not to ensure they remembered him, but rather to make sure he would be remembered by them for future directives. He refrained from interfering with company operations, but it was reasonable to arrange for his subordinates to assist him. Thus, this meeting was brief, concluding in just over 10 minutes. After the meeting adjourned, Chu Feng retained Qin Qing, and naturally, the CEO's secretary, Li Qingxian, also remained. Chu Feng glanced at the two distinctively styled beauties, finding them quite pleasing to the eye. And he remarked cheerfully, CEO Qin, while I do not involve myself in management, I trust recommending business to the company should pose no problem? Qin Qing subtly furrowed her brow but quickly replied, Mr. Chu, you are too kind. Please feel free to arrange matters directly. Chu Feng responded. I have a friend who urgently requires a batch of high-end fresh produce and is willing to pay 50 above market price for it. Given our group's supply chain operations, this should be a feasible transaction, correct? The supermarkets under Guanghui Group receive countless fresh produce daily, including high-end varieties. With Guanghui Group as a resource, it would be considerably easier for Chu Feng to stockpile supplies. Chapter 17. Receiving the port or stockpiling supplies. Qin Qing initially assumed that the business proposition put forth by Chu Feng was merely an attempt to exploit his authority for personal gain, utilizing the corporation for his own interests. This was not entirely surprising, given that the entire conglomerate was under his dominion. However, when he mentioned a price exceeding the market rate by 50, her interest was immediately piqued. This ultimate boss was indeed intent on introducing business to the group. Not only that, but the offer was also substantially above the market price, truly a rare and exceptional opportunity. Qin Qing's expression softened considerably as she smiled and inquired, Mr. Chu, could you please elaborate on the specific requirements your friend has regarding the quality, quantity, and timing of the seafood? Little did she know, Chu Feng was indeed engaging in self-serving maneuvers. As for the pricing, had he not wished to appear excessively audacious, he could have proposed figures several times higher. Knowing he would receive full reimbursement, the quality would naturally be top-notch, and the more he could acquire, the better. He was prepared to procure as much as necessary, with an expedited delivery ideally commencing the following day, settling in cash. How much can he consume? Cash settlement? Above market price by 50? Qin Qing's beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment. What extraordinary connections did he possess? She too desired such advantages. No problem. I shall make arrangements immediately, she declared, turning to Li Qingxian. Xiaoxian, did you take note of what Mr. Chu mentioned? Draft the documents and ensure they are dispatched within half an hour. Understood. I will attend to it right away, Li Qingxian replied, casting a gaze of awe and admiration towards Chu Feng before her cheeks flushed as she hurried back to the office to draft the documents. Wait, don't rush. There's more to discuss. Chu Feng interjected. I also have a friend in urgent need of a batch of premium fruits. An hour later, accompanied personally by Qin Qing, Chu Feng exited the Radiance building. The previously aloof and haughty Qin Qing now displayed considerable warmth towards him. Mr. Chu, please take care. You are always welcome to guide us, she said. Should you find it inconvenient to visit, feel free to contact me directly via phone or WeChat. However, we truly hope you can come by often, as we are all your employees. Chu Feng smiled and assured her, rest assured, President Qin, I will not let you, my partner, or the employees of the company suffer any losses. Today, I will join the executive group and send a red envelope as a token of goodwill. Saying this, he promptly dispatched a group red envelope in the chat, waved goodbye, and drove away. Contact me if needed. He pressed the accelerator, swiftly merging into the main road amidst the gasps of onlookers, executing a graceful drift as he departed. How splendid! Li Qingxian exclaimed, gazing at the receding Porsche 918. Her eyes filled with admiration and infatuation. Stop staring, it's already out of sight. Qin Qing teased, in good spirits. So what do you think? Isn't he both dashing and affluent? Hard to take your eyes off. Indeed, Sister Qing. But there's another reason. Li Qingxian replied. Chu Feng is my schoolmate. I know him. Oh, Mr. Chu is also from Modi University? Qin Qing chuckled. This connection must be leveraged. Mr. Chu's influence is immense. Seize this opportunity, and you shall reap significant rewards. But, Sister Qing, I know him, yet he doesn't know me. Qin Qing smiled reassuringly. No worries, I'll handle it. You add him on WeChat, and for future matters, you can reach out to him. A few interactions, and you'll be acquainted. All right, but wow. The red envelope from Chu Feng is substantial. Li Qingxian suddenly exclaimed. Qin Qing opened the envelope, revealing an astonishing sum of 888 yuan. While she didn't particularly need that amount, the figure was indeed auspicious. Glancing at Li Qingxuan's envelope, she found it was also 888 yuan. It turned out that Chu Feng had issued a fixed amount group red envelope to the entire executive team, which included the CEO, CAO, CBO, CFO, CTO, CIO, COO, CHO, CMO, CDO, various vice presidents, and key position secretaries, totaling 58 individuals, each receiving a fixed amount of 888 yuan. This totaled nearly 500,000 yuan. What a generous young boss. After leaving the Radiance Group, Chu Feng felt quite pleased, having effortlessly arranged for high-end fresh seafood, premium fruits, dairy baking goods, snacks, grains and oils, renowned cigarettes and liquor, daily necessities, cured and smoked products, and beverages among other supplies. The high-end seafood comprised luxurious varieties such as exquisite seafood, premium steaks, organic beef and lamb, free-range pork, chicken, duck, and rabbit, alongside an array of fresh organic vegetables and mushrooms. The premium fruits included exquisite durians, mangoes, and jackfruits from around the globe, cherries, strawberries, blueberries, raspberries, grapes, citrus fruits, peaches, and melons, among others. The dairy and baked goods encompassed fresh milk, pure milk, yogurt, cakes, and bread. In essence, the volume of supplies required by Chu Feng's friends would sufficiently fill dozens of large supermarkets. Beginning tomorrow, a fleet of container trucks would commence delivering vast quantities of goods to the designated Jiangshan port warehouse, which Chu Feng was about to oversee. Jiangshan Port, among the many ports in Modu, ranked prominently, primarily dealing with maritime transportation to Southeast Asia, South Asia, kimchi, cherry blossom, and kangaroo country. The entire port was valued at over 20 billion yuan, and Chu Feng's contract indicated that a mysterious figure had invested 20 billion to acquire a 51% stake, without interfering in the port management team's regular operations. After meeting with the upper management of the port, Chu Feng, under the guise of a friend, introduced business opportunities to rent several large warehouses at a price exceeding the market rate by 50%. Naturally, since this task was personally arranged by a major boss, and the rental fee was above market value, the management was more than willing and promptly assured him, "Rest assured, boss, we will fulfill the task with utmost quality." Chu Feng had no concerns. Renting a few port warehouses for the temporary storage of goods transported by Radiance Group posed no risks. When the warehouse doors closed, all supplies would be securely stored away, undetected. Even if anomalies were discovered later, the world would likely have descended into chaos by then. Chapter 18, Luxury Cruise Liner. 5-star hotel. Upon departing Jiangshan Port, Chu Feng also took possession of the luxurious cruise liner, the Oriental Pearl, docked nearby. This brand-new vessel measured 360 meters in length and 50 meters in width, boasting a total of 16 decks with an overall height of 68 meters. It contained over 2,000 lavishly decorated rooms, including presidential suites, luxury suites, executive suites, family suites, and deluxe standard rooms. Each deck featured a large, hotel-style restaurant for dining. The entire cruise liner could accommodate up to 6,000 guests for lodging and dining, and included amenities such as supermarkets, internet cafes, bars, ballrooms, various shops, sports facilities, a gym, and even a ship hospital, essentially a mobile small city. Previously, Chu Feng's horizons had not been particularly broad, but this cruise liner greatly expanded his perspective. Overall, the vessel was quite impressive. After touring the ship, he disembarked around 6 in the evening. Considering the time, he proceeded directly to his next acquisition point, the Modu Intercontinental Hotel. The Modu Intercontinental Hotel is one of the most opulent 5-star hotels in the city, with a construction cost of 8 billion yuan, epitomizing luxury. In addition to the brand's premium pricing, the adept management of a distinguished team and the exceptional service provided by the staff elevate the entire hotel's market value to over 10 billion. Naturally, acquiring such a luxurious hotel cannot be simply assessed by its market value, which is why the acquisition agreement in Chu Feng's possession pertains to a purchase of 51% equity for the sum of 10 billion. Upon leaving Jiangshan Port, Chu Feng made a call to the CEO of the Intercontinental Hotel in Magic City. The journey from Jiangshan Port to the hotel takes merely half an hour, and by the time Chu Feng's Porsche 918 arrived at the entrance of the hotel, the CEO, Chun Jinjian, along with a cadre of management personnel, had been waiting for quite some time. "Mr. Chu, greetings. I am CEO Chun Jinjian." The CEO, an elegant middle-aged gentleman, greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Chun." Chu Feng nodded and said, "Let everyone disperse, as I am primarily here to sample the hotel's culinary offerings, and it just so happens to be mealtime." "Understood, Mr. Chu. We shall prepare immediately," Chun Jinjian responded. "Please allow me to escort you to the Imperial Hall while I briefly report on our recent endeavors." "No need for that. I am solely interested in the food and have no desire to discuss work." Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. "The contract stipulates that I shall not interfere with the daily operations. You are free to manage as you see fit. Understood?" "Absolutely understood." Chun Jinjian scratched his nose, pondering the identity of this affluent young man who could casually invest billions while adopting a hands-off approach. Was he merely trusting them, or simply a case of a wealthy fool? Nevertheless, recognizing that the big boss had expressed disinterest in a work discussion, Chun Jinjian wisely chose to remain silent. Suddenly, it seemed Chun Jinjian had an epiphany. He turned to his deputy, instructing, "Please urge the kitchen to prepare a feast for Mr. Chu with utmost diligence. He is not interested in our empty verbal reports, but wishes to evaluate our service from a guest's perspective. We must take this seriously and ensure we do not lose face in front of Mr. Chu." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng couldn't help but glance at Chun Jinjian, thinking to himself, what a talent. No wonder he is the CEO. His thought process is astute, and his awareness is commendable. Such insightful remarks. However, Chu Feng was truly just hungry. It was already 6:30, and he genuinely desired a meal. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and instead nodded at Chun Jinjian in encouragement. "Well said, I have high hopes for you." While waiting for the dishes to arrive, All that was present before him was a bottle of pristine glacial mineral water, priced at 900 yuan for a mere 380 milliliters. It was refreshingly sweet and delightful. And after a long afternoon, Chu Feng downed the entire bottle in one go. After quenching his thirst, Chu Feng felt the urge to relieve himself and headed to the restroom. CEO Chen Jinjian, anticipating Chu Feng's intention, said, "Mr. Chu, there is a washroom within the private room for your convenience." Chu Feng surveyed Chen Jinjian and the several vice presidents, the lobby manager, the restaurant manager, and a row of beautiful waitresses standing behind him, thinking, if I relieve myself, won't you all hear me? How embarrassing. Thus, he replied, "The dishes have not yet arrived. I will take a stroll, no need to follow." With that, he exited the Imperial Hall and made his way to the public restroom in the dining area outside the private room. One must admit that the service level of a super 5-star establishment is exceptional. Even the restroom exuded a pleasant fragrance, featuring tasteful decor and ample space. Chu Feng relieved himself with ease, washed his hands, and prepared to return to the Imperial Hall. Just as he stepped out, he encountered a familiar face. Before he could speak, the other party initiated the conversation. "Ah, Mr. Chu, what a coincidence." Chu Feng smiled faintly. "Oh, it's you, Li Qingxian. You look quite radiant." Upon leaving the Guanghui group, he recalled who Li Qingxian was. She was the belle of the College of Arts at Magic City University, a campus celebrity frequently seen participating in events, and thus her face seemed familiar. Given the abundance of girls in the art college, it was no surprise that she had earned the title of Campus Belle, a testament to her striking appearance. "Thank you for remembering my name, Mr. Chu. My friends and I managed to snag a group coupon for this hotel, and we just came here to dine. Are you here for a meal as well?" Li Qingxian inquired with a smile. "Are you alone, or is there a banquet?" "Just by myself." "Oh, have you eaten yet? If not, shall we dine together?" Chu Feng turned to glance at the restroom. "Qingxian, let us not discuss this at the restroom entrance, shall we? I'm in the Imperial Hall. If you and your friends haven't eaten, feel free to join me. If it's not an imposition, we would be delighted." Li Qingxuan's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a thrill at seizing this opportunity. "Not at all. Take your time. The dishes have not yet arrived. I will wait for you," Chu Feng said, waving as he made his way back to the Imperial Hall. Li Qingxian quickly washed her hands and hurried back to the dining area, calling her two friends, Sun Yining and Lin Shirin. "Hurry, let us head to the Imperial Hall." "Imperial Hall? The minimum spend is 300,000. Sun Yining exclaimed. "What is going on, Xianxian? Did you win the lottery?" Lin Shirin asked, intrigued. "I just ran into my idol. It's Chu Feng. He's dining in the Imperial Hall and hasn't he started yet. Let us go join him." "Really? How many people are there? He wouldn't be expecting us to keep him company, would he? I can drink, but I don't want to be a drinking companion. It's just him. No one else. Wow, he's dining alone in the Imperial Hall. Doesn't he that feel a bit empty? Maybe he simply prefers solitude?" Such a sound reasoning. "Let us go. Even if it's just to keep him company, I'll be the one drinking with him. And if I get him drunk, that's my chance." "Hee. You clever girl, you've hit the jackpot this time. Don't worry, Xianxian. Yining and I will definitely create opportunities for you. Let us go?" We've never been to the Intercontinental Imperial Hall before. It's a perfect chance to broaden our horizons. The trio of stunning, high-caliber beauties, chatting and laughing, made their way to the Imperial Hall, attracting countless gazes. Chapter 19. The Imperial Banquet, serving 1,000 dishes. At the entrance of the Imperial Hall, two beautiful waitresses in hotel uniforms promptly opened the door upon the arrival of the three beauties. As Li Qingxian and her friends entered the Imperial Hall, they were initially taken aback by the opulent decor of the private room and subsequently astonished by the long line of hotel management, chefs, and waitstaff. What is the situation? One person dining and so many serving? At that moment, the door of the Imperial Hall swung open once more, revealing another procession of beautiful waitresses pushing dining carts laden with exquisite dishes. Chu Feng waved to Li Qingxian. "Qingxian, hurry and bring your friends to take a seat. The dishes are about to be served." "Oh, right, okay." The three beauties hurriedly took their seats, with Li Qingxian sitting closest to Chu Feng, as they were the most familiar with each other, followed by Sun Yining and Lin Shirin. The long table within the Imperial Hall could accommodate 20 to 30 diners simultaneously. Yet at this moment, it was only the four of them, creating a somewhat extravagant atmosphere. Soon, the waitstaff began serving the dishes. Each diner was attended by two beautiful waitresses, while CEO Chen Jinjian stood nearby, personally introducing the offerings. "Mr. Chu, ladies, our first dish is agate cherry tomatoes. Made from organic, eco-friendly cherry tomatoes, complemented by refined sugar and ecological honey. They are a delightful appetizer, both tangy and sweet. Please enjoy." Chu Feng glanced at the exquisite porcelain dish containing 4 cherry tomatoes and, using a small spoon, tasted one. It was indeed tangy and sweet. Pleasantly refreshing without being overly sugary, quite delightful. "Very good," Chu Feng nodded, having often dined on instant noodles, self-heating pots, and fast food box meals. What more could he say? Li Qingxian and her two close friends were utterly captivated, their faces illuminated with joy. "Delicious, absolutely delicious. I've never tasted such exquisite tomatoes." Regrettably, there were only 4. which they quickly devoured, eagerly eyeing the next dish. The second course, the crisp and succulent black gold abalone slices, was crafted from over 2 pounds of black gold abalone, offering a delightful crunch and a sweet flavor. Chu Feng glanced at the plate before him, resembling a basin in size, containing merely 3 slices of black gold abalone. This was not merely a meal, it was an experience. Yet, all he desired was to eat. He swiftly seized a pair of chopsticks, scooping up the 3 slices in one go. The flavor was indeed delightful, crisp and sweet. The 3 young women continued to be enchanted by the culinary delights, their astonishment evident. So tasty. A cascade of gourmet dishes poured forth, one after another. Western preparations included prime sakura beefsteak, French foie gras paired with white truffle, grilled Iberian ham, huaxia exquisite lobster sashimi, pan-seared Brittany blue lobster, salt and pepper Alaska king crab, and white sturgeon caviar, served with wild conch. Meanwhile, the Eastern dishes featured steamed premium hairy crab, braised alligator tail, yellow braised shark fin, stuffed wild yellow croaker, the exquisite Buddha jumps over the wall, and boiled cabbage. Over the course of the meal, more than 30 dishes graced the table. The flavors were impeccable, though each dish contained only a morsel. A bit more would allow for a few bites, while the smaller portions were devoured in one. After an hour and a half, Chu Feng finally felt satiated. He abstained from alcohol, opting instead for a few bottles of fine mineral water, while CEO Chen Jinjian had several bottles of Beverly Hills mineral water brought forth. Chu Feng picked up a bottle, took a sip to cleanse his palate, and found it delightful, gulping down nearly half the bottle in one go. This water was refreshing beyond words. Bring me 2 more boxes. Certainly, Mr. Chu, we have just the 2 boxes. Chen Jinjian promptly replied. Li Qingxian and her friends were enchanted by the sparkling diamond caps of the mineral water bottles, whispering amongst themselves, wow, how beautiful. What kind of mineral water is this? Even the bottles are stunning. It must be quite expensive. Beverly Hills? I've never even heard of that name. Chu Feng waved his hand. CEO Chen, please settle the bill. CEO Chen Jinjian instantly replied with a smile. Mr. Chu, you are too courteous. This hotel is yours, no need to pay. Simply charge it to the account. The 3 young women were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. The hotel belonged to Chu Feng? This revelation was astonishing. Chu Feng, however, calmly stated, I am merely a shareholder. There are other investors in the hotel, so we cannot be too casual about it. Just use the card. It's just a meal. After all right, as you wish. Chen Jinjian promptly brought over the bill. Mr. Chu, I truly feel remiss to have you review the high-end delicacies of our establishment and still charge you for it. Enough with the pleasantries. Bring me the bill. Chu Feng replied. Yes, Mr. Chu. Your current expenditure amounts to 181,655,000 yuan, with a rounding adjustment of 1,655,000, totaling 180,000,000 yuan. Please have a look. 180 million? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, questioning his own hearing. For a single meal? 180 million? The rounding adjustment alone exceeded 1.6 million? My heavens, am I hearing things? Did I just consume a villa? How could it be so expensive? The 3 young women were equally stunned. Had it not been for the fact that this hotel was owned by Chu Feng, they would have considered calling the authorities. Let me see the bill. I am not complaining about the 180 million being too steep. I am merely curious. Chu Feng took the bill, and Li Qingxian and the other 2 leaned in closer. Yes, they were even more curious. Wow, a serving of agate cherry tomatoes, 168 yuan, and there were only 4. Crisp black gold abalone slices, 588 yuan for just 3. Huaxia exquisite lobster sashimi, an astonishing 888 yuan per serving. Pan-seared Brittany blue lobster, 888 yuan for 1. And this is absurd. White sturgeon caviar served with wild conch, 888 yuan per serving. My goodness, this is the most outrageous. Beverly Hills natural deep layer mineral water, 888 yuan per bottle. And we just drank 4. Chu Feng had just mentioned wanting 2 boxes. Li Qingxian and her companions were at a loss for words to express their current emotions. They merely wished to enjoy a meal, and here they were, having racked up 180 million. That's an average of 45 million each. Even excluding the most expensive Beverly Hills natural deep layer mineral water, they still averaged around 18 million each. Had the 3 of them not come to mooch a meal, Chu Feng could have saved over 5 million. As the saying goes, one is at a disadvantage when accepting favors. With this thought, Li Qingxian and her friends felt somewhat uneasy. However, witnessing Chu Feng calmly swipe his card made them increasingly regard his financial prowess as unfathomable. Just then, Chu Feng spoke again. CEO Chen, today's meal was splendid. Let us create a premium package featuring these dishes, excluding the mineral water, priced at 888 yuan per person. You can name it, and we will promote it to the affluent around the globe. Chen Jinjian pondered for a moment before suggesting, Mr. Chu, since this is the banquet you personally sampled in the Imperial Hall, how about we call it the Imperial Grand Feast? Chu Feng nodded in agreement. Very well. It shall be named the Imperial Grand Feast. Now, arrange for the preparation of 10,000 servings of the Imperial Grand Feast package immediately. I have a use for it. 10,000 servings? Chu Feng, are you jesting? The hotel management, including Chen Jinjian, looked at him in shock. Were it not for the fact that Chu Feng was the major owner of the hotel, their expressions would have conveyed a different sentiment entirely. Li Qingxian and her friends wore astonished expressions on their delicate faces. 10,000 servings of the 888 yuan Imperial Grand Feast? That amounted to 8 billion. This was simply outrageous. Both the price of the package and the quantity of 10,000 servings, along with the total cost, seemed unreal. Even the entire Intercontinental Hotel could not be valued at 8 billion. Yet, Chu Feng maintained a serious demeanor as he produced his bank card. Of course. It's genuine. Though I am the actual controller, I cannot disregard the other shareholders' sentiments. Let us put down a deposit first. Chen Jinjian, bewildered, cautiously accepted the bank card. Mr. Chu, how much should we charge for the deposit? Let us start with 1 billion. Chu Feng replied. After all, this is an 8 billion transaction. Chen Jinjian, hearing this, quickly responded. We wouldn't dare, Mr. Chu. The profit margin on the 888 yuan Imperial Grand Feast is substantial. As your service team, we will certainly offer you the cost price. How about I charge a deposit of 100 million instead? That is fine, you decide. Chu Feng said nonchalantly, not overly concerned about the deposit amount, knowing full well that whatever he spent would be fully refunded. After processing the card, Chen Jinjian gazed at the long string of zeros on the bill, feeling somewhat dazed. Mr. Chu, for your 10,000 servings of the Imperial Grand Feast, I am prepared to offer you a 10 discount, totaling just 8 billion. We can settle the remaining balance once we have supplied everything. Is that so? Chu Feng contemplated for a moment and said, in that case, there is no need for a discount. Let us change the order from 10,000 servings to 1,000 servings, keeping the price at 888 yuan per serving, but increasing the portion size tenfold. This way, you will have less hassle. In fact, this arrangement not only alleviates the hotel's burdens, but also spares Chu Feng from unnecessary hassles. After all, a single dish can be devoured in a mere moment. The effort of switching plates seems tiresome. It would be far more satisfying to increase the portion size tenfold, ensuring a fulfilling dining experience. Very well, Mr. Chu. Everything will be executed as per your instructions, Chen Jinjian replied with a nod. When do you require the service? Let us commence tomorrow. Once prepared, deliver everything directly to my cruise ship, Chu Feng specified, indicating the location at Jiangshan Port, aboard the Eastern Pearl cruise ship. Noticing the puzzled expressions around him, he added, Oh, I'm planning to host a grand banquet on the cruise. Absolutely, we will do our utmost to serve you, Mr. Chu, Chen Jinjian assured him. Chu Feng nodded appreciatively. I appreciate your efforts. You may need to work overtime these days. I will allocate an overtime bonus of 10,000 yuan to each employee from my profit share. Thank you, Mr. Chu. The staff's motivation will undoubtedly soar, Chen Jinjian responded with a smile. After departing from the Imperial Hall, Chu Feng found little inclination to return to Manhware Island. Though the island had its charm, his solitude rendered it rather desolate. Thus, he requested the hotel to arrange a presidential suite. After all, why not indulge in luxury? As for Li Qingxian and her companions, Chu Feng tentatively inquired, Qingxian, is your residence far? Perhaps you might consider staying here? Oh no, we should head back, Li Qingxian quickly replied. We've rented an apartment just across from the school's main entrance. It's not far. Very well, I shall arrange a vehicle to take you home. Chu Feng nodded. Since they preferred not to stay, he instructed Chen Jinjian to provide a Rolls-Royce Phantom, extended version, to escort the three ladies home. Inside the luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom, Li Qingxian, Sun Yining, and Lin Shirin were somewhat awestruck. A Rolls-Royce Phantom, truly exquisite and opulent. Having experienced quite a few luxury vehicles, this was indeed the first time they rode in a long-wheelbase Rolls-Royce Phantom, which was far more comfortable than many million-dollar cars. In Chu Feng's realm, such high-end vehicles merely served as transportation. The transformation in Chu Feng was remarkable. One could only speculate about his connections to some hidden aristocracy. Perhaps he was a prodigy of an affluent lineage. Quick, let us take some photos to flaunt tonight's events. I must make Song Yinyan envious. They giggled. As the trio playfully bantered, they returned to their modest rental apartment, attracting numerous envious glances along the way. That evening, the entire dining department of the Intercontinental Hotel decided to pause external operations. All staff convened for an urgent meeting, dedicated to fulfilling the grand task assigned by their esteemed boss, Chu Feng. Meanwhile, Chu Feng reclined in the presidential suite, savoring exquisite champagne while continuing to open blind boxes. The number of bronze blind boxes had significantly diminished, yet he still possessed a multitude of ordinary blind boxes, ripe for synthesis into bronze ones. Though he could not create silver blind boxes, nevertheless, the rewards from the bronze boxes were already quite generous. This is a bronze blind box containing 10 million Huaxia coins. This is a bronze blind box containing a long wheelbase Rolls-Royce Phantom. Goodness, Have I become so extravagant that I overlook even a long-wheelbase Rolls-Royce Phantom? He mused. Continuing to open blind boxes. This is a bronze blind box containing 10 summon cards for laborers. Oh, summon cards for laborers? Chu Feng immediately activated one, curious about its function. Laborer summon card. Use this card to summon one ordinary profession laborer to work for you for 24 hours. Click to view detailed rules. Upon reviewing the card specifics, he noted that an ordinary profession referred to all vocational skills above a proficient level, excluding those with special abilities. This laborer summon card proved to be quite practical. As he felt a wave of fatigue, the system conveniently provided a solution. This card alleviated a pressing need, as he required assistance to receive the food arriving from the hotel tomorrow, and at least one captain to navigate the cruise ship. Otherwise, it would seem rather peculiar for only Chu Feng to be aboard such a grand vessel. With the laborer summon card, he could delegate tasks and manage from a distance, enhancing his ease. With his spirits lifted by the summon card, Chu Feng continued to open blind boxes. This is a bronze blind box containing a set of villa keys. This is a bronze blind box containing a Bugatti Veyron. This is a bronze blind box containing a Pagani Huayra. This is a bronze blind box containing a Ferrari 812C. This is a bronze blind box containing a McLaren Senna. Goodness, have I stumbled upon a supercar club with these blind boxes? He exclaimed, astonished at the array of luxurious sports cars. Perhaps being situated in a 5-star intercontinental hotel warranted the accompaniment of several supercars? At that moment, Chu Feng recalled that his location seemed to influence the outcomes of the blind boxes. For instance, while opening boxes on Manhwa Island, he had received several ocean-themed soul beasts and weapons. It might be worthwhile to open blind boxes at historical sites in the future, as they could yield ancient and powerful skills. The next day, on the 5th day of the game's public testing, at 11 a.m., refrigerated delivery trucks arrived at the Intercontinental Hotel, loading the meticulously packaged gourmet takeout for the Imperial Banquet. These were dispatched to the designated cruise ship, Eastern Pearl, at Jiangshan Port. At this moment, the Eastern Pearl was bustling with dozens of staff members collaborating with the hotel's delivery personnel. With many hands working together, the mountains of culinary delights were swiftly transferred aboard the cruise ship. Chu Feng stood on the deck, watching the delivery trucks depart before entering the cabin. He gently brushed his hand over the mound of food packaging, instantly transferring all the culinary treasures into his storage ring. Time within the storage ring seems to come to a standstill. With such an abundance of delicacies, even if they were stored for decades, they would emerge steaming and fresh, as if just delivered. Although the taste might not quite match that of freshly cooked dishes due to the takeout packaging, it remains remarkably close. And Chu Feng is thoroughly satisfied with this arrangement. Subsequently, he calls Chun Jinjian. Today, we have received 1,000 servings of the Imperial Banquet. We will continue tomorrow, and the payment has been credited. With business flourishing, if there aren't enough staff, we can hire more. All employees will receive a 20 salary increase, including management. Understood, boss. Thank you, boss. Chun Jinjian exclaims, his face alight with excitement, clenching his fists in anticipation of another grand endeavor. In these times of economic downturn, the luxury hotel industry is facing considerable challenges, which has placed immense pressure on Chun Jinjian, a professional manager. However, with the big boss continuously introducing catering business, not only is the hotel earning substantial profits, but it also enhances the company's financial statements, bringing him pride as the CEO. Therefore, it is imperative to execute the tasks assigned by the boss with utmost quality. After all, the payment has already been made in advance. What reason do we have not to give our all? Aboard the Oriental Pearl cruise ship, Chu Feng has acquired 1,000 servings of the Imperial Banquet, sufficient for him to indulge for years. With the issue of sustenance addressed, he must now turn his attention to attire. Among the essentials of life, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, his wardrobe is currently the most lacking. Thus, he commands his subordinates to safeguard the cruise ship while he summons his Pagani Huayra to head straight for the International Finance Center Mall. Having grown weary of his Porsche 918, he seeks a change of pace with a new sports car. The Pagani Huayra, rumored to be limited to just 10 units worldwide, whether true or not, is now in his possession. Virum. With a press of the accelerator, the deep roar of the engine reverberates, turning heads even in the bustling metropolis. Once parked, Chu Feng ascends in the elevator directly to the luxury goods section. The International Finance Center Mall showcases a plethora of renowned luxury brands: Hermes, Louis Vuitton, Prada, Armani, Chanel, Gucci, Dior, Versace, Givenchy. Luxuries he once could only dream of now available to him, as if he were purchasing cabbages wholesale. With the full refund skill at his disposal, there is no need for him to spend a dime, effectively allowing for a zero-cost shopping spree. His first stop is Brioni, a luxury menswear brand famed for its bespoke suits, with prices ranging from hundreds of thousands to even millions. Moreover, the customization process is lengthy, often taking 2 to 3 months. Given that today marks the 5th day since the game's public beta, if he wishes to customize a suit, he might as well wait until the end of the world for it to be completed. However, the store also offers ready-to-wear options, and with his physique meeting international standards, he he finds it relatively easy to select garments. Ultimately, Chu Feng spends 1.5 million, selecting 3 well-fitting high-end suits. You have spent 1.5 million. Full refund triggered, you have received 1.5 million, which has been automatically credited. Clad in a brand new suit, and carrying the other 2. Chu Feng exits the Brioni boutique and steps into the adjacent Hermes. Upon entering, he spots a familiar face, Li Qingxian, along with her 2 friends, making their way out. Oh, Mr. Chu. Qingxian, what a coincidence to see you again. Indeed, such a coincidence. It's the weekend, and I'm out shopping with my friends. Li Qingxian exclaims. A hint of excitement in her voice, while her friends beam at him. Mr. Chu, are you alone? Yes, just me, Chu Feng replies. I'm here to pick up a few items. You all carry on shopping. We're just browsing, so we can help you carry your things. Li Qingxian suggests with a smile. Really? I might be buying quite a bit. You may not be able to manage. No worries, there are 3 of us. Don't underestimate us just because we're girls. We have plenty of strength for shopping. Haha, in that case, let us shop together. Thus, Chu Feng, accompanied by the 3 ladies and several Hermes sales associates, embarks on a shopping spree. This one, that one, and this one, those, and those as well. In no time, several associates find themselves burdened with dozens of clothing items, shoes, and bags, their faces lighting up with excitement. Even the store manager comes to assist Chu Feng and his companions. This gentleman is a VIP client. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chu Feng declares, actually, I don't want any of these. The expressions of the sales associates freeze instantly. After selecting for so long, he doesn't want any? Is he toying with us? Wasting our expressions? Nevertheless, as professionals, the sales associates maintain their composure. The beautiful store manager, looking perplexed, inquires, Sir, you've carefully selected these. Are you certain you don't want any? Correct, I don't. I found them displeasing at first glance. The store manager suppresses her rising frustration, yet retains her professional smile. Very well, sir, if you don't want them, that is perfectly fine. I just wish to understand, if you found them displeasing, why did you select them in the first place? Isn't it obvious? If I don't want those, then everything else should be taken. Chu Feng, unperturbed, pulls out his bank card. Pack up everything except what I just rejected. All of it. The beautiful store manager is left astonished, nearly doubting her ears. What do you mean? Literally, aside from what I've rejected, I wish to purchase everything else. Sir, you can't be serious? The manager's initial reaction is one of disbelief rather than joy. Our store's inventory is estimated to be at least 300 million, if not more. Are you absolutely sure you aren't joking? Who would joke about such things? Just charge 300 million, with the password being 6/8. If it's insufficient, I'll make up the difference at the end. Chu Feng states, growing impatient. Can we expedite this? My time is quite valuable. How could it not be valuable? After purchasing clothes, he would return to open blind boxes, which could yield billions in revenue in mere moments. The beautiful store manager, still skeptical, thinks that had it not been for his striking looks and refined demeanor, coupled with his Brioni attire, she might have dismissed him entirely. Ultimately, she takes the card to process the transaction, though she feels it's quite outrageous. Processing card. Entering amount, 300 million. Inputting password, 6/8. Beep 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 beep. Transaction successful. The beautiful store manager, her legs clad in sheer black stockings, nearly weakens at the knees, almost collapsing. Oh my God, this is real. The strikingly handsome and charismatic gentleman before her is indeed a true magnate. No wonder the 3 ladies accompanying him are so stunning, resembling stars. Instantly, the expressions of the store manager and all the sales associates shift to one of subtle intrigue. Handing back the bank card and receipt to Chu Feng, the manager respectfully states, Mr. Chu, it is our honor to serve you. Please, proceed to the lounge area with your friends while we prepare your purchases. Chu Feng accepts the card, his demeanor unfazed, nodding slightly. Thank you for your hard work. Though Li Qingxian, Sun Yining, and Lin Shirin have already experienced a shock from Chu Feng the previous day, today's revelations leave them equally astounded, struggling to process the magnitude of his purchasing power. While others buy clothing one piece at a time, Chu Feng purchases entire stores at once. Is this the prowess of a supreme tycoon? Li Qingxian and the 2 others were so exhausted that, without each other's support, they might have collapsed to the ground. Stop lingering there, come over, sit down, have some coffee, take a moment to rest, and contemplate how to assist me with my purchases. Chu Feng teased them with a playful grin. Mr. Chu, you are being unreasonable. How could I have known you intended to buy so many items? Li Qingxian pouted. Even if we 3 were to exhaust ourselves, we could never carry all this. Just jesting. The store will deliver to my designated location. Chu Feng chuckled heartily. However, since you promised to help me with the items but are unable to do so, perhaps a slight punishment is in order? Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yining chimed in. How about we have Xianxian warm your bed? She giggled. Indeed, Xianxian would be willing. After all, you are her idol. Lin Shirin added with a smile. Li Qingxuan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Get lost, you 2 traitorous friends. In truth, Li Qingxian understood their intentions. Her 2 best friends, though appearing to sell her out for their own gain, were actually creating opportunities for her. Hearing this, Chu Feng wore a playful expression and remarked, if you say so. I might just take it seriously. When shall we commence this warming? Li Qingxuan's face deepened in color. Mr. Chu, please don't listen to their nonsense. Haha. Chu Feng laughed softly. I am merely joking. Don't take it to heart. Both sides continued to probe, blurring the lines between truth and jest. And please, drop the Mr. Chu formality. We are of the same graduating class. Henceforth, just call me Chu Feng. All right then, I shall call you Chu Feng, addressing you as Mr. Chu feels rather awkward. The three young women seized the opportunity to add, after all, we have known about you for quite some time. Oh, I was just an unremarkable youth in the past. How could you illustrious school flowers have known me? Chu Feng inquired, somewhat taken aback. Thus, Sun Yining recounted the invisible entanglements with Song Yanyan, causing Chu Feng to chuckle, relishing the gossip. Then, Sun Yining continued, Chu Feng, Song Yanyan broke up with you. It's her own misfortune. Now she regrets it. Oh, really? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Sun Yining laughed. Yesterday, we shared photos of the royal banquet we attended with you on our social media, specifically for her to see. Upon witnessing them, she felt a pang of jealousy and reportedly cried all night. This morning, her eyes were swollen. It is said she dreamt of reconciling with you. Chu Feng, please don't reconcile with her. Qingxian is far superior to Song Yanyan. We shall present Qingxian to you as a girlfriend. Lin Shireen teased. Dare I say, you are selling me out again. Why don't you become Chu Feng's girlfriend instead? Li Qingxian's earlier blush had faded, only to return with renewed vigor. Given Chu Feng's striking handsomeness, he certainly deserves the most beautiful girl. Lin Shireen laughed. Sun Yining nodded in agreement. Among the three of us, you are the most beautiful, with the best figure and temperament. Who else but you should be Chu Feng's girlfriend? Enough of this. Lin Shireen, your nickname baby voice is known to all. Sun Yining, your leggy beauty title is equally renowned. Li Qingxian retorted with a smile. Chu Feng, tell me, among these two, who do you fancy? I'll deliver her to your bed tonight for warmth. Such audacity. Chu Feng chuckled, assessing the three of them. To be honest, all three beauties were school flower-level stunners, each possessing captivating features. Lin Shireen was the Music Academy's belle, aptly named for her charming voice, which certainly drew attention. Sun Yining, the Dance Academy's flower, had long, slender legs from years of training, and her delicate waist resembled a willow branch, making one wish to embrace her. Alas, she had remained single throughout her university years, with standards too high. As for Li Qingxian, her beauty, grace, and figure were commendable. Although not as striking as Lin Shireen or Sun Yining in any singular aspect, her overall excellence made her a paragon of allure, innocent yet seductive, sweet yet spicy. At times gentle and enchanting, at others, fiery and captivating. A truly perfect girl. At this moment, the three young women noticed Chu Feng appraising them, unable to suppress their amusement. No way. Chu Feng, you aren't actually contemplating who to choose, are you? Your expression seems rather mischievous. Your gaze betrays your inner thoughts. Hearing this, Chu Feng grinned. Choose. Children make choices. Adults, of course, desire them all. Ugh, what a cad. Oh no, my idoless image is somewhat tarnished. Though they said this, the three young women showed no signs of disdain towards Chu Feng. Besides his undeniable handsomeness, it was evident that his financial prowess played a significant role. Chapter 23. What a cad. The allure of wealth is truly remarkable. It can resolve 99% of life's dilemmas, the remaining 1% merely due to insufficient funds. At this juncture, Chu Feng capitalized on the moment to further display his wealth. All right, no more jokes. To express my gratitude for helping me vex my ex-girlfriend, you may each select one item from the store, whatever your heart desires, as a gift from me. Is this true? That is wonderful. I've been eyeing that limited edition handbag for ages, but it has always been out of my budget. It costs $98 million, with an additional $10 million in purchase requirements. I want that limited edition handbag priced at $8 million. I fancy that platinum bag, which is $8 million. Too expensive. Is this really possible? The three young women looked at Chu Feng with eager eyes, and upon receiving his affirmative response, they rushed off to select their coveted limited edition handbags. Each handbag was one of a kind in the entire metropolis, and the minimum purchase requirement was an additional $10 million, while the most expensive one required a staggering $50 million. Currently, with Chu Feng having already prepaid $300 million, he could afford any additional purchases they desired. Once the three young women secured their beloved bags, their joy was palpable, and they couldn't help but plant a kiss on Chu Feng's cheek. After all, he was quite handsome. A kiss was hardly a loss. The sales associates at the Hermes counter looked on with envy. One kiss for a limited edition handbag? They could only dream of being so fortunate. Of course, they could only admire from afar. Those three beauties were genuinely stunning, surpassing even the stars on television. They were simply incomparable, busy yet blissful. The joy stemmed from the substantial sales volume, ensuring generous commissions, while the pain arose from the sheer volume of work ahead, as they would be occupied for the entire afternoon. Chu Feng, uninterested in waiting, instructed the sales associates to package the items and deliver them to the designated location. settling the remaining payment upon arrival. Then, he took the 3 young women, now adorned with their new handbags, and continued to explore other luxury stores. The scene of shopping unfolding once more. You have spent 300 million. Full refund triggered. You have received 300 million, which has been automatically credited. You have spent 8 billion. Full refund triggered. You have received 8 billion, which has been automatically credited. You have spent 5 billion. Full refund triggered. You have received 5 billion, which has been automatically credited. You have spent 6 billion. Full refund triggered. You have received 6 billion, which has been automatically credited. You have spent 500 million. Full refund triggered. You have received 500 million, which has been automatically credited. Clothing, handbags, shoes, belts, watches, jewelry, accessories, perfumes, and cosmetics were all bundled together. Chu Feng's actions of purchasing from store to store created a sensation throughout the National Finance Center. To avoid drawing unwanted attention, Chu Feng swiftly left with the 3 young women before they became the center of widespread fascination. Today, the luxurious boutiques at the Guijin Center are on the verge of being entirely acquired, which should suffice for quite some time. Those exquisite items will be meticulously packaged by the counters and dispatched to the designated location specified by Chu Feng, sparing him any concerns. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, the 3 young ladies were once again captivated by the stunning aesthetics of the Pagani Huayra before them. What a beautiful car. So handsome. But alas, it only seats 2. How are we to fit? A hint of awkwardness lingered in the air. Xian, why don't you and Chu Feng head off first? Shireen and I can take a taxi and follow. Chu Feng, upon hearing this, chuckled. That is a bit troublesome. Can you drive? Yes. The 3 young ladies nodded in unison. Beep. Chu Feng pressed the key fob, and a nearby red Ferrari 812C blinked in response. You 2 can take that car, while Xian and I will ride in this one. The extravagance was astonishing. The young ladies had grown accustomed to Chu Feng's financial prowess, so they said nothing further and complied with his suggestion. Driving the Pagani Huayra, Chu Feng whisked away the blushing Li Qingxian directly to the Jiangshan port, where they boarded the opulent cruise ship, the Oriental Pearl. The billion-dollar luxury vessel once again left Li Qingxian and her companions in awe. Chu Feng had arranged for dozens of chefs, servers, hosts, DJs, singers, dancers, and various entertainers to throw a cruise party on the deck for the 3 young ladies. Everyone surrounded them, catering to their needs, indulging in delectable cuisine, toasting with drinks, singing, and dancing, creating an atmosphere that felt nothing short of a dream. With the ambience set, the 3 young ladies decided to spend the night in the presidential suite aboard the cruise ship, and to showcase Chu Feng's generosity. Each was allotted her own suite. They were no novices, having seen enough of the world to be somewhat prepared for such extravagance. Yet the events that followed still caught them off guard. They initially assumed that Chu Feng would discreetly choose a particular suite, but to their surprise, the next morning they all slept in late, only stirring close to noon. As they gathered on the deck, dining and chatting, they began to notice peculiarities among themselves. After some deliberation, their faces flushed with indignation as they glared at Chu Feng, who was swimming in the pool, their teeth gritting in frustration. What a scoundrel! What a disgrace! Shameless! Chu Feng was indeed rather despicable. He had not hesitated to avoid making a choice. We cannot let him off the hook. Just then, Chu Feng emerged from the pool and approached them, momentarily leaving the 3 young ladies dumbfounded. His physique is truly impressive. No wonder he is my idol. Despite his flaws, he remains incredibly handsome. Chu Feng casually took a seat beside them, feigning ignorance. Why are you all staring at me? Scoundrel! Shameless! A heartbreaker! Chu Feng replied. What are you all talking about? I don't understand. Playing dumb, are we? Keep it up. You don't intend to take responsibility for what you've done, do you? Are you too ashamed to admit your actions from last night? Wiping the water from his hair, Chu Feng said, I apologize. I drank far too much last night, and can't recall much. I only remember that if I may have wronged you, I sincerely ask for your forgiveness. If you require me to take responsibility or provide compensation, I am open to it. Should you desire compensation, feel free to make any demands. If it's responsibility you seek, I promise to ensure your happiness in the future. Lin Shireen retorted, you're dreaming. How shameless. Sun Yining added. Still lost in your fantasies. What a scoundrel. Li Qingxian declared, we don't need your responsibility, nor do we require compensation. After all, I was prepared for last night. Just didn't he expect you to be so despicable? I've clearly misjudged you. Sisters, let us go? Wait. Chu Feng interjected suddenly, producing 3 protective talismans. Take these. If you ever need me, feel free to contact me anytime. Chapter 24, Danger Escalates. Chu Feng chose not to detain them, believing they needed time and space to process their thoughts. The world was undergoing unprecedented upheaval, and some previously unwavering truths might shift as a result. Chu Feng would undoubtedly keep a watchful eye on their safety, as they had become his concern. The 3 protective talismans were merely for survival. In the face of imminent danger, he trusted they would seek his assistance. As time progressed, reports of strange occurrences around the globe began to multiply. Huaxia was relatively stable. with officials working diligently to manage anomalies and contain the situation while suppressing information to prevent unrest. However, today marked the 6th day since the public beta of the Manhwaedit blind box game, and the frequency of unusual incidents had noticeably increased. Just moments ago, Chu Feng received a text message which read, "Dear citizens, recently, the risks associated with the Manhwaedit blind box game have escalated significantly. Opening blind boxes at random may jeopardize your life. We urge everyone not to open them indiscriminately and to join hands in creating a safe community. In case of emergencies, please contact the Public Security Bureau immediately." The authorities had disseminated emergency notifications via text, indicating the severity of the situation. Chu Feng opened Douyin to watch videos and catch up on local news, discovering a sudden spike in the probability of harmful items being released from blind boxes last night. The first video he encountered was trending locally. Green poison zombies emerge in Vegas community, biting and scratching dozens. Victims exhibit signs of poisoning and corpse transformation. The video was vividly clear, showcasing the green poison zombie, mangled beyond recognition, its body glistening with a green hue, reminiscent of the zombie films he watched in his youth. The deceased had already been urgently transported to the crematorium for incineration. As for the injured, the video lacked visual evidence, only speculation that they had likely succumbed to the corpse poison and faced dire fates. Seeing this footage sent a chill down Chu Feng's spine. Zombies. Such a nostalgic concept. It seemed like a distant memory, yet here it was resurfacing. The green zombies were agile, leaping swiftly, primarily carrying the corpse poison. A bite or scratch could easily lead to fatal poisoning or even transformation into a zombie. However, with Chu Feng as protective barrier, he was confident that the green zombies could not breach his defenses. Scrolling further, he encountered more alarming reports. 3-headed corpse wolves spotted on Chongming Street, reeking terribly, biting and attacking dozens. All foes neutralized by the military. Dozens of corpses found in Happiness Community, suspected to have been drained of vitality by malevolent creatures. Dogs have transformed. Nanfeng Square overrun by thousands of stray dogs. Avoid at all costs. A rodent infestation on Subway Line 11 has destroyed power lines, stranding trains underground. Firefighters are conducting emergency rescues. A swarm of giant insects, hundreds of billions strong, has formed a 10-kilometer-wide wave, devouring crops, vegetation, livestock, and even humans. A warehouse in the economic development zone has been enveloped by spider silk overnight. Suspected to have been occupied by giant spider monsters, dozens of night shift workers are in grave danger. Last night, multiple chain supermarkets and malls near People's Park were looted by a middle-aged man. Suspected to have gained extraordinary powers from a blind box, citizens with information are urged to contact the Public Security Bureau immediately. TSK, Chu Feng clicked his tongue. It seemed that incidents involving superpowered individuals breaking the law had emerged swiftly. It can be surmised that such incidents will only proliferate in the future. In truth, the most terrifying aspect of this apocalyptic era is not the myriad of malevolent creatures that could emerge at any moment, but rather humanity itself, particularly those who, upon suddenly acquiring formidable supernatural powers, immediately aspire to dominion and seek to exploit others. Such individuals are the most loathsome. Ding. Dear citizens, recently, the risk associated with the world's blind box game has escalated significantly. Opening a blind box indiscriminately may endanger your life. We urge everyone to refrain from opening blind boxes casually and to actively respond to this call to collaboratively foster a safe environment. In case of special circumstances, please contact the Public Security Bureau promptly. Additionally, the official resource reserve is abundant. We implore citizens not to engage in hoarding or panic buying. As Chu Feng scrolled through videos, his phone suddenly received another official alert, the sense of urgency intensifying. After some contemplation, he resolved to venture out personally. After all, the information circulating online was merely a partial view, and it was already outdated, dating back to the previous night. Only by traversing the city could he grasp the most accurate current situation. Before disembarking, he meticulously checked the items within his storage ring, an array of defensive gear, talismans, and skills that should ensure his safety. Subsequently, he instructed the ship's captain, a mere tool, to anchor the cruise ship 100 meters from shore to prevent it from being plundered. Although there were dozens of tools aboard, they were all engaged in mundane tasks. And in the presence of a supernatural being, they would be left with no choice but to kneel. Once everything was arranged, Chu Feng took control of the Pagani Ice Dragon and headed towards the city center. However, before reaching the heart of the city, he encountered an impenetrable traffic jam. The roads were congested with an abundance of vehicles, large trucks, small cars, tricycles, and electric scooters, as if the entire populace had converged on the streets. The vehicles were laden with pork, vegetables, eggs, rice, cooking oil, mineral water, snacks, soy sauce, vinegar, and various other supplies. Despite the official exhortation against stockpiling, the citizens' sense of crisis had nearly emptied the city's supermarkets and shops. After being stuck for half an hour, Chu Feng was infuriated to see a snail surpass his car, prompting him to exit the vehicle and stow his sports car into the storage ring. In the astonished gazes of onlookers, he executed the light step technique, leaving only an afterimage before vanishing from sight. Navigating through the throngs of traffic and pedestrians, he was fortunate to possess the light step. Even in the densest of crowds, he felt no trepidation. After exploring the city for over an hour, Chu Feng noted that many shops had been completely stripped bare. Some storefronts had shattered doors, with shelves toppled and debris strewn about, seemingly ransacked in a frenzy. The incessant honking of vehicles and the hurried demeanor of passers-by only amplified the anxiety and fear permeating the atmosphere. Suddenly, a cacophony of police sirens echoed from a distance. The vehicle's loudspeaker blared the slightly anxious voice of security personnel. Attention, all citizens. Attention, all citizens. A tide of insects will reach the city in half an hour. Please return home immediately and avoid lingering in the streets. Secure your doors and windows, draw your curtains, and extinguish all lights to mitigate any provocation of the insect tide. Chapter 25, The Rise and Fall. Listening to advice is wise. Chu Feng, ever obedient to counsel, promptly decided to retrace his steps homeward. Safety was paramount. One's life was invaluable. He also made sure to text Li Qinxian, Sun Yining, and Lin Shirin, advising them to remain safely indoors and avoid unnecessary outings. As for his childhood friend Yi Zhixue, hailing from a prominent family, he felt no need to worry about her. Chu Feng then rushed back to his cruise ship and navigated it to Manhware Island. Situated 6 kilometers from the coastline, with the vast sea acting as a natural barrier, he reasoned that the insect tide would likely not reach the island. Reclining on a luxurious leather sofa, he held a glass of fine red wine in one hand while operating his phone with the other, continuing to purchase blind boxes. Given the increasing ratio of harmful items emerging from blind boxes, nearly a 50-50 chance, alongside a heightened probability of encountering malevolent creatures, a growing number of individuals were hesitant to open them. This had led to a resurgence of blind box sales within the Gaming Exchange Center, featuring both ordinary and bronze blind boxes. Naturally, Chu Feng did not hastily purchase any blind box without first assessing whether its contents would benefit him. Upon acquiring a blind box, Chu Feng proceeded to synthesize and open it. This is a silver blind box containing a complete laser weapon system. This is a silver blind box containing 10 thunder talismans. This is a silver blind box containing an S-grade magic scroll, Meteor Fire Rain. To his astonishment, he had procured an S-grade magic scroll, Meteor Fire Rain magic scroll. S-grade. This is a one-time use magic scroll. Upon activation, it can summon a deluge of meteoric fire to launch a widespread attack on a designated target area. Although this magic scroll was a consumable, its expansive attack range and significant damage potential promised extraordinary results if utilized effectively. After securing the Meteor Fire Rain magic scroll, Chu Feng continued to open blind boxes. This is a silver blind box containing a fruit of attributes, which grants an increase of 5 points to all attributes upon consumption. A fruit of attributes? This was a first. Upon opening the blind box, he discovered a fruit the size of an apple, resplendent in a rosy hue, exuding a sweet and enticing aroma that made his mouth water. Thus, Chu Feng consumed it directly. Crunch. The fruit was crisp and refreshing, sweet and juicy, reminiscent of wax apples, but even more delectable. Delightful. In no time, he devoured the entire fruit of attributes, quenching both his hunger and thirst. You have consumed a fruit of attributes, gaining 5 points to all attributes. Exhilarating. An increase of 5 points to all attributes amounted to a total of 20 points, which was quite commendable. Moreover, this item required consumption to augment attribute points, as opposed to automatically enhancing them upon opening. Its taste was exquisite, making it a rare delicacy with both culinary and utilitarian value, likely to become a form of hard currency in the future. After savoring the flavor, Chu Feng continued to open more blind boxes. This is a silver blind box containing a Millennium Soul Plant, Fire Dragon Grass. What an astonishing find. A Millennium Soul Plant, Fire Dragon Grass. Chu Feng had never heard of such a thing from any realm, so he promptly opened the blind box to acquire the Fire Dragon Grass. Fire Dragon Grass, a Millennium Soul Plant, boasting robust vines that can reach lengths of dozens to hundreds of meters. The vine's tip forms a crown resembling a dragon's head, capable of spewing flames over 100 meters and possessing a certain probability of summoning a fire dragon composed of elemental fire, inflicting tremendous damage on foes. Reading the description of the Fire Dragon Grass, Chu Feng found it to be utterly fantastical. As a plant, not only could it breathe fire, but it could also summon a fire dragon. Was this truly within the realm of botanical capabilities? Regardless, as it would ultimately serve as his pet, its ferocity was all that mattered. Chu Feng promptly summoned the Fire Dragon Grass and planted it in his estate on Manhware Island. Though named grass in its initial form, the Fire Dragon Grass resembled a sunflower, standing tall and proud, with its flower crown transformed into a crown akin to a dragon's head, its fiery orange hue aptly justifying its name. In its combat form, its stem would elongate and thicken, and its crown would expand, making it even more suited for battle. With the addition of the Fire Dragon Grass to the island defense faction, Chu Feng's sense of security has significantly strengthened. He continues to open blind boxes. This is a silver blind box, containing a set of intelligent anti-air missile systems. This is a silver blind box, containing a directional teleportation talisman. This is a silver blind box, containing a B-rank title, white striped in the waves. This is a silver blind box, containing a set of intelligent radar systems. In a grand estate in the Magic City, a certain family-esque compound. Damn, another zombie. I've opened 6 blind boxes today, and 5 of them have been zombies. Am I that unlucky? Quick, kill it, don't let it escape. Fortunately, it was merely a white zombie, easily dispatched and incinerated. In the empire of the setting sun, in the Fog City, a certain ancient castle. This is the 20th bronze blind box today. I hope for a powerful skill. Oh God, Buddha, Lord, please bless me. Oh, for heaven's sake, another vampire. Kill it swiftly. Oh my goodness, it's a count-level vampire. What a fate. In the United States, Ohio, in a biological research base. Several researchers huddle in a small laboratory. Hey, everyone, we're surrounded by zombies outside. We can't get out. Let us pool our resources and buy one last bronze blind box. Our fate depends on it. Let us give it a shot. If we get something good, we all live. Otherwise, we all die. Let us do it. Purchased. I'm ready to open it. Everyone, get ready. 3, 2, 1. Open. Damn it. Oh no. It's over. Aya. Instantly, the small laboratory is filled with a horde of zombies, akin to sardines packed in a can. Such grim scenes occur frequently across the nation and even worldwide. Meanwhile, Chu Feng continues to open blind boxes. After finishing with the silver blind boxes, he proceeds to purchase regular blind boxes, crafting bronze blind boxes, and continues his endeavor. Lately, it feels like the proportion of harmful items in the blind boxes is increasing. My eyes are nearly blinded. As Chu Feng uses his true eye to peer into the blind boxes, he mutters to himself. Unbeknownst to him, the blind boxes he selects at the trading center are all beneficial items, while others can only acquire harmful item blind boxes. In this delicate balance, the chances for others to obtain good items diminish even further. On this day, after opening several hundred blind boxes, combining silver and bronze, Chu Feng reaps a plethora of valuable items. In high spirits that evening, he indulges in a royal feast, laying out a lavish spread on the table, accompanied by a bottle of vintage champagne. Each dish in the royal feast retains its authentic flavors, and the hot dishes are served at the perfect temperature, providing immense satisfaction. Just as Chu Feng is savoring his meal, the intelligent home system suddenly alarms. Chapter 26. Across mountains and seas, the mutated insect tide approaches. Beep beep. Attention, master. The intelligent radar system has detected unidentified flying objects approaching, currently at a distance of 1,000 meters. Attention, master. The intelligent radar system has detected unidentified flying objects approaching, currently at a distance of 950 meters. Attention, master. The intelligent radar system has detected unidentified flying objects approaching, currently at a distance of 880 meters. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng immediately approaches the window. The night has fallen, and visibility outside is non-existent. Reluctantly, he activates his True Eye. True Eye, being an SSS skill, not only allows for X-ray vision but also grants night vision and telescopic sight. After using the skill, Chu Feng immediately spots, in the northwest direction of Manhwa Island, a flock of birds rapidly heading towards the island. As they draw nearer, he can discern their basic attributes. Corpse-eating seagull, D-rank ferocious beast, thrives on the remains of fish and shrimp, and enjoys feasting on humans. Skilled in pecking, clawing, and defecating. The corpse-eating seagull is an unfamiliar species to Chu Feng, and being a D-rank ferocious beast, it undoubtedly emerged from the blind boxes. At this moment, a flock of over 100 corpse-eating seagulls swiftly descends upon Manhwa Island. Each bird is massive, with a wingspan of up to 3 meters and weighing dozens of kilograms. Recognizing the imminent threat, Chu Feng promptly commands, eliminate all unidentified flying objects immediately. Understood, master. Activating the proactive defense system. ZZZZ, rat-a-tat-tat. Almost instantaneously, several ground-based point defense cannons and laser cannons on the island unleash their firepower. Within seconds, the flock of D-rank corpse-eating seagulls is entirely annihilated. You have slain a D-rank corpse-eating seagull, gaining 5 points. You have slain a D-rank corpse-eating seagull, gaining 5 points. You have slain a D-rank corpse-eating seagull, gaining 5 points. Friendly reminder, the points system is currently in public testing. Please check back later. Your total points have reached 785, and you have entered the leaderboard. The leaderboard system is currently in public testing. Please check back later. Points system? Leaderboard system? The game updates new features daily. Without the system's notification, players would remain oblivious. Chu Feng quickly reviews the new features. The points system means that slaying monsters earns points, which can be exchanged for food, weapons, attribute points, skills, and nearly everything else. Upon inspection, 1 point for strength attribute requires 1,000 points. The higher the item S-tier, the more points required. Well, Chu Feng instantly realizes that the existing monetary system is on the brink of collapse. Henceforth, points will become the universal currency of the game. However, Earning points doesn't seem overly difficult. Slaying an E-rank ferocious beast grants 1 point, while a D-rank ferocious beast yields 5 points. The higher the beast's rank, the more points awarded. C-rank ferocious beast, 25 points. B-rank ferocious beast, 125 points. A-rank ferocious beast, 625 points. S-rank ferocious beast, 1250 points. Wow, slaying an S-rank ferocious beast only nets 1250 points, barely enough for a single attribute point. It appears that points aren't easily earned. It seems prudent to conserve points. For non-essential items, Chu Feng only needs to open blind boxes without spending points on purchases. After dispatching the corpse-eating seagulls, Chu Feng returns to the dining table to continue his meal. The time taken to eliminate the corpse-eating seagulls is brief and does not disrupt his dining experience. However, just a few minutes later, the intelligent home system alerts him once again. Beep beep. Attention, master. The intelligent radar system has detected a large number of unidentified flying objects approaching, currently at a distance of 1,000 meters. Attention, master. The intelligent radar system has detected a large number of unidentified flying objects approaching, currently at a distance of 980 meters. Attention, master. The intelligent radar system has detected a large number of unidentified flying objects approaching, currently at a distance of 950 meters. What on earth is happening? Can't I have a peaceful meal? Chu Feng, holding the champagne, leisurely approaches the window. This time, the unidentified flying objects are evidently moving at a much slower pace than the corpse-eating seagulls. However, upon activating his true eye for observation, he gasps in shock. Gasp. Those unidentified flying objects are none other than mutated insects. Mutated locust, E-rank pest, thrives on plant stems and leaves, also enjoys attacking humans. Skilled in flying, biting, and scything. Mutated cockroach, E-rank pest, thrives on food scraps, also enjoys attacking humans. Skilled in flight, biting, and bacteria. Mutated fire ant, E-rank pest, fond of carnivorous feasts. Adept at biting and corrosive attacks. Chu Feng was not particularly afraid of insects, yet these creatures were mutated, each the size of a chicken or duck, and their numbers were staggering. In Chu Feng's eyes, the northwest sea surface appeared as a thick, black cloud, densely packed and ominously looming, stretching for several kilometers, with the insect swarm numbering in the billions, sweeping toward Manhwa Island. A tide of insects. It had crossed mountains and seas, traversing through throngs of people, and had arrived at his island. Chu Feng could not help but recall the group of carrion-eating sea swallows from earlier. Had they fled in terror from this insect tide? Although the mutated insects were classified as E-rank pests, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. The scale was immense. Chu Feng felt a sense of unease creeping in. However, since they had arrived directly at Manhwa Island, he had no choice but to engage in battle. It was the perfect opportunity to test the island's defense system. Thus, Chu Feng issued a command. Eliminate all targets immediately. Yes, master. Activating the active defense system. Zzz, ta-da-ta-da-ta-da-da. The laser cannons and close defense artillery responded immediately, creating a barrage of lasers and shells within a 500-meter radius of Manhwa Island. Countless mutated insects plummeted into the sea. Simultaneously, Chu Feng received a flurry of game notifications. You have slain E-rank pest mutated locust, points 1. You have slain E-rank pest mutated cockroach, points 1. You have slain E-rank pest mutated longhorn beetle, points 1. Thousands upon thousands of mutated insects fell, and Chu Feng's points soared into the thousands. It was exhilarating, but it was not to last. Within minutes, the close defense artillery, its barrels glowing red, fell silent. Each unit had expended tens of thousands of shells. Even if there were more rounds, the barrels could no longer endure. Only the laser cannons continued to unleash beams of light, scorching the mutated pests, yet they could not halt the tide of insects. Like a dark cloud, the mutated swarm surged directly toward Manhwa Island. Chapter 27. All those points. As the mutated insect swarm descended upon Manhwa Island, it blotted out the sun, casting a shadow as ominous as impending doom. Yet, Chu Feng stood motionless by the window, seemingly waiting for something. Of course, his protective aura enveloped him completely. He felt secure. The Meteor Fire Rain spell scroll was already gripped tightly in his hand, ever prepared, yet momentarily still. Just then, a flash of orange-red suddenly began to grow rapidly within the island estate. It was time. Unleash your power, Fire Dragon Grass. That vibrant orange-red transformed swiftly into a vine over 100 meters long, as thick as a barrel, with the dragon-headed flower crown at its tip swelling numerous times. It resembled a dragon soaring in the wind. Golden soul rings spun continuously around the vine, showcasing its prowess as a millennium-old soul plant. At this moment, the mutated insect tide, resembling a dark cloud, had arrived above Manhwa Island, and simultaneously, the dragon head of the fire dragon grass erupted in a massive flame. Whoosh! The flames stretched 100 meters, instantly painting half the sky crimson, filling the air with the sounds of insects being scorched and their agonizing cries. Zzz, chirp, chirp, chirp. The charred mutated pests rained down like a torrential downpour, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of roasted flesh. You have slain E-rank pest mutated cricket, points 1. You have slain E-rank pest mutated toxic moth, points 1. You have slain E-rank pest mutated fire red ant, points 1. The game notifications flooded in, and while Chu Feng was delighted, he realized that despite the ferocity of the fire dragon grass, it was but a single plant. One blast could eliminate tens of thousands. Yet this was a tide of billions of mutated insects. It was simply impossible to incinerate them all. The swarm continued its eastward flight, merely passing over Manhwaaudiobook Island, likely to be gone in less than half an hour. If he did not seize the opportunity to eliminate more, it would be a regrettable loss. Those were all potential points. With this thought in mind, Chu Feng resolved to take the initiative. He ascended to the top floor of the villa, onto the rooftop. Observing the swarming creatures, Chu Feng activated his protective aura, affixed several talismans for defense upon himself, and produced the Meteor Fire Rain spell scroll. One must be willing to risk in order to gain high-value items and earn points. Now let us witness the might of the S-rank Meteor Fire Rain spell scroll. Following the instructions for the spell scroll, Chu Feng unfurled it and tossed it into the air. A cascade of golden light erupted from the scroll, as if imbued with consciousness, soaring toward the insect tide and swiftly transforming into waves of crimson magical radiance. Was that it? Chu Feng nearly lost his composure. Fortunately, 3 seconds later, the sky above Manhwaedit Island transformed into a fiery red. In the blink of an eye, fiery orbs fell like raindrops from the heavens, enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Boom, 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 boom. The dense fireballs descended from above, crashing into the mutated insect swarm, instantaneously obliterating and even vaporizing the pests within that vicinity. Hiss. Was this the power of an S-rank spell scroll? Incredible. The entire formation of mutated insects appeared to be cleaved in two by the meteor fire rain. The magic persisted for 5 seconds, slaying millions of mutated pests. But against a tide stretching for miles, it was but a mere drop in the bucket. The mutated creatures that had passed over Manhwaedit Island were swiftly annihilated, while those on the flanks of the swarm, further from the island, continued their flight. Chu Feng watched anxiously. Those were all points. As the meteor fire rain concluded, he retrieved a handful of thunderbolt talismans and hurled them into the air. Boom, 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 boom. Just as the fire rain ended, the sky erupted with thunder, lightning crackling as it continued to decimate the mutated insect tide. Although these thunderbolt talismans were merely B rank, with limited range and power, they proved effective against E rank mutated pests. Moreover, the lightning attacks featured piercing and chain effects, and with the mutated pests clustered closely together, a single bolt could strike down thousands. Most importantly, Chu Feng had an ample supply of thunderbolt talismans. If the range was insufficient, he would simply increase the quantity. He hurled the thunderbolt talismans one after another, and soon, the sky above Manhwaedit Island was filled with dazzling bolts, creating a vacuum zone, as the mutated pests soaring over the island were all annihilated. Boom, 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 boom. At that moment, in the capital city, chaos reigned on the streets. Vehicles lay overturned, and the sidewalks, green spaces, and plazas were littered with the corpses of mutated pests and some human remains. Official departments were engaged in cleanup efforts. When the insect tide passed, unfortunate souls were inevitably bitten or injured by the mutated pests. A careless bite to the neck or head could lead to certain death. At this moment, the vast metropolis felt eerily desolate, as the surviving citizens cowered in their homes, trembling in fear, lamenting their fate, while the city lay in silence and desolation. The online world was ablaze with commotion. In a local forum of the bustling metropolis, a fervent discussion erupted. Mutated insects, zombies, and ferocious beasts. Has the apocalypse truly arrived? What shall we do? I haven't even had the chance to stock up. Only 2 bags of instant noodles remain at home. Fear not, for the authorities will provide us with sustenance. Are you still dreaming, or have you just awoken? Even if the officials had the intent, they lack the capacity. Hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands are without food. How can the authorities possibly organize aid when such situations are rampant across the nation? Use your brain. I've heard of individuals discovering magical abilities within blind boxes. Surely, the authorities will enlist these gifted individuals to vanquish the zombies and feral beasts? Huh. If you can think of it, do you think the officials are oblivious? Let me inform you, they have already begun recruiting, and the results have been promising. What is the current situation? Please elaborate. The authorities have indeed recruited a cadre of extraordinary individuals through various channels, collectively referred to as evolvers. While some of these evolvers have established grassroots organizations, the most significant group remains under official jurisdiction. The previous speaker's assertion was not entirely accurate. It is true that the officials require the combat prowess of evolvers, while the evolvers equally depend on the organizational and logistical capabilities of the authorities. Both parties mutually enhance one another. Cooperation yields benefits, while discord leads to mutual destruction. Precisely. We hope that other evolvers will promptly report to the authorities, who will bestow ample honor and generous rewards. Only through sincere collaboration can we eradicate the looming crises and restore our world to prosperity and stability. The greater the power, the heavier the responsibility. Evolvers, demonstrate your resolve and showcase your vision. Fight valiantly for all humanity. What a moral bind. Evolvers are human too. Why should they fight for you? Have you compensated them? Or are they dependent on your sustenance? You may have grand aspirations, but why don't you take up the fight yourself? Indeed, at this moment, it is you who needs protection. Consider your own attitude. Would you be willing to relinquish your valuable possessions to others for their protection? Everyone, please cease the bickering. Is there anyone residing by the sea? Quickly, look to the ocean. A natural phenomenon is occurring. The sky has turned crimson. Chapter 28, Attribute Surge. Oh no, a natural phenomenon foretells calamity. Calamity, my foot. It's merely a splendid sunset. A sunset, you say? Have you checked the time? It has been dark for quite some time. Oh no, the sky is no longer red. Now thunder is rumbling. The heavens roar, and lightning flashes. A formidable figure must be undergoing tribulation. A tribulation expert? How impressive. Those zombies and feral beasts would surely be obliterated in an instant. We beseech the Great One to intervene and save humanity. We implore the Great One to act and rescue us. We plead for the Great One to save our lives. What a mess. Someone up there is ruining the formation. Toss them out to feed the zombies. Are we saving your life or your dog's? You are making it difficult for our savior. I must say, I admire all of you. Even amidst the apocalypse, you still engage in such lively conversation. You understand nothing. We are praying for the protection of the tribulation expert. Prayers are ongoing. Prayers are ongoing. On Manhwa Island, as the tide of insects passes and the thunder dissipates, the moon shines brightly amidst the sparse stars. Chu Feng plopped down onto a sunbathing recliner atop the building, thoroughly exhausted from the past half hour. The meteor shower and the thunderous symbols are beyond mention. During the latter half of the battle, Chu Feng even took matters into his own hands, wielding the Six Meridian sword to slay the remnants of the insect tide. To his surprise, the Six Meridian sword proved to be remarkably sharp, albeit somewhat draining on his mental energy. In the game All-World Blind Box, mental energy is akin to a mage's magic, a martial artist's inner strength, a telekinetic's force, or a cultivator's true chi. For example, Chu Feng's Six Meridian sword requires the consumption of inner strength, which in the game translates to mental energy expenditure. Earlier, he unleashed the Six Meridian sword in a flurry of chaos. What a thrill! However, once the exhilaration faded, he felt utterly depleted, as if his very essence had been drained. In that moment, he entered a sage-like state. Yet, the bounty was substantial. Upon glancing at his game panel, the score section boldly displayed 87, 735, 681 points. A staggering sum exceeding 80 million points. While this is still less than a tenth of the insect tide count, it remains an astronomical figure. An S-rank beast yields merely 250 points. Thus, over 80 million points equates to the slaughter of over 70,000 S-rank beasts. As for attribute points, they stand at a mere 1,000 points each, allowing him to redeem over 80,000. Each attribute could be enhanced by more than 20,000 points. Does this not transform him into a veritable god of war? With raw physical power alone, devoid of any skills, he could easily obliterate ordinary beasts. With this thought, Chu Feng decided to make a purchase. First, he aimed to enhance his strength, attempting to buy 20,000 points. He entered the game's points shop, located the strength attribute, and entered 20,000 in the subsequent numerical box. Purchase failed. Please note, the daily purchase limit for this item is 999. This shop is inadequate. The supply is evidently insufficient. Very well, then I shall purchase 999. You have spent 999,000 points to purchase 999 strength attribute points. In the same manner, Chu Feng expended 3 separate 999,000 points to acquire 999 points each in constitution, agility, and mental attributes. You have spent 999,000 points to purchase 999 constitution attribute points. You have spent 999,000 points to purchase 999 agility attribute points. You have spent 999,000 points to purchase 999 mental attribute points. Next came the allocation of points. Presently, among his 4 primary attributes, the highest was the mental attribute, barely reaching a few hundred points. It was already commendable. Now with an additional nearly 40,000 attribute points, wouldn't he be soaring high like a cow on a plane, an unstoppable force? With this in mind, Chu Feng felt a surge of excitement and immediately began allocating points. Strength, 999. Boom. Chu Feng felt an explosive surge of power coursing through him, as if a nuclear bomb had detonated within, unleashing boundless energy. His small frame could scarcely contain such overwhelming strength, threatening to shatter him into pieces. Feeling a pang of panic, Chu Feng swiftly allocated points to his constitution. Constitution, 999. Boom. As his constitution points increased, the sensation of impending disintegration was instantaneously quelled. His robust vitality, resilient skin, powerful sinews, and sturdy bones absorbed and harmonized the explosive force akin to a nuclear blast. Roar. The sudden surge of might and constitution compelled Chu Feng to unleash a primal roar, propelling himself into the air. Bang! Merely the force of his leap caused the ground to collapse beneath him. That powerful jump launched him several hundred meters high and far, akin to a cannonball, directly plunging into the ocean. Splash! After a full 2 minutes, bang! Chu Feng erupted from the depths like a submerged missile, emerging triumphantly. This time, he controlled his landing, settling steadily into the estate on Mingwei Island. Spotting a rock measuring about 2 meters square beside him, Chu Feng unleashed a barrage of punches. Bang, 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 bang. The rocks seemed to encounter a shredder, instantly shattering into a flurry of fragments. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. Chu Feng gazed at the crushed stones before him and then at his unscathed fists, bursting into laughter. His formidable strength and constitution had transformed his body into a human weapon, capable of cleaving through gold and jade, slicing through iron as if it were mere clay. Now, even if he were to offer his hand to an ordinary zombie or a typical ferocious beast to bite, he could undoubtedly shatter their large teeth. Following that, Chu Feng allocated points to his agility and mental attributes. Agility, 9,999. Mentality, 9,999. Boom, boom. With his powerful physique as support, his agility and mentality surged, finally avoiding the sense of collapse that accompanied the previous surge in strength. After all 4 attributes reached 9,999 points, Chu Feng's personal attributes had transformed into the following. Player, Chu Feng. Gender, male. Age, 22. Strength, 10,210. Constitution, 10,355. Agility, 10,137. Mentality, 10,506. Luck, 11. Title, True Man in a Second. Astray in the Waves. This attribute panel was utterly uncharacteristic of a character who had only played for a few days. Yet, that was indeed the case. All counted, it had been less than 6 days. It was simply terrifying. Reflecting on the strength of his physical body, if he were to find a point of reference, Chu Feng couldn't help but think of the Hulk from Marvel, whose physical strength was likely comparable. The only difference was that he was not green. Moreover, unlike the Hulk, who was all brawn and little brain, he was a versatile contender with all attributes exceeding 10,000. Thus, under normal circumstances, Chu Feng would never rely on his body to withstand missiles nor engage in direct combat with formidable beasts. If he could use skills, he would certainly do so. Currently, the highest wild blind box only contained bronze-level items, yielding no high-level skills. To obtain advanced skills, one would either have to wait until the later stages of the game or purchase them now. It was uncertain if they were available in the marketplace. Therefore, Chu Feng shifted his focus to the Game Points marketplace. Chapter 29. 3 SSS-level skills acquired. Chu Feng swiftly browsed through the Game Points marketplace. The items within were overwhelmingly abundant. They likely encompassed treasures from myriad realms. From the smallest embroidery needle to the grandest golden staff, everything one could eat, drink, use, or study was available. Chu Feng could only filter through and select skills for review. Skills began at E-grade. E-grade skills averaged between 100 to 499 points. D-grade skills averaged between 500 to 999 points. C-grade skills averaged between 1,000 to 9,999 points. B-grade skills averaged between 10,000 to 50,000 points. A-grade skills averaged between 50,000 to 100,000 points. S-grade skills averaged between 100,000 to 1,000,000 points. SS grade skills averaged between 1,000,000 to 10,000,000 points. SSS grade skills started at over 10,000,000 points. Upon seeing that SSS grade skills began at merely 10,000,000 points, Chu Feng knew he must act swiftly. What if, just like the attribute points, there was a purchase limit and someone else snatched them up first? He would only be left to weep in despair. Thus, Chu Feng immediately took action. Electromagnetic control, SSS level, unique remaining quantity 1, price 10,000,000 points. Spatial control, SSS level, unique remaining quantity 1, price 15,000,000 points. Temporal control, SSS level, unique remaining quantity 1, price 20,000,000 points. Buddha's Wrath Lotus, SSS level, unique remaining quantity 1, price 30,000,000 points. Heavenly Sword of Creation, SSS level, unique remaining quantity 1, price 50,000,000 points. After much deliberation, Chu Feng ultimately opted to purchase 3 SSS level skills. Each of these skills was unique, and once purchased, they would be sold out. Acquiring them was akin to a windfall. So Chu Feng naturally chose the most advantageous purchasing option. You have spent 10,000,000 points to purchase the skill electromagnetic control, SSS level, and have automatically learned the basics. You have spent 15,000,000 points to purchase the skill spatial control, SSS level, and have automatically learned the basics. You have spent 20,000,000 points to purchase the skill temporal control, SSS level, and have automatically learned the basics. 3 SSS level skills acquired. Delightful. However, why had he only learned the basics of these 3 skills? In the past, whenever he acquired skills, he had instantly mastered them. Could it be that SSS level skills were particularly challenging to learn? While pondering, Chu Feng began to examine the new skills. Electromagnetic control, SSS level allows mastery over all powers related to electricity and magnetism, capable of evolving into various electrical and magnetic skills, including but not limited to electric current techniques, electric sphere techniques, electromagnetic techniques, energy storage techniques, etc. The stronger the electromagnetic control ability, the more potent the derived skill effects. Electric current technique releases electric current to paralyze, scorch, and weave a net of lightning. Electric sphere technique condenses a spherical bolt of lightning, enhancing explosive effects. Electromagnetic technique, mastery over metals, electromagnetic cannons, and magnetic levitation flight skills. Energy storage technique accumulates electric charge and energy for a powerful release. The electromagnetic control skill truly lived up to its SSS level designation. Even the skill description was densely packed with information. In summary, from this moment forth, anything related to electricity and magnetism would fall under Chu Feng's command. With the electromagnetic control skill in his arsenal, he need not worry about his output capabilities. Coupled with his exceptional mental strength, he could generally wield electromagnetic control at will without concerns of mana depletion. Next, Chu Feng turned his attention to the second SSS level skill, spatial control. Spatial control, SSS level allows mastery over all skills related to space, including but not limited to spatial storage, instant movement, shrinking the Earth to an inch, spatial teleportation, spatial marking, spatial confinement, spatial compression, spatial tearing, absolute domain, etc. The stronger the spatial control ability, the more potent the derived skill effects. Chu Feng was quite pleased with the spatial control skill. Mastering this skill was tantamount to possessing countless spatial-related superpowers, an exhilarating prospect indeed. Although he had only just begun, it was already immensely powerful. For instance, with spatial storage, the space he could store was already comparable to an A-grade storage ring. It was likely that upon mastering the spatial control skill, he would attain unlimited storage space. Furthermore, with instant movement, Chu Feng could teleport freely within dozens of meters, moving in all directions. However, the destination could not be another solid object, such as stone or earth. For example, if he were on the 1st floor, he could teleport to the 5th floor, but not underground unless he wished to entomb himself. Yet, if he were on the 5th floor, he could teleport to the 10th floor or back to the 1st floor. As long as there was space, he could move. As for the absolute domain, it would allow Chu Feng to create a space under his control, enveloping himself within this domain. In this space, during battles of equal level, Chu Feng would reign supreme. Even if he faced opponents of a higher level, he could still contend with them thanks to the absolute domain. Indeed, should one's prowess vastly exceed the norm, even the absolute domain would prove inadequate. As for the mastery of spatial manipulation, it can only be deemed extraordinary. Meanwhile, the ability to control time is even more formidable. Time manipulation, SSS level the capability to govern all skills related to time, including but not limited to time suspension, time reversal, time acceleration, time deceleration, foresight of the future, time travel, and more. The stronger the time control ability, the more potent the derived skills become. This skill appears to be even more astonishing than spatial mastery. Fortunately, I have only grasped the rudimentary aspects for now, or else I would genuinely worry about my ability to wield it. For instance, the concept of time suspension brings to mind the viral pause videos that proliferated before the apocalypse. While those were merely performances, my skill is undeniably genuine. However, at present, my foundational capability allows me to forcibly halt time for only a second or two. In that fleeting moment, plotting any mischief against the fairer sex is simply impossible. Yet, in the throes of combat, a mere second or two could indeed dictate victory or defeat, even life or death. As for the ability to foresee the future, I can currently only predict events that may transpire in the coming minutes, with the accuracy correlating to my own safety. This aspect is remarkably powerful, significantly enhancing my sense of security. Regarding time reversal and time travel, my current nascent skills are insufficient for smooth execution. However, once my control over time strengthens, I shall endeavor to explore these realms. With nearly 40,000 attribute points at my disposal and 3 SSS level skills acquired, I found myself so exhilarated that sleep eluded me for half the night. It was only as dawn approached that I finally succumbed to slumber. Uncertain of how long I had slept, a sudden chime in my mind jolted me awake. Chapter 30. The 7th day of public testing, major rule adjustments. Ding. Today marks the 7th day of game public testing. I am delighted to meet you once more. Following the initial public testing phase, the game development team has made adjustments to enhance the gaming experience and rectify unreasonable rules. The adjustments are as follows. Adjustment 1. The Multiverse Blind Box game has completed biological brain binding. From now on, the game will no longer require mobile login, making gameplay more convenient and immersive. Goodness, this truly signifies the game invading reality. The entire world has transformed into a doomsday gaming landscape. Every individual has become a game character. The relentless emergence of zombies, ghouls, vampires, ferocious beasts, and bizarre monsters from the blind boxes constitutes a continuous influx of adversaries. Only by incessantly battling monsters and accumulating experience points can one hope to grow stronger. The essence of an online game is increasingly palpable. Adjustment 2. The blind box gifting mechanism has been revised. Daily sign-ins will no longer grant blind boxes, but will instead randomly award 110 points, which can be used to purchase a blind box for 10 points. This adjustment delivers a sharp slap to the face of players who merely wished to open one blind box daily. Previously, one could automatically activate a blind box daily. Now, that is no longer feasible. Players may only sign in for 110 points, with the chance of acquiring 10 points to exchange for one blind box. Unlucky players might only receive 1 point, or even face several consecutive days of just 1 point. Failing to open a blind box daily would mean certain doom. This compels everyone to strive for points. Naturally, points can also be earned by defeating monsters or selling items. Players may even resort to begging for alms from fellow gamers, should they be willing to oblige. Regardless, the previous scenario of languishing in wait for a blind box to open is now a thing of the past. Adjustment 3. The blind box activation mechanism has been altered. A limited number of blind boxes will randomly spawn in concealed areas daily, existing for 24 hours. If unclaimed after this duration, they will respawn in a new location. This rule adjustment further reduces the production of blind boxes. However, the game also provides players with a means to exchange for blind boxes in the fourth adjustment. Adjustment 4. The blind box exchange mechanism has been modified. Players can use points to redeem various blind boxes in the point shop. Standard blind boxes require 100 points. Bronze blind boxes require 1,000 points. Silver blind boxes require 10,000 points. Gold blind boxes require 100,000 points. Platinum blind boxes require 1,000,000 points. Diamond blind boxes require 10,000,000 points. Starry blind boxes require 100,000,000 points. Ultimate blind boxes require 1,000,000,000 points. The ultimate blind box has a chance of yielding the most potent SSS level skills. A staggering 1,000,000,000 points for a chance at SSS level skills. Glancing at the 3 SSS level skills I currently possess, which only cost a total of 500 points, I find it quite a bargain. Adjustment 5. The mechanism for point conversion has been revised, having detected that players were acquiring points too easily. The game shop prices have been universally increased by a factor of 10 to 10,000. Upon reading this, I could not help but raise an eyebrow. Could this adjustment possibly be a result of my actions? This situation effectively escalates the game's difficulty by more than tenfold. Upon inspection, I discovered that the attribute points, previously valued at 1,000 points, have now skyrocketed to 100,000 points, a tenfold increase. Moreover, today, the shop contains only 99 of each type of attribute point. It appears that my purchasing spree yesterday had completely emptied the inventory, which is now gradually being restocked. Having acquired nearly 40,000 attribute points in one go yesterday, I effectively saved 39.6 billion points. This is simply a windfall. Furthermore, the prices of SSS level skills have risen exponentially. The Buddha's Wrath Lotus, SSS level, unique, which was priced at 30 million points yesterday, now commands a staggering 3 billion points, a 1,000-fold increase. The Sword of Opening Heaven, SSS level, unique, previously costing 50 million points, now stands at 6 billion points, an increase of 1,200-fold. I silently recoiled, feeling rather guilty towards my fellow humans. Had I known the system would implement such a maneuver, I would have undoubtedly exhausted my remaining 2 million points. Alas, those points have depreciated significantly now. Adjustment 6. The mechanism for acquiring points for monster kills has been adjusted. Points awarded to the Slayer will now depend on the monster's strength level, E, D, C, B, A, S, and bloodline rank, common, elite, boss, king. For instance, A-level ordinary monsters yield 1 point, while defeating monsters of higher strength levels increases the points awarded by 5-fold. And ascending bloodline ranks enhances the points by 10-fold. In the 6th adjustment, I am quite clear. Considering S-level monsters, an S-level ordinary monster yields only 125 points. Yet an S-level king monster grants a whopping 125,000 points. This is immensely gratifying for skilled players. Naturally, king bloodline monsters are exceedingly rare. Adjustment 7. Modifications have been made to the game's trading center functionality and transaction fees. Adjustment 8. Enhancements to the leaderboard system display functionality. On the 7th day of public testing, A total of 20 rules were amended, with a general trend indicating increasing pressure on players, particularly ordinary gamers. The notion of idly waiting for blind boxes to open and resigning oneself to fate is no longer viable. Consequently, the survival pressure for ordinary players has surged dramatically. However, for Chu Feng, no matter how stringent the rules or how harsh the environment, it scarcely affected him. After all, he was virtually invincible at this moment. Whether in terms of physical strength or skill potency, he was an unparalleled force at this stage. The only uncertainty lay in whether he could withstand a nuclear bomb. Even if he could not endure it head-on, he could certainly evade or flee. Now that he was invincible, he intended to continue relishing life. While savoring existence, he would strive to maintain his overwhelming advantage and even widen the gap further. After digesting the new game rules, Chu Feng retrieved a steaming bowl of seafood congee from his spatial ring, relishing a simple breakfast. Upon finishing his meal, Chu Feng stepped outside and frowned at the multitude of mutated insect corpses littering the ground. After pondering for a moment, he waved his hand, and within a radius of several dozen meters, all the insect carcasses vanished without a trace. With another wave, he summoned all the insect remains to the waters beyond Manhwa Island. A singular act of spatial teleportation had effortlessly transported the corpses from the ground to the sea. Remarkably, this SSS-level skill proved to be exceptionally useful. If others were to learn that he employed an SSS-level skill merely to clear debris, one could only imagine their reactions. Following this rhythm, Chu Feng did not take a single step, yet managed to clear the island of insect remains in just a few minutes. These insect corpses were not entirely refuse. The devouring white whale, the octopus brother, and the little yellow duck were feasting heartily on them. After all, they were mutated pests, and consuming them allowed for the absorption of a modicum of mutated energy, aiding their growth. Essentially, these corpses served as fodder for his soul beast companions. Particularly, the devouring white whale could devour thousands of insect carcasses in one gulp, absorbing the most mutated energy. However, the most notable transformation was observed in the iron-mouthed little flower duck, which, being merely a decade-old soul beast, experienced a significant increase in power after consuming just a few mutated insects. Yet, a level 10 soul beast was undeniably too weak, relegating it to the role of a mere pet. Leisurely observing his soul beast companions foraging, Chu Feng suddenly felt a jolt as the Wanjie blind box game, now integrated into his consciousness, received a distress signal from a friend. Chapter 31, Spatial Leap, Remote Assistance. Previously, when the game was bound to his phone, messages were sent through the device. Now that the game was directly linked to his brain, messages within the game could only be conveyed through mental awareness, offering a far more convenient and advanced experience. Moreover, only friends could exchange messages. Naturally, with a sufficiently large friend list, one could categorize friends and set communication permissions for each category, making it quite user-friendly. Currently, as the game had only just been integrated into his mind, Chu Feng had yet to configure these settings, so the distress signal from his friend immediately transmitted into his consciousness. With a mere thought, a virtual game screen materialized before him. To his surprise, the sender of the distress message was Sun Yining. Chu Feng, can you save Qingxian? She has been scratched by a zombie and is already poisoned, close to death. What should we do? Do you have a way to save her? We are surrounded by zombies. Upon reading the message, Chu Feng promptly replied, Where are you? Send me your location coordinates. After sending the message, he contemplated briefly and decided to directly request location sharing. Sun Yining agreed instantly. Wait for me, I'll be there shortly, Chu Feng declared, activating his ultimate skill, Spatial Leap. The spatial leap was primarily utilized for teleportation over vast distances. If one could master spatial control to perfection, it might even allow for interstellar teleportation. However, as Chu Feng had only just begun, achieving a spatial leap over several kilometers was quite reasonable. Such a grand technique consumed considerable time. It took Chu Feng a full 3 minutes to successfully establish a spatial leap channel to Sun Yining's location. 3 entire minutes to create a spatial leap channel spanning just a few kilometers. He realized he still had much room for improvement. Then, with a mere thought, he vanished from his original spot. Magic City, Guijin Center Mall. At this moment, the underground shopping center had been completely besieged by dozens of zombies. These zombies, exuding a sickly green aura, blocked all entrances and exits of the shopping center, seemingly intent on not allowing a single living being to escape. The reason these green zombies were able to act in such a manner was due to the presence of a hairy zombie behind them, directing their actions. As the zombies blocked the doors, the shoppers inside the mall also barricaded the exits with various shelves and shopping carts to fend off the undead. However, many of the patrons had rushed into the shopping center in haste, and several had already been scratched by zombies, succumbing to the zombie toxin. Once poisoned, without effective treatment, the unfortunate victims would inevitably succumb to the toxin within a few hours, or at most, half a day, transforming into zombies themselves. At that point, new zombies would inevitably emerge within the shopping center. Consequently, many individuals inside the mall advocated for expelling those who had already been harmed by zombies. Some even suggested that while the injured had yet to succumb to death and transformation, they should be killed to prevent the impending transformation. As such opinions surfaced, two factions emerged within the shopping center, one comprised of healthy individuals, and the other of the injured or their close friends. However, the former clearly outnumbered the latter, placing the injured at a significant disadvantage. Li Qingxian was among the injured. At this moment, Sun Yining and Lin Shirin were closely guarding her, both fearfully glancing at the people opposite them, anxious about Li Qingxian succumbing to the toxin and transforming, while simultaneously wary of potential threats from others. Those who have been scratched by zombies should leave. Don't force us to take action. Yes, those who have been poisoned will eventually become zombies. You shouldn't remain here to harm others. What are you looking at? We're talking about you. Can't you be more considerate and not endanger us all? Get out. Hurry up and leave, or we will have to take action. Among the crowd, several burly men, adorned with tattoos and possessing brutish appearances, huddled together, whispering while casting lewd glances at Sun Yining and Lin Shirin. In that moment, one of the muscular men stepped forward, addressing Sun Yining. Miss, I am a D-class ability user. If you are willing to heed my words, I can protect you. Upon hearing this, Sun Yining's brows furrowed. The man's brutishness, coupled with his yellowed teeth, was off-putting, and she found it hard to fathom his audacity in expecting her to comply. No need. We have someone to protect us. Sun Yining managed to suppress her disgust and replied coolly. Oh, someone is protecting you? Where's that person? You are surrounded by zombies. And that girl behind you is on the verge of becoming a zombie. Where's your protector? Have him show himself. Not your concern. Please keep your distance. Sun Yining couldn't help but retort, finding the man's drooling presence utterly repulsive. You filthy bitch. How dare you call me disgusting? The muscular man was immediately incensed. I'll show you what true disgust feels like. As he spoke, the burly man with green skin strode towards Sun Yining, his hefty hand raised to strike her face. At that moment, a sudden blur appeared before the green-skinned giant, and with a resounding thud, he unexpectedly collided with a figure, being sent sprawling several meters away. Chu Feng, Brother Feng, you've arrived. Sun Yining and Lin Shirin exclaimed in delight. Although they were bewildered by his sudden appearance, they were acutely aware of their newfound safety. Brother Feng, please save Qingxian. Qingxian, let me see where you're hurt. Upon seeing Chu Feng, Li Qingxuan's eyes brimmed with tears. Her voice caught in her throat as she extended her hand towards him. 3 deep gashes marred the back of her hand, now a sickly shade of green and black. The zombie toxin coursing through her veins had already reached her elbow. TSK, didn't I give you a talisman for protection? How did you still get hurt? Sun Yining interjected hastily. Qingxian almost got caught by a zombie while trying to save us. Chu Feng nodded silently, refraining from commentary, unable to contain her anxiety. Li Qingxian asked, Brother Feng, will I die? Will I turn into a zombie? With a reassuring smile, Chu Feng replied, zombies are far too ugly. As long as I'm here, you will only grow more beautiful. He then offered her a fruit the size of an egg. Eat this, it will restore you. Mutated fig, cools heat and detoxifies, alleviating all ordinary poisoning states upon consumption, while also granting 5 physical attribute points. This fruit is incredibly precious. She gasped. Less chatter. What could be more valuable than your life? Hurry and eat it. You have 30 seconds. Well, I happen to have several baskets of this fruit, he added nonchalantly. With tear-filled eyes, Li Qingxian gratefully consumed the offering from Chu Feng. Meanwhile, Sun Yining succinctly recounted the current situation to Chu Feng. Upon learning that they had been targeted by others, and that some sought to bully them, Chu Feng's expression shifted slightly, and he turned to confront the green-skinned giant and his companions. Chapter 32. I'm merely a transporter of zombies. What's your problem? The burly man stammered, attempting to muster courage as he glared at Chu Feng. Chu Feng simply chuckled at the remark, his expression impassive, yet it instilled a sense of dread in the man. Having just utilized his time manipulation skill to witness the recent events, he was well aware of the circumstances at hand. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the trio. The 3 young women possessed striking beauty and charm, easily attracting attention and even flirtation, which was entirely reasonable. However, when rebuffed, resorting to violence against them was utterly unreasonable. Such irrational behavior would become increasingly common with the advent of the apocalypse, potentially becoming a new norm. Without formidable protection, young women like these 3 would inevitably fall prey to loathsome individuals, exploited as mere objects. However, Li Qingxian and her friends were fortunate. Should they wish, Chu Feng could provide them a safe haven, ensuring they would never have to worry about food or safety. Brother Feng, let us just forget it, Sun Yining suggested. We haven't truly been harmed. Indeed, Brother Feng, the real danger lies with the zombies outside, who have blocked all exits to the shopping center. We should focus on how to escape. At this, Chu Feng merely smiled and replied, worry not. If I can enter, I can certainly lead you out. Upon hearing this, others nearby chimed in eagerly. Handsome, how will you get out? Take us with you. Handsome, if you take me out, I'll give you 200 yuan. I'll give you 1,000. Take me out. Handsome, please, I'll treat you to a meal. Shut up, Sun Yining exclaimed, grabbing Chu Feng's arm in frustration. Just moments ago, you wanted to throw us out of the mall, disregarding our lives. And now you expect Brother Feng to take you with us? Are you dreaming? Exactly. Brother Feng, let us go and ignore these selfish folks. Chu Feng nodded. All right, Qing Xian, are you feeling better? I'm fine now. All the toxins have vanished, and my wounds have healed. I feel even better than before. That is wonderful. Then let us be on our way, Chu Feng declared, preparing to establish a spatial transit passage to return to Manhware Island. But at that moment, the green-skinned giant sneered. Heh, the outside is crawling with zombies. Where do you think you're going? Do you dare to go out? Hearing this, Chu Feng abandoned the idea of spatial transit. There was no rush. Why not walk out confidently? The green zombies and the hairy ones would have no choice but to plead for mercy. They wouldn't dare to lay a hand on him. Indeed, we do dare to go out, Chu Feng stated calmly as he began to move aside shelves and shopping carts to clear an exit. Stop. Do not move the shelves or carts. The zombies are outside. If you clear the way, what will happen if they come in? If you want to go out, figure it out yourself, but do not move the shelves. Yes. If you don't manage to escape and end up letting the zombies in, what will we do with so many of us? In response to their protests, Chu Feng chuckled. How amusing. If you insist on that, I have nothing more to say. But do you truly believe that blocking the entrance with obstacles will stop the zombies? You are far too naive. Shaking his head, he grinned. Look behind you. The crowd turned around, only to scream in terror. Zombies. There are zombies. So many zombies. What the hell? When did the zombies get in? Ugh. Zombies are so ugly and smell terrible. Oh mom, I'm scared. The crowd panicked like sheep fleeing from a wolf, utterly bewildered by how the zombies had infiltrated their midst. Now, both inside and outside the shopping center were zombies. What were they to do? They were being cornered. Li, Sun, and Lin, the three young women, anxiously huddled behind Chu Feng. With a grin, Chu Feng remarked, now that there are zombies inside the shopping center, shall we clear the shelves and make our escape? You little brats, you've brought this upon yourselves. You're the ones who feared I'd let the zombies in. Now that they're here, you can't blame me. Chu Feng had merely used spatial manipulation to transport a few zombies from outside into the shopping center. I don't produce zombies, I merely transport them. Not only were the people inside the shopping center bewildered, but even the zombies were taken aback. What is going on? We were just outside the can, and now we're suddenly inside? Time for a feast. After a few moments of confusion, several green zombies began to chase after the panicking crowd. Meanwhile, Chu Feng waved his hand, causing the shelves and obstacles blocking the shopping center's exit to move aside automatically. Follow me, he instructed calmly. Upon concluding his words, Chu Feng was the first to stride towards the exit of the shopping mall, and the young ladies promptly clutched their arms and tugged at their clothing, eagerly following him outside. The scene beyond was rife with zombies, and among them lurked a more formidable and cunning variant known as the fur zombie. This particular creature seemed to sense the menacing aura emanating from Chu Feng and discreetly retreated into a shadowy corner. Without the guidance of the fur zombie, the other green zombies remained motionless, their hollow eyes fixated on the group, teetering on the edge of action. Just a few seconds later, a cacophony erupted as dozens of green zombies unleashed a ferocious roar and charged forward. The three young ladies, terrified by the oncoming horde, screamed in unison and clung tightly to Chu Feng. He couldn't help but chuckle at their antics, thinking, oh dear, you three silly girls. Are you trying to turn me into a living target for the zombies? Fortunately, he possessed both skill and courage. With a mere flick of his mind, dozens of fruit knives materialized around him, and like arrows released from a bow, they shot forth with astonishing speed. These knives, seemingly guided by an unseen force, flew directly towards each zombie's head. The sound of slicing echoed as the flying knives penetrated the skulls of the zombies, spinning within their brains before rendering the entire horde incapacitated. Just like their undead counterparts, the green poison zombies had their heads as their Achilles heel. The remaining fur zombie, witnessing the swift demise of its minions, turned tail and fled in sheer terror. Chu Feng, however, was in no mood to pursue. Instead, he casually gestured in the air, summoning a crackling net of electric magic that he promptly cast upon the fleeing fur zombie. The electric net not only ensnared the creature, but also inflicted electrical damage, singeing its fur. Lightning-based spells naturally held a distinct advantage over such monstrous entities. Within mere seconds, the fur zombie was charred by the high-voltage current, succumbing to death once more. You have slain a D-grade green poison zombie, earning 5 points. You have slain a D-grade green poison zombie, earning 5 points. You have slain a D-grade green poison zombie, earning 5 points. You have slain a C-grade fur zombie leader, earning 2,500 points. Chu Feng glanced at the points accrued from his kills, reaffirming the notion that taking down a boss was indeed the most lucrative endeavor. Chapter 33. The conditions for clinging to a stronghold. Surely you understand. With his trio of companions in tow, Chu Feng confidently exited the shopping center. Along the way, they encountered additional zombies and undead canines, all of which were swiftly dispatched by Chu Feng's electromagnetic prowess and flying knives, effectively obliterating their brains. In truth, Chu Feng could have transported the three young ladies directly back to Manhware Island through spatial leap. However, He pondered that despite his possession of formidable skills, he had yet to engage in practical combat. He needed to hone his abilities through real-world experience while simultaneously earning points. Furthermore, he wished to witness firsthand the state of the world, transformed by the Wanjia blind box game. Lastly, he intended to expose his companions to the current world's dangers and harsh realities, thereby aiding them in making more informed choices. Upon exiting the shopping center and traversing the entire mall, they arrived at the street outside, where police lights flickered and shadows danced. The trio felt as if they had returned from the depths of hell to the realm of the living. Outside the mall, a convoy of armored vehicles surrounded the area, with armed security personnel taking cover behind them, nervously observing the mall's entrance. The ground outside was littered with the remains of green poison zombies and undead canines, their heads shattered. Indeed, it was still possible to utilize firearms to eliminate certain monsters. However, the grim reality remained that those bitten or scratched by green poison zombies would also undergo transformation, becoming new undead. The number of zombies would only continue to swell, an unrelenting tide that the state's violent machinery could not hope to contain. The existing systemic framework was bound to collapse. Yet, before that moment arrived, Chu Feng was reluctant to reveal himself. Thus, he refrained from leading the young ladies out through the mall's main entrance and instead began to establish a spatial leap passage. Turning to the trio, he inquired, "What are your intentions moving forward? Will you follow the security personnel or accompany me?" "Wing brother, we will follow you." "Yes, we will follow you." "Wing brother, we are already yours. Why would you even ask?" The three young ladies responded eagerly, their admiration for Chu Feng's displayed prowess granting them a sense of security. They may not know the true measure of a master, but they recognized that Chu Feng was undoubtedly among the elite, perhaps even transcending the ordinary. To forego such a strong ally and return home to await their demise? Preposterous. Chu Feng smiled. "You are all independent individuals with your own thoughts. Whomever you choose to follow is your prerogative, even if you choose to follow me. I must clarify a few points in advance." "Understood, Wing brother. We will heed your words." Chu Feng continued. "If you choose to follow the security personnel, you will likely return home under their protection, but your future safety and sustenance will be solely your responsibility. Should you decide to accompany me, I will lead you to a secure, albeit potentially cramped, location where food and drink will be plentiful, and you will have opportunities to grow stronger. Once you become powerful enough, you will no longer need to remain in that confined space, but can roam freely, even embarking on your own adventures." Before he could finish, Li Qingxian and the others eagerly interjected, "Wing brother, is there even a choice to make? I choose to follow you with my eyes closed." "Let me finish." Chu Feng chuckled lightly. "I merely highlighted the advantages of following me, but I cannot extend such generosity unconditionally to strangers, can I? So, you understand what I mean, right?" The three young ladies paused momentarily. Sun Yining was the first to grasp the implication, her cheeks flushing as she shot Chu Feng a playful glare. "Scoundrel." Li Qingxian and Lin Shirin, slightly slower to comprehend, soon caught on upon witnessing Sun Yining's flustered demeanor, and all three young ladies blushed furiously. "Ugh, scoundrel, truly insufferable." They chastised him in unison. Chu Feng, still smiling, asked, "So what will your choice be? Is this not akin to robbing under the pretense of fire? Though there was an element of coercion, I still choose to follow you." Sun Yining retorted, "Of course, I must ask. I do not wish for you to feel as though I am coercing you, so I must inquire about your intentions. You must also follow your heart in making this decision. I assure you, as long as you listen to your hearts. Regardless of whether you choose to follow me or not, I will grant you a skill. While it may not render you invincible like myself, it will certainly enable you to wreak havoc." No. I dislike violence. I prefer to sleep in," Sun Yining declared. "Yes, Wing brother. I will follow you as well. A girl only needs to be beautiful. The rest can be left to others," Lin Shirin added. "You two little vixens have said everything I wanted to say. Wing brother, I will follow you too." Li Qingxian sighed in exasperation. As the three young ladies voiced their decisions, Chu Feng activated his Eye of Truth. This unique ability would unveil their innermost thoughts. It is not that Chu Feng lacks faith in them, but rather that only by discerning their true intentions with his genuine insight can he feel more secure in nurturing them. Upon glimpsing their innermost thoughts, he could not suppress a smile. "Sun Yining, brother Feng is so strong, so handsome, and he can even accompany me to sleep while protecting my lazy mornings. What more could I possibly desire?" Lin Shirin, "Brother Feng is incredibly capable and so very charming. I am utterly enamored. I want to be with him. I must restrain myself and not be too obvious, or else Xianxian and Yining will mock me. Li Qingxian, he is my idol. Why must he belong to anyone else? How infuriating." After reading the genuine thoughts of the three young women, Chu Feng smiled slightly. "Since you are all willing, I shall take you with me without hesitation." At that moment, the spatial transition portal had been established, and the four figures vanished in an instant. Chapter 34. Gifts for the ladies, golden blind boxes. Wow. What a beautiful island. What a stunning island estate. How exquisite is that seaside villa. Through the transition portal, Chu Feng brought the three women directly to the Manhwa Island estate. The island's enchanting environment left them in awe. The sea is so clear, and the pure silver sands are like a dream come true. Such a pity we didn't bring swimsuits. Playing in the water and basking in the sun would have been delightful. Hearing this, Chu Feng's heart stirred. Swimsuits, you say? Noted. Previously, he had only spent a blissful night with the ladies on a cruise and had not yet brought them to the island. The newcomers were beside themselves with excitement. Brother Feng, is this what you call a small place? This vast island, with its estate, villas, waves, beaches, coconut trees, and seafood, is clearly a vacation paradise. I absolutely love it here. Seeing their enthusiasm, Chu Feng suggested a tour around Manhwa Island, only to be met with their refusal. No, you go ahead. We can explore on our own. Yes, Brother Feng, don't worry about us. We won't slow you down. This island is so small. How could we possibly get lost? However, Chu Feng's expression turned serious. Though the island may seem small, it is home to many mysterious creatures. If you inadvertently encounter them, beware of being devoured. What? Is that for real? I suspect you are trying to deceive me, but I have no proof. Deceive you? Look, Chu Feng chuckled. Pointing towards the sea, the three women turned their heads in unison to behold a colossal white whale, akin to a scene from a science fiction film. Rising majestically from the ocean, those with a fear of large creatures might very well have fainted on the spot. Suddenly, a torrent of seawater was expelled by the whale, surging towards the three women. Ah! They shrieked in unison, scrambling behind Chu Feng. After a moment of tense anticipation with no water crashing down, they cautiously peeked out, only to find that the wave had been halted mere inches from Chu Feng, as if contained within an invisible barrier. How miraculous! Then, with a wave of his hand, the seawater vanished into thin air. The gigantic whale submerged back into the depths. See, was that dangerous or not? Combined, the three of you wouldn't even suffice as a snack for that whale. The ladies exchanged glances. Indeed, it was somewhat perilous. Well, we can simply refrain from venturing to the beach. Playing within the estate should be safe enough, right? Is it truly safe within the estate? What is that over there? As they followed Chu Feng's gaze, they gasped in unison, spotting a thorny vine that slithered across the ground like a python. And an unfamiliar plant suddenly shot into the air, its 100-meter-long trunk spewing fire. How astonishing! This must be a wondrous island. Having been startled once, the ladies no longer insisted on wandering alone, instead fervently inviting Chu Feng to accompany them. After completing their tour, Chu Feng remarked, The creatures you saw earlier are my pets, remember? Wait, you scared us first, and now you say they are your pets? Brother Feng, you are so wicked. I absolutely adore it. Chu Feng chuckled. Regardless of whether you remember them, rest assured they will remember you. Whenever I am away from the island, you can seek their assistance if danger arises. The three women were instantly moved. It turned out that Brother Feng had taken them on a tour to introduce them to his pets for their safety. Brother Feng is so thoughtful. I am deeply touched. Brother Feng is incredibly considerate. My heart flutters. His warmth is so comforting. It feels like a gentle embrace. After their exploration of the island, the four returned to the villa, where the three ladies eagerly volunteered to cook. Chu Feng remained nonchalant, withholding the fact that there was already a feast prepared, and instead allowed them to try their hand at cooking. Meanwhile, he retreated to his room to purchase several blind boxes as gifts for them. Nowadays, blind boxes were primarily acquired through points redemption, and the availability of blind boxes in the trading center was exceedingly rare. Moreover, they were either more expensive than direct redemption or had specific conditions for exchange. Chu Feng, disinterested in sifting through the trading center, opted to redeem them directly from the mall. With over 2 million points remaining, he could easily purchase golden blind boxes and below. Among them, ordinary blind boxes could yield ED-level skills, bronze blind boxes could provide DC-level skills, silver blind boxes could grant CB-level skills, and golden blind boxes could unveil BA-level skills. Considering the relationships he shared with the three young women and their innermost desires, Chu Feng ultimately decided to gift them golden blind boxes. With his current prowess, anything below golden would be inadequate. As an SSS-level expert, pride must be upheld. After much deliberation in the mall, he finally selected 3 splendid golden blind boxes. Even if they were redeemed with points, he had the privilege of choosing. All 3 blind boxes contained A-level combat profession panels. This would undoubtedly offer the 3 women a promising future. The first was a fire dancer, an A-level fire mage profession. This rare vocation boasted both melee and ranged capabilities, mastering both martial arts and fire magic, embodying the fusion of close combat prowess and fire magic. The second was a Xianin master, an A-level music-based support mage profession. This also was a rare vocation, primarily utilizing the sounds of various instruments to emit sound waves for support, while possessing a degree of offensive capability. The third was a demon-breaking archer, an A-level archer profession. This too was a rare vocation, primarily executing long-range attacks with bows, capable of conjuring magical arrows through magical energy, delivering formidable strikes. After much selection, he finally chose 3 commendable professions. Though they could not compare to his SSS-level skills, they were nonetheless impressive. Lunchtime arrived swiftly, and after the collective efforts of the 3 women, they managed to prepare a visually appealing feast. Dishes included poached little green dragons, stir-fried beef with bell peppers, hot pot tripe, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a plate of peeled cucumber slices. After indulging in an abundance of exquisite delicacies, it is refreshing to occasionally savor the simplicity of home-style dishes. To Chu Feng's surprise, the flavors of these 4 dishes were indeed delightful. While they may not rival those crafted by professional chefs, they possessed a unique charm. Evidently, the 3 young ladies had not been remiss in honing their culinary skills at home. The flavors are quite commendable, Chu Feng remarked approvingly. If you enjoy it, do indulge a bit more. How about we add a couple of small lobsters for some protein, and perhaps a plate of spicy kidney later? We could also consider some grilled lamb kidneys. Chu Feng chuckled at the audacity of these novices attempting to tease him. We'll see about that tonight. As the meal concluded, the ladies tidied up the dishes together. Chu Feng then called out, "Are you all done? Come over here. I have a gift for each of you." Upon hearing the mention of gifts, the 3 young women lit up with joy. After all, what girl does not relish receiving presents? Especially when they are from Chu Feng. They must surely be extraordinary. The 3 ladies sat across from him, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Li Qingxian inquired, "Brother Feng, what kind of gift is it?" Lin Shirin added, "You saved and sheltered us, and now you are gifting us something. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." Sun Yining chimed in, "How should we thank you? By working hard to improve ourselves." Yining's comment earned her a sultry eye roll from Li Qingxian, while Lin Shirin's cheeks flushed crimson. Chu Feng smiled. Yining was indeed a commendable teammate, one who resonated with his spirit. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a shoebox-sized blind box emanating a faint golden glow. "Yining, this blind box is for you." "Wow, is this a golden blind box?" Sun Yining exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. "This is the first time I've seen a golden blind box." Amidst the envious gazes of Li Qingxian and Lin Shirin, Yining happily accepted the blind box. "Brother Feng, the higher the blind box's level, the better the items it yields, but there is also a chance of encountering monsters. Should I open it or not?" "Open it," Chu Feng replied with unwavering confidence. "This is a carefully selected blind box. It must contain something splendid. You can open it with complete assurance." Indeed, Chu Feng had spent considerable time selecting it. "All right." Sun Yining nodded, taking a deep breath, her excitement tinged with nervousness as she opened the blind box. A flash of orange-red light flickered and entered her body, transforming her figure and aura in an instant. Yining stood bewildered, grappling with the sudden changes within her, momentarily speechless. After a pause, she murmured, "Am I now an evolved being?" "An evolved being?" Li Qingxian and Lin Shirin quickly inquired. "Yining, what kind of evolved being are you? What did you acquire?" "A-class fire dancer. A combat mage of the fire element." Sun Yining exclaimed, displaying a flame that flickered in her palm. "I've become an A-class evolved being." Overcome with joy, she leaped into Chu Feng's embrace, planting a kiss on his cheek, leaving him blushing. Had it not been for Li Qingxian and Lin Shirin pulling her away, she might have gone further. "All right, Yining, calm down. You've received your gift. And we're still waiting." Li Qingxian chided. "Exactly. Yining, can you hold your excitement for just a moment?" "Ah, Shirin." Yining has always been rather coy, and now that she is a fire mage, she has become quite bold. "How shall we cope with this?" I don't know," Lin Shirin stammered. Her cheeks flushed as she observed the already alluring Sun Yining, now even more captivating, especially with her chest appearing fuller. Shirin couldn't help but shyly lower her gaze. "Well, at least mine is still larger." After all, her nickname was not given in vain. Chu Feng smiled at Lin Shirin, noting her innocence. She was undoubtedly the most naive and bashful among the 3, perpetually blushing. He then produced another golden blind box and handed it to Lin Shirin. "Shirin, this blind box is for you." "Another golden blind box. Thank you, Brother Feng." Lin Shirin exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the box and, under Chu Feng's encouraging gaze, opened it. A soft green light immediately merged with Lin Shirin's form, enhancing her physique and aura, making her appear even more graceful and refined. "Shirin, you seem to have become even more beautiful. Have you also become an evolved being? What ability did you gain from that energy?" "An ethereal melody master. A-class evolved being." Lin Shirin responded, a mix of joy and bashfulness. "Ethereal melody master? What on earth is that?" Li Qingxian and Sun Yining inquired with curiosity. Lin Shirin explained. "It can be understood as a mystical music mage, a soundwave-type mage." "How fascinating. By playing musical instruments, I can attack monsters or enhance other states. The instruments are my weapons. Music is your forte. Isn't that a perfect fit for your evolved ability?" "How enviable," Li Qingxian remarked. "Indeed, how enviable," Sun Yining echoed. "Isn't your fire dancer also tailor-made for you? What is there to be envious about?" Li Qingxian retorted, rolling her eyes at Sun Yining. Feeling a bit competitive as her friend's beauty matched her own, though Yining's figure was slightly more enticing, adding to her pressure. Chu Feng chuckled and produced a third golden blind box, handing it to Li Qingxian. "Qingxian, this one is for you too." "Thank you, Brother Feng." Although it was expected, Li Qingxian was still thrilled as she carefully opened the blind box. A wave of pale blue energy flowed into Li Qingxian, reshaping her body and aura. Her already strikingly beautiful and aloof eyes now radiated an even more enchanting coldness. Observing the transformations of Li Qingxian and recalling those of Sun Yining and Lin Shirin, Chu Feng pondered the hidden effects of these rare occupational panels. Yining's figure had become even more alluring and sensual, with her waist appearing even more delicate and her long legs longer and more graceful. Lin Shirin's form had become a perfect embodiment of her nickname, with a more intellectual and gentle demeanor emerging, an air of purity surrounding her. As for Li Qingxian, she now exuded an even more ethereal and proud elegance, akin to a swan. However, when her lofty, haughty gaze met Chu Feng's, her demeanor softened, transforming into a cheerful smile. Brother Feng, I am also an A-class evolved being now. Congratulations, Qingxian. We are all A-class evolved beings now. What is your profession? What abilities do you possess? Lin Shirin and Sun Yining eagerly asked. My evolved ability is the demon-breaking arrow, an A-class archery profession. I possess both physical and magical attack capabilities as a long-range archer. That sounds incredible. Congratulations, Qingxian. Though it may not align perfectly with my expertise, I am quite satisfied. Thank you, Brother Feng, Li Qingxian said, leaning in for a kiss. Seeking to draw closer to him, the once aloof swan had transformed into a clingy little kitten. You are an art design major, accustomed to sketching lines and creating your own artwork. Now, with a bow and arrow, you can draw lines in battle, as long as you hit your target. It becomes your artistic creation, Chu Feng explained, and then added, how about I gift you a set of bows and arrows as well? The bow and arrow set Chu Feng bestowed upon Li Qingxian was named the demon-breaking bow. It required only a small amount of magic to conjure magical arrows and possessed heightened lethality against dark creatures. Although merely a B-grade weapon, it stands as the pinnacle among B-grade equipment. Accompanying the demon-breaking bow are 10 indestructible arrows, each a B-grade piece of gear boasting formidable physical attack capabilities. When unleashed from the demon-breaking bow, it delivers a dual assault of magical and physical attacks, producing effects that are significantly greater than mere arithmetic would suggest. This bow and arrow set, while superficially classified as B-grade equipment, can be dissected to reveal a total of 11 distinct B-grade items. Chu Feng presented the demon-breaking bow and indestructible arrows to Li Qingxian, along with a C-grade storage ring, prompting an outburst of gratitude from her. With her newfound weapon, both Sun Yining and Lin Shirin were consumed with envy, nearly drooling with admiration. Chu Feng noted the expressions of the two girls. Since Li Qingxian had received equipment, it was only fair that Sun Yining and Lin Shirin received something as well. One cannot favor one hand over the other. Balance must be maintained, at least in appearance. Therefore, Chu Feng procured a fan for Sun Yining, known as the Scarlet Flame Soothing Fan. This too is a top-tier B-grade item, enhancing fire-based magical abilities while serving as a physical weapon that can be thrown and returned to its master automatically. For Lin Shirin, he selected a B-grade weapon, the Mystic Jade Moon Pipa. This instrument not only amplifies sound wave-related skills by 20, but is also a rare musical weapon among B-grade items. As Chu Feng handed the Scarlet Flame Soothing Fan and the Mystic Jade Moon Pipa, along with 2 C-grade storage rings, to Sun Yining and Lin Shirin respectively, the two girls eagerly expressed their gratitude, squeezing Li Qingxian out of Chu Feng's embrace. Li Qingxian, irritated at the encroachment on her territory, glared at Chu Feng, who raised an eyebrow, signaling her to refrain from squabbling over trivialities. Seeing this, she relented, adopting a haughty demeanor as she observed Sun Yining and Lin Shirin perform with fervor. Humph, you two little vixens, one flamboyant, the other subtly alluring. No matter how captivating you may be, Brother Feng has bestowed upon me 11 B-grade items. You each possess but one. This is irrefutable proof of Brother Feng's favoritism. All right, there's no need for thanks. Chu Feng gently extricated himself from the soft embrace of the girls, smiling as he said, I provide you with these abilities and equipment not to elevate you to heights of fame, but to ensure your survival in these chaotic times. While I can protect you, self-reliance is paramount. True strength comes from within, does it not? Therefore, when you have the time, do practice your skills and familiarize yourselves with your professions. Absolutely. Brother Feng, we will follow your lead. Indeed, the 3 girls, newly transformed into extraordinary beings, were brimming with excitement and would diligently practice without needing further encouragement. They possessed a basic understanding of the power hierarchy among extraordinary beings, having perused numerous articles about them on Douyin and other online platforms. A typical D or C-grade combat extraordinary being was already quite formidable, often dominating small neighborhoods. B-grade combat extraordinary beings were even more powerful, typically ruling over large city blocks or small counties. The 3 of them, each a rare A-grade combat profession, were undeniably more potent than standard A-grade combat professions. With their prowess, they would be formidable figures in a small city and could even gain recognition and status in a metropolis like Magic City. Such capabilities were not to be taken for granted. They understood the significance of being in a rare A-grade extraordinary profession. And all of this was a gift from Chu Feng. If he could so easily bestow upon them 3 A-grade rare combat professions, one could glean a glimpse of his true strength. Thus, the three girls resolved to strive diligently to enhance their abilities, firmly clinging to Chu Feng's metaphorical golden thigh. They merely hoped that the gap between them and Chu Feng would not be insurmountable, lest they find themselves relegated to the roles of maids or mere ornaments unworthy of his attention. In the days that followed, the three girls dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to elevating their strength. As they progressed, their interactions with Chu Feng grew increasingly varied and intimate, deepening their bonds beyond measure. Now, their relationships had evolved to the point where they no longer felt the need to close doors while bathing or using the restroom. Their progress was impressive during this time. As the World Blind Box game concluded its public testing and entered full operation, chaos in the world escalated. The proliferation of zombies, monsters, and other aberrations rendered the nation's violent machinery ineffective, unable to contain the turmoil. Coupled with internal strife within the enforcement agencies, the global order had effectively collapsed. A world devoid of order was far more terrifying than the arrival of monsters. People found themselves not only battling creatures, but also guarding against treachery from their fellow humans, leading to a situation where individuals were compelled to fight for their own survival, succumbing to selfishness. The most disgraceful aspect was that some players, having fortuitously gained extraordinary abilities, resorted to armed robbery against ordinary civilians, pillaging not only their wealth, but also their dignity. Some extraordinary beings even treated ordinary players as slaves, executing them for the slightest disobedience. Civilization's order regressed to a primitive state. The ugliness of human nature was magnified to an extreme. It was sheer madness. However, Chu Feng's Manhwa Island remained a sanctuary of harmony and tranquility. Daily, the three girls trained while attending to Chu Feng's needs, and he tirelessly traversed various locales to gather supplies. One day, upon returning from his foraging, Chu Feng noticed that the eyes of the three girls were slightly red-rimmed. What was amiss? Had they all been weeping? With a grave expression, he inquired, "What happened? Who dares to bully my women? Tell me, and I shall avenge you." "It's nothing," they replied. "If you say it's nothing, then it's clearly something." Chu Feng insisted. "Speak freely. Whatever the situation, I am here to assist you." The girls fell into silence, but eventually, Li Qingxian spoke up. "Let me explain. Today, Yining and Shireen managed to contact their parents, but the news is not optimistic. They wish to return home to help them." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng nodded. "I had feared the worst when they were unreachable. So the fact that they have made contact is a good sign. We should celebrate. But do they face any difficulties? Just tell me how I can assist." "No, they aren't crying due to difficulties," Li Qingxian clarified, "but because they will be separated from you for a time." "Oh dear, is it that heartfelt?" Chu Feng chuckled. "Moreover, due to the need to protect their parents, they won't be able to be with you every day as they have been. Bringing their parents to Manhwa Island is out of the question. It would be far too inconvenient for so many of us to live together." "I thought it was a grave matter." Chu Feng laughed. "Though it may be inconvenient for you to visit me, it is certainly convenient for me to visit you." Chapter 37, Rescue. During this period, with daily spatial leaps and the accumulation of resources, Chu Feng's mastery over spatial manipulation had significantly improved. Now, he could effortlessly traverse dozens of kilometers in a single spatial leap, and the time required to establish a spatial passage had considerably diminished. Sun Yining hails from Jinling, while Lin Shireen originates from Hangzhou, both not far from the bustling metropolis of Modu. It is merely a matter of several spatial leaps. Furthermore, both young ladies hold their families dear, yearning to return home to rescue their parents. Such sentiments are entirely natural. Should one disregard the lives of their parents, then such a girl is not deserving of any consolation from Chu Feng. After offering words of comfort to Sun Yining and Lin Shireen, Chu Feng declared, "Since you wish to return home, I shall escort you directly, sparing you the tribulations of travel, especially since there are no transportation means available." "That would be splendid. Thank you, Brother Feng. You are truly the best." Chu Feng smiled and replied, "Yining, you and Qingxian stay on the island for now. I will take Shishir home first." As Hangzhou is relatively closer, the distance from Modu to Hangzhou is merely a little over 100 kilometers, requiring Chu Feng only 3 or 4 spatial leaps to arrive in just a few minutes, making the round trip a mere dozen minutes. Each spatial leap covers approximately 50 to 60 kilometers, and each transition takes about a minute. After determining the direction, within 5 minutes, Chu Feng, guided by Lin Shireen, arrived at the entrance of her home in Hangzhou. Although it was daytime, the entirety of Hangzhou appeared desolate. The once bustling streets were littered with abandoned vehicles, twisted and obstructing the roads. Rubbish was strewn across the paths, and occasionally, disheveled pedestrians scurried past, resembling frightened mice. "Brother Feng, my home is in Sunshine Coast Community. In that direction, about 7 to 8 kilometers away." "All right, just 7 or 8 kilometers. That makes it even closer," Chu Feng said, teleporting several times until they finally reached the Sunshine Coast Community. At this moment, all 4 entrances of the community were locked tight, barricaded with various obstacles, seemingly to fend off encroaching monsters. Behind each gate stood 2 guards. It was evident that the Sunshine Coast community had entered a mode of self-governance. Either the residents had united under the leadership of a clever individual, or an ability user had gathered a group of followers, turning the community into a stronghold. Chu Feng surmised that the latter was more likely. Who goes there? What do you want? As Chu Feng and Lin Shireen appeared at the eastern gate of the community, the guards behind the door immediately shouted, alert and suspicious. Lin Shireen intended to respond, but Chu Feng swiftly teleported them away, dismissing any conversation with the two lackeys. The guards rubbed their eyes, bewildered. What the hell? Did I just see a ghost in broad daylight? Or am I just seeing things? It's not just you. I saw it too. Damn, how powerful is this ghost to appear in daylight? This is bad. We must report to the boss. Meanwhile, with Lin Shireen's guidance, Chu Feng quickly arrived at the doorstep of the Lin family. To avoid startling Lin's mother, he refrained from teleporting inside, and instead instructed Lin Shireen to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After a while of knocking, no one came to answer, prompting her to call out, Mom, it's sure. I'm back. Please open the door. Mom, hurry. Hearing her knocking and calling, the Lin family's door remained shut. Yet a neighboring household cautiously opened a small crack, peering out at her, which felt rather eerie. At that moment, the door of the Lin residence finally opened a crack, revealing a weary middle-aged woman, around 40, who confirmed Lin Shireen's identity before unlocking the security chain. It really is you, sure. Thank goodness you're safe. Come inside. Mom. This is Chu Feng, my savior. He brought me back. Oh, hello, Xiao Chu. Please, come in. We can talk inside. Once inside, Chu Feng assessed the size of the residence and gained insight into Lin Shireen's family circumstances. The upscale community in Hangzhou boasted a spacious 300 square meter apartment, indicating that Lin Shireen's family was indeed well off. The middle-aged woman, Lin's mother, pulled Lin Shireen close, inspecting her from left to right, her eyes brimming with tears. My dear, it's such a relief to see you safe. Speaking thus, she retrieved a bottle of Evian water from beneath the sofa cushion and handed it to Chu Feng, saying, Xiao Chu, I apologize. We don't have much to eat or drink at home. Please take this bottle to quench your thirst. The fact that the water was hidden away suggested that the family's supplies had likely been plundered. Lin Shireen quickly grasped the situation and inquired, Mom, has everything been taken? And where's Dad? Your father was forcibly taken to serve as a laborer. Laborer? It was a term not heard in ages, reminiscent of feudal society's remnants. Now resurfacing in this apocalyptic world, Lin's mother explained that during the public beta of the game, a B-class ability user, known as Brother Kuan, had moved into the community. He initially coerced and seduced the young women of the neighborhood, using zombies and monsters for his own amusement. As the number of monsters grew, he formed a security team, recruiting dozens of young men to serve as his subordinates. Under the guise of a security force, they were, in fact, his enforcers. These henchmen would scour nearby shops for food and supplies, and eventually began to rob the residents of the community, seizing food, water, and even women. When faced with monsters, these subordinates were often used as cannon fodder. As the number of zombies and monsters increased, causing significant casualties among his henchmen, Brother Kuan demanded that each household contribute at least half of its members to his security team, or face expulsion from the community, left to fend for themselves. With only her parents at home, Lin Shireen's family had no choice but for her father to become fodder. Not only did Lin's father become fodder, but all their food and water supplies were confiscated under the pretense of uniform distribution. The Lin family was allocated a scant bowl of rice, 2 ounces of meat, and minimal seasonings and oil each day, insufficient to stave off hunger. In summary, this Brother Kuan, endowed with only a modicum of power, had ruthlessly showcased the depths of human depravity, leaving no words to express it fully. Lin Shireen's small fists clenched tightly as she interrupted her mother's narrative, asking Mom, where's Brother Kuan's stronghold? I am going to rescue my father. At this, Lin's mother paled in fear. Keep your voice down, dear. You mustn't go. That Brother Kuan has a penchant for women. If you go, it will only lead to more trouble. Please, stay hidden at home. Mom, I possess considerable strength now. And Chu Feng is even more formidable. A mere Brother Kuan should not pose a threat to me. Brother Feng would never take him seriously. Lower your voice. You have no idea how dangerous Brother Kuan is. He kills without flinching. By the way, when you returned, no one saw you, right? Lin's mother suddenly asked. I knocked loudly and called out. How could no one see? The neighbors all opened their doors to look at me. Oh no, what do we do now? Lin Mama's expression instantly transformed into one of anxiety. You are so beautiful. Those people will undoubtedly report you. Kuan Gu is known for gathering information on beautiful women, and anyone who provides him with solid leads will be rewarded. Right now, he must already be aware of your whereabouts. Mom, please don't panic. How can I not panic? How could I possibly stand by and watch my daughter be taken by evildoers? No, you must hide. It's futile, my dear. You should leave. Quickly. Lin Mama grasped her daughter's hand and was about to rush out when suddenly, a loud knocking echoed from the door. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking was thunderous, accompanied by several male voices. Open the door. Hurry. The security team is conducting a search. Open up. If you don't open the door soon, we will force our way in. You must know how dangerous it would be to be without a door at night. Isn't this Professor Lin's home? Professor Lin, you should have a key. Open the door quickly. Don't dawdle. That little beauty must be your daughter. This is a tremendous opportunity. Indeed, if your daughter wins Kuan Gu's favor, you will become his father-in-law. You could enjoy unlimited food and drink, and perhaps even secure a position as deputy captain or steward. Hurry, don't hide the key, hand it over. Damn, you're asking for trouble. A commotion ensued outside as it seemed Lin Papa's keys were snatched away, followed by a painful groan. Hearing this, Lin Shireen could no longer contain herself and opened the door, startling the man who had been trying to unlock it. Wow, wow. The first wow was out of shock. The second was in awe of Lin Shireen's beauty. Wow, she is stunning. Kuan Gu will surely be pleased. He won't be able to get out of bed for days. Is this the girl you were talking about? Indeed, she is Lin Professor's daughter. Girl, it really is you. At that moment, a refined and slender middle-aged man parted the crowd and approached. It was Lin Shireen's father, Lin Xingyang. The leading man of the security team fixed his gaze on Lin Shireen, his eyes nearly bulging with desire as he chuckled. Professor Lin, from a scholarly family. Your daughter certainly possesses elegance. She is not only well-formed, but also extraordinarily beautiful. TSK, she surpasses Kuan Ji's previous women by several folds. Hehe. Kuan Gu will definitely be satisfied this time. Perhaps, in his delight, he might reward us with some of the women he has grown tired of. Indeed, perhaps in the future, we too will have the chance to savor Professor Lin's daughter. Stop dreaming. Such a beauty is rare. Kuan Gu could indulge in her for a lifetime, so don't get your hopes up. Oh, she resembles her mother quite a bit, though her mother is a bit older. Shut up, you beasts. Suddenly, the slender Lin professor lunged forward in a frenzy, grabbing hold of the two burly men from the security team. Wife, take our daughter and flee. Quickly, don't come back. Unfortunately, Lin professor was too frail. Before he could finish his plea, one of the burly men drove a knee into his stomach, causing him to double over in agony while rising. Dad, old Lin. Both Lin Shireen and her mother cried out simultaneously. Chu Feng, unfazed, remarked, Shireen, if you keep listening to their nonsense, your father will be beaten to death. Why aren't you taking action? Upon hearing this, Lin Shireen immediately reached out, summoning her Xianyu Pipa to her hand. As everyone was still in shock over how this instrument appeared, Lin Shireen had already plucked the strings. Clang, clang, clang. The sound resonated like swords clashing, a metallic harmony. This was one of the few offensive techniques of a Xianin master, sound kill, with just a few simple notes. The two burly men before her immediately began to bleed from their 7 orifices, collapsing to the ground. An A-rank Xianin master, while primarily supportive in abilities, was by no means devoid of offensive capabilities. In fact, her combat prowess was comparable to that of an ordinary A-rank combat ability user. The sharp sound waves were enough to injure a typical A-rank ability user, let alone 2 ordinary men. The sound waves instantly shattered the brains of the 2 burly men, resulting in their immediate demise. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Lin Papa and Lin Mama were left dumbfounded. The surrounding neighbors were equally stunned, especially the one who had reported them, whose face turned ashen. Chu Feng calmly reminded, Shireen, when you returned home, someone reported your situation to the security team immediately. Such scoundrels deserve no mercy. Understood, Feng Gu. Lin Shireen replied, glancing at the person who had claimed she was Professor Lin's daughter, who was now trying to retreat home in fear. Clang, clang, clang. After a sharp wave of sound, that person collapsed at their doorstep. Ah, husband, you actually killed someone. I'll fight you. Clang, clang. The informant's wife also fell at the doorstep, bleeding from her 7 orifices. Chu Feng nodded in approval. Well done. Being decisive and ruthless in the face of trouble and threats is crucial for survival in this predatory society. Meanwhile, the 2 neighboring households stood frozen in shock, unsure of how to react. This Lin family girl is terrifyingly ruthless. Thank goodness it wasn't us who reported. Lin Shireen, casting a cold glance at the 2 households, warned, do not look where you shouldn't, and speak not a word. Why yes, we're sorry. Rest assured, we won't say a thing. With that, the 2 families hurriedly retreated inside, shutting their doors quietly and exhaling a sigh of relief, their backs drenched in sweat. At that moment, Lin Shireen suddenly collapsed against Chu Feng, her delicate form trembling, as if she were about to lose strength. Chu Feng understood. This was her first experience with taking a life, the anxiety and fear overwhelming her. He gently patted her back, reassuringly stating, it's all right. The more often you face such situations, the more accustomed you will become. Afterward, Chu Feng supported her back home, while Lin Xingyang had somewhat recovered, assisted by Lin Mama as he entered the house and sat on the sofa. The elderly couple's eyes were locked onto Chu Feng and their daughter, filled with countless questions. Yet unsure of where to begin, Chu Feng smiled. Uncle, Auntie, you must have many questions, so allow me to clarify. Your daughter is now an A-rank ability user. And that B-rank ability user, Kuan Gu, is nothing more than a petty nuisance. Chu Feng recounted some basic details about Lin Shireen to her parents, gradually dispelling the confusion, anxiety, and apprehension etched on their faces. All right, that is settled. Now, should we go eliminate Kuan Gu? That seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? Chapter 39, This is our secret. Upon acquiring his B-rank ability, Gu immediately seized the most luxurious villa in the neighborhood as his stronghold. Not only that, he killed the male owner of the villa and kept the attractive female owner for his own enjoyment. As Chu Feng accompanied Lin Shireen to the villa where Gu resided, they could hear the young woman's agonized screams from outside. This brings us to Gu's perverse nature. He relished watching his victims resist. The more they resisted, the more exhilarated he became. This was also a critical reason why he formed a security team to abduct people. However, Lin Shireen's arrival would promptly sever Gu's wicked, yet fleeting existence. The two parties did not engage in an excessively fierce struggle. An A-class ability user indeed exerts a certain degree of suppression over a B-class ability user. Moreover, Lin Shireen's skills are exceedingly rare, primarily supportive, yet immensely powerful. As you pluck the strings of her instrument, regardless of how many security personnel Rin had, they all succumbed, bleeding from their orifices. These individuals had been complicit in tyranny, having bullied others significantly over the past few days, and none of them died innocently. As for Rin, he possesses some strength. Although Lin Shireen's sonic attack did not claim his life, it rendered him quite miserable and severely injured. Additionally, the sonic waves induced dizziness and hallucinations, ensuring that even if Rin survives, he cannot escape. Ultimately, Lin Shireen utilized the Wind Blade Talisman provided by Chu Feng, swiftly dismembering Rin into dozens of pieces. The menace that had plagued the neighborhood for nearly 10 days had met his demise. Throughout this encounter, Chu Feng merely observed, refraining from intervention, as his intention was to allow Lin Shireen to hone her skills. Only through genuine combat can her practical abilities be sharpened, enabling her to stand independently and face danger without trepidation. The outcome of the battle revealed that although Lin Shireen's supportive capabilities surpass her offensive ones, she can effortlessly dominate a B-class combat ability user in one-on-one confrontations. Particularly, her mystic sound skills encompass numerous control techniques, rendering Rin nearly immobile, either in a stupor or disoriented. He could not even discern the direction from which Lin Shireen approached. Of course, the weaknesses of a mystic sound master are apparent. A lack of firepower. Her sonic attacks cannot eliminate a B-class combat ability user in a short span, but can only inflict injuries. However, this is inconsequential. For offensive capabilities can be compensated through other means, such as firearms, artillery, and offensive tools. The demise of Rin was effectively facilitated by the Wind Blade Talisman bestowed upon Lin Shireen. The Wind Blade Talisman, B-class, it contains 9 strands of postnatal vital energy condensed into a razor-sharp wind blade, capable of cleaving through gold and jade. One application of the talisman effortlessly reduced Rin to fragments, the severed edges impeccably neat, displaying its remarkable sharpness. Upon witnessing Rin demise, dead beyond revival, Chu Feng finally nodded in satisfaction. Lin Shireen had indeed matured. Moving forward, ordinary ability users should no longer dare to bully her. Very well, you can manage the remaining matters yourself, Chu Feng remarked. I must return to accompany Yining. Lin Shireen hastily followed, grasping Chu Feng's hand as they exited the villa. Outside, her complexion had significantly improved. Gazing at Chu Feng, she reluctantly said, Brother Feng, will you come to see me? Of course. With your extraordinary prowess, you should be able to have me visit you daily. Chu Feng replied with a grin. I can handle it. Lin Shireen retorted, biting her lip. Huh, I do enjoy your tenacity, Chu Feng said, his expression turning serious. However, as a man, one cannot solely preoccupy oneself with matters of intimacy. I understand, Brother Feng. You are a person of great capability destined for significant endeavors. I do not expect you to visit daily, but do remember, Shir is here. You can come whenever you wish. Oh, this little girl has a way with words, touching one's heart. I knew it. Shir adores Brother Feng. And the one Brother Feng cherishes most is you, Chu Feng declared, producing a collection of thunder talismans, wind blade talismans, diamond protective talismans, assault rifles, grenades, rocket launchers, and other items, handing them to Lin Shireen one by one. Your abilities are formidable, but your only shortcoming lies in your offensive power. With these, you can undoubtedly compensate for that deficiency. Thank you so much, Brother Feng. No need for gratitude. Who else would I pamper if not you? Chu Feng smiled. But keep this a secret from Qinxian and Yining, okay? Brother Feng doesn't possess many items. If they find out and ask for some, I won't be able to spare so much. This shall be our secret. Lin Shireen agreed. Brother Feng, you care for Shir so much, and Shir loves you dearly. How about you stay here for the night? I understand your sentiments, but there is no need. Our connection transcends mere physicality, resonating on a soulful level. Hey, stop tugging at my pants. No, both body and soul must resonate. There's an empty villa over there. Let us go. 2 hours later, Lin Shireen emerged from the villa, her cheeks flushed and her steps unsteady, glancing back longingly at the villa. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, having completed his shower, executed a spatial leap back to Manhwa Island. Qinxian, Yining, I'm back. Brother Feng, you've finally returned. Why were you gone for so long? It's a long story, so I'll keep it brief. Thus, Chu Feng took a few minutes to recount the events involving the appearance of a B-class ability user in Lin Shirin's neighborhood, the establishment of a security team to protect the residents, and how Lin Shirin had swiftly taken charge upon her return, subsequently dominating the area. Wow, sure is so formidable. Brother Feng, hurry and take me home. I want to dominate the neighborhood too. Whoa, Yining, can't you aspire for something greater? At least aim to dominate a street. Chapter 40. I do not desire the possessions of other men. Jinling Villa District. This is a purely villa area, with an average price exceeding 80,000 per square meter, and each villa spans over 500 square meters. Sun Yining's home resides here. It seems that Sun Yining's family circumstances surpass even those of Lin Shirin. After all, it is quite challenging for an ordinary family to support the various expenses and costs of an art student, which can start from over 100,000 annually. A good family truly makes a difference. While studying, Sun Yining could attend her preferred school and major without ever considering future employment issues. Now, in these extraordinary times, having just returned home, Sun Yining has already achieved her grand ambition of dominating the neighborhood. The good news is that Sun Yining's parents have simultaneously acquired C-class combat abilities, uniting the entire neighborhood's owners and fortuitously becoming the authoritative figures of the entire Jinling Villa district. The bad news is that an A-class combat ability user, known as the indestructible Chen Gang, intends to dominate the entire Xuanwu district, and Jinling Villa district must fall under his jurisdiction. The good news is that Chen Gang has granted them a little time to consider surrender. The bad news is, until 5 o'clock this afternoon. Chu Feng glanced at the time and exclaimed, "Good heavens, it's already 4:50. No wonder the Sun family was as anxious as ants on a hot pan, pacing frantically in the house. 2 C-class individuals are more than adequate to handle ordinary residents, but against an A-class combat ability user, they can only expect to be crushed. How could they not be anxious?" And just then, their daughter returned, adding to their distress. It is well known that in the apocalypse, aside from survival supplies, beautiful women are the most sought after. Their daughter is exceptionally stunning. Even those without ill intentions cannot help but harbor wicked thoughts upon seeing her. Thus, their anxiety only intensified upon her arrival. "Yining, why have you come back?" "Dad, Mom, didn't you say the situation at home wasn't great? As your daughter, how could I not return?" "Oh, silly girl, what we meant was, given the dire situation, you should not have come back," Sun's mother urgently insisted. "While there is still time, you must leave at once." Just then, a loud laugh echoed from outside. "Ha ha ha ha, Sun Ping'an, have you made your decision? Will you kneel and surrender, or choose death? It is time to make a choice. This is bad. Chen Jingang has arrived. What should we do now?" Hearing the tumult outside, Mr. and Mrs. Sun's expressions shifted dramatically. "Dear, you take our daughter through the backyard. I will hold off Chen Jingang. It's futile. Our home is already surrounded. We cannot escape." The Sun couple wore expressions of bitter resignation. At that moment, Chen Jinggang's voice rang out. "If a decision is not made by the appointed time, I shall make it for you." Ha ha ha. This Chen Jingang was indeed audacious. Upon hearing this, Sun Yining dashed out of the villa's entrance. "Hey, Yining, what are you doing? Yining, come back. You're just delivering yourself like a meal." With their only daughter rushing out, how could they, as parents, remain passive? Mr. and Mrs. Sun, with no other option, steeled themselves and charged out, only to be taken aback. Chen Jingang stood before them, towering at nearly 2 meters, his muscular physique glistening with a bronzed hue, resembling a sculpture carved from brass. Although their daughter was also 1.7 meters tall, with a figure both curvaceous and slender, she appeared exceedingly diminutive in comparison to Chen Jingang, likely unable to withstand even a single punch from him. Yet, in a moment of fierce determination, their daughter surged towards that bronze statue, unleashing a punch aimed at his abdomen. Chen Jingang, upon witnessing this, wore a cold smirk. Is this truly the daughter of the Sun family? She is indeed quite lovely. Does she dare to strike me? Surely, this must be a jest. That tiny fist, those delicate arms, surely she won't break anything? Consequently, as Sun Yining charged forward, Chen Jingang not only refrained from dodging but mockingly declared, "Let me grant you 10 seconds. Before he could finish his taunt, Chen Jingang suddenly sensed a surge of intense fire energy emanating from her fist. Realizing it was too late to block, he hastily activated his copper skin and iron bones, bracing himself for her blow. Bang! Uft! Ah! Chen Jingang staggered backward, retreating several steps. While the force was not overwhelming, the fiery punch left his abdomen burning with pain. It was worth noting that he was renowned for his defensive prowess as a battle-type superhuman, a key to his undefeated reputation. Yet, at this moment, he found himself defenseless against a mere girl. "Beauty, well done. You have successfully stirred my interest." Chen Jingang clenched his fist and stepped forward. "I hope you can withstand the blows. I have no desire to play with a corpse." Humph. Sun Yining, uninterested in engaging with him, was enveloped in flames, radiating her inner displeasure. As a fire-type melee mage, she unleashed her full power. In an instant, Sun Yining transformed into a streak of blazing fire, charging at Chen Jingang, her fiery fists raining down upon him with such speed that they created afterimages. Bang! Bang! Uft. Ah, what the hell? Half a minute later, the fiery phantoms leapt back several meters, revealing Chu Feng, whose entire being appeared as if he had emerged from a conflagration, his skin a patchwork of red and black, smoke wafting from his singed hair, standing there, unmoving. Mr. and Mrs. Sun rushed to their daughter's side. Daughter, are you unharmed? Ening. We never imagined you would become a superhuman. How wonderful. However, Chu Feng is known for his copper skin and iron bones, and is an A-class defensive expert. He will not be easily defeated. If we cannot win, we should flee. After all, we are all superhumans and can survive anywhere. Let us leave while Chu Feng is still dazed. At that moment, Chu Feng's face suddenly contorted, wisps of white smoke emerging from his nostrils, mouth, and ears, before he toppled backward. Bang! Mr. and Mrs. Sun. Dad, Mom, we don't need to go anywhere. Our home is right here. Sun Ening declared. Chu Feng is dead. From now on, not only will we dictate the affairs of Jinling Yard, but the entire Xuanwu district shall heed our commands. Mr. and Mrs. Sun were both astonished and elated, now fully comprehending that their daughter was even more formidable than Chu Feng. This meant their daughter possessed at least A-class combat abilities. Excellent. This is splendid. We can settle down for the time being without the need to scurry about. At that moment, Chu Feng, who had been rummaging through Chu Feng's belongings, approached. This guy is a miser. He only has an E-class storage ring, filled with some basic supplies and weapons. Here, this is your spoils. Oh, I do not want another man's possessions. Sun Ening feigned disdain, then linked her arm with Chu Feng's, extending her delicate, fair hand and shaking it lightly. I already have the C-class storage ring you gave me. I shall not accept such trash. Chapter 41. An S-class superhuman. Killing without hesitation? Oh, I was just about to say I would dispose of it when I noticed Mr. Sun gazing longingly at the E-class storage ring, his eyes fixated on it. So, I shall hand it to you, uncle, if you do not mind. Ha ha ha, I do not mind at all. Give it to me. Mr. Sun eagerly accepted the storage ring, beaming with the joy of a child at 50. This was a rare artifact, a storage ring. Ordinary superhumans could hardly possess such a thing. Yet now he had one. However, considering his daughter owned a C-class storage ring, his E-class ring seemed a bit less appealing. The E-class storage ring only had 1 cubic meter of space, while the C-class ring was rumored to have a staggering 100 million cubic meters, a difference of 100 million times. But upon reflection, they had gone from contemplating surrender or death to not only vanquishing their foe, but also acquiring loot. What was there to complain about? As for the young man their daughter was so close to, who had gifted her a C-class storage ring, he surely possessed remarkable strength. Their daughter, with her high standards, seldom found any man worthy of her attention. Thus, it was evident their relationship was significant. With a grin, Mr. Sun remarked, "Thank you, young man. You must be my daughter's boyfriend, right? What do they call you?" Just as Chu Feng was about to respond, Sun Ening interjected, "Dad. Chu Feng is not only my boyfriend, but also my life savior and my career mentor. Can we please sit down at home and discuss this further?" "Oh, of course. Young Chu, is it? Come in. Let us sit down and talk." The conditions at the Sun household were indeed superior to those of Lin Shireen, especially since they had taken control of the entire neighborhood. Their supplies remained unaffected, and even other residents had voluntarily brought protection fees, and the two maids continued to serve them at home. Through their conversations, Mr. and Mrs. Sun further confirmed the closeness of Chu Feng and Sun Ening's relationship. They were quite pleased with Chu Feng's outward demeanor, his mannerisms, and the hidden strength he occasionally revealed. Yet, hidden strength was still hidden. In this world, unlike before, a young man without power could not hope to possess a stunning wife and live a happy life. Thus, Mr. Sun began, "Young Chu, I can sense that your current strength must be considerable. However, I remain uncertain about its extent. Could you perhaps give your uncle a brief hint, so I can feel more at ease?" Upon hearing this, Chu Feng smiled faintly. "Uncle Sun, do you know who the most formidable person in Jinling City is?" "Without a doubt, the strongest is the Beastmaster, Lu Tong," Mr. Sun replied. "Lu Tong has inherited the legacy of the Beast King, possessing an S-class strength himself, and commanding 3 fiery-eyed lions, each boasting A-class prowess. He now occupies the most central area of Jinling City, indulging daily in the tributes offered by various ability users from surrounding regions. 3 days prior, 3 peak A-class ability users attempted to conspire against him, seeking to seize his inheritance and territory, but they were met with their demise. Lu Tong emerged unscathed, a testament to his formidable power. Previously, the Xuanwu district was under the tribute of Chu Feng, but now that he has been slain by Ning Ning, we shall have to offer our tributes to Lu Tong instead. Alas, it is rumored that he harbors a dark disposition. If the offerings are inadequate, one might face insults, beatings, or even fatal consequences. If only we had foreseen this, we would not have killed Chu Feng, Sun Mu interjected. Sun Fu responded, "We cannot view it that way. Lu Tong oppresses the overlords of each district, and in turn, they will surely exploit us even more ruthlessly. In this world, weakness is the original sin. There is no rationale to be found." Turning to Chu Feng, Sun Fu suggested, "Little Chu, perhaps Ning Ning should accompany you. After all, Lu Tong is a man. Should he encounter Ning Ning, it might incite new troubles. No need. Chu Feng furrowed his brow, asserting, Ning Ning has declared this her home. She will not leave. I refuse to let her wander aimlessly or act according to others' whims. Let me speak with Lu Tong. With that, Chu Feng vanished from sight. Sun Fu and Sun Mu gasped in disbelief. Sun Fu murmured, my daughter, just how powerful is Chu Feng? Could he possibly be on par with Lu Tong? Worry not. In any case, Chu Feng is exceptionally strong. Sun Yining replied, her demeanor relaxed. Mother, quickly arrange for dinner. I hope to keep Chu Feng here for a meal and perhaps an overnight stay. Why just one night? This is his home. Let him stay longer. Sun Mu exclaimed eagerly. Chu Feng is quite busy. Merely improving his strength demands considerable time. Sun Yining understood she could not retain Chu Feng for long. So she fabricated a rationale. Strength, much like rowing against the current, requires constant effort. He must devote time to training, which is entirely reasonable, right? Indeed, quite reasonable. I shall have the kitchen prepare a feast, featuring authentic Jinling saltwater duck, Jiangnan beggar's chicken, and some abalone and sea cucumbers, as well as Australian lobster and king crab. As Sun Mu rushed to fetch a live chicken from the backyard, intending to prepare it fresh, Chu Feng reappeared in a flash. Brother Feng, little Chu, you're back. Is everything all right? What did Lu Tong say? Chu Feng gestured, and a severed head materialized above his palm. This is Lu Tong, correct? Hiss. It is indeed him. I've seen him before. Did you kill him? I went to confront him while he was brazenly assaulting a woman. Realizing this man could pose a threat to Ning Ning in the future, I decided to eliminate him, once and for all. Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. Sun Fu and Sun Mu gasped in shock. An S-class ability user, slain just like that? I haven't even killed a chicken, and you've dispatched an S-class ability user? Chu Feng remarked coolly, merely an S-class, not much stronger than a chicken. Sun Fu and Sun Mu were momentarily dazed, overwhelmed by the realization of their daughter's boyfriend's extraordinary strength, leaving them at a loss for words. Chapter 42, Fiery-Eyed Lions? What a superb bounty. This young man is astonishingly powerful, surpassing their comprehension. Sun Fu and Sun Mu were simultaneously astonished and overjoyed, as this extraordinary individual was their daughter's boyfriend, their future son-in-law. Their gazes toward Chu Feng were filled with newfound admiration. Oh, Auntie, please refrain from killing the chicken tonight. Save it for later. We can simply have some beast meat tonight. Beast meat? Sun Mu looked bewildered. They had none at home. When I confronted Lu Tong, his 3 fiery-eyed lions were feasting upon a living human. Such vile creatures are a menace, and thus, I dispatched them to prevent further societal harm. As Chu Feng spoke, he conjured 3 enormous lion heads, each larger than a lion's head used in traditional lion dances, easily manageable as a meal for a child. These heads are rather large. One pot won't suffice. Each fiery-eyed lion is comparable to A-class combat ability users, with vitality surpassing that of ordinary ability users. Yet now, they have become my culinary ingredients. The lion heads may not taste great. I'll handle them, but these lion legs will be braised tonight. The other can be frozen for later consumption. These 2 lion kidneys are a source of great nourishment, perfect for stir-frying with chili peppers. This is the lion's tail, another nourishing delicacy, which I will reserve for Uncle Sun to infuse in liquor. Sun Fu, upon seeing the massive lion tails, gleamed with excitement. The tails of fiery-eyed lions are indeed treasures. Thank you, little Chu. Once I prepare some fine Maotai and century-old ginseng, we shall enjoy it together. Sure, I will join you for a drink then. Chu Feng replied with a smile, secretly thinking, given my youth and robust constitution, with strength, agility, and vitality all exceeding 10,000 points. Do I really need lion tail liquor? If we drink too much, I fear it will be my daughter, Sun Yining, who cannot handle it. Speaking of which, a lion's mating prowess is quite remarkable. A typical male lion can mate an average of 40 to 50 times a day during its peak, and on occasion, it can reach up to 100 times within a single day, lasting 4 to 5 days. Such capability is undeniably formidable. Although each encounter may be brief, it is not due to the lion's physiology but rather the ever-present dangers in the wild, such as hyenas lurking nearby, compelling them to conclude their engagements swiftly. In terms of timing, male lions can almost control the duration of their mating sessions, exhibiting extraordinary prowess. Thus, consuming some lion tail liquor and feasting on stir-fried lion kidneys is undoubtedly a supreme form of nourishment. Failure to release such energy promptly could lead to complications. As Chu Feng contemplated this, he glanced at Sun Yining, only to find her gazing back at him. Both seasoned individuals discerned the unspoken nuances in each other's eyes, causing Sun Yining's cheeks to flush, her gaze filled with deep affection as she shot him a charming look. Meanwhile, her mother cheerfully busied herself with the 2 ample fiery-eyed lion kidneys, preparing for what promised to be an eventful evening. By 6:30 p.m., a lavish banquet was laid out, featuring braised fiery-eyed lion legs and stir-fried fiery-eyed lion kidneys as the main dishes, while Australian lobster, king crab, sea cucumbers, and abalone served as mere accompaniments. After all, the fiery-eyed lion is an A-class beast, its meat and innards rich in vitality. not only aromatic but also enhancing one's physical constitution. After the meal, each person experienced a slight increase in their physical attributes. Sun Fu and Sun Mu saw the most significant gain, each adding 10 points to their physical attributes, while Sun Yining increased by 5 points. Chu Feng, however, only gained 1 point, as his physique had already reached an astonishing level of over 10,000 points. Thus, the enhancement of a single point in physical attributes is indeed commendable. The 4 individuals, all endowed with supernatural abilities, have noticeably increased their appetites. Even though the fire-eyed lion's thigh is thicker than that of a cow, it was consumed entirely. Not a drop of its essence was wasted. The 2 caretakers mixed it with 2 bowls of rice, which also granted them an additional 2 points in physical attributes. After the meal, Sun's father felt a sense of restlessness and directly addressed Sun Yining. Daughter, you shall be responsible for arranging accommodations for Chu Feng tonight. Your mother and I will retire upstairs first. Little Chu, you young ones enjoy yourselves. I shall not intrude. After a brief pause, he added, if you have no pressing matters, do not disturb us. With that, he took Sun's mother upstairs. As for what they would be doing, one could only imagine. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was led by Sun Yining to the 2nd floor, to her private chamber. Sun Yining's room, much like that of most young ladies, was adorned with a warm and inviting ambience. The entire space was enveloped in shades of pink, walls, floor tiles, bed, and linens, all in a delightful hue of rose. It was surprising to discover that the alluring and enticing Sun Yining possessed such a pronounced girlish charm. At that moment, Sun Yining presented Chu Feng with a pink bath towel, cheerfully stating, Brother Feng, I have prepared a bath for you. You can soak and use this towel afterward, hee. Anything is fine. I am not picky, Chu Feng replied with a smile, before disrobing and entering the exclusive bathroom within Sun Yining's room. To his astonishment, it featured a round whirlpool tub filled with warm water, adorned with a scattering of pink rose petals atop the surface. Wow, Yining certainly knows how to indulge. Just then, the bathroom door swung open, and a fair figure with a hint of rosy allure stepped inside. Brother Feng, since it's your first time here, you might not know how to use these amenities. Allow me to assist you. Where do I grab? Wait, let us wash first. The following morning, as Chu Feng settled at the dining table, the 2 caretakers promptly served him a sumptuous breakfast. Noticing the dark circles under their eyes, he felt a pang of guilt, realizing he had disturbed their rest the previous night. The fire-eyed lion's essence was indeed invigorating, coupled with his extraordinary physique. Even though Sun Yining had ascended to the rank of an A-class combat ability user, she could hardly withstand his vitality. Upon returning home, he would need to seek help from Qingxian. He estimated it would take about 3 to 5 days to expend this surge of energy. Within his storage space remained 2 pairs of fire-eyed lion's kidneys. He wondered how long it would be before they would again prove useful. There was a sense of anticipation. Chapter 43, The Secretary's Duties. After finishing his breakfast, Sun Yining had yet to awaken. A thin summer blanket barely covered her ample bosom, while her long, slender legs gleamed in the air, unabashedly exposed. He found himself captivated by those mesmerizing limbs. Chu Feng nearly succumbed to temptation once more, seemingly sensing his penetrating gaze. Sun Yining let out a soft murmur and turned away from him. Instantly, her delicate waist and luscious curves came into view, captivating him anew with their stunning proportions. Thus, he reclined back onto the bed, feeling that he could indulge in a little more slumber. 2 hours later, a refreshed Chu Feng prepared to bid farewell to Sun Yining. Yining, I must take my leave. I shall visit you again when time permits. I believe you, Brother Feng. I will be right here, eagerly awaiting your return. Such a considerate girl. I truly cherish you. I wish I could stay here forever. Chu Feng grasped Sun Yining's hand, reluctant to part. The tender embrace of love is indeed a graveyard for heroes. There is truth in that statement. I trust you as much as I trust a shadow. You must be itching to return and see Qingxian, right? Sun Yining teased, casting him a playful glance. Those sweet nothings are better reserved for her. She is quite innocent. While I intend to woo Qingxian, you are the one I hold most dear and worry about. Chu Feng declared, retrieving a collection of protective talismans, armor scrolls, magical shields, thunder talismans, teleportation scrolls, earth evasion talismans, strength potions, agility potions, and more, presenting them to Sun Yining. Your combat prowess is formidable among A-class combat ability users. You have few rivals. Your only shortcoming is your defensive capabilities. Most of these items bolster your defense or serve as lifesavers. In critical moments, they can shield you from harm. In the past, making a girl happy meant spending money. Now, it's about offering equipment. Brother Feng, these items are far too precious. Sun Yining protested. Any one of them could fetch tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of points at the trading center. They are invaluable for survival. Even Sun Yining could feel the unique care and affection Chu Feng bestowed upon her. Chu Feng smiled gently. As long as you are safe, all will be well with me. Remember to keep this confidential. Do not disclose it to Qingxian and Sure. My possessions are limited. If they learn of these and ask me for them, I would not have so much to offer. This sentiment sounds vaguely familiar. Yet, he brushed aside those thoughts. focusing on winning the heart of a young lady. After spending some tender moments with Sun Yining, he noticed that time was nearing noon. If he did not depart soon, he would be compelled to partake in lunch again. Thus, Chu Feng decisively bid farewell, utilizing spatial leap to return to Mingware Island, to his island estate. Upon his return, he discovered Li Qingxian leaning on the rooftop terrace, gazing out at the vast sea, lost in thought, completely unaware of his arrival. With a gentle pat on her backside, Chu Feng roused her from her reverie. Ah! Li Qingxian turned, ready to express her ire, but upon seeing Chu Feng, her anger transformed into a sulky complaint. So, you do remember to come back. You speak as if you were a lonely wife waiting for her husband. Chu Feng teased. Ahem, Li Qingxian. Do you still dare to reprimand me? He replied coolly. Please be mindful of your position. What position do you mean? Li Qingxian asked, somewhat baffled. You are the secretary of the Radiant Group, and I am the owner of the Radiant Group. Thus, you are essentially my secretary. Chu Feng stated matter-of-factly. As a secretary, do you dare to reprimand your boss? Li Qingxian shot him a look. Fine, I am your secretary. Then why not pay me my salary? No problem. I shall provide you with 2 billion. What use is money now? It cannot even buy anything. Hee, I was not referring to money. Not money. Then what do you mean? Hey, don't get all handsy. You just said I am merely your secretary. Indeed, for matters requiring attention, the secretary is engaged. For everything else, In contrast to Lin Shirin's innocent yet slightly naive demeanor and Sun Yining's fiery allure, Li Qingxian exuded a cool and aloof elegance, embodying the essence of a competent professional. However, that was merely the facade she presented to the outside world. When it came to matters of the heart, she was bolder and more passionate than Sun Yining, with reactions that were even more intense and fervent. Yet, after their intimate moments, she would revert to her composed and pragmatic demeanor, leaving one with the impression of someone who could easily sever ties. Qingxian, from now on, you will have me all to yourself. Isn't that exhilarating? After their encounter, Chu Feng held Li Qingxian close, and the two exchanged whispered confidences. Li Qingxian cast him a sidelong glance. Thank you very much. No need for thanks. Chu Feng replied with a nonchalant smile. In the future, just make me some meals, wash some clothes, and do a bit of cleaning. On what grounds? She retorted, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Is it not enough that you take advantage of me? But now you want me to do this and that? Have I owed you from my previous life? Li Qingxian felt a twinge of injustice. Whether in a past life or not, she certainly could not escape in this one. Chu Feng chuckled. Well, who told you to be my secretary? Duties fall to the secretary. Oh, how unfortunate I am. Li Qingxian pouted, feigning a pitiful demeanor. You should relish the fact that you possess me all to yourself. Such a stroke of luck. How can you claim to be unfortunate? To be honest, I've already resolved the issues for Shir and Ning Ning after sending them home yesterday. They wanted to return to accompany me, but I firmly refused. They should stay home with their parents. Chu Feng grinned. See, I must be the one who cares for you the most, leaving the noble task of accompanying me solely to you. I don't believe you. You're quite the rogue. Despite her words, the corners of Li Qingxuan's mouth curled upward, unable to conceal her inner delight. Don't believe me, huh? Here, take these. Chu Feng produced a collection of books, the Culinary Compendium, Mastering Household Chores, 18 Styles of Tea Art, 36 Techniques of Massage, and 108 Illustrated Secrets of the Boudoir. The greatest investment in life is the investment in oneself. Wealth and possessions are external and can be lost at any time. Only skills belong to you and can never be taken away. Chu Feng delivered a motivational spiel. As long as you possess sufficient abilities, no matter where you go in the future, you will become a person of means. These books on life skills are a gift to help you become an even more remarkable individual. Are they all skill books? Thank you, Feng Gu. Li Qingxian exclaimed with delight, for skill books are among the rarest of items. Yet, she noticed something peculiar about these skills, regardless of their oddities. Let us just confirm that they are indeed skill books. They are. Then that's settled. Chu Feng said earnestly. See, I've given you the most scarce skill books, which is proof that I care for you the most, right? Are you happy? Happy. That's good. But it must remain a secret. Do not tell Ning Ning and Shir. Feng Ji's skill books are limited, and if they find out and ask me for them, I won't have any left to give. This is our little secret. Feng Gu, you are truly wonderful to me. Oh dear, it's already noon. You rest for a bit. I shall prepare lunch. All right. Remember to study the Culinary Compendium so that you can be even more adept. Chapter 44. Earning points by slaying monsters and looting by killing. In the open kitchen, as Li Qingxian cooked, she couldn't help but grumble. Feng Gu is so wicked, handing me a stack of life skill books, insisting I become a perfect person, when in truth, he merely wants me to be a more perfect secretary, creating a more comfortable environment for him. Does he truly think I am naive and easily deceived? However, she mused, learning these life skills does have its advantages. At least, compared to Shir and Ning Ning, she would possess a greater edge. She could better capture Feng Ji's heart and stomach. As Li Qingxian prepared the dishes, her thoughts flowed freely. Once certain matters were understood, her entire mental state transformed. If one could not comprehend, Then cooking, laundry, and cleaning would feel like burdensome chores, leading to immense frustration. But once clarity was achieved, those same tasks became expressions of love for her beloved, rendering the experience immensely pleasurable. Li Qingxian currently felt quite enlightened. After all, Chu Feng was her idol, a profound and enigmatic warrior. In this world, it was imperative to cling tightly to his leg. Thus, was she truly aggrieved to do a bit of housework for Chu Feng? Not in the slightest. On the contrary, she aimed to showcase her value, ensuring that Chu Feng would increasingly rely on her rather than consider her dispensable. Physical beauty and youth would inevitably fade, with value diminishing year by year. Only wisdom and capability would never go out of style. Before long, for simple home-cooked dishes were arranged on the dining table. After studying the culinary compendium, Li Qingxuan's culinary skills had indeed advanced, even reaching a commendable level. Whether it was the speed of cooking, knife skills, control of heat, or the balance of color, aroma, and flavor, everything was exceptional, surpassing even five-star hotel chefs. Such was the power of skill books. Delicious. I am in for a treat. Chu Feng beamed. If it's delicious, then eat more. With her culinary skills recognized by Chu Feng, Li Qingxian felt a surge of joy. Feng go. Lunch was just a hasty affair. What would you like for dinner? I will prepare it meticulously in advance. After pondering for a moment, Chu Feng produced a leg of a fire-eyed lion and a kidney. Smiling, I will provide the ingredients. You handle the cooking. Your culinary skills are so superb. Just do as you see fit. All right. Li Qingxian responded. This ingredient is exceptional, containing a powerful vitality. Different cooking methods will result in varying degrees of vitality loss. How about this? I will marinate this lion leg with spices, wrap it in aluminum foil, and slow roast it. As for the kidney, we shall have boiled kidney slices. Sounds good. Let us proceed as you suggest. Chu Feng smiled. Today's attitude is quite commendable, and I am pleased. If you do well, I shall reward you. After a delightful evening barbecue, Chu Feng further rewarded her with 200 million. Li Qingxian appeared aloof and proud on the surface, yet when it came to certain matters, she found joy in serving Chu Feng even more attentively. Over the next few days, Chu Feng and Li Qingxian enjoyed a shamelessly tranquil life on the island. Each day, while Li Qingxian busied herself with household chores, Chu Feng immersed himself in the all-world blind box game, occasionally checking for new updates within the game. Currently, the all-world blind box had evolved to resemble an online game. Inside, besides friend chat channels and email functions, there were regional chat channels, city chat channels, provincial chat channels, national chat channels, and world chat channels. In the regional chat channel, messages could be seen by players within a 5-kilometer radius of the sender. The city chat channel required a payment of 1 point per message, with text limited to 50 characters and voice to 15 seconds. The provincial chat channel required a payment of 10 points per message, while the national chat channel required 100 points. The world chat channel demanded a steep price of 10,000 points per message, with the same limitations on text and voice. Beyond the instant chat channels, the all-world blind box also featured a discussion area, akin to an online gaming forum, allowing players to post various information and engage in discussions. With the surrounding area being nothing but sea, Chu Feng's regional chat channel remained blank for several days. The city chat channel had few speakers, mostly filled with advertisements and requests for assistance. Casual chat and grumbling were scarce, especially since speaking required points, which players were eager to acquire. Due to adjustments in the game's blind box acquisition mechanism, players sought various means to earn points, whether through monster slaying, selling goods, or completing tasks issued by others or the game system. Among these, slaying monsters was the fastest way to earn points. What surprised Chu Feng was that during his battle with the Beastmaster Lu Tong, the 3 A-grade fire-eyed lions had contributed a staggering 62,500 points. By this reckoning, fire-eyed lions surely belong to the category of A-grade boss monsters. Certainly, the act of murder yields no points. Otherwise, this world would swiftly devolve into a realm of slaughter. However, it is noteworthy that killing can yield equipment. To be precise, murder can facilitate looting. For instance, when Chu Feng vanquished the Beast King Lu Tong, he seized a D-ranked spatial ring from him. Under ordinary circumstances, once a spatial ring is activated, it binds to the player's own consciousness, automatically generating spatial restrictions. Without the player's intent, it is exceedingly difficult to access the ring. Forcibly opening a spatial ring could lead to the destruction of its corresponding storage space, potentially resulting in spatial explosions or collapses, causing everything within to vanish. However, Chu Feng, being a master of SSS-level spatial power, found such a spatial item as a mere storage ring to be trivially simple, akin to an unlocked door that swings open with a gentle push. The D-rank spatial ring belonging to the Beast King Lu Tong contained a volume of 1,000 cubic meters, housing a plethora of resources and equipment scavenged by Lu Tong from various districts of Jinling City, including over 600 unopened mystery boxes. It remains uncertain whether Lu Tong was too fearful or simply lacked the time to open them, especially considering the current 50 chance of encountering harmful items. Naturally, the fortunate mystery boxes were ultimately synthesized by Chu Feng, while the remaining 300 or so unopened harmful boxes were retained by him. Not yet listed in the game's trading center to avoid causing harm to others, should an unwary individual provoke him. He could utilize these harmful boxes to deliver a modest retribution or even bestow upon them a formidable surprise. Through countless syntheses, Chu Feng had discerned the patterns of the infinite synthesizer. 3 good mystery boxes would invariably yield a higher-tier good box, while 3 bad boxes would similarly produce a more advanced bad box. This insight granted Chu Feng greater operational latitude. In Chapter 45, titled The True Self's Indignation, an inexorable confrontation, aside from exhausting the mystery boxes, Chu Feng made little alteration to the other contents within Lu Tong's storage ring. It was not that he held the items in disdain. Rather, the contents were indeed quite meager. A dignified S-rank expert's storage ring contained little beyond food, water, and some low-tier equipment, lacking any high-value items. The only aspect of value for Chu Feng was the mystery boxes, which he had now completely opened. Perhaps the storage ring itself was the most valuable piece of equipment. As for the legacy of the Beast King, it had long since merged with Lu Tong's bloodline, rendering it unattainable by anyone who might slay him. Chu Feng stowed away the storage ring, choosing not to address its contents for the time being. In this world, waiting a year or so might render those items more valuable in terms of points. Subsequently, he perused the game's integrated discussion forum. The discussion forum was categorized by cities, provinces, countries, and even globally. Naturally, Chu Feng navigated to the discussion area from Magic Capital. The leading family of the Magic Capital, the Qin family, has produced a direct descendant, Qin Mo, who has unlocked an S-rank sword cultivation skill, entering the ranks of S-rank experts and currently standing at 86th place among the nation's top 100 experts. Congratulations! The Qin family has successfully cultivated 1 S-rank battle esper, 3 A-rank battle espers, and 28 other battle espers, showcasing formidable strength. They are now recruiting B-rank and above battle espers globally, offering villas, beautiful companions, equipment, mystery boxes, and ample rewards for those with the capability. The Magic Capital Esper Alliance, a sanctuary for espers in the Magic Capital, offers no exorbitant salaries yet presents no insurmountable barriers, alongside the immeasurable treasure of freedom. All righteous espers residing in the Magic Capital are welcome to join in the restoration of our cherished homeland. Treasure Pavilion, Magic Capital Branch, is continuously purchasing various high-tier equipment, rare items, skill books, and advanced mystery boxes, with home visits for acquisition, no service fees, and fair prices. They also sell assorted high-tier equipment, rare items, skill books, and advanced mystery boxes, with delivery to your door. Ha 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 ha. Is this the first silver treasure chest found in the Magic Capital? I dug it out of a trash bin. I'm rich now. 10,000 points. Ha ha ha. Pictures. 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 The Magic Capital Welfare Institute urgently needs a supply of food and water. The official contact is unreachable. Is there any kind-hearted person willing to help? Up-close footage of 18 zombie gatherings, guaranteed to send chills down your spine. Offering insights. Unveiling the success secrets of the top expert on the national leaderboard, Yin Danfeng. If you find it insightful, please consider tipping. In the game's discussion forum, there were various recruitment posts, advertisements, boastful threads, and requests for assistance. Chu Feng even stumbled upon a gossip thread concerning himself, boldly speculating that Yin Danfeng was a descendant of a hidden family in the country, who had made substantial investments in mystery boxes and eventually uncovered valuable items. The audacity of such behavior was attributed to the protective backing of his family, shielding him from the risks associated with bad mystery boxes. Many prominent families, both domestic and foreign, as well as tightly knit organizations, were engaging in similar practices. Meanwhile, those who had unlocked powerful skills had effectively declared independence, each ruling their own territories, leaving behind a shell of governmental structures that were either deceased or fled. The military forces stationed across various regions remained relatively intact, yet frequently faced situations where lesser soldiers usurped command after gaining power, leading to the collapse of the original management systems. The conclusion drawn from this was that the future world would witness a fracturing of power and resource division based on familial alliances. Thus, the anonymous user advised everyone to promptly align themselves with a robust large family, such as the Qin family, the foremost among the 4 families of the Magic Capital. Ideally, discovering the family to which Yin Danfeng belonged would be the ultimate prize. Before the Yun family emerged into the limelight, the Qin family was the best choice. Upon reading this gossip thread about himself, Chu Feng could not help but scoff. It was likely a piece of promotional content orchestrated by the Qin family. The post content was a blend of truth and falsehood, with some analyses being relatively accurate while others were mere fabrications. Yet this semi-true, semi-false nature of the post resonated with many netizens, garnering numerous likes and even some rewarding points, leaving Chu Feng to ponder whether it was all a coordinated act by the Qin family. Without hesitation, Chu Feng commented beneath the post, "Nonsense." His comment instantly drew attention. Countless players began replying to his post, liking it. Wow, the real Yin Danfeng has appeared. The true self's indignation is indeed unassailable. I thought there was some truth to it, but I never expected it to be sheer nonsense. Hey, it's possible they indeed revealed a secret about Yun Danfeng, which provoked this rebuttal. Yun Danfeng, can you please focus on slaying monsters? As the top expert, not making it into the top 10 of the kill leaderboard is quite shameful, don't you think? Do you honor the lives lost to monsters? Are you even a true son of Huaxia? Wow, the 3 soul questions. Is this the legendary moral coercion? With great power comes great responsibility, since killing monsters grants points. Why can't he do it? You are in Yun Danfeng. You have no idea what he is going through right now. You have no right to instruct him on what to do. Exactly. What if others have their own struggles? Whether or not to slay monsters is their prerogative. Yun Danfeng, are you trying to instruct me on how to act? How absurd. The players erupted into a heated debate beneath Chu Feng's response, engaging in discussions surrounding whether Yun Danfeng Qing should intervene to aid the suffering populace. Within mere minutes, the thread amassed over 1,000 replies. Meanwhile, the person at the center of this discourse paid no heed to the commotion, for he was captivated by a notification from the City Channel. City Channel, Treasure Pavilion. Magic City Branch. New stock of silver blind boxes, 10 available, each for only 9,999 points. Bronze blind boxes, 20 available, each for just 999 points. Bulk purchases receive preferential treatment. Contact us if interested. Wild silver blind boxes. Given that the marketplace already offered blind boxes, players wishing to sell them quickly would need to undercut the store's prices, lest others simply opt to purchase directly from the shop. Considering that he might utilize such a channel in the future, Chu Feng promptly reached out. 80%, I'll take them all. Chapter 46, Acquiring Wild Blind Boxes. A special system unveiled. Yun Danfeng Qing. 80%, I'll take them all. Treasure Pavilion, Magic City Branch. Wait, is this truly the esteemed Yun Danfeng Qing? The top player on the leaderboard? Yun Danfeng Qing. Indeed, it is I, Treasure Pavilion, Magic City Branch. Our prices generally aren't negotiable, but since it's you, we'll make an exception. 80% it is. Let us be friends and establish a long-term partnership. Yun Danfeng Qing. Agreed. Soon, the transaction was completed. Treasure Pavilion, Magic City Branch. Esteemed one, for any future purchases, feel free to reach out to me. Should you wish to sell anything, I can assist as well, ensuring you receive the most attentive service. Yun Danfeng Qing. Understood. Chu Feng maintained a composed demeanor, embodying the poise expected of a top-tier player. Treasure Pavilion, Magic City Branch. Additionally, we assist others in completing various tasks, with rewards and points upon completion. Would you care to try? Oh, Chu Feng pondered for a moment before responding. Please provide me with a list of the most challenging tasks. I'll take a look when I have the time. Treasure Pavilion, Magic City Branch. Certainly, esteemed one. I will send it over shortly. As their conversation concluded, Chu Feng redirected his focus to the newly acquired wild blind boxes. Utilizing his eye of truth, he confirmed that each box was indeed a wild variant, capable of being synthesized. Fortune smiled upon him. Among the 10 silver blind boxes, 8 contained valuable items, while only 2 were subpar. From the 20 bronze blind boxes, 13 were commendable, while 7 were not. He decided to set aside the inferior boxes, as they might prove useful in the future. Of the 8 commendable boxes, 7 contained standard C or B grade items, yet one wild box astonishingly housed a special item. This revelation filled Chu Feng with delight, for special items possess extraordinary power, transcending the E to SSS grade spectrum. His previous special item, the Infinite Synthesizer, had granted him significant advantages in his journey, and now he had stumbled upon another treasure. His gaze lingered on the silver blind box. This silver blind box contains a special item, the Apocalypse Goddess Apartment System, which may yield unexpected rewards. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively opened the box. You have opened a silver blind box and obtained the special item, Apocalypse Goddess Apartment System. You have acquired the Apocalypse Goddess Apartment System. Would you like to bind it? Bind. The Apocalypse Goddess Apartment System is binding. Binding successful. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the system and received an apartment in the Apocalypse, located at 888 Binhai Road, Magic City. This apartment can only be rented according to specified criteria. Failure to comply will result in penalties, including but not limited to illness, poverty, impotence, atrophy, and loss of beauty. What a targeted punishment. This apartment may only be rented to single women with a charm score of 90 or above and a purity score of 99 or above. Furthermore, daily rental tasks must be completed. For each successful rental of a qualifying single woman, the host will receive rewards such as equipment, points, and blind boxes. For detailed system functionalities, please explore them independently. Chu Feng clicked his tongue. This system was quite peculiar. Was it not compelling him to accumulate goddesses? How could he justify this to Li Qingxian, Sun Yining, and Lin Shirin? Therefore, he resolved to keep this matter a secret from them. Qingxian, stay safe at home. I have some business to attend to. All right, Brother Feng, please be careful. Li Qingxian suspected nothing, believing Chu Feng was engaged in significant affairs. As a master of his caliber, he did not feel the need to disclose his intentions to her. Nevertheless, he still wanted to reassure her. demonstrating that he valued her presence and would not vanish without a word to cause her unnecessary worry. Chu Feng departed from Minghua Island, teleporting directly to the urban area of Magic City, quickly locating 888 Binhai Road. Situated in the heart of the city, Binhai Road is an area of unparalleled prosperity, where every inch of land is invaluable. However, in a post-apocalyptic world, an increase in population also implies a rise in danger. The placement of the Apocalypse Goddess apartment here seemed conspicuous. Nonetheless, Chu Feng harbored no apprehensions should anyone dare to covet the goddess apartment. He would not hesitate to engage in some extermination and treasure hunting. He swiftly dealt with a pack of hellhounds that appeared on the street and arrived at the entrance of the goddess apartment. Gazing up at the sign, he was immediately presented with the apartment's details. Apocalypse Goddess Apartment, LV1, containing 10 fully furnished apartments, ready for immediate occupancy, equipped with independent water, electrical, and gas lines, internet access, and boasting a robust automatic defense system, impervious to monsters of S grade and below. Owner, Chu Feng. Impressive. Standing at the entrance, the facial recognition system activated, and the heavy, ornate iron gate opened automatically. Behind the gate lay a garden that was somewhat desolate, overrun with dead branches and leaves in dire need of a gardener's touch. Enveloped by the garden was a 6-story modern Chinese-style elevator apartment, with 2 households per floor. The first floor featured a spacious lobby, reminiscent of a hotel reception area, but with a more comprehensive range of amenities. The lobby included a tea room, game room, music room, karaoke room, cinema, and an open kitchen and dining area, serving as the comprehensive entertainment hub of the entire apartment. The elevator, situated within the lobby, provided access to the 2nd through 6th floors. With only 10 rooms available for rent, the capacity seemed slightly limited. However, the notation indicating LV1 suggested that the Apocalypse Goddess apartment could be upgraded. As for how to achieve such an upgrade, Chu Feng was currently uncertain. He would first focus on filling the 10 available slots. After studying the goddess apartment system for a while, Chu Feng promptly published a rental advertisement. Wait, hold on. He couldn't let Li Qingxian see this ad. Chu Feng quickly rummaged through his storage space for a temporary identity card. Temporary identity card. Using this card grants a temporary identity, allowing adjustments to appearance, voice, nickname, and other attributes. Chu Feng activated it, simply changing his nickname to Godly Landlord before posting the rental announcement. City Channel, Godly Landlord, Apocalypse Apartment Rental Advertisement, a brand new, fully furnished apartment is now available at 888 Binhai Road. This property features an exclusive entrance and yard, independent utilities, elite security, and a reliable, safe environment. All in pristine condition and ready for immediate occupancy. Choose your room. First come, first served. Daily rent. Assist the landlord with a minor task that must be completed each day. Tenant requirements. Attractive, high-quality young single women, self-assured individuals only. Recruitment for a single day. Interested parties are requested to send their personal details, along with a no-makeup photo or video, to the email address xxxxxx. Chapter 47. The First Tenant. Comparable to a national treasure. Chu Feng published the rental advertisement 10 times consecutively. Due to the lengthy nature of the advertisement, it had to be divided into 3 separate posts. Fortunately, posting in the City Channel only required 1 point per message, and with a total of 30 points. It was quite economical. After completing the rental advertisement, Chu Feng also shared several short videos showcasing the interior decor of the End Times Goddess apartment, which were likewise posted on the City Channel. The luxurious and grand decor, the snack cabinet brimming with treats, the refrigerator stocked with vegetables, meats, and beverages, as well as the steaming shower and bathtub, immediately stirred a considerable uproar in the City Channel, garnering the attention of countless individuals. Is this for real? In the midst of an apocalypse, there are still houses for rent? Surely this is a joke. This apartment looks too delightful. It is truly my dream abode. This apartment appears so comfortable. I long to possess one just like it. Where's this place located? Ladies, do not be fooled. It is clearly a scam. This landlord does not seem trustworthy at all, only seeking attractive, high-quality young single women and demanding photos or videos first. This is clearly akin to selecting a concubine. What a contemptible landlord. In these dire times, who still cares about such things? Shouldn't we be more concerned about whether we meet the criteria of being attractive and high-quality young single women ourselves? I am willing. Please let me rent a room. I am ready to do anything for the landlord. The landlord's intentions were evident, yet what could be done? Survival took precedence. Even in a world without an apocalypse, I lack such living conditions. Within the City Channel, reactions varied. Some were shocked, others skeptical, some disdainful, and others mocking. The general consensus was that this landlord was a lecherous opportunist taking advantage of the apocalypse. Yet, some rational voices suggested that if one could not even preserve their life, it might be worthwhile to try the End Times Goddess apartment. In addition to inquiries on the City Channel, many chose to privately message the legendary landlord. But Chu Feng did not respond to any of them. They were told to send relevant information via email. What was the point of private messaging? If they could not comprehend the rental advertisement, there was no need to engage. Chu Feng focused his energy on the email inbox, giving everyone time to respond. He wandered the game communication area for half an hour before finally opening his email. The inbox, which was the built-in email feature of the all-worlds blind box game, required no electricity or internet. As long as the player was alive and conscious, emails could be sent. At that moment, just half an hour had passed, and over 200 emails had already flooded in from prospective tenants seeking to rent. How to sift through such an abundance of rental requests? Chu Feng implemented a three-step strategy. The first step was to eliminate emails that inquired about details without sending photos. Why ask questions without providing a photo? He was quite busy. The second step involved discarding those who, despite sending photos or videos, clearly did not meet the criteria of being attractive, high-quality young women. Chu Feng admired the confidence of some girls, but he was looking for beauty, not excessive oiliness. By the third step, only a few emails remained. In Chu Feng's eyes, the photos of these beauties resembled pure campus flowers or urban beauties. With his naked eye, it was challenging to ascertain whether they were rated 89 or 90. Even more difficult was determining their purity level. At this juncture, Chu Feng had no choice but to employ the ability of the Eye of Truth. With only 4 shortlisted emails remaining, Chu Feng activated the Eye of Truth for final discernment. The Eye of Truth activated. With a mere thought, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Tang Liao, 21 years old, university student, currently single, charm value 90, purity value 92. The charm value encompasses a comprehensive evaluation of beauty, including appearance, figure, and temperament, among other factors. The purity value reflects the response to deep contact with the opposite sex. With each deep encounter, the purity value decreases by 1. Wow, this girl indeed has a charm value exceeding 90, but alas, she is a bit tarnished. Directly pass. Chu Feng continued to the second candidate. Zhang Xiao, 25 years old, white-collar worker, currently single, charm value 89, purity value 98. Both scores fell slightly short, regrettably. Tan Sini, 27 years old, white-collar worker, currently single, charm value 88, purity value 99. Goodness, with that face, that figure, that temperament. How can she only have a score of 88? Chu Feng was astonished, but recognized that the scoring from the Eye of Truth must have its rationale. Who knows if this Tan Sini cleverly utilized beauty filters or makeup techniques comparable to disguise. Chen Bingxian, 20 years old, university student, currently single, charm value 91. Purity value 98. Oh dear, this Chen Bingxian is just a notch away. What a pity. Finding a tenant that met the criteria proved exceedingly challenging. It was possible that he would gain nothing today. If he could not find a suitable candidate today, starting tomorrow, Chu Feng would personally seek one out. For he could not believe that, in such a vast metropolis, there was not a single eligible beauty in need of assistance. As Chu Feng contemplated this, he suddenly received another email. He casually clicked it open to review. At first glance, he thought, oh, a beauty. Before him was an exquisite oval face, delicate features, artistic eyebrows, a refined nose, rosy cheeks, luscious lips, and flawless skin. Her figure was stunning. Particularly striking were her bright, captivating eyes that seemed to ensnare the soul. Cascading black, silky hair flowing like a waterfall, her charming face adorned with a playful yet alluring expression. The entire photograph emanated the essence of an artistic masterpiece. Could this possibly be an edited photo? Oh, there's a video too. Chu Feng immediately watched the video and was astonished to find the beauty was indeed the same as in the photograph. In that case, it was time to employ the Eye of Truth. Su Yunwan, 23 years old, internet live streaming professional, currently single, charm value 95, purity value 100. Goodness, what am I seeing? Chu Feng blinked rapidly, staring again. Wow, her charm value actually reaches 95, and she is truly sincere. The photo is unedited, and the video is authentic. Not only was her charm value high, but her purity value was also a perfect score of 100. Chu Feng had seen girls with a purity value of 100 before, but to find one with a charm value exceeding 90 while maintaining a purity value of 100 was akin to discovering a national treasure. A glimmer of avarice gleamed in Chu Feng's eyes. Su Yunwan, you are the one. My very first tenant. The email contained Su Yunwan's gaming nickname and contact information, prompting Chu Feng to swiftly add her as a friend and initiate contact through the game. Chapter 48. Offering you an opportunity, but it's of no use. Chu Feng added the other party as a friend, and it was accepted almost immediately. Before he could utter a word, the other party sent a voice call request. Upon connecting, an urgent voice came through. I'm sorry, landlord, but I might not be able to rent your house. What? Chu Feng was momentarily bewildered. From the moment he received the email to adding the sender as a friend, no more than a few minutes had elapsed. And the change of heart was swifter than a change of face. However, he could hear a cacophony from the other end, punctuated by the occasional shriek of Su Yunwan, indicating she was in peril. What is happening on your side? He inquired urgently. Someone is smashing my front door. They've already breached it. I'm hiding in my bedroom. I don't think I can make it. She replied, panic evident in her voice. Share your location immediately. I'll come to your aid. He insisted. It's too late. Whoa, just share your location and leave the rest to me. Be obedient. Okay. Before long, the location sharing was activated, and Chu Feng quickly discerned Su Yunwan's whereabouts at a trendy apartment complex known as Black Crystal in Pudong District, a mere 7 or 8 kilometers from where he was. Su Yunwan was a live-streaming professional, and this address seemed accurate. Without hesitation, he tucked a few protective talismans into his pocket and initiated a spatial leap towards the Black Crystal apartment. The Black Crystal apartment was a luxurious building housing tens of thousands of units, situated in the bustling heart of Pudong District. With well-regulated property management and comprehensive commercial facilities, its exquisite interior had gradually turned it into one of the favored residences for internet celebrities in the magical city. Su Yunwan was one such celebrity. Having shunned the underhanded practices of the industry, she remained unsigned, relying solely on her looks and talent as an independent broadcaster, amassing over 2 million followers on platforms like Douyin and Kuaishou. Previously, a company named Pink Lady had made several attempts to sign her, even offering an annual salary of 5 million, all of which she declined. Content with her income from advertisements and merchandise sales, which amounted to several tens of thousands a month, she was satisfied with her life. However, her defiance had incited the ire of Pink Lady, which resorted to online suppression, defamation, and offline threats and intimidation to coerce her into submission, all of which failed. Instead, she gathered evidence and reported them to the authorities, leading to severe repercussions for the involved parties. Since then, her environment had become considerably more peaceful. Yet, with the arrival of the World Box game, chaos had begun to seep into reality, leaving her increasingly unsettled. Fortunately, being somewhat of a recluse, she had stocked up on snacks, instant noodles, and bottled water at home, allowing her to remain safe and sound for the time being. However, just yesterday, an unwelcome visitor had appeared at her doorstep, the very vice president of Pink Lady who had sought to sign her, attempting to force entry. She had managed to fend him off with a disposable magical scroll she had drawn from a blind box. Yet, just a few minutes prior, he returned, clad in bizarre attire and wielding a shield resembling a pot lid, accompanied by several henchmen. They had used a breaching tool to demolish her security door within mere minutes. Terrified, Su Yunwan had hidden in her bedroom, barricading the door with her wardrobe, bed, and vanity. But all her efforts were in vain. If they could dismantle a security door, how long could a wooden bedroom door withstand? At this moment, Su Yunwan crouched in the corner of her bedroom, helplessly watching as the door was gradually dismantled, the relentless banging causing her to scream in terror. Bang, 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 bang. With a resounding crash, the bedroom door gave way, and even the wardrobe splintered into pieces, allowing several men to crawl through the opening. Su Yunwan, where do you think you can hide now? Mr. Wong, you're breaking the law by trespassing. Breaking the law? Does the law even exist anymore? Power is the law. If you can, go ahead and call the authorities. Let us see if they care to come for me. By the way, thinking back to the last time I was caught, I was furious. It's all your fault. You got me locked up for a day and night, and I had to pay 30,000 to get out. Today, I must vent my anger on you. Stay away from me. My friend is coming. He's very capable. Your friend? How capable? Let him come out and compare skills with me. Is he really that strong? Or are you just fabricating tales? I'm not lying. He's really on his way. Is he? Then let him show himself. If he doesn't he come. It'll be so dull with just me playing with you. How about I let my brothers join in? The more, the merrier. Shameless. Pervert. Indeed, I am a pervert. Is he not here yet? I'll start making my move now. Brothers, hold her down. Don't touch me. Get away. Tearing sounds filled the air as her clothes were ripped apart, revealing her delicate figure, and Mr. Wong and his companion's eyes gleamed with lust. Wow, so white. Wow, so big. Wow, so beautiful. Wow, you guys are so uncultured. A single exclamation can conquer the world. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. Who said that? Mr. Wong and his men turned to see a young and handsome man standing quietly behind them, a teasing expression on his face. It was none other than Chu Feng. Damn, who the hell are you? Mr. Wong's group was nearly paralyzed with fear, glaring at Chu Feng. Mind your own business if you don't want to die. Don't think just because you're handsome that I won't dare to hit you. Chuckling, Chu Feng responded. With that statement, I'll give you a chance, scram. Damn it, what if I don't? In a flash, several fruit knives, scissors, tweezers, and nail clippers flew toward Mr. Wong and his group, piercing their throats and causing blood to spray profusely. If you don't want to leave, then stay here. You're a scourge to society. And it's no loss to eliminate you, Chu Feng remarked coolly. Besides, I already offered you a chance, but it seems you're not up to it. Gurgling, Mr. Wong and his companion's eyes widened in shock as they clutched their throats, desperate to speak, but unable to produce sound, only more crimson blood gushing forth. In the corner, Su Yunwan was utterly stunned. The impact of the brutal takedown was far more shocking than the earlier assault. This handsome young man, unexpectedly so fierce and merciless, left her with a strange mix of admiration and attraction. After all, he was her savior. In that fleeting moment, myriad thoughts raced through Su Yunwan's mind. Chapter 49. This landlord is indeed unruly. Magic City, 888, Benhai Road. Goddess Apartment. Hello, landlord. Thank you for what you did earlier. You're welcome. You're my tenant. Helping you is my duty. You don't think I'm ruthless, do you? Of course not. If I had the power, I would have eliminated that scum too. That is good to hear. Chu Feng nodded. Why don't you take a look at the rooms? You're my first tenant. I have 10 rooms for you to choose from. Thank you. But perhaps we should discuss the rent first? I feel a bit uneasy otherwise. The rent has already been agreed upon. All you need to do is assist the landlord, me, with a small task each day. Oh. Su Yunwan glanced at Chu Feng's handsome visage and well-proportioned figure, and couldn't he help but ask, are you asking me to be your lover, to share your bed? Cough cough. Chu Feng cleared his throat, slightly taken aback. How had she jumped to the final step so quickly? Let us take it one step at a time. Shall we? No need to rush. He cast a sidelong glance at Su Yunwan and said nonchalantly, what, in your opinion? Is it a trivial matter for a lover to share a bed? No, no, Su Yunwan replied, her cheeks flushed. I was merely contemplating what I possess that might warrant your assistance beyond my physical form. I truly cannot conceive of any other factors. Very well, you exhibit remarkable self-awareness. Chu Feng remarked coolly. Are you prepared then? Not yet, Su Yunwan responded, her face still aglow, as she bit her cherry-red lip. If you truly wish for my company, I suppose I could simply close my eyes and let you have your way. The landlord was strikingly handsome, far surpassing Vice President Wang by at least 100-fold. With an impressive physique and formidable prowess. Although the two shared no emotional foundation, one could certainly develop feelings over time. Chu Feng chuckled softly. Cease your teasing, dear lady. I am but a serious landlord. Su Yunwan felt a slight sense of relief at his declaration, yet she scoffed at the notion of him being a serious landlord. A man's words are often but a web of deceit. Trusting him would be akin to believing a sow could climb a tree. Subsequently, Su Yunwan proceeded to inspect the apartment. Within the goddess apartment, each unit was lavishly decorated, far superior to her former internet celebrity residence, which left her utterly astounded. In this world, such fortuitous circumstances still existed. She was simply overjoyed. Hello, landlord, I have finished my tour. I would like to rent room 1 on the 6th floor. If that is acceptable? She inquired upon returning to the lobby. Of course. Wonderful. Thank you, landlord. Su Yunwan exclaimed. I shall move my belongings into the room now. Very well. With their verbal agreement on the rental, Chu Feng immediately received a notification. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully rented to a qualified tenant. Upon completion of the daily rent task, points will be awarded. Rent task. Wear a maid outfit and do housework for 30 minutes. Rent can be waived if intimacy level is above 5. Upon completion, the host will receive 38,000 points. For details on point acquisition, please check tenant information. Wow, I can earn that many points from the tenant completing the rent task? Chu Feng was somewhat astonished. This was practically a point-giving system. He promptly checked the tenant information. Currently, Chu Feng had but one tenant, Su Yunwan. Unlike the information he had observed through the eye of truth before, her profile was now far more detailed. Tenant, Su Yunwan. Occupation, internet live streamer. Charm value, 95. Purity value, 100. Intimacy value, 60. Deep affection. Intimacy level, 0. Resentment 1001. 1. Acquaintance 19. 2. Casual acquaintance 39. 3. Kindred spirits 59. 4. Deep affection 79. 5. Close companionship 99. 6. Unwavering loyalty 100. Daily rent. Wear a maid outfit and do housework for 30 minutes. Rent can be waived if intimacy level is above 5. Daily rewards. Charm value, purity value, intimacy value, level 1 point. After reviewing Su Yunwan's personal information, Chu Feng fell silent. The fact that her intimacy level had reached 4, deep affection, was quite surprising. They had only just met today, yet their bond was so profound. Could it be that his heroic act of saving her had stirred feelings within her, fostering trust and reliance? That seemed to be the only explanation. It appeared that Su Yunwan was rather sentimental. Excellent. She could be cultivated. As for what she would be cultivated into, those in the know would understand. A girl with a 4-level intimacy could yield 38,000 points daily. If she reached level 6, wouldn't that amount to 57,000 points? If all 10 apartments were filled, with 10 girls each providing an average of 50,000 points daily, that would total 500,000 points. How many monsters would he have to slay to earn such points? Spending time with these ladies, or rather, having them enjoy his company, would net him 500,000 points, far more rewarding than the arduous and perilous task of monster hunting. This post-apocalyptic goddess apartment system was truly splendid. Chu Feng felt he could finally relax. However, did this mean he was living off women? Who cares? As long as it was delightful. For the foreseeable future, he need not worry about points, merely seeking out high-quality ladies. Finding ladies was certainly more entertaining than hunting monsters. Ding! At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and Su Yunwan, having tidied her room, returned to the lobby. Landlord, you mentioned the rent involves me completing a task each day. What would you like me to do today? Ahem. Today's task is to wear a maid outfit and do housework for 30 minutes. Su Yunwan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Chu Feng replied earnestly. You, adorned in a maid outfit, performing housework for half an hour. Quite simple, wouldn't you agree? Simple it may be, but must it truly involve wearing a maid outfit? Yes, it must be done. Otherwise, the task cannot be completed. Very well, Su Yunwan said, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Oh dear, this landlord is indeed rather unorthodox. Chapter 50. Task completed, points credited. All right. Su Yunwan nodded, her face still flushed, but suddenly recalled something. However, I do not possess a maid outfit. She was merely a beauty and talent streamer, primarily engaging in chatting and dancing. Such props were not part of her repertoire. Fear not, I have one. Chu Feng rummaged through his storage space and soon produced a black and white maid outfit adorned with white lace trim. Here, take it, it's a gift. Su Yunwan's cheeks reddened as she cast a peculiar glance at Chu Feng, seemingly questioning. Landlord, you possess such items as well. How truly unconventional. I discovered this in a blind box. Who would have thought it would come in handy? Chu Feng remarked casually, then produced several pairs of stockings. By the way, I also acquired stockings. Long, short, varying lengths, black, white, red, pink, transparent, semi-transparent, fishnet, with lace edges, you name it. Here are a few, should you run out of stockings. Just let me know, and I shall provide more at no cost. I truly appreciate your kindness. Not at all. Su Yunwan shot him a playful glare, inwardly thinking that it was clearly his desire to see her in stockings, despite his lofty pretenses. With the maid outfit and stockings in hand, Su Yunwan ascended to her room to change. 10 minutes later, ding, the elevator doors opened once more, and Su Yunwan emerged, clad in the maid outfit. The black and white attire, complemented by lace-trimmed white stockings and black leather shoes, presented an undeniably adorable appearance. However, Chu Feng merely glanced at her before diverting his gaze, saying, Feel free to do some housework, half an hour will suffice. Su Yunwan was slightly bewildered, as this differed from her expectations. Was she not to kneel beside him, offering leg massages or similar attentions? What are you dazed about? Chu Feng said, mop the floor, dust, tidy the room. Surely you know how to do these? Oh yes, I can do that. Su Yunwan quickly regained her composure and eagerly set to work. Do not rush, please hand me a bottle of happiness water. I would like the osmanthus flavor. Certainly. Su Yunwan retrieved a bottle of osmanthus-flavored cola from the refrigerator and handed it to Chu Feng. He then settled onto the sofa in the living room, sipping his drink while observing Su Yunwan diligently tidying up the room. Although the configuration within the goddess apartment of the apocalypse was quite comprehensive, the arrangement of the sofa cushions, tables, chairs, and decorations was rather haphazard. Su Yunwan meticulously organized these items and proceeded to wipe the barely perceptible dust from the surfaces of the furniture with a burlap cloth, rejuvenating the entire hall. Chu Feng watched her industriousness with a sense of satisfaction. It created an atmosphere brimming with vitality and life. The only flaw was that Su Yunwan's maid outfit was somewhat short, snug, and tight-fitting, standing at a statuesque height of 1.7 meters. With a figure that was undeniably alluring, her attire proved somewhat cumbersome for her tasks. At that moment, a notification sound echoed in Chu Feng's mind. Ding! Tenant Su Yunwan's rent task for today has been completed. Reward, 38,000 points. Has been credited. Wow, has it already been half an hour? Chu Feng forcibly diverted his gaze from the exquisite legs revealed beneath Su Yunwan's maid outfit and addressed her. All right, half an hour has elapsed. The task for today is complete. Let us take a break. Oh, it's fine. There are still a few windows left to clean. Let me finish those first. Wow, this girl is quite diligent, Chu Feng mused. Since she was inclined to continue, he allowed her to do so, relishing the view. Observing a beautiful woman performing household chores was undeniably delightful, especially when that woman possessed a stunning score of 95 in beauty. Every frown and smile, every movement was imbued with aesthetic grace. If her maid outfit were to be exchanged for a fitted skirt, it would undoubtedly enhance her allure even further. The charm of cuteness pales in comparison to the potency of sensuality. This wretched system clearly does not understand me, Chu Feng thought, shaking his head. While Su Yunwan was indeed captivating, she could not be consumed, at least not at this moment. Even if she were to offer herself willingly, it would not be permissible. For the goddess apartment system harbored a hidden attribute. If the intimacy level between the two reached level 6, equating to 100 points of affection, further intimate contact would yield hidden rewards. Had this goddess apartment system fallen into the hands of another, they might have swiftly exploited a beauty like Su Yunwan. However, with his true eye, Chu Feng effortlessly uncovered the system's secrets. This dog system did not explicitly reveal these rewards, and had it not been for his investigative prowess, he might have missed out on a fortune. Yet, what those hidden rewards entailed remained a mystery to him, one that could only be revealed once their relationship matured. However, elevating her affection to a perfect score of 100 was unlikely to be an easy endeavor. It would require patience. Fortunately, with thousands of points accrued daily, even sustaining her would not be a loss. Currently, Su Yunwan was the sole female tenant in the goddess apartment, and Chu Feng needed to recruit more. As he perused his inbox, he was inundated with emails. Ning Jing, 28 years old, executive at a public company, single, charm level 92, purity level 86. Her charm is sufficient, but this purity level is far too low. Is she trying to play innocent with me? Chu Feng harbored doubts about how she attained such an executive position. He swiftly passed on her profile and continued to the next. Jia Tian, 22 years old, company intern. Single, charm level 88, purity level 99. Almost there on charm, but pass. Shi Jintian, 25 years old, white-collar worker, currently dating 4 boyfriends, charm level 70. Purity level 92. How on earth did she manage that? A charm level of 70, yet looks like 90 with makeup, and simultaneously dating 4 boyfriends? Pass. Chun Lijun, 35 years old, divorced woman, single, charm level 88, purity level 66. This is quite dire, pretending to be innocent? Chu Feng could only shake his head in disbelief. 666 pass. Pass. After sifting through countless emails, he found not a single suitable candidate. Discovering a goddess that met his criteria proved to be quite the challenge. In light of this, Su Yunwan's rarity became all the more evident. To call her a national treasure was no exaggeration. Finally finished. At that moment, Su Yunwan let out a long breath, turning to Chu Feng with a beaming expression, landlord. Look, the furniture looks brand new. It feels so rewarding. Chu Feng's gaze inadvertently fell upon the 2 buttons that had popped open on her blouse, internally celebrating. Having such a voluptuous beauty doing housework brings me even greater satisfaction. Under Chu Feng's friendly reminder, Su Yunwan's cheeks flushed crimson as she turned away, fastening her buttons before shyly facing him again. All right, today's task is complete. You may arrange your time as you wish. Chu Feng remarked as he took a sip of his cola. Oh, Su Yunwan licked her slightly dry lips, tentatively asking, landlord, may I have a bottle of beverage? Having labored for nearly an hour, she felt parched. Earlier, when she fetched cola for Chu Feng, she had noticed a plethora of beverages in the refrigerator. And now she found herself craving one. Of course, as my tenant, you are free to use anything in the communal area of this apartment on the 1st floor. All food and ingredients are available for your enjoyment. Feel free to take what you desire, as long as there's no waste, Chu Feng replied with a smile. A mere bottle of drink was trivial for him, as he had access to numerous large supermarket warehouses. Even if she were to bathe in drinks daily, they would last a lifetime. Thank you so much, landlord. You are truly wonderful. Su Yunwan exclaimed as she hurried to the refrigerator, grabbing a bottle of orange juice. After twisting it open, she took a small sip. The icy coolness was refreshing. The sweet and tangy flavor brought her immense happiness. In truth, Su Yunwan felt somewhat dazed at this moment, as if she were in a dream. Just an hour ago, she had been cornered, nearly losing her dignity and possibly her life. Yet now, she found herself comfortably seated on a sofa, sipping ice-cold orange juice, a sensation that was simply delightful and comfortable. And all of this was thanks to the handsome and formidable landlord before her. Speaking of the landlord, Su Yunwan suddenly realized he was gazing at her thighs. Given the maid outfit's brevity, coupled with her seated position, it had become even shorter, with the hem hovering dangerously close to mid-thigh. Just a few more inches, and she would be exposed. At that moment, the landlord's eyes were fixated on her fair, alluring legs. While Su Yunwan could not ascertain why the landlord had rescued and taken her in, she surmised it must be related to her looks and figure. However, despite offering to share her bed with him, he had declined, leaving her puzzled. Was he perhaps too shy? Or did he wish for her to be more proactive in offering him benefits? Upon contemplating this, Su Yunwan discreetly adjusted the already short hem of her skirt, not fearing the exposure since she wore leggings beneath. TSK, Chu Feng clicked his tongue and averted his gaze. Su Yunwan was taken aback. What was happening? Noticing her bewilderment, Chu Feng chuckled and said, Miss Su, do you not comprehend? Some matters require a delicate balance, a natural essence, to exude true beauty. When one strives too hard, it may inadvertently mar that beauty. Su Yunwan feigned understanding, but ultimately refrained from pulling her skirt any higher. Very well, you may arrange things as you wish. I shall take my leave now. What? Landlord, where are you going? I'm heading home. What? Isn't this your home? This is merely one of my apartment buildings. I do not reside here. Oh, I see. Is something amiss? Chu Feng furrowed his brow, seemingly discerning her inner turmoil. Are you afraid to stay here alone? A little apprehensive, considering the dangers outside. Su Yunwan replied. Landlord, I have a request. May I invite a sister of mine to stay with me? Invite a sister? Chu Feng inquired, a subtle smile gracing his lips. If she meets the criteria, it is permissible. Is she more beautiful than you? Even more so. She is also a stunning live streamer. A live streamer? Is she still pure? Chu Feng probed further. Let us be straightforward. Is she a virgin? Do not regard me with such eyes. This is not my stipulation, but rather a requirement of this apartment. Consider it a regulation. Oh, I understand. Su Yunwan hastily replied. She should still be, but who knows after tonight? What do you mean? Chu Feng chuckled. Are you planning to wreak havoc tonight? Su Yunwan nodded earnestly. She resides in the beauty influencer apartment and was abducted yesterday by someone from Jiangshao. Who is Jiangshao? Jiangshao is a direct descendant of the Jiang family, a prominent clan just beneath the 4 major families. Before the turmoil, he sought to keep my sister as his mistress, but she rejected him. Now, amidst the chaos, he has seized the opportunity to abduct her. After all, there is no law enforcement to apprehend him now. Chu Feng remarked. She was abducted yesterday. Isn't it too late now? Not quite. My sister threatened to die rather than yield to Jiang Shao, demanding he marry her. Or else she would perish without granting him his desires. Jiang Shao, unwilling to let her die, agreed to a modest wedding ceremony to honor their union. Once they are wed today, she will have no further reasons to refuse him. Goodness, Jiang Shao is quite the character. Chu Feng shook his head in disbelief. In such circumstances, he still plans a wedding? Thus, landlord, may I invite her to stay here? Chu Feng nodded. You may, but are you certain she can escape? She cannot escape on her own. But you are here, right? Su Yunwan fixed her sparkling eyes on Chu Feng, her spirit invigorated. Why should I assist her? Chu Feng questioned. What isn't it for me? Su Yunwan quickly replied. I have informed her that my landlord is quite formidable and will undoubtedly rescue her. Once you save her, she will surely be willing to offer herself to you upon seeing how handsome you are. Cough, cough. Chu Feng feigned seriousness. Let us not discuss such matters just yet. Considering your compliment on my looks, I shall reluctantly lend a hand. Chapter 52 Isn't this a bit too audacious? Chu Feng outwardly feigned reluctance, but inwardly he felt a flicker of anticipation. If Su Yunwan's sister was indeed as beautiful as she described and retained her purity, it would mean an influx of points for him daily. Su Yunwan was truly his lucky star. Across from him, Su Yunwan beamed with joy. Really? That is wonderful. Thank you, landlord. Same old rules, Chu Feng stated. Send my gaming ID to your sister and have her add me immediately. I need to ascertain her location. Okay. I'll notify her right away. By the way, my sister's name is Lu Yi. Before long, Chu Feng added the gaming ID, Lu Yi. After contacting her, he learned that the wedding had not yet commenced and was still in preparation. The Jiang family was currently occupied with welcoming guests, and only their own kin and a select few closely connected individuals were invited to the event, originally scheduled for noon. The wedding had to be postponed due to inadequate preparation time. Jiang Shao, eager and impatient, decided to hold the ceremony at 6 p.m. instead. It was summer, and dusk arrived late, so 6 p.m. would still be bright and sunny. Lu Yi, meanwhile, waited patiently in her bridal chamber, alone and confined. Outside her door stood 4 bodyguards from the Jiang family, 2 men and 2 women, ready to attend to her needs, yet she could not leave her room. Lu Yi had almost resigned herself to fate. Though Jiang Shao was unattractive, she had convinced herself to accept her situation as long as he treated her well. However, the unexpected contact from her dear sister Su Yunwan, claiming she could save her, felt like a lifeline thrown to someone on the brink of drowning. In that moment, she yearned to grasp that life buoy with all her might. After connecting with Lu Yi, Chu Feng learned the details of the wedding ceremony. A luncheon was planned at the Jiang estate, with an array of exquisite dishes, snacks, and drinks available for the guests. The formal wedding would take place at 6 p.m., followed by the consummation of the marriage. Thus, Lu Yi remained safe until then. Chu Feng decided to delay his rescue, opting instead to first satisfy his hunger. Can you cook? Chu Feng inquired of Su Yunwan. I can whip up some simple home-cooked dishes. Su Yunwan replied. There are eggs and tomatoes in the fridge. How about we make a tomato and egg rice bowl for lunch? Chu Feng covered his face. Never mind, let us go out for a feast. Where shall we dine? It seems no restaurants are operating outside right now, Su Yunwan said, perplexed. To the Jiang estate. Aren't they hosting a wedding? They will have countless dishes. Let us go and partake. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a bit too brazen? We would be crashing someone else's wedding feast while trying to snatch their bride. Su Yunwan mused before a thought struck her. Oh, I know. You want to scout the area at noon to plan your approach. Exactly, you're quite astute. Chu Feng, wanting to avoid lengthy explanations, merely wished to enjoy a meal. Shall we go? Of course. Landlord, I'll accompany you. I hope I won't hinder your plans. You will. But it's all right. I have my ways. With my capabilities, moving around the Jiang family will be a breeze. Oh, thank you. Thank you, landlord. Wait, you're missing something. Chu Feng suddenly glanced at Su Yunwan's maid outfit. Missing what? You're attending a banquet, not serving. Chu Feng chuckled. Hurry and change into something elegant and graceful. Okay. Su Yunwan ascended to change while Chu Feng exchanged his t-shirt and shorts for a stylish Armani shirt and business casual trousers, complemented by a pair of Gucci loafers. Soon, Su Yunwan emerged from the elevator clad in a flowing beige gown, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Chu Feng in his new attire. So handsome. The landlord, clad in a t-shirt and shorts, already exuded a handsome charm. Now, adorned with stylish attire, he became irresistibly attractive. A sudden thought struck Su Yunwan, causing her delicate face to flush a vivid red, warmth radiating from her cheeks. Oh, what is this? Why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell? Chu Feng inquired, reaching out to gently touch her forehead. It's not a fever, it's just a bit embarrassing. Su Yunwan playfully stuck out her tongue, reassuring him. I'm fine. I was just rummaging through clothes and got a bit hot. I'll be all right soon. Very well, let us proceed. The Jiang Manor lay within the bustling metropolis. Not far from where they stood, with a few swift teleports, Chu Feng and Su Yunwan found themselves on a street directly opposite the manor. The once vibrant road now appeared desolate, with hardly a soul in sight, the Jiang family's wedding being conducted rather discreetly. Outside the grand entrance of the manor, a row of bodyguards meticulously checked the wedding invitations of the guests, ensuring the safety of the estate, to avoid any unwarranted disturbances. The entire Jiang manor refrained from exuberant celebrations. There was no music, no fireworks, only a hushed atmosphere, as if they feared attracting unwanted attention. Chu Feng shook his head. It seems the Jiang family is not entirely foolish. They have not made a grand spectacle of things. They are quite stringent in their checks. Are we still going in, landlord? Su Yunwan asked. Of course. Why wouldn't we? They've prepared lunch. Are you not hungry? I am. Then let us eat. Chu Feng closed his eyes momentarily to anticipate the forthcoming minutes before opening them again, grasping Su Yunwan's hand. Come, let us dine. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves amidst a vast garden, emerging discreetly between a row of greenery, unnoticed by others. With a gentle tug, Chu Feng led Su Yunwan directly towards the buffet area that lay in the heart of the garden. Chapter 53, Purely Here for the Goods. The Jiang family, a renowned lineage in the metropolis, boasted profound heritage. Even in these tumultuous times, their wedding banquet radiated opulence. This was merely a midday repast. The evening's feast promised to be even more extravagant. Resisting the urge to gather all the delicacies into his storage space, Chu Feng held Su Yunwan's hand and began selecting dishes from the buffet. As an extraordinary being, his physical attributes far surpassed the ordinary, allowing him to consume a feast meant for dozens while also enduring days without sustenance. Now, presented with the opportunity of a buffet, Chu Feng certainly felt no hesitation. Steamed Australian lobster. He aimed to take one whole, but it was too large for the plate, so he settled for just the tail. A single lobster tail weighed an impressive 4 to 5 pounds. 10 of the egg yolk baked little lobsters, please, and 10 each of the salt and pepper and cheese baked varieties. A whole rack of charcoal grilled lamb chops. 20 portions of M9 super wagyu steak. 10 servings of wild sea cucumber with abalone. 5 cans of the finest Buddha jumps over the wall, and dozens of desserts. Of course, each type of delicacy in Chu Feng's hands amounted to just a single portion, while the remainder was neatly stored away. It appeared his intent was not merely to dine, but rather to stockpile provisions. Nevertheless, he left some for other guests, a gesture of courtesy. The staff responsible for catering at Jiang Manor were bewildered. With so few guests present, how could the food be depleting at such an alarming rate? At that moment, a middle-aged couple approached the buffet, and upon seeing the sparse offerings, lamented, "Ah, this world is truly challenging. Indeed, even the Jiang family seems to be struggling. Our gifts were not insignificant either. Let us quickly grab something before more guests arrive." While some were indifferent, others voiced their discontent loudly. "We braved risks to congratulate the Jiang family, and this is their hospitality? Leftovers for us. If they cannot host a wedding, they ought to refrain from doing so. Does the Jiang family only wish to receive gifts without reciprocating?" The true nature of the Jiang family was becoming apparent. The catering manager hastily approached, initially concerned that dissatisfaction stemmed from the food's taste, only to discover that the buffet was nearly emptied. "My apologies, esteemed guests. It appears there was a lapse in our staff's attentiveness regarding food replenishment. Please bear with us for a moment. We shall rectify this immediately." With that, he rushed to the kitchen, urging them to expedite food preparation. "Quickly, this crowd has voracious appetites. Just 5 minutes ago, the buffet was brimming, and now it's nearly empty." It was rumored that becoming an extraordinary being heightened one's appetite. Perhaps many guests were indeed endowed with such abilities. Thankfully, the Jiang family had ample provisions prepared. "Hurry, let us get the dishes out. We cannot keep the guests waiting, or we'll be in quite the predicament ourselves. Right away, bring the dishes out. Xiaoyang, stay by the buffet and keep an eye. If any dish drops below a third, alert us immediately." Understood. As the kitchen continued sending out a steady stream of dishes, the guests gathered at the buffet ceased their complaints. Meanwhile, seated at a long table in the garden, Chu Feng and Su Yunwan savored their meal, unable to suppress their amusement. Particularly, Su Yunwan felt a thrill akin to mischief, as if they were placing the blame on the Jiang family. Yet, knowing the Jiang family was the one to bear the brunt of it, she felt no guilt at all. Instead, it was rather exhilarating. After all, her dear friend had been forcibly taken by the young master of the Jiang family. They were here to rescue her. After a while, feeling satiated, Chu Feng decided to take action again. With his plate in hand, he strolled back to the buffet, seizing a significant portion of the remaining dishes while the staff were momentarily distracted. He returned to his seat, a look of triumph on his face. Much like a cat that had successfully pilfered a treat, Xiaoyang, tasked with watching the buffet, had only been engrossed in his phone for a minute. When he glanced back at the buffet, he was horrified to see it nearly depleted. He rushed to alert the kitchen once more. The kitchen staff were equally bewildered. Who could possibly consume so much? They had prepared an ample quantity of food, far exceeding the needs of the guests. However, with supplies running low, they had no choice but to replenish, albeit using ingredients reserved for the evening meal. They needed to inform the Jiang family's overseers. or they would face an embarrassing situation come the evening feast. After Chu Feng's second foray, he refrained from further trips, instead enjoying a leisurely conversation with Su Yunwan over champagne. Landlord, what shall we do after our meal? Nothing in particular, just chatting for now, preparing for dinner. More food. I'm feeling a bit guilty. No need to feel that way. Just relax and enjoy. I'll handle any issues. Oh, just as they spoke, a tall figure suddenly appeared before them. You two seem unfamiliar. Jiang Xiao. The figure was none other than the groom of the day. The Jiang family's direct descendant, Jiang Fei. Photos of him and Lu Yi adorned both the entrance and the garden, making him easily recognizable. Hello, beautiful. I don't recall having such a lovely female friend before, Jiang Fei remarked, glancing at Su Yunwan before turning his gaze to Chu Feng. And you? Who might you be? Su Yunwan was so frightened that her entire being tensed up, her small hands tightly clutching Chu Feng, uncertain of what to do. Yet, Chu Feng gently patted her hand and addressed Jiang Fei, saying, Little Jiang, your tone seems rather unfriendly. You don't know me, so why blame me? If you wish to know who I am, ask your father. If he does not welcome Lei Yao capital, he could simply say so. There is no need for you. This young lad, to nitpick. Lei Yao capital? Oh, my apologies. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. Jiang Fei hurriedly replied. It's just that your company is rather mysterious. I seldom have the opportunity to interact with it. My mistake. Since it's a misunderstanding, let us leave it at that, Chu Feng said nonchalantly. Little Jiang, you should attend to your duties. Today is your momentous day, and you have much to do. Of course, I sincerely apologize for any offense. With that, Jiang Fei scurried away, glancing back occasionally. Although he did not personally know anyone from Lei Yao capital, he had heard of its name. A significant partner of the Jiang family. He contemplated asking his father about it, but feared reprimand, ultimately deciding against it. Instead, he instructed those around him. Keep an eye on him. If anything unusual occurs, report immediately. Yes, young master. Several bodyguards began to monitor Chu Feng and Su Yunwan. Unfortunately, throughout the afternoon, aside from sipping champagne and engaging in light conversation, there were no other suspicious activities. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 5:30 p.m., dinner preparations were complete, and the wedding was about to commence, drawing people once more to the garden. At that moment, Chu Feng turned to Su Yunwan and said, Please sit for a moment. I need to use the restroom. Having sat for an entire afternoon, it was only reasonable to excuse himself for a brief respite. Chapter 54. The thrilling abduction of the bride. The Jiang family's bodyguards, who had been closely watching Chu Feng, had become somewhat lax by now. Seeing him merely head to the restroom, they thought little of it. After sitting for so long, even the finest of bladders would require relief. One bodyguard simply kept a distant eye on the restroom door, not following him inside. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Feng entered the restroom, found an unoccupied stall, locked the door, and instantly vanished. In a flash, Chu Feng arrived at Jiang Fei's bridal chamber, the very place where the wedding night was to unfold. Yet here he stood. A beautiful figure, dressed in a pristine white wedding gown, sat before the vanity, lost in thought, her mind adrift. This was Lu Yi, without a doubt. The gown accentuated her exquisite makeup, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Half of her flawless décolletage was revealed, making her all the more alluring. Chu Feng quietly scanned her information. Lu Yi, 22 years old, internet live streamer, currently single, charm rating, 95, purity rating, 100. Goodness, a perfect score. Previously, when Su Yunwan mentioned Lu Yi was still pure, Chu Feng had his doubts, for this world was quite familiar with such realities. However, now the system confirmed it. She was indeed flawless, utterly unblemished. Thus, Chu Feng remarked coolly. Hey, beautiful, could you possibly respond? If you keep zoning out, the wedding ceremony will commence. Lu Yi snapped back to reality, initially startled, and almost called for help, but then recalled something. Are you here to rescue me? Exactly. Code word. The king covers the tiger. The kitten catches the mouse. Landlord, it's truly you. Lu Yi's spirit brightened instantly. You really have come to save me. Honestly, who would joke about such matters? Chu Feng chuckled. You know the terms for your rescue that Su Yunwan has already conveyed, right? Are you certain? Absolutely, undoubtedly, and definitely. Lu Yi, clad in her wedding gown, sparkled with excitement in her eyes. You are even more handsome than she described. Thank you. Now, shall we make our exit? Chu Feng replied, grinning. Just imagine the thrill of sneaking the bride away from someone else's wedding night. Why do you put it that way? It sounds as if I hold some affection for Jiang Fei. I assure you, it's quite the opposite. I know, Chu Feng said, otherwise I wouldn't be able to take you with me. All right, enough chatter, let us move. How? There are 4 bodyguards at the door, and more downstairs? Lu Yi questioned. Are you planning to force your way out alone? That's not something you need to worry about. Think again. Is there anything else you wish to take with you? Nothing at all. If I had more clothes, I would even consider shedding this wedding gown. Then let us be off. Chu Feng grasped Lu Yi's hand, and with a few quick movements, they teleported back to the goddess apartment. Upon arriving, Lu Yi was utterly astonished by the transformation. One moment, she was in Zhang's estate, and the next, she found herself in an entirely new environment. Take your time to explore. Feel free to check out the rooms. Besides 601, which is occupied by Su Yunwan, the other 9 apartments are yours to choose from. I will go fetch Su Yunwan. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he vanished once more. How incredible. Being with him guarantees safety, Lu Yi thought to herself. At Zhang's estate, Chu Feng returned to Jiang Fei's bridal chamber. With Lu Yi gone, he needed a plausible excuse to avoid suspicion. Otherwise, her sudden disappearance would undoubtedly prompt an investigation, and if it led back to him, it could spell trouble. Thus, Chu Feng retrieved a silver blind box containing a harmful entity from his storage space. This is a silver blind box containing a powerful flying zombie. However, it is still too weak for you. The flying zombie was already a formidable creature, with a body as hard as iron and capable of scaling walls, a true menace. After some consideration, Chu Feng decided to open the blind box. As soon as the silver box was opened, a foul stench wafted out. Upon its emergence, the flying zombie lunged toward Chu Feng, but upon sensing the immense aura emanating from him, it turned to flee in terror. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Chu Feng promptly appeared in its path, extending his hand to pat its head. A talisman was swiftly affixed to the zombie's forehead, rendering it immobile. Suppressing his disgust, Chu Feng rummaged through his storage space for a wedding gown that would fit the zombie, draping it over the creature before positioning it at the vanity in place of Lu Yi. Done. Chu Feng chuckled to himself. Well, Jiang, your bride has vanished. It seems you'll have to settle for a flying zombie. He pondered how amusing it would be if Jiang Fei entered the room to greet his bride, only to be met with the sight of a grotesque, decaying flying zombie. Surely, it would leave a lasting psychological scar. After all, this creature was exceedingly hideous and repulsive. After arranging the adorned zombie and covering its head with a veil, Chu Feng teleported away once more. From rescuing Lu Yi to opening the blind box and preparing the zombie bride, it all took about 10 minutes, just the right amount of time. Chu Feng reappeared in the restroom stall of the estate, flushed the toilet as a ruse, and returned to the garden, joining Su Yunwan once more. Su Yunwan clung tightly to Chu Feng's arm, her anxiety palpable. Landlord, why did you take so long? I was so afraid Jiang Fei would come to question me. Did he come to question you? No, he's entirely preoccupied with the wedding and the bride. Then all is well. At that moment, the wedding officiant began to energize the atmosphere, announcing, ladies and gentlemen, in just 16 minutes, the wedding will officially commence. Now, we invite our groom to welcome his beloved bride to the floral arch, where we shall await the auspicious hour. As the words echoed, Jiang Fei, clad in a dapper suit, merrily made his way towards the villa where the bride awaited. In the garden, Chu Feng seemed to recall a certain image. Unable to suppress a grin. Restrain yourself, do not smile. Oh. Within the villa, a sudden scream pierced the air. Help. Someone come quickly. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, a fierce altercation erupted inside the villa. As everyone's attention was drawn towards the villa, Chu Feng stealthily approached the dining area of the banquet, sweeping everything into his possession with a grand gesture. Chapter 55, The Arrival of the Second Tenant. Ah, help. Someone come quickly. Bang, bang, bang. What is happening? Is the groom fighting with the bride? How amusing, fighting on the wedding day. Keep your voice down, lest the Jiang family hears. Chuckled a guest. Many attendees wore expressions of bewilderment as they gazed towards the villa. Meanwhile, Chu Feng discreetly stashed all the food from the dining area into his storage space. The quality of the delicacies was excellent, enough to satisfy hundreds of guests with a lavish feast. Bang! Suddenly, a figure hurtled out from the villa, crashing onto the lawn. Bloodied and struggling, his clothes torn to shreds. Before anyone could discern the identity of the fallen individual, a figure clad in a white wedding gown followed, landing gracefully on the grass. At this moment, the crowd finally recognized the bride in the white gown, erupting into screams. Ah, a ghost. A zombie, run. Where are the Jiang family members? Let us subdue this zombie. Quickly. This undead creature was impervious to sunlight and could fly. It must be formidable. Flee, everyone. As panic spread through the crowd, Chu Feng took advantage of the chaos and discreetly summoned over a dozen low to mid-tier beasts. Not for any other reason, but to incite turmoil and to topple the dining tables, scattering utensils and dishes everywhere. Thus, even if the Jiang family managed to subdue the flying zombie later, they would not suspect the banquet's food had vanished. After all, with a dozen beasts on the loose, it was reasonable for them to devour some delicacies, right? The beasts seemed to sense the danger emanating from Chu Feng and refrained from attacking him, instead charging towards the Jiang family guests, further escalating the chaos. However, among the wedding attendees were also several supernatural beings, albeit of lower rank, who, when united, could indeed eliminate the low-tier beasts. Therefore, this pandemonium did not result in any fatalities among the guests. Rather, it was the flying zombie that inflicted heavy casualties on the Jiang family. Jiang Fei, the young master of the Jiang family, fell victim first, struggling on the lawn for a brief moment before succumbing. The once proud B-rank combat supernatural being, the future star of the Jiang family, had perished just like that. This could be seen as avenging Lu Yi. Ultimately, the remaining supernatural beings of the Jiang family, assisted by professional bodyguards hired from a security agency, alongside various disposable skill scrolls, managed to severely injure the flying zombie, leaving it in a wretched state. Yet, despite this, they could not capture the copper-skinned, iron-boned flying zombie. It soared out of the Jiang family estate, escaping into the night. As darkness fell, the flying zombie's whereabouts became increasingly elusive. In merely one night, it would recover from its injuries. Hiding atop a tall building, the flying zombie absorbed the essence of the moonlight while gazing down at the earth, its chaotic eyes shimmering with a glimmer of intellect. So much fresh blood in this world. How delightful, how fragrant. This was truly a trove for its cultivation. Before long, it would ascend to become a wandering corpse, a lurking cadaver, or even an unyielding skeleton, perhaps even rising as a king of corpses, amplifying its strength manifold and looking down upon the world. While reveling in the moonlight's essence, the flying zombie appeared rather pleased. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed behind it. You are the one I released, and now it is time for me to conclude this. Huh. Upon hearing the voice, the flying zombie spun around abruptly, sensing an overwhelming aura. If only it could taste a drop of that blood, how exhilarating it would be. Yet, it dared not approach. The presence was too powerful, and it only wished to flee. Huh. The flying zombie let out a low growl towards Chu Feng before attempting to escape, soaring through the air. However, it soon discovered that no matter how it flew, it consistently found itself back atop the building. Huh. Ha ha ha. The flying zombie began to panic. Do not waste your efforts. You cannot escape. Chu Feng stated coolly. The world is already fraught with suffering. I do not concern myself with other calamities, but you are the one I released, and I cannot permit you to wreak havoc upon humanity again. With that, Chu Feng extended his hand and grasped the void. Huh. The flying zombie, renowned for its copper skin and iron bones, instantly collapsed into a puddle of blood under the weight of the ethereal space. Eliminated. You have slain a B-rank flying zombie elite, earning 1250 points. TSK. Chu Feng shook his head. A mere B-rank flying zombie caused such chaos for the Jiang family and only yielded 1250 points. It truly cannot compare to the allure of the maidens at the goddess apartment. With a shake of his head, he executed a teleportation and returned directly to the goddess apartment. Landlord, you're back. Su Yun and Lu Yi rushed over to greet him. At this point, Lu Yi had changed out of her pristine wedding gown, donning a light chiffon outfit paired with denim shorts, exuding a youthful and vibrant charm. I'm back. Chu Feng replied with a smile. Have you not prepared dinner yet? Not yet. We were all quite worried about you. Seeing you return, we can finally breathe easy. Su Yun exclaimed. I'll go make dinner right now. No need to rush, Chu Feng replied. I will first discuss the rent with Yi. Lu Yi's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she boldly met Chu Feng's gaze. Landlord, just say the word. I shall agree to any rent. Well then, let me think for a moment, Chu Feng said as he promptly accessed the goddess apartment system. Congratulations, host. You have successfully rented to a tenant who meets the criteria. Upon completion of the daily rent task, the tenant will receive point rewards. Rent task. Wear yoga pants and do household chores for 30 minutes. Rent exempt if intimacy level is above 5. Upon completion, the host will earn 38,000 points. For details on point acquisition, please check tenant information. Chu Feng then reviewed Lu Yi's tenant information. Tenant, Lu Yi. Occupation, internet live streamer. Charm value, 95 points. Purity value, 100 points. Intimacy value, 79 points. Level 4 affection. Daily rent. Wear yoga pants and do household chores for 30 minutes. Rent exempt if intimacy level is above 5. Daily rewards. Charm value, purity value, intimacy value. Level 1 points. Having worked late into the early hours, I missed posting a chapter last night. I'll do my best to make up for it today with 3 chapters. I kindly ask for your encouragement. Chapter 56. The Splits. Goodness. Chu Feng exclaimed in awe. Lu Yi's intimacy score with him astonishingly surpassed that of Su Yun, reaching an impressive 79 points. This marked the pinnacle of profound affection. Just one more point would elevate their relationship to the realm of unbreakable intimacy. It appears that this young lady possesses a sensitive heart. After being rescued by Chu Feng, she harbors feelings of gratitude, tinged with deeper emotions. Much like Su Yun, she embodies the spirit of gratitude. However, the manner of expressing this gratitude is contingent upon the recipient. If the savior were of average appearance or even less than appealing, the gratitude would manifest as a promise to repay the life-saving favor in a future life, or perhaps through monetary or material means. Yet, if the savior happens to be a strikingly handsome and formidable figure like Chu Feng, the gratitude transforms into an overwhelming sense of indebtedness, a willingness to offer oneself in return. Given that both women are appreciative souls, the matter is straightforward. Chu Feng is more than willing to wait until their feelings blossom fully before reaping the sweetest rewards of their affections. Your task for today's rent is to wear yoga pants and complete household chores for 30 minutes. With a slight blush gracing her charming face, Lu Yi nodded. What chores should I do? Any chores will suffice. Cooking, washing dishes, mopping floors, and so forth. So simple. Louis pondered, it's mealtime now. How about I prepare dinner with Susu? That works. I'd love to sample your culinary skills. With the agreement settled, Louis promptly retreated to her room to change into a set of yoga attire, which included snug yoga pants and a fitted top. Although the 30-minute chore task was merely a system assignment, Louis, now clad in her yoga pants, approached Chu Feng with a playful flourish. Hey, landlord. Don't you think these pink yoga pants look fabulous? Just look at the quality. I can lift my legs, squat, and bend without a hitch. As she spoke, she demonstrated corresponding movements, striking poses that showcased her curves, accentuating her chest, waist, hips, and legs. One must admit, Louis's physique was nothing short of breathtaking. But that was not all. She further exclaimed, landlord, I can do the splits too. Watch. With that, she effortlessly lifted her long, slender leg, draping it over Chu Feng's shoulder. Wow, your flexibility is truly impressive, Chu Feng remarked, taking in her enviable long legs, which were indeed exquisite. All right, that's enough. You can lower your leg now. The yoga pants clung closely, highlighting Louis's alluring figure, eliciting an immediate reaction from Chu Feng. Just as Louis was about to retract her leg, she suddenly lost her balance and began to topple backward. Chu Feng, quick to react, reached out and caught her, resulting in their bodies pressing even closer together. Feeling the warmth radiate between them, Louis's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Thank you, landlord. You saved me once again. Be careful next time, Chu Feng replied calmly. Observing the scene, Su Yunwan could no longer contain herself, pulling Louis aside. Beware, landlord. Don't be deceived by her charm. She was a level 1 gymnast in high school. How could she possibly lose her balance? You boys need to protect yourselves and not be swayed by a woman's appearance. Susu, don't be ridiculous. She hasn't practiced gymnastics in ages. Louis retorted. I wouldn't believe you if I tried. You little minx, hurry and help with dinner. You're the minx. Are you jealous? I'm not monopolizing the landlord. You can join us. What nonsense. Such brazen words. Be quiet and get cooking. As the two beauties exchanged playful banter, they frequently glanced back at Chu Feng. He wore a smile, observing the playful dynamic between them, as the air around them thickened with an unspoken tension. After watching the two prepare dinner for a while, Chu Feng turned his attention to the external news, initially focusing on the in-game communication area. Due to its direct brain connection, this platform had become the most vibrant information exchange globally. The once popular media reliant on smartphones, computers, and the internet had significantly declined in popularity and would soon be overshadowed by the all-encompassing blind box game. It could be said that this game was not merely an intrusion into reality, but was poised to construct a world intricately linked to survival and daily life. The communication section of the Magic City version was dominated by news about the Jiang family wedding, which had taken the city headlines by storm. For out of the top 10 trending topics concerned the Jiang family's nuptials. Breaking. On the day of the Jiang family wedding, the beautiful bride transformed into a flying corpse, causing the groom to perish on the spot. Horrifying. A horde of monsters attacked the Jiang estate, leaving the young master severely injured. Shocking. The Jiang family's young master's bride is revealed to be a century-old flying corpse. Curious. Speculations arise that the Jiang family's young master has a peculiar affinity for zombies. Seeing such posts, Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the creativity of the netizens. Of course, there were those who deliberately sought attention, muddling the truth for views. However, this was advantageous. With others obfuscating the facts, the truth would only drift further away. Naturally, even if the Jiang family discovered the reality, Chu Feng was unperturbed. The Jiang family posed no threat. As Chu Feng continued to browse other posts, his brow furrowed at the alarming news. Breaking. Last night, thousands of citizens perished during the Night of the 100 Ghosts, in horrific circumstances. Citizens are advised to stay indoors at night. Attention! A multitude of man-eating crocodiles has surfaced along the eastern coast, leading to thousands of fatalities. Reward. The Yi family is offering a substantial bounty, recruiting experts to exorcise evil spirits. Details available upon request. Contact. Yi Tao. Phone number. XXXXXXXX. Shocking. The Yi family has been invaded by terrifying demons, resulting in the death of a direct descendant each night. Numerous experts sent for aid have met their demise on the spot. Upon reading these two pieces of information, Chu Feng recalled the bounty task from the Treasure Pavilion's list, which included the Yi family's request. With both the Treasure Pavilion's list and the Magic City version's communication area featuring the Yi family's bounty, it was clear that the Yi family was indeed in dire straits. The mention of the Yi family reminded Chu Feng of his childhood friend, Yi Zhixue, who had been in touch with him recently and knew that the current leaderboard's top spot belonged to him. Since Yi Zhixue had not contacted him, there was no need for him to pry further, lest he be misconstrued as insincerely ingratiating himself. Although Chu Feng had developed feelings for Yi Zhixue and had the means to act upon them, he mustn't appear overly eager, otherwise he would find himself in a passive position in their relationship. Hence, there was no need to rush. Haste makes waste. Ding. At that moment, A notification sound pulled him back to the present. Roommate Louis has completed today's rent task, earning 38,000 points, now credited. Excellent. This accumulation of points was both gratifying and enjoyable, far more satisfying than slaying monsters. Although Louis had completed her task, the two ladies had yet to finish dinner. So Chu Feng refrained from rushing them. After waiting for half an hour, they finally completed the meal. The main dishes included braised beef brisket with tomatoes, stewed ribs with potatoes, steamed small green dragon, sweet and sour hand-torn cabbage, accompanied by a bowl of shredded radish beef soup. This pleasantly surprised Chu Feng. These dishes were quite homely, delicious, and certainly not extravagant. Particularly noteworthy was the shredded radish beef soup, which was crafted by simmering blanched beef until it became tender, then cutting it into pieces to braise with tomatoes. The resulting broth was rich in beef flavor, enhanced by a hint of shredded radish, creating a robust and delectable taste. Not bad. You certainly know how to live well, Chu Feng remarked with a smile. Indeed. Lu Yi chuckled. Although we know our landlord has an abundance of ingredients, we mustn't waste anything, right? Absolutely. I commend your mindset, Chu Feng replied cheerfully. Now, let us dig in. The beef is incredibly tender and the ribs are fragrant. As the trio enjoyed their meal, they chatted about the changes outside. The two women increasingly appreciated the preciousness of the goddess apartment and felt fortunate to have met Chu Feng. After finishing their meal, the two ladies tidied up the dishes and the kitchen. With plenty of time left, they settled in the living room's home theater, ready to watch a movie. The home theater's system boasted over 500 terabytes of high-definition movies, TV dramas, variety shows, and other programs for the tenants to enjoy and pass the time. Chu Feng reclined on the sofa, arms spread wide, embodying leisure. Observing this, Louis tactfully approached from behind to massage his shoulders, helping him unwind. No need for a massage. Let us just watch the movie together, Chu Feng said with a grin. All right, Louis replied, settling beside him and gently leaning into his embrace, resembling a delicate bird. Wow, Louis is really getting into character quickly, Chu Feng thought, finding it rather delightful that she took the initiative without needing a reminder. He casually draped an arm around her shoulder, drawing her closer. Hey, she exclaimed. You're hurting me. Chu Feng chuckled. You brought this upon yourself. Should I be blamed? Take it easy, landlord brother, she pouted. Quiet down, we're watching a movie. Su Yunwan shot a glare at her sister, though she too nestled against Chu Feng, her cheeks flushed. Susu, we're good sisters. Do you think you're any less flirtatious? I'm just openly so, while you're more reserved. Louis teased. But did you know that those who are more reserved can be far more flirtatious when they choose to be? Oops, my apologies. I won't say anymore. Okay. Louis giggled. Su Yunwan's delicate face burned with embarrassment. Her scolding of Louis stemmed from her inability to endure her sister's bold remarks. Even though she secretly agreed with her, some things could be done, but discussing them was rather awkward. With two warm, soft figures nestled beside him, Chu Feng's hands wandered instinctively to comfortable places. Half an hour later, he suddenly withdrew his hands, realizing he could no longer focus on the film. His thoughts had strayed entirely. What's wrong, landlord brother? The two women asked, their gazes somewhat dazed. After all, they were inexperienced young ladies, having been playfully teased by Chu Feng for half an hour, leaving them somewhat disoriented and prepared for more. However, Chu Feng stated, there is something going on outside. I need to step out. Stay safe at home. Contact me if anything arises. Without waiting for their responses, he vanished on the spot. Su Yunwan and Lu Yi were left bewildered. What just happened? Everything was going so well, and he just left? It's your fault. Being all coy made him upset. It's your fault for being too flirtatious. You scared him away. You don't understand. Landlord brother clearly prefers those who take the initiative. If neither of us moves, when will anything happen? Ugh. Refrain from such bold talk. We wouldn't want landlord brother to misinterpret you as a seasoned player. I'm not worried. I'm just waiting for landlord brother to test the waters. You're something else, sister. But don't fret. Perhaps landlord brother truly had something urgent to attend to. Yes, he must have been in a hurry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left us behind. I noticed he is definitely not inexperienced. Goodness, you're such a tease. What are you even watching? Meanwhile, Chu Feng had instantaneously returned to Manhware Island, seeking out Li Qingxian. Su Yunwan and Lu Yi would have to wait until the right moment to savor the sweetest fruit. He hadn't seen Li Qingxian all day and thought it was the perfect opportunity to spend time with her. Fengge, you're back. Li Qingxian exclaimed with delight. Yes, I've been busy all day. I missed you so much. Chu Feng responded, pulling her voluptuous form into an embrace. You're such a liar. You smell of another woman's perfume. You're right. I was almost ensnared by two charming enchantresses today, but thankfully, I managed to escape. Do you think I believe that? I suspect that overly clever women are seldom happy. Humph. Li Qingxian shot him a glare. I've already prepared a bath for you. Go wash off the scent of other women. All right. Chu Feng promptly shed his clothes and stepped into the bath filled with warm water. Ah, so relaxing. Before long, Li Qingxian followed him in, grabbing the body wash. Fengge, let me help you with that. Chapter 58, Indestructible Body and Refinement Technique. 2 hours later, Chu Feng and Li Qingxian emerged from the bath. Li Qingxian's face was flushed, her gaze dreamy, as though she had been enveloped in steam for far too long. She lay on the bed and soon fell asleep. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was invigorated, his 4 core attributes exceeding 10,000 points, brimming with stamina and energy, capable of going days and nights without sleep or food without issue. Now that Li Qingxian had drifted off, Chu Feng seized the opportunity to open another round of blind boxes. He first browsed the game store, and considering the cost-effectiveness, he purchased 30 beneficial silver-level blind boxes and combined them into 10 golden blind boxes. Countless syntheses had proven that beneficial blind boxes only transformed into higher-tier beneficial boxes, with no cases of genetic mutation into harmful boxes reported. This is a golden blind box containing an A-level skill, indestructible demon-subduing technique. This is a golden blind box containing a B-level equipment, crescent moon Zen staff. This is a golden blind box containing an A-level equipment, ruby robe. This is a golden blind box containing an A-level skill, indestructible demon-subduing technique. This is a golden blind box containing a special item, a ray of Buddha light. This is a golden blind box containing a B-level skill, dragon claw capture. This is a golden blind box containing 3 points of luck attribute. This is a golden blind box containing an A-level skill, indestructible demon-subduing technique. Wow, it seems I've unlocked the treasure trove of the Buddhist sect. Almost everything relates to the teachings of Buddhism. However, Chu Feng was quite content. His luck had reached a commendable level, and most items he obtained from the synthesized golden chests were of grade A, with some even being extraordinary. Buddha's light, a special item that embodies the illumination bestowed by the Buddha, possessing abilities such as exorcism, warding off evil, suppressing demons, and providing protection. The more Buddha's light one possesses, the stronger the effects become. Currently, Chu Feng only had a single strand of Buddha's light, but once it integrated into his being, he felt a profound tranquility enveloping his mind. What a marvelous treasure! Additionally, he had also acquired the grade A skill, Diamond Demon Subduing Technique, which was among the more formidable abilities of that grade. Diamond Demon Subduing Technique, grade A. A dual-purpose technique that significantly enhances both physical and mental defenses while exerting a subduing effect on targets of demonic, ghostly, zombie, and monstrous natures. The defensive capabilities of the Diamond Demon Subduing Technique were comparable to those of the Barrier of Qi, since he had accumulated 3 of the Diamond Demon Subduing Techniques. It was only natural for Chu Feng to place them into the infinite synthesizer for synthesis. Detected 3 Diamond Demon Subduing Techniques, grade A. Proceed with synthesis? Yes. The infinite synthesizer is synthesizing automatically. Synthesis successful. You have obtained the indestructible diamond technique, grade S. Would you like to retrieve it? Retrieve. Upon acquiring the indestructible diamond technique, Chu Feng immediately began his studies, mastering this defensive Buddhist technique with a proficiency that reached the level of expertise. Unlike the SSS grade skills, which only allowed one to reach a novice level upon learning, indestructible diamond technique, grade S, impervious to harm, immune to all attacks of grade S and below, incurring no damage, with doubled resistance against demonic and evil attacks, capable of significantly diminishing damage from SS grade attacks and above, accompanied by the advanced form. Diamond Meditation. Upon entering the state of Diamond Meditation, movement ceases and defensive capabilities are elevated, allowing for defense against all attacks below SSS grade, while greatly reducing damage from SSS grade attacks. Seeing the effects of the indestructible diamond technique, Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction. With this divine skill as his shield, he could maintain an invincible stance as long as he did not confront an SSS grade opponent. Even if an SSS grade adversary did appear, Chu Feng could still maneuver with his nascent mastery of time and space control. As for equipment and skills such as the Crescent Moon Zen staff, the Scarlet Jade robe, and the Dragon Claw capture technique, Chu Feng found them unnecessary for the time being and decided to set them aside. After opening 10 golden blind boxes, he was quite pleased with his haul. His gaze then shifted to the platinum blind boxes. Purchasing a platinum blind box directly required a staggering 1 million points each. Moreover, on the purchasing page for the platinum blind box, only 9 boxes were displayed. Chu Feng utilized his true eye to examine each one thoroughly and found no formidable skills or special items. It would be more prudent to buy 3 golden blind boxes to synthesize into a single platinum blind box. The purchasing page for the golden blind boxes showcased a total of 99 boxes. With a sense of leisure, Chu Feng inspected them all. Although there were no outstanding skills among them, he could acquire 3 beneficial golden blind boxes to synthesize into a platinum one, thereby saving himself 700,000 points. Furthermore, during this synthesis process, his luck could still play a role. Perhaps 3 seemingly ordinary golden blind boxes could yield a premium platinum blind box. After contemplating his points, Chu Feng ultimately decided to purchase 3 golden blind boxes to test his fortune. Detected 3 golden blind boxes. Proceed with synthesis. Yes, the infinite synthesizer is synthesizing automatically. Synthesis successful. You have obtained 1 platinum blind box. Would you like to retrieve it? Retrieve. After taking out the platinum blind box, Chu Feng immediately employed his true eye to inspect it. This is a platinum blind box containing an S-grade skill, refinement technique. Refinement technique? The name of this skill seemed unremarkable, yet it was an S-grade skill, which should not be underestimated. Thus, Chu Feng proceeded to open the platinum blind box and learn the refinement technique. Refinement technique. Upon killing a target, one can automatically refine the target's most prominent attributes and convert them into permanent attribute points for oneself, with a certain probability of acquiring the target's skills for personal use. The disparity between the target and oneself must not be too great, otherwise, there may be no gain. My goodness, this skill is undeniably powerful. It allows one to absorb attributes from slain monsters, and the higher the attributes, the stronger the power. This is indisputable. However, the issue lies in the fact that Chu Feng rarely engaged in monster slaying, rendering this skill somewhat impractical. Is this not an encouragement for him to hunt monsters? Chu Feng pondered for a moment, deciding to master the skill regardless, as having more skills is never a burden. As for monster hunting, he would seize the opportunity when it arose. At that moment, a call request suddenly appeared in his friends list. Upon opening the friends list, he saw that the caller was Yi Jishua. This girl typically sent him text or voice messages when she couldn't sleep, but today she opted for a voice call. Could something be amiss? Recalling the recent bounty issued by the Yi family, Chu Feng promptly accepted the call. Chapter 59. The Yi family's plea for help, conditions a bit excessive. Chu Feng. On the other end, Yi Jishua's weary voice came through. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. Jishua, what kind of relationship do we have that necessitates such pleasantries? Chu Feng replied with a faint smile. Just tell me what's the matter. I'm glad to hear you say that. Thank you. Yi Jishua continued. The situation is as follows. A few days ago, my grandfather used the family's 1 million points to open a platinum blind box, hoping to obtain some formidable skills or items, but unexpectedly. Yi Jishua paused. Unexpectedly, he opened a terrifying S-grade red robe, evil sovereign. This S-grade red robe, evil sovereign, wielding some sinister sorcery, demands the life of at least one direct descendant of the Yi family every day. In recent days, several of my uncles and brothers have already fallen victim to this red robe, evil sovereign without realizing it. Despite inviting dozens of experts from various professions, we have been utterly helpless. Furthermore, last night, my grandfather also fell victim. If this continues, it won't be long before the Yi family faces extinction. Chu Feng. Knowing your capabilities, ranked at the top of the expert leaderboard, I wish to ask for your assistance. Of course, the red robe evil sovereign is not only powerful, but also exceedingly enigmatic. If you lack confidence, feel free to disregard my request. Chu Feng contemplated for a moment and replied, I cannot claim to have 100% certainty, but I can give it a try. However, rest assured, regardless of whether you can assist the Yi family, we will provide you with a sum of points as compensation. Yi Jishua hastily added, if you can help the Yi family, you will become our benefactor, and the Yi family will undoubtedly express profound gratitude. That's not quite what I meant, Chu Feng interjected, pausing momentarily. However, since we are discussing gratitude, I would like to know what kind of gratitude the Yi family can offer me. There was a brief silence on Yi Jishua's end before she replied, as long as you can resolve the Yi family's crisis, the Yi family will agree to whatever you desire. Is that so? Chu Feng replied with a subtle smile. Then I will request that the Yi family obey me from now on. Huh? Yi Jishua was taken aback. Why would you think like that? Chu Feng asserted. If I succeed in aiding your Yi family, you will be able to survive. If I cannot assist, your Yi family will eventually perish. The choice between extinction and obedience to me is not difficult, is it? All right, Jishua, this is not a decision for you to make. Surely there are other elders from the Yi family around you? You need only inform them and let them decide. If they agree, contact me again. If they refuse, there is no need to reach out. In this moment, Yi Jishua found herself devoid of opinion, compelled to heed Chu Feng's directives and relay his conditions to her uncles and relatives. Upon severing the call, Chu Feng's thoughts began to drift into the abyss. The Yi family, one of the 4 prominent clans of the Magic City, held immense potential, should he manage to subjugate them to his will. Numerous matters could be orchestrated through their influence without necessitating his direct involvement. However, contemplating the formidable S-rank Scarlet Garb Evil Sovereign, which even the Yi family struggled to vanquish, underscored the gravity of the challenge ahead. Chu Feng recognized the imperative to augment his strength before confronting the Scarlet Garb Evil Sovereign. Glancing at his points balance, Chu Feng gritted his teeth and invested all his points into purchasing golden blind boxes, subsequently synthesizing them into platinum blind boxes, all in pursuit of acquiring superior items. This is a platinum blind box containing an A-rank title, immune to all poisons. This is a platinum blind box containing an S-rank title, Fortune Smiles Upon You. This is a platinum blind box containing an A-rank equipment, Dragon Spring Sword. This is a platinum blind box containing a special item, a Ray of Buddha Light. This is a platinum blind box containing an S-rank equipment, Heavenly Net. While Chu Feng prepared for battle by opening blind boxes, upheaval reigned within the Yi family. The clan members had indeed assembled, each contemplating strategies, and upon learning of Yi Zhishue's predicament, their anger surged. How outrageous! This nonchalant individual is utterly presumptuous. Who does he think he is, demanding our entire Yi family to submit? This is beyond comprehension. Second brother, this nonchalant individual is the foremost expert in contemporary Huaxia. And what of being the foremost expert? My Yi family is also the premier family of the Magic City. This wretched world-blind box, were it not for its existence. A mere sneeze from our Yi family could shake the entire Magic City. Recently, we have sought aid from various organizations, including the Treasure Pavilion, the Infinite Hall, and the Celestial Mechanism Tower, yet none could confront the Scarlet Garb evil sovereign. Alas, if it weren't for Father insisting on gambling for a platinum blind box. Father has already perished. Let us refrain from further provoking his memory. Let us discuss matters at hand. What I propose is that the eldest uncle speaks. The times have changed. Money has become worthless, and the state's power structures have collapsed. Our once proud assets, finance, capital, connections, are now futile. Furthermore, what significance does being the first family hold? Thus, he surveyed the crowd, continuing, we should acquiesce to this nonchalant individual. Should he possess the strength to defeat the Scarlet Garb evil sovereign, aligning ourselves with him may ultimately benefit our Yi family. If he fails to subdue the Scarlet Garb evil sovereign, then all our discussions are but empty rhetoric. I support the eldest brother's opinion. These are different times. The notion of being the first family is absurd. We are on the brink of ruin. I have no objections. Let this nonchalant individual take a chance. My eldest son has already fallen victim to the Scarlet Garb evil sovereign. I wish not for my youngest daughter to meet the same fate. Very well, let him try. After all, even the Treasure Pavilion, Infinite Hall, and Celestial Mechanism Tower are at a loss. I have little faith that this nonchalant individual can succeed. Should he falter here, our Yi family bears no responsibility. I concur. I support this. I too am in agreement. Let him come now. Otherwise, by morning, we may not know who among us will face demise. Swiftly, the Yi family reached a consensus, prompting Yi Zhishue to contact Chu Feng. Chu Feng, my uncles and relatives have agreed to your terms. Oh, so soon? Chu Feng was examining the detailed attributes of the items he had procured from the blind boxes. Indeed. What choice do we have when the Yi family is at an impasse? Yi Zhishue replied, adding, Chu Feng, the Scarlet Garb evil sovereign is truly enigmatic. Not only have several members of the Yi family perished, but numerous experts from various organizations who came to assist have also fallen victim. Are you absolutely confident? If not, it may be wise to refrain from taking risks. If I don't come, what will you do? I shall face whatever fate awaits. I refuse to let your life be sacrificed for our sake. Chu Feng chuckled lightly. Enough of this talk. I have sent you a request for location sharing. Please accept. What is the purpose of sharing locations? Chapter 60 Mischief? Not quite that distasteful. As Yi Zhishue accepted the location sharing, in the next instant, Chu Feng appeared by her side, startling her. The scene was populated by several uncles, aunts, and a plethora of younger members of the Yi family. Everyone is gathered. Noticing the collective gaze upon him, Chu Feng stood unfazed, addressing the assembled clan. Greetings, esteemed uncles, aunts, and younger siblings. Hello? Greetings. Are you the nonchalant one? The top contender on the leaderboard? Hello, great one. I am Yi Kaigue, the eldest of the Yi family and Zhishue's uncle. I am immensely grateful for your assistance to our clan. Merely a formality. The Yi family will henceforth heed my commands, so aiding you is tantamount to aiding myself. Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. The words elicited a palpable discomfort among those present from the Yi family. Given your expressions, it seems the agreement is yet to be finalized. Perhaps I should take my leave and allow you further deliberation? No. We have reached an agreement. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng nodded and continued. I am aware that some truths may be unpalatable, yet reality is often harsh. If we do not clarify matters beforehand, any subsequent regret or disputes would be unjust. The Great One speaks wisely. If you harbor any doubts, shall we draft a contract or some form of written agreement? No need. Chu Feng replied dismissively. Those who honor their promises require but a word. Those who do not, even 1,000 contracts would be futile. Moreover, I place no faith in agreements. I trust solely in strength. Should those who breach their promises be met with consequences, I possess myriad means to ensure their regret. The members of the Yi family could only respond with a silent acknowledgement. With a faint smile, Chu Feng surveyed the room. Let us not be overly burdened. I merely wish to speak plainly. I have faith in Yi Zhishue and trust that the Yi family are individuals of their word. Shifting the focus, he inquired, by the way, where is the Scarlet Garb evil sovereign? I wish to confront it. At this question, the Yi family members exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Hastily responding, we do not know. The Scarlet Garb evil sovereign is elusive, and we are unable to pinpoint its whereabouts. Yet we can sense its presence lingering within our estate. It has not departed. Indeed, we are cursed by the Scarlet Garb evil sovereign. It will not leave until every member of the Yi family is eradicated. Even if we abandon the ancestral home, we cannot escape its malevolent pursuit. BRR. It's so cold. It's here. It's here. It has arrived. This is the sensation. Indeed, the scarlet garb evil sovereign has come. Chu Feng frowned as an eerie chill enveloped the atmosphere, inducing a sense of dread. The situation was undeniably unsettling. With a disdainful snort, he activated his indestructible body protection and summoned the Buddha light to ward off evil. Unfazed, he stepped forward, commanding, "Who dares to conjure mischief and masquerade? Reveal yourself at once." Suddenly, a cacophony of ghastly laughter echoed around them, a sound so jarring it resembled laughter yet was more akin to weeping, causing several of the younger Yi family members to burst into tears. "I shan't reveal myself. What can you do about it? If you have the capability, come and seize me. Such a formidable soul force, it shall aid my ascension. This dwelling is indeed a fortuitous place for me. I find it quite to my liking." Hee hee hee. The laughter of the scarlet garb evil sovereign plunged the Yi family into a profound terror. Every individual appeared pallid, trembling, their eyes filled with dread, as if on the verge of collapse. Even Yi Zhixue, endowed with an A-class supernatural ability, displayed a ghastly complexion and an evident discomfort. It was abundantly clear that the piercing laughter of the scarlet evil sovereign wielded an immense intimidation power. Those lacking strength were easily cowed by the scarlet evil sovereign's presence, with some even succumbing outright. Only Chu Feng, possessing formidable prowess, remained unperturbed by the disquieting laughter of the scarlet evil sovereign. What an atrocious sound! Chu Feng scoffed, immediately activating his Eye of Truth. Good heavens! How grotesque! The scarlet evil sovereign stood directly before him, draped in a blood-red robe, with long, straight black hair cascading down. A face so pallid it was devoid of gender, lips crimson as blood, and a pair of lifeless eyes that sent shivers down Chu Feng's spine. Begone! With a thunderous roar, Chu Feng unleashed his full power. Who dared to frighten him? This androgynous abomination. A magnificent bolt of heavenly thunder erupted from his hands, surging towards the scarlet evil sovereign. Boom! The deafening thunderclap reverberated through the entire Yi family estate, causing it to tremble. The scarlet evil sovereign, engulfed in the heavenly thunder, emitted smoke, shrieking in agony. Such potent heavenly thunder. It hurts. It hurts. The scarlet evil sovereign, enveloped in a haze of blue smoke, had its scarlet robe shredded to tatters. Its once ghastly face was now charred black from the onslaught of thunder, and the sounds it emitted took on a comical note. Excellent. Very well. I shall remember you. I will return for vengeance. The scarlet evil sovereign screeched, turning to flee in utter disarray. Chu Feng stood firm, coldly observing the scarlet evil sovereign as it attempted to escape into the distance. Yet, with each attempt to distance itself, it would reappear before Chu Feng, reminiscent of a ghost caught in an endless loop. No, it was ensnared within Chu Feng's spatial manipulation. At this moment, the entire Yi family manor lay under Chu Feng's dominion. Whether human, ghost, demon, beast, or even the faintest breeze, all were subject to his control. What is happening? Why am I back at the same spot? Why can't I escape? It's you. You are behind this. The scarlet evil sovereign turned to Chu Feng. Fear etched upon its face. It had always been others who feared it. This was the first time it had encountered someone who instilled such dread. Causing mischief? Chu Feng scoffed. I have no such grotesque inclinations. I simply wish to obliterate you. No. The scarlet evil sovereign pleaded in a pitiful tone. I beg you. Great one, spare my life. Please let me go. Spare you? Then why did you not spare the lives you have destroyed? Chu Feng's expression was icy. There is a saying among the people, a dog that bites should not be kept. Similarly, a ghost that harms must not be spared. What a vindictive individual. You have forced my hand. The scarlet evil sovereign declared defiantly, unleashing a formidable mental attack that shattered the confines of space, barreling towards Chu Feng. Chapter 61, The New Head of the Yi Family. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of a temple bell resonated from Chu Feng's body. Simultaneously, radiant golden light emanated from him. The scarlet evil sovereign's mental assault rendered the Yi family members prostrate on the ground, yet Chu Feng remained steadfast. Such trifling skills dare to challenge me. Great heavenly thunder, he coldly declared, extending his hand toward the scarlet evil sovereign with a mere gesture. Zzz. A surge of overwhelming lightning erupted from his grasp, coalescing into a net of electricity that ensnared the scarlet evil sovereign. I refuse to accept this. I refuse. The scarlet evil sovereign cried out. Boom. Enveloped in the lightning net, the scarlet evil sovereign thrashed desperately, only to explode in a dazzling display akin to fireworks, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. You have slain the S-class boss, Scarlet Evil Sovereign, earning 312,500 points. Well, how delightful. Slaying a creature yields over 300,000 points. An unexpected windfall indeed. With the demise of the Scarlet Evil Sovereign, the oppressive, chilling atmosphere dissipated entirely. The Yi family members, having been rendered incapacitated by the Scarlet Evil Sovereign's mental attack, lay scattered on the ground, resembling withered plants. Only Yi Zhixue appeared somewhat steadier. As an A-class ice mage, her mental fortitude was significantly stronger, granting her some resistance against the Scarlet Evil Sovereign's psychic assault. However, her resilience was limited. Faced with such a ferocious attack, she could only defend herself, unable to counterstrike. Such a ruthless S-class boss, a malevolent entity that had left the Yi family helpless, was dispatched with ease by Chu Feng, who forced it into retreat after a single exchange, and with the second blow, obliterated it entirely. To vanquish the Scarlet Evil Sovereign with such ease speaks volumes of Chu Feng's formidable strength. The Yi family, oblivious to the extent of his power, understood that regardless of how strong he was an entity they could never hope to confront. Thus, they had no courage to renege on their promises to Chu Feng. Witnessing his might, many within the family abandoned their former pride as the foremost family in the Magic City, instead contemplating that serving Chu Feng might be the key to the Yi family's resurgence. After a brief respite, the Yi family members finally regained their footing. Yi Kaigui, the uncle, expressed gratitude. Thank you, esteemed one, for saving the Yi family from peril. No need for thanks. Simply serve me diligently in the future. Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. That is only proper. Having chosen to obey you, the Yi family shall exert every effort to prove our worth. Otherwise, we shall inevitably be cast aside. Yi Kaigui affirmed. Chu Feng nodded. It is best that you think this way. Now, I must assign you your first task. Let us see if you can accomplish it. Yi Kaigui and the other members of the Yi family suddenly perked up. Please instruct us, esteemed one. Even Yi Jishue regarded him with a serious gaze. Her expression was no longer that of childhood familiarity, but rather one of respect for a masterful figure. Chu Feng stated, with the unfortunate passing of the Yi family patriarch, the family cannot remain leaderless even for a day. We must elect a new head with both strength and capability. Indeed, well said. Yi Kaigui was the first to support this notion, his eagerness palpable. No objections here. We shall heed your command. Esteemed one, please appoint us. We would never dare to defy. Several uncles and elders of the Yi family, including Yi Jishue's father, expressed their support. Chu Feng nodded. In this world, the dynamics have shifted, strength reigns supreme. Among those present, only Yi Jishue possesses an A-class ability. Thus, I appoint her as the new head of the Yi family. I trust there will be no objections. Upon hearing this, several uncles and elders were taken aback, expecting the new patriarch to emerge from their ranks. Yet Chu Feng had directly named Yi Jishue. Oh, Yi Kaigui's expression darkened. The other uncles and elders appeared equally uncomfortable. What is this? Do you have any objections? Chu Feng inquired coolly. If there are any, please propose an alternative candidate, along with their ability level and overall capabilities. No objections from me. I have no objections either. In this tumultuous era, where chaos reigns, the need for extraordinary individuals to safeguard peace is paramount. Naturally, those of great strength command respect. Although Schwerer is still young, she stands as the sole A-level ability wielder of the Yi family. We wholeheartedly support her selection as the new head of the Yi family. While some uncles and elders of the Yi family may feel a sense of embarrassment, they cannot deny the truth in Chu Feng's words. Moreover, should any of the uncles or elders take on the role of family head, dissent among the others may arise. However, selecting the most outstanding junior among them would likely quell any discontent. I can't do it, a hesitant voice emerged. While the others were in agreement, Yi Jishue herself felt a twinge of insecurity. I'm not capable. Do not fret, Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. If I say you can, then you can. Even if you feel incapable, you must rise to the occasion. All right, though you are the family head, not every decision rests solely on your shoulders. Chu Feng continued. I will appoint several elders to assist, allowing a few uncles to deliberate on family matters and present clear proposals for your approval. As he spoke, Chu Feng turned to Yi Jishue. Jishue, you shall have the final say on all family matters. Should you feel uncertain, do not hesitate to consult me. Understood. Now, everyone may disperse and attend to their own affairs. Shortly, I will establish a defensive array around the Yi family ancestral home, ensuring that ordinary monsters and malevolent spirits cannot intrude, thus guaranteeing everyone's safety. As he spoke, he addressed Yi Jishue once more. Jishue, come with me. As the head of the Yi family, I must provide you with focused training. With those words, Chu Feng and Yi Jishue vanished from the spot, leaving the Yi family members in a state of astonished disbelief. In a mere span of minutes, so much had transpired that they struggled to process the overwhelming information. After a prolonged silence, Yi Kaigui murmured, Third brother, you have raised a remarkable daughter. Third brother, Jishue, seems to have a good rapport with that remarkable figure, Chu Feng. Congratulations. Third brother, do take care of your younger brother. Third brother, congrats. Yi Qiubai strove to suppress a smile, adopting a serious demeanor as he declared. It is fortunate that Jishue is acquainted with that extraordinary figure. This is a stroke of luck for our Yi family, and for her. As her father and as uncles, we may lack formidable combat prowess, but we shall endeavor to manage the family affairs diligently. Indeed, third brother, we shall heed your guidance. Third brother, if you have time, do come over for a drink and a late-night snack. Third brother, let us schedule a drink for tomorrow afternoon. I have some newly brewed deer antler wine that is quite effective. Third brother, third brother. Chapter 62. This woman does not seem to be a good person. As the third son of the Yi family, Yi Qiubai, despite being one of the family elders, found himself in a position where his brothers eagerly praised him, effectively elevating him to the de facto chief elder of the family. With the presence of Yi Zhixue, the daughter of the family head, it became apparent that the management of family affairs would largely rest on Yi Qiubai's shoulders. Meanwhile, their elder brother, Yi Kaigui, felt a pang of discomfort as he observed his younger brothers rallying around the third, yet he felt powerless, lamenting the lack of ambition in his own children. The greatest sorrow weighed upon him, as one of his sons had fallen victim to the red-clothed evil sovereign, leaving him with only 2 sons and 1 daughter. Casting a glance at his remaining children, Yi Kaigui sighed deeply, an overwhelming sense of loneliness washing over him, as if he had lost interest in vying for family power. In this cursed era, merely surviving alongside one's family was the greatest fortune. In the goddess apartment, Yi Zhixue gazed at her childhood companion with a complex expression. In their youth, they were inseparable playmates, diligent classmates, and the best of friends. However, upon her return to the Yi family, their contact naturally diminished. And as time and distance took their toll, their relationship inevitably grew distant. Later, during their university years, they encountered each other once more. Despite frequently meeting and conversing, the feelings of their childhood seemed irrevocably lost. At that time, Yi Zhixue regarded Chu Feng merely as a childhood friend. Upon hearing of his romantic endeavors, she experienced fleeting surprise and mild displeasure, yet nothing more profound. Even considering the circumstances of their families, she had once contemplated the future of their relationship. The once unremarkable childhood friend, now facing a decline in family status, seemed to drift further from the expectations placed upon a son-in-law. They appeared destined to remain good friends throughout their lives. Yet now, with the sudden emergence of the Myriad Realms blind box game, the rules of the world had shifted dramatically. The orderly world governed by law and restrained by force had transformed into a perilous jungle. In this new reality, might makes right. Without the protection of law or state, one must rely on their own strength or that of powerful allies. Otherwise, families like the Yi family, once prominent before the apocalypse, could easily be obliterated by a single monster. Who could fathom the extraordinary adventures that had transformed her once unremarkable childhood companion into such a formidable individual? Even the illustrious Yi family, once a titan of influence, now found themselves subordinate to him. Even Yi Zhixue, who had previously harbored little romantic inclination towards Chu Feng, felt a flicker of attraction. The inherent admiration for strength often ignites a deeper fondness, especially when that strength belongs to a childhood companion, a playmate, and a savior, with enhanced attributes. Her once unremarkable childhood friend now appeared taller, more handsome, with an improved physique, exuding greater charisma and charm. In every regard, the present Chu Feng seemed to radiate brilliance in Yi Zhixue's eyes. Zhixue, you should reside here from now on. It will facilitate my arrangements for you. Chu Feng remarked. The internal affairs of the Yi family will be managed by your father and the uncles. Chu Feng regarded Yi Zhixue, whose beauty captivated him, and he could not let go of the opportunity to earn points. Yi Zhixue, 22 years old, a level mage, currently single, charm score, 99, purity score, 100. Her remarkable charm score left Chu Feng in awe. She was indeed the belle of Magic City University, truly deserving of her title as his childhood sweetheart. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Yi Zhixue's cheeks flushed. Did this imply that she would be cohabitating with him? Just as this thought crossed her mind, 2 slender and exquisitely beautiful women emerged from the kitchen. Welcome back, handsome landlord. We've prepared a late-night snack. Would you care for some? Handsome landlord? Yi Zhixue's eyes widened as she turned to Chu Feng. What is going on here? Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. They are my tenants, whom I rescued. They reside in apartments 601 and 602. You may choose from the remaining 8 units. Yi Zhixue suddenly recalled the news from the city channel, her eyes widening in disbelief. You are that legendary landlord? Chu Feng nodded, correct. But there is no reward for that answer. How could Yi Zhixue hesitated, unsure of how to voice her thoughts? What about me? And nothing. She had initially intended to question him about his penchant for surrounding himself with beautiful women. Yet she realized she had no grounds to criticize Chu Feng. Having grown up in the Yi family, she had witnessed countless outrageous events and heard tales of the extraordinary. It was common for men of wealth, power, and strength to indulge in the pleasures of life. Even women of means often kept young lovers. This had been during a civilized and lawful era, let alone in the current jungle world where might reigns supreme. Thus, it is hardly surprising that Chu Feng, as the foremost figure on the rankings of masters, would engage in such actions. However, she abruptly realized that, starting today, she herself might become a part of his hidden harem. This revelation left Yi Zhixue somewhat unsettled, akin to discovering a worm in her meal, rather unpleasant. I understand what you might wish to ask, but I believe you have misconstrued my intentions, Chu Feng remarked. This apartment is, in fact, a unique artifact of considerable power, capable of not only safeguarding your safety but also allowing me, as the proprietor, to accumulate substantial points daily, provided that beautiful women reside therein. Hence, is it true that you are actively seeking out high-quality, attractive women for tenancy? Upon hearing this, Yi Jishue inquired, do you not harbor any other thoughts? Chu Feng, with an air of righteous indignation, asserted, I genuinely do not. Even if I did, could I possibly articulate them? Expressing them now would be futile. Truly not. Truly not. Chu Feng countered. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with Su Yunwan and Lu Yi. I can provide proof. Lu Yi raised her hand, declaring, the landlord is so handsome that I have been more proactive than he is, yet regrettably, he has not reciprocated, leaving me somewhat disheartened. Dear lady, you are incredibly beautiful. Given that the landlord has explained so much to you, are you not his girlfriend? No wonder he has shown no interest in me. It turns out he has such a lovely girlfriend. Receiving compliments from a beauty of comparable caliber brought a sense of joy to Yi Jishue. Chu Feng and I are merely childhood friends, not romantic partners. You are quite beautiful yourself. Yi Jishue amicably engaged in mutual flattery. Lu Yi responded, oh, does this mean we still have a chance? Yi Jishue's expression darkened immediately. She thought, this woman does not seem to be of good character. Chapter 63. Surely, all must be desired. In the preceding moment, Yi Jishue had looked down upon some of Chu Feng's actions, yet in the next instant, an overwhelming sense of crisis enveloped her. What status does Chu Feng hold now? What power does he wield? The multitude of women wishing to be his girlfriend must be countless. Take Lu Yi before her, for instance. The way she gazed at Chu Feng mirrored the longing of a succubus for a coveted prey, as if she yearned to pounce and indulge. The other beauty, Su Yunwan, although not as bold or flamboyant as Lu Yi, harbored a similar desire for Chu Feng, concealed within her eyes. Moreover, both women had been saved by Chu Feng, and in the current climate, they would undoubtedly cling tightly to his golden leg. Should Chu Feng merely nod, it was likely that both women would eagerly leap into his embrace. Meanwhile, Yi Jishue remained reserved. If she continued to be so restrained, she and Chu Feng would forever remain just childhood friends and playmates, while other women could ascend to the status of Chu Feng's partners. It was evident that the latter would share a more intimate connection with him, and if Chu Feng were to offer any benefits or privileges, his partners would undoubtedly take precedence. As for her, merely a childhood friend and playmate of Chu Feng, she would be relegated to the back of the line. When the time came, his partners would feast, and she would be left with mere broth, perhaps even deprived of that broth. This was one of the reasons behind Yi Jishue's sudden sense of urgency. Another reason stemmed from her genuine fondness for Chu Feng. They shared common interests, similar values, and compatible energies. If she continued to maintain her aloof demeanor, she risked losing him. Consequently, Yi Jishue boldly expressed her feelings. Although we are not currently in a romantic relationship, I am prepared to pursue him. Let us compete fairly. While Lu Yi was indeed beautiful, her allure and demeanor were slightly inferior to Yi Jishue's, and coupled with their childhood bond, Yi Jishue held a greater advantage both externally and emotionally. To her surprise, Lu Yi responded, Dear sister, you are far too beautiful. I fear I may not stand a chance against you. Thus, casting a glance at Su Yunwan, she continued, I will enlist my good friend to compete alongside you. What does that mean? Yi Jishue felt somewhat bewildered. Yet, Su Yunwan immediately grasped the implication. Sister, what perilous words are you uttering? Su Yunwan, with rivals stepping forward. Why are you still pretending to be reserved? Lu Yi shot her a sidelong glance. Do you dare claim that you harbor no feelings for the handsome landlord? Su Yunwan's face flushed crimson, her expression and demeanor betraying everything. You all are willing to do this. Yi Jishue was taken aback. She had heard of such occurrences before, but witnessing it unfold before her was still shocking. Surely, given the current state of affairs, you must be aware? What is there to be astonished about? Yi Jishue remained silent, but she understood that Lu Yi's words paled in comparison to the upheaval of the world today. Nevertheless, she was unwilling to relinquish Chu Feng, and with a firm resolve, she declared, Very well, even if there are two of you, I shall compete with you both. Excellent. Let us see who can win the landlord's favor first. Ahem, Chu Feng coughed strategically, internally musing that what was the point of competition? They were all family. And would it not be better to live harmoniously together? As an adult, how could he choose? Surely, he desired all. Of course, while Chu Feng thought this, he feigned a melancholic demeanor, stating, In truth, I am not inclined towards romance, for I have been deeply wounded by my previous relationship. I no longer believe in love. Chu Feng, rest assured, I shall never be like Song Yanyan. Yi Jishue quickly interjected, fully aware of Chu Feng's relationship with Song Yanyan and the heartbreak he endured. She felt a sense of injustice for him during their school days. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi promptly added, Landlord, while I am unfamiliar with this Song Yanyan, I vow to love you wholly, cherish you, care for you, and never betray your trust. Thank you both, but at present, I am indeed still haunted by my past. Let us not dwell on this for now. Jishue, Su, you are all my tenants. Amid this chaotic world, I merely hope for harmonious coexistence. As for other matters, let us observe how they unfold. Indeed, landlord, We shall let our actions speak for themselves. Lu Yi expressed without a hint of embarrassment. Yi Jixue was also stirred by her competitive spirit. Chu Feng, I was somewhat displeased when you were with Song Yanyan. After your breakup, I felt a sense of injustice for you. Now, I shall strive to show you that some individuals and emotions are truly worth cherishing. With their declarations laid bare, both parties naturally exerted their utmost efforts to demonstrate their affection for Chu Feng. Chu Feng bore a conflicted expression, yet internally he reveled in delight, comfortably enjoying the attention from the three beautiful women. With Yi Jixue's arrival at the goddess apartment, not only did the beautiful tenants become more proactive in their attentions, but his points also increased significantly. Notably, Yi Jixue's intimacy score reached an impressive 80 points, perhaps attributable to their childhood bond. Growing up together, did that not foster a deeper connection? Indeed, those with a foundation of affection tended to be more intimate with him. Tenant, Yi Jixue. Occupation, A-class mage. Charm value, 99 points. Purity value, 100 points. Intimacy value, 80 points. Level 5, close. Daily rent, wave. Daily return, 49, 500 points, credited today. Chu Feng's recruitment of Yi Jixue was certainly not solely for the accumulation of points. Rather, it was to support her in firmly establishing control over the Yi family, enabling him to garner even more points and high-level blind boxes. Only with an abundance of points and a plethora of blind boxes can he become stronger. Only when he reaches an unparalleled level of strength can he ensure that his current splendid life, along with the women who depend on him, can continue to thrive joyfully. Thus, Chu Feng resolutely knocked on Yi Jixue's door. Knock, knock, knock. Chu Feng, what brings you here at such a late hour? The door creaked open, revealing Yi Jixue, clad in a silk nightgown, standing at the threshold with an alluring grace that made Chu Feng swallow hard. There is indeed a matter to discuss. May I come in? Of course. Yi Jixue's cheeks flushed slightly as she welcomed Chu Feng inside. Chapter 64. Is this too fast? As Chu Feng stepped into Yi Jixue's room, he was enveloped by a soft, fragrant aroma that matched the delightful scent of Yi Jixue herself. The ambience of a girl's room is intoxicating, akin to a catalyst that ignited a yearning within Chu Feng's heart. He settled onto the sofa and beckoned Yi Jixue closer. Jixue, come here and sit. Although a tad bashful, Yi Jixue complied and nestled beside Chu Feng. However, the silk nightgown was somewhat short, and as she sat down, her smooth, fair thighs were exposed, gleaming almost like a radiant light. This sight immediately captured Chu Feng's gaze, compelling him to look away reluctantly. Humph, is this the test you present me with? You underestimate me. Chu Feng's eyes sharpened as he turned to Yi Jixue. Jixue, we have known each other since childhood. Our bond is quite profound, and I believe you are the one I can trust most. The intimacy level between Chu Feng and Yi Jixue had reached level 5, surpassing that with Lu Yi and Su Yunwan, making her indeed the most trustworthy individual. Chu Feng, thank you for your trust. I will not let you down. Yi Jixue's heart swelled with joy and shyness upon hearing this. Did this imply that Chu Feng had chosen her in the end? I believe in you, and thus I choose you. As he spoke, Chu Feng produced a small, square, thin pouch and placed it directly into Yi Jixue's hands. This is for you. Yi Jixue's cheeks flushed crimson. Though we share a close relationship, isn't this a bit too fast? It is indeed somewhat swift, but circumstances demand urgency. Just look at the situation outside, Chu Feng asserted solemnly. Upon hearing this, Yi Jixue's face turned scarlet, and she bit her lip, grappling with her thoughts before finally responding. All right, I shall heed your words. However, I may not require this. Not require this. How can that be? It matters not. I am unafraid. As long as it brings you comfort, I am willing to do anything. You need not worry. I am quite clean. This is my first time, Yi Jixue said, gently slipping off her silk nightgown, which glided smoothly from her shoulders. Then, facing Chu Feng, she shyly closed her eyes, adopting a posture of submission. Chu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this really happening? How can we go from a perfectly fine conversation to undressing, even if our relationship is close? This is too much. The scene was exceedingly hard to resist, and he feared complications might arise. Quickly, he reached out and pulled Yi Jixue's nightgown back up. Jixue, put your clothes back on. I know you like me and wish to pursue me, but this is far too hasty. It was indeed too quick. They had only just achieved an intimacy of 80 points, and Chu Feng had hoped to wait until they reached a full 100 before advancing. Yi Jixue, blushing yet slightly bewildered, remarked, didn't you just say that we must act swiftly? Yes, I did say that, and the external circumstances are dire. You must grow stronger quickly. It is imperative. What does that have to do with me becoming stronger? You've received this from me, so naturally, you should become stronger quickly. You're giving me this to accelerate my growth? Yi Jixue held the small square pouch, her expression one of disbelief. Indeed, this item can elevate you directly to S level. What? Promote? S level? Yi Jixue exclaimed, hastily inspecting the contents of the pouch. Passionate jumping candy, S level, when consumed, can promote the player's profession by 1 level, not exceeding S level. Method of consumption, open the pouch and eat. Side effects, may cause the user to exhibit uncontrollable behavior for a certain duration, the length of which correlates with the user's attributes. Yi Zhixue was currently at A level. Leveling up would perfectly align her with the requirements of the passionate jumping candy. This small pouch was merely a packet of candy. She had thought it was something more significant. Yi Zhixue's face burned with embarrassment. This was far too mortifying. What was most perplexing was that she had been overly forward, even undressing in front of Chu Feng, revealing everything. What complicated her feelings further was that Chu Feng had chosen not to take advantage of the situation, but instead opted to help her cover up. This demonstrated his commendable character, as he did not take advantage of the moment, bringing Yi Zhixue a sense of relief. However, it also indicated that her allure was yet insufficient to intoxicate him completely, leaving Yi Zhixue feeling somewhat disheartened. Now, she was both embarrassed and indignant. Nevertheless, she had acquired the S-level passionate jumping candy. Chu Feng, this item is incredibly precious. Is it truly for me? Of course it's for you. I just placed it in your hands, did I not? Chu Feng replied. Although this candy is rare and valuable, you need not have undressed. Silence. Who told you not to clarify earlier? I thought it was something else, you villain. Yi Zhixue shot Chu Feng a glare before picking up the passionate jumping candy and asking, shall I consume it now? Chu Feng nodded. Time waits for no one. Consume it now. Once you successfully ascend to S level, I have another task for you. Will the side effects of this candy pose any issues? Not at all. I shall protect you and ensure nothing goes amiss, Chu Feng assured. Moreover, I speculate the side effects mainly affect mental strength, the weaker the mental fortitude, the longer the uncontrollable duration. As an A-level mage with formidable mental strength, you should not encounter significant issues. Alright, trusting Chu Feng, Yi Zhixue tore open the packaging of the passionate jumping candy and swallowed it whole. Bang, 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 bang. The passionate jumping candy immediately began to erupt in her mouth. The sensation was far more intense than ordinary candy. Yi Zhixue felt her entire mouth tingle, followed by a delightful numbing sensation that enveloped her mind, transporting her into a wondrous realm. Time seemed to lose all meaning, and she was uncertain how long it had been before the vibrant sensations began to fade, her mouth no longer tingling, and her mind returning to clarity. Seeing Chu Feng before her, she quickly clamped her legs together, her face flushed with shyness. How long was I out of control? I didn't do anything strange, did I? Only a minute. And as for the strange actions you mentioned, I didn't observe any. So what were you referring to? Chu Feng inquired curiously. Thank goodness you didn't see anything. Yi Zhixue sighed in relief. Chu Feng then asked, so, did you succeed in leveling up? Yes, I did. Thank you, Chu Feng. Yi Zhixue eagerly sent a screenshot of her attribute panel to Chu Feng, unable to contain her delight. Look, I am now the S-level Ice Queen. Chapter 65, Methods to Increase Intimacy. S-level Ice Queen. Excellent. Chu Feng nodded. Your strength should have multiplied several times compared to before. Indeed. I can feel it myself. Thank you. The face of Yi Zhixue was adorned with joy and excitement. What kind of relationship do we have that you need to be so formal? Chu Feng chuckled. Ding. Your tenant Yi Zhixue's intimacy with you has increased by 10 points. Thanks to Chu Feng's assistance, Yi Zhixue successfully ascended to the S level, a rank that had once existed solely in her dreams. Yet at this moment, it was effortlessly realized by Chu Feng. Not only did she admire and adore him more, but she also felt a closer bond with him. Chu Feng pondered for a moment before adding, however, do refrain from mentioning this in front of Su Yunwan and Lu Yi, lest they pester me for rewards. Although my relationship with them is merely that of a regular landlord and tenant, one could never know if they might employ their charms on me. Those two little vixens clearly harbor ill intentions towards you. Yi Zhixue linked her arm through Chu Feng's, her charming face slightly flushed. You mustn't fall for their tricks. If you ever find yourself contemplating such things, you must come to me. What would I seek you for? Chu Feng replied with utmost seriousness. Until I can guarantee you a perfect romance, I shall not engage in anything with you. That would be unfair to you. Bah. Who desires your love? I wouldn't casually surrender myself to you either. Yi Zhixue's face flushed, yet her demeanor remained haughty, completely forgetting that just moments ago, she had contemplated closing her eyes and allowing Chu Feng to act as he pleased. She spoke coolly. Given our relationship, I shall find other means to assist you. In any case, I won't let you fall victim to their seduction. Is that even feasible? What methods do you possess? I will. Ugh, what are you imagining? We can discuss it when you can no longer bear it. Yi Zhixue retorted, as if this fellow was inquiring about her expertise in the matter. Although Yi Zhixue had yet to venture into such affairs, she was no stranger to the concept. With her keen intellect, what could she not master? Very well. Then I shall thank you in advance. Chu Feng replied earnestly. Remember, do not disclose this to either of them. It shall remain our little secret. Ding. Your tenant Yi Zhixue's intimacy with you has increased by 1 point. Oh, the intimacy has increased again? Chu Feng seemed to have stumbled upon an effective method to enhance intimacy. He could certainly experiment further with Su Yunwan and Lu Yi later. Upon exiting Yi Zhixue's room, truth be told, Chu Feng felt somewhat stirred. Yi Zhixue was simply too perfect. When that silk nightgown slipped away, her smooth skin appeared even silkier than the fabric itself. nearly overwhelming his resolve. However, in pursuit of greater rewards, he managed to exercise control over his impulses. Naturally, this restraint was solely in Yi Zhishue's presence. There was no need to stifle himself entirely. Thus, with a swift movement, Chu Feng returned to Manhwaaudiobook Island, right beside Li Qinxian. Brother Feng. Why have you come again? An hour later, Li Qinxian, her eyes glistening with tears, drifted back into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Chu Feng began to contemplate how to support the revival of the Yi family. Only through the resurgence of the Yi family, regaining its former glory as one of the 4 great families of Magic City, could he better facilitate his endeavors. Presently, Chu Feng had merely assisted Yi Zhishue in reaching the S level, allowing her to tenuously secure a place in Magic City. Yet this was far from sufficient, after all. The other members of the Yi family were rather lacking, with not a single powerful ability user above the A level aside from Yi Zhishue, and merely 2 B levels. Compared to the Qin family, another of the 4 great families, this disparity was glaring. The Qin family boasted 1 S-level expert, 3 A-level experts, and 28 combat ability users below the A level. Their strength dwarfed that of the Yi family. Without Chu Feng's assistance, the Qin family could easily dispatch an A-level combat ability user to lead a team, and they might effortlessly crush the Yi family. However, in this time of chaos, the primary focus of all families was self-preservation before seeking development. Once the families adapted to the turmoil and stabilized their foundations, a struggle for dominance would inevitably ensue. Whether for territory, population, resources, or even pride, conflicts among the factions were bound to erupt. The Yi family must grow stronger to withstand the monstrous threats of the apocalypse and to vie for supremacy in such times. As for how to empower the Yi family, Chu Feng already had several strategies in mind, especially given the vast resources he had amassed from opening countless blind boxes. Nonetheless, he required further contemplation before elaborating to Yi Zhishue the following day. After defeating the Red Robe Evil Lord that night, not only did he absorb 500 points of spiritual attributes for his own use, but he also accrued over 300,000 points. With the remaining points he had, Chu Feng invested them all into silver blind boxes. A total of 90 silver blind boxes were combined to form 30 gold blind boxes, allowing Chu Feng to gather yet more resources. This is a gold blind box containing a complete doomsday bunker system, suitable for installation in a designated area. This is a gold blind box containing a B-level profession template berserker. This is a gold blind box containing 200 points of physical attribute points. This is a gold blind box containing an A-level magic skill, Fire Rain. This is a gold blind box containing an A-level profession template, Dark Summoner. This is a gold blind box containing a 052D Missile Destroyer. This is a gold blind box containing a B-level class change card for healers. This is a gold blind box containing an A-level profession upgrade card. This is a gold blind box containing a B-level skill, Cat Transformation. This is a gold blind box containing an A-level game skin, Golden Lion King. Thanks to his considerable luck, this round of blind boxes yielded several remarkable items. Among them, the profession templates and class change cards essentially served the same purpose, allowing players without a profession or those below the requisite level to transition into the corresponding profession. As for game skins, their function was similar. Once activated, they could transform the wearer into the corresponding character class, albeit requiring a compatible class for beneficial effects. For instance, upon donning the Golden Lion King skin, one could metamorphose into the Golden Lion King, a formidable beast endowed with immense strength and vitality. If a player with physical and strength-oriented professions activated the Golden Lion King skin, they would gain enhancements in those attributes. Conversely, if a player belonged to a mental class, they would only experience a superficial transformation. Any increase in physicality and strength would be negligible for them. Naturally, for someone like Chu Feng, boasting attributes exceeding 10,000, any skin would be effortlessly utilized. However, he held little regard for A-level skins. If SSS-level game skins were available, he might consider indulging. Chapter 66 startled the others. A night devoid of conversation passed. The following morning, Chu Feng arose early. Li Qinxian, utterly exhausted from the previous night's exertions, remained nestled in slumber. This secretary seemed rather incompetent, having accomplished only half of her tasks, and in matters concerning responsibility, she fell short. Yet, it mattered not. Chu Feng did not require her to handle an abundance of household chores. After completing his morning routine, Chu Feng made his way to the dining area, retrieving a lavish Shanghai-style breakfast from his spatial storage. As he savored his meal, he perused the messages sent by Sun Yining and Lin Shirin. Chu Feng assigned a task to the 2 individuals, instructing them to gather information about significant or noteworthy events occurring in their respective cities and report back to him daily. Brother Feng, they reported, 3 events in Hangzhou yesterday warrant attention. Firstly, a large-scale conflict erupted between organizations of individuals with abilities, likely over territorial disputes and population control. Jiang Nanshan has declared actual control over 6 out of the 12 districts in Hangzhou, establishing himself as the largest organization of its kind in the city. Secondly, Jiang Nanshan has begun imposing a security fee on residents within his jurisdiction, requiring each individual to pay 1 point daily. The current population in the controlled area is conservatively estimated to be 3 million. Lastly, a group of Nars appeared in Hangzhou yesterday, resembling a grotesque combination of rats and humans, standing approximately 1.6 meters tall. They are characterized by their sharp teeth and swift movements, attacking humans or animals on sight, with a significant chance of infecting their victims and transforming them into new Nars, reminiscent of a zombie virus. Upon reading Lin Shurin's message, Chu Feng couldn't help but smile. Jiang Nanshan had preemptively executed his own ambitions. 3 million people paying 1 point each per day equates to 3 million points. This revenue surpasses what he earns from his goddess apartment. Naturally, not all 3 million residents would comply, but even if a third were to do so, it would still amount to a substantial income. He was particularly intrigued by the method of collecting these points. Thus, he replied, "Continue to monitor Jiang Nanshan and investigate their method of collecting points, then report back to me. Keep a close eye on the development of the Nars, especially the scale of newly infected individuals. Additionally, if your safety is compromised, inform me immediately. I will provide you with stronger support." Lin Shurin responded instantaneously, "Understood, Brother Feng." After replying to Lin Shurin, Chu Feng checked the message sent by Sun Yining. There were no major events occurring in Jinling. The most significant news was that Chu Feng had slain the S-rank Beastmaster, Lu Tong, along with 3 A-rank Flame Lions under his command. Although some time has passed since this incident, it continues to reverberate throughout Jinling, both among various organizations and in the gaming communication zones of the city. Discussions about Lu Tong's demise abound. The most heated gossip suggests that Lu Tong's subordinate, Chen Jinggang, offended the Sun family, leading to a powerful figure behind the Sun family directly executing Chen Jinggang, thereby eliminating the threat posed by Lu Tong. The content of this gossip is quite close to the truth. Upon inquiry, Chu Feng discovered that Sun Yining had indeed leaked this news herself. Benefiting from this information, the Sun family, led by Sun Yining, firmly secured their territory in the Xuanwu district, and none of the dozens of A-rank individuals in Jinling dared to cause trouble there. "Brother Feng," Sun Yining reported, "I currently only need to deal with the newly emerging monsters daily, and I haven't encountered any above A-rank so far. Overall, it remains relatively easy. I just miss you a bit." Chu Feng replied with a smile, "Since your territory is stable and relatively easy to manage, you might consider expanding the management system of the Sun family subordinates and start collecting security fees from the residents in your jurisdiction. As for how many points to charge, daily, weekly, or monthly, you may decide amongst yourselves. Regarding your longing for me, I shall visit when I find the time." Sun Yining immediately inquired, "When will you have time? I miss you so much right now. It's quite unbearable." This girl was indeed bold in her speech, showing no signs of shyness. "Is that so? If you insist, I might just come over right away." "Come on then. I'm wearing sheer black stockings. I even went shopping in the city yesterday and collected some attack speed gear, and I haven't even worn the Valentino heels yet. I wonder if they are as exquisite as people say." This girl certainly had her ways of enticing him. Chu Feng chuckled. Recalling that he had neglected to fully satisfy Li Qingxian last night, he decided he would indulge himself today. Moreover, there were matters he needed to discuss with Sun Yining in person. Just then, Li Qingxian descended the stairs, apologizing, "Brother Feng, I'm sorry. I was a bit tired and didn't get up to make you breakfast." Chu Feng smiled warmly. "There's no need for formality between us. You worked hard last night. Today, you should rest more. I've prepared breakfast for you, along with a golden blind box. It will benefit your recovery." "Thank you, Brother Feng. You are truly kind." Li Qingxian beamed at the sight of the steaming breakfast laid out before her, feeling a warmth in her heart. "All right, take your time eating. I must be off to work," Chu Feng said with a smile. "Brother Feng, please ensure your safety," Li Qingxian urged sincerely. Chu Feng nodded, then utilized space teleportation to leave. In the seaside villa, Li Qingxian gazed at her breakfast, then at the golden blind box, and decided to open it immediately. "You have opened a golden blind box and received 200 points in physical attributes. Wow, it's actually physical attribute points, and a full 200 points. Upon opening the blind box, the 200 points automatically absorbed into Li Qingxian, instantly dissipating her fatigue and drowsiness. She looked out the window with a face full of emotion. Feeling as if she had received a thoughtfully prepared gift from her husband, she was utterly blissful. With these 200 points in physical attributes, she mused, she should be able to endure longer in the future. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate rosy hue. Meanwhile, Chu Feng teleported to the rooftop of Sun Yining's villa, assessed the spatial layout of the villa, and then instantaneously appeared in Sun Yining's room. At that moment, Sun Yining had yet to rise, clad in a silk nightgown, reclining on her bed with her legs together and slightly bent, showcasing her exquisite curves. Her long, smooth legs were exposed to the air, seemingly glimmering softly. Ahem. Chu Feng coughed strategically. Ah. Sun Yining jumped in surprise. Turning around to see Chu Feng, her fear quickly transformed into delight as she sprang towards him. Brother Feng, you're so mischievous, you scared me. Go ahead, feel my heartbeat, it's racing. Sun Yining seized one of Chu Feng's hands and placed it on her chest. Chu Feng felt a rush of heat. This girl was completely bare beneath her nightgown. Chapter 67. A Gesture of Affection. Chu Feng enjoyed a hearty breakfast at Sun Yining's home, feeling thoroughly satisfied and at ease. When he and Sun Yining appeared together in the Sun family's living room, Sun's parents initially paused in surprise before greeting them warmly. Little Feng is here? Come, sit down. When did you arrive? You didn't even let Annie know. I could have prepared something delicious. Little Feng, I know you're busy, but you must have lunch here today, even if it's just simple fare. Please don't find it lacking. Faced with the warmth of Sun's parents, Chu Feng smiled and replied, I have some matters to attend to and happened to pass through Jinling. I just wanted to snag a lunch. Auntie, with your culinary skills, even the simplest dishes will be a gourmet feast. All right, as long as you're willing to eat, Annie will whip up something special, Sun's mother exclaimed, hastily calling the housekeeper to prepare lunch. Seeing Sun's father cheerfully lingering beside Chu Feng and his daughter, resembling a third wheel, he called out, Old Sun, come help out. Huh, shouldn't you three be enough? Less talking and more action. Come here quickly. All right, fine, Sun's father replied reluctantly, then turned to Chu Feng, Little Feng. You and Yining chat, I'll go see to things. Sun's father remained oblivious to his wife's intentions until he entered the kitchen, whereupon her words illuminated the truth. Indeed, it was essential to provide sufficient time for Chu Feng and Ning Ning to cultivate their relationship in solitude. Sun Yining nestled closely beside Chu Feng, giggling as she remarked, the old folks' little schemes are practically written all over their faces. Chu Feng chuckled, replying, I wonder what expression your parents would wear if they discovered that their cherished daughter has already been courted by this pig. Sun Yining playfully stuck out her tongue. My parents have already inquired about us, and I laid everything bare. Can you guess their reaction? What was it? Chu Feng asked, feeling a twinge of guilt. They praised me for being incredibly clever. They said I was decisive in my pursuit and found a worthy husband. Sun Yining beamed. Their joy was so palpable that I could hardly tell if they were my parents or yours. Is that so? Chu Feng couldn't help but smile. The approval of his beloved's parents filled him with happiness. So, does that mean they endorse our relationship? Absolutely. After all, you're simply outstanding. My mother said, this son-in-law is a rare gem, one that one might only find in the heavens. How beautifully expressed. Chu Feng replied with a grin. Given such high regard from your parents, I must not disappoint them. I shall prepare some gifts as a token of my intentions. You wish to marry me? Sun Yining's face lit up with excitement. But what about Qing Xian and Sure? What else could be done? Chu Feng grinned mischievously. Of course, we would celebrate grandly. Huh. Sun Yining was momentarily taken aback before quickly processing the implication, her excitement waning as she shot a playful glare at Chu Feng. You scoundrel. Yet, despite her words, she wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her face against his chest, drawing closer. In truth, in this world, mere survival was already a stroke of luck, let alone thriving as they did now. Sun Yining smiled. Whether we celebrate grandly, modestly, or not at all I desire is to remain by your side. Rest assured, we shall only flourish from here. Time flew by as the couple reveled in their intimacy, and soon, Sun's parents had prepared an extravagant feast. Xiao Feng, come quickly. Dinner is ready. Coming. Sun Yining joyfully pulled Chu Feng to the table, gathering as a family to share a meal, which was her most cherished and happiest scene. I hope these simple home-cooked dishes suit your taste, Sun's mother said bashfully. Chu Feng glanced at the table, laden with chicken, duck, fish, meat, lobsters, crabs, abalone, and sea cucumbers, each dish emanating an irresistible aroma that made his mouth water. Auntie, you call this a few simple home-cooked dishes? Even a five-star chef couldn't match your culinary skills. Chu Feng lavished her with praise. Sun's father chuckled. Oh, it's nothing but ordinary ingredients. Not a patch on the fire-eyed wild lion leg and the large kidney you gifted us last time. That's different, regardless of the quality of ingredients. It takes a talented hand like yours to create such deliciousness. Let us not be polite any longer. Let us dig in. Indeed. Let's eat. Xiao Feng, join me for a drink. This 60-year-old Mutai is exquisite. Of course, as long as it brings you joy, I'll share a drink. The four of them gathered around the table, indulging in gourmet dishes and fine wine, their laughter and merriment creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, if one were to glance outside at the desolate and chaotic streets, one might think they had returned to a time before the onset of turmoil. Once the meal concluded, Chu Feng prepared to present his betrothal gifts, as he felt compelled to show his appreciation after having spent the night with their daughter. Uncle, Auntie, Ning Ning has likely informed you about our relationship. As a man, I must express my intentions. Chu Feng spoke earnestly. Given the circumstances of the times, the previous luxuries of villas and luxury cars have lost their significance. I shall offer you something more practical. As he spoke, he produced 2 cards and handed them to Sun's parents. Uncle, as a C-rank warrior, I present you with this item, a skin card for the Golden Mane Lion. Once used, you will transform into an A-rank beast, the Golden Mane Lion, gaining A-rank combat prowess. A-rank. Is that not exceedingly precious? Sun's father exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement. Take it, uncle, as long as you don't mind. You shall become a Golden Mane Lion. An A-rank golden mane lion? How magnificent. I love it. He laughed heartily. As long as you're pleased. Chu Feng observed Sun's mother, who wore a look of longing. Auntie, you are a C-rank wind mage. This A-rank upgrade card is for you. Once used, you will directly ascend to an A-rank wind mage. What? I get one too? An A-rank? This is far too valuable. Take it, Auntie. Though the A-rank upgrade card is precious, it cannot compare to even a single hair of Ning Ning. These words not only delighted Sun's parents, but also stirred joy within Sun Yining, who gazed at Chu Feng with eyes brimming with admiration and happiness. Chapter 68, The Joyful Landlord. With Sun's parents achieving A-rank strength, the Sun family now boasted 3 A-rank supernatural beings. This positioned them among the most formidable forces in all of Jinling City. Thus, it was certain that the Sun family could firmly establish themselves in the Xuanwu district, paving the way to conquer the entirety of Jinling in due time. However, Chu Feng would not allow Sun Yining to face danger alone. Thus, he produced another piece of equipment and handed it to her. Ning Ning, your parents have received gifts, and you shall not be left out. This equipment shall render you invincible against all foes below S rank. Sun Yining received the equipment and gasped, the heavenly net. An S-rank control-type equipment. It's incredibly powerful. Is this truly for me? It's merely a trinket. I wouldn't jest with you, Chu Feng replied. With the heavenly net, even if you encounter an S-rank powerhouse, you shall have no trouble. Yes, yes. Feng Ge, thank you. I adore you, Sun Yining exclaimed, tucking away the heavenly net and joyfully wrapping her arms around Chu Feng's neck, showering him with kisses. Following this, Chu Feng engaged in further discussions with Sun's parents and Sun Yining, conveying the notion that merely surviving as ordinary people in this apocalyptic era was not the optimal path. Naturally, this did not apply to him. He encouraged the Sun family to strive for revival, to proceed steadily and thoughtfully, avoiding recklessness while also not adhering to outdated norms, with the aim of gradually expanding beyond the Xuanwu district and establishing the Sun family as the foremost noble house in Jinling City. Only in this manner could they attract more talent, manage a larger populace, gather greater resources, and foster substantial development. Before the chaos, Sun's parents had been affluent, engaged in various businesses, and understood these matters even better than Chu Feng. In times gone by, lacking strength, they had to survive. Now, however, with their ascension to A rank, they possessed the capability to expand their territory, and naturally, they were unwilling to remain cooped up in a villa or community. Moreover, due to Sun Yining, they would receive unwavering support from Chu Feng. How could they not seize this opportunity? As for whether they could reach the pinnacle of Jinling or achieve even greater heights, the Sun family remained uncertain. Nevertheless, they understood the importance of steady and pragmatic development. Discussing matters with Sun's parents felt effortless. Chu Feng also broached the topic of collecting points from district citizens as protection fees, to which they agreed wholeheartedly. After arranging matters in Jinling, Chu Feng did not visit Lin Shirin but instead returned directly to the goddess apartment. Today's rental task is to collect from Su Yunwan and Lu Yi. Good afternoon, dear landlord. Long time no see. Chu Feng chuckled, realizing that he had only seen Lu Yi the previous night. Hello, ladies. I am here to collect today's rent, he said with a smile. The intimacy level between Yi Zhixue and Chu Feng had already reached level 5, meaning no rent was required. What is our rental task for today? Asked Chu Feng, who promptly checked the tenant information of the two lovely ladies. Tenant, Su Yunwan. Occupation, online streamer. Charm value, 95 points. Purity value, 100 points. Intimacy value, 60 points. Level 4, deep affection. Daily rent. Wear white stockings and a fitted skirt to massage the host's legs for 30 minutes. Daily reward, 38,000 points. Tenant, Lu Yi. Occupation, online streamer. Charm value, 95 points. Purity value, 100 points. Intimacy value, 79 points. Level 4, deep affection. Daily rent. Wear black stockings and a professional outfit to give the host a massage for 30 minutes. Daily reward, 38,000 points. Oh, it seems the goddess apartment system is aware that Chu Feng has been overworked lately and has arranged for him 2 complimentary masseuses. Even if Su Yunwan and Lu Yi are not professionals, having them massage his legs and shoulders would surely be delightful. Thus, Chu Feng directly instructed Su Yunwan, Su, your rental task today is to wear white stockings and a fitted skirt and massage my legs for 30 minutes. Your task is to wear black stockings and a professional outfit to give me a massage for 30 minutes. Su Yunwan and Lu Yi exchanged glances, their cheeks slightly flushed. A leg massage is fine, but why must we wear white stockings and a fitted skirt? This task seems a bit improper. Dear landlord, wearing white and black stockings is no problem, as is wearing a fitted skirt or professional attire. However, may I inquire whether the task is improper? Or is it you who is being improper? Actually, if you like, I can wear black stockings, white stockings, or any other attire every day. Chu Feng shot them a teasing glance and promptly shared a screenshot of the goddess apartment system's task. He had previously explained the purpose of the goddess apartment to Yi Zhixue, and had also mentioned it to these two ladies, so they understood the rental tasks now. I am a serious person, and the tasks are serious too. It is you who are thinking awry. Chu Feng chuckled. Now, confess, where did your thoughts wander? No. We're going to change our clothes now, hee hee. The two ladies giggled and dashed away. After a brief interval, the elevator opened once more, revealing two stunning women with contrasting styles. Su Yunwan adorned a light pink chiffon top, paired with a cream-colored fitted skirt that rested just above her knees. Her long, slender legs were enveloped in pristine white stockings, reaching beneath the fitted skirt. She wore a pair of black low-heeled shoes, complementing her white stockings and pink top, exuding an aura of innocence and charm. Yet, her figure was voluptuous and alluring, creating a striking contrast between purity and desire. Meanwhile, Lu Yi donned a cream-colored professional outfit, her impressive bosom causing the shirt to strain at its buttons. Her long legs were wrapped in glossy black stockings, and she stood confidently in a pair of Valentino high heels, radiating sensuality. The two ladies approached Chu Feng, twirled in place to showcase their outfits, and cheerfully asked, "What do you think, dear landlord? Beautiful. Do you like it? If something this beautiful doesn't please you, then am I still a man? Hee hee. As long as you like it." The two ladies replied. "Now, shall we commence our tasks?" "All right, I appreciate your efforts. It's no trouble at all. Even if it weren't a task, as long as you, dear landlord, are pleased, we would be willing to massage you anytime. Then I must be the happiest landlord in the world." Chu Feng reclined on the sofa, conversing with the two ladies while enjoying their massages. Though they were not professionals, their soft hands provided a comfort that surpassed that of any expert. As they massaged, Chu Feng found himself drifting off to sleep. Ding! Your tenant Lu Yi's intimacy with you has increased by 1 point. After an unknown duration, Chu Feng was unexpectedly awakened by a notification in his mind. Ding! Your tenant Lu Yi's intimacy with you has increased by 1 point. Your visitor Lu Yi's intimacy level has risen to level 5, indicating a close bond. Hearing the notification, Chu Feng quickly roused himself. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that Su Yunwan, who had been massaging his legs, was no longer present. But a faint fragrance lingered in the air, and his head rested on something soft and incredibly comfortable. Looking up, he saw Lu Yi standing behind him, gazing at him intently. I'm sorry, I must have dozed off. It's just that your massage was too delightful," Chu Feng said sheepishly. "How long was I asleep?" "Not very long. Just 2 hours," Lu Yi replied, rubbing her chest. "Are you awake? If not, you can continue sleeping." "I'm awake." Chu Feng glanced at Lu Yi. "You stood behind me for 2 hours while I was asleep?" "Yes," Lu Yi nodded. "I fell asleep, and you could have rested too." "You were asleep, but your body was leaning against the sofa with no support above your shoulders. I feared disturbing your slumber, so I stood behind you, acting as your temporary pillow," Lu Yi said, covering her chest. "But it's been a bit too long. My chest is starting to feel a bit numb." Chu Feng felt a rush of embarrassment, realizing that the soft surface he had been resting on was indeed Lu Yi's. "I'm truly sorry," he said instinctively. "Would you like me to massage you?" Before he could finish, he realized the impropriety of his statement. "Indeed, dear landlord, you are a bit mischievous," Lu Yi teased with a playful grin. "But it's not entirely out of the question." No, that was a slip of the tongue," Chu Feng quickly clarified. "How about this? I'll exempt you from your future rental tasks. How does that sound?" Lu Yi's intimacy with him had already reached 80 points, just enough to qualify for the exemption from daily rent tasks. Chu Feng discreetly checked Lu Yi's tenant information. Tenant, Lu Yi. Occupation, online streamer. Charm value, 95 points. Purity value, 100 points. Intimacy value, 80 points. Level 5 closed bond. Daily rent, exempt from rent. Daily reward, 47, 500 points. With the intimacy level increased, even the daily reward points had risen. Exempt from rent? Absolutely. That is wonderful, Lu Yi exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. "Since you are so kind, dear landlord, how could I not express my gratitude?" With that, Lu Yi puffed out her chest, blushing as she said, "Dear landlord, whatever you desire, I shall comply. I'm all in." After speaking, she bit her red lip lightly with her pearly teeth. Chu Feng couldn't help but pout. He did not see the expression of desperation on Lu Yi's face, but rather one filled with eagerness. There's no need to be like this, I assure you. As your landlord, I am a respectable person," Chu Feng reassured her, extending his hand to pat her shoulder. "However, I must say, I admire your bravery." "Thank you, dear landlord," Lu Yi replied. "Though you have waived my rent obligation, I am still more than willing to give you massages whenever you desire." A thought stirred in Chu Feng's mind. Aside from massages, are there other things you would be willing to do? "Of course, what do you have in mind?" Lu Yi responded with a knowing look. "Are you suggesting that kind of thing? I could be open to it. Let us not dwell on that too much, shall we? Have you considered the current circumstances? Perhaps we should broaden our horizons and expand our perspectives?" "Broaden our horizons? Expand our perspectives? Are you suggesting I include Su in this?" Chu Feng mused. But Su is rather shy. Lu Yi furrowed her brow, appearing to have made a significant decision. "All right, but she does have a hidden side. Don't worry, dear landlord, I'll convince her. I never imagined you enjoyed playing this way." Chu Feng was momentarily speechless. What I meant was, given the current chaos, we need to think on a global scale. Would you like to become a superhuman? Once you become a formidable superhuman, you won't have to hide in this apartment anymore. You can go wherever your heart desires. Louis pouted. Dear landlord, are you trying to drive me away? Not at all. I assure you, it's not my intention, Chu Feng replied with a smile. Regardless of whether you become a superhuman or not, you are always welcome in this apartment. Room 602 will forever be yours. Thank you, dear landlord. In that case, I would certainly like to become a superhuman, Lu Yi declared, a faint sense of anticipation stirring within her. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Feng produced a golden blind box and presented it to her. Then, open this blind box, and you shall become an A-class combat superhuman, the Wind Dancer. Wind Dancer? That sounds delightful. Lu Yi exclaimed as she accepted the blind box and, following Chu Feng's cue, opened it without hesitation. For a moment, she stood there in bewilderment. After 2 minutes, realization struck her. Inside this blind box is indeed the A-class profession panel for Wind Dancer. How did you know? This blind box was meticulously selected by me. How could I not know? This is incredibly rare. She often perused posts and videos in the gaming community during her leisure time, familiarizing herself with the various professions within the universal blind boxes. She understood that A-class combat superhuman professions were exceedingly rare, with only one emerging from hundreds of thousands of individuals. In a city like Magic City, which housed over 20 million people, there were merely a handful of A-class combat superhumans. Lu Yi immediately linked her arm with Chu Feng's, her face resolute. Dear landlord, you are too kind to me. From this day forth, I am yours. Ding. Your tenant Lu Yi's intimacy with you has increased by 19 points. Current intimacy, 99 points. Chapter 70, The Mutant Bat. After Lu Yi became the A-class combat superhuman Wind Dancer, she promptly exited the goddess apartment and ventured onto the streets to familiarize herself with her powers. On the coastal avenue, several zombie wolves were feasting on the remains of some unknown creature when they suddenly turned their gaze toward Lu Yi. How fresh the blood and flesh. Far more enticing than the stiff corpses. The zombie wolves, upon spotting Lu Yi, abandoned their meal and charged directly at her. Lu Yi remained calm, steadying her nerves. Recalling the memories etched in her mind, she waved her hand gently, and several wind blades whistled forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind blades traced elegant arcs through the air, as if they had a mind of their own, heading straight for the zombie wolves. Thud, thud, thud. The zombie wolves were cleaved in two, their heads severed from their bodies. Wow, how impressive! Lu Yi exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Now, she was a master in her own right. How exhilarating. She then decided to test other skills of the Wind Dancer, such as wind-assisted flight. Initially, she felt nervous and feared she might fall. However, after practicing a few more times, she began to maneuver with ease, excitement radiating from her face. Although residing in the goddess apartment under Chu Feng's protection felt safe, relying on someone else for safety and being capable of self-defense were entirely different concepts. The most immediate realization was that she no longer had to remain cooped up in the apartment like a canary in a cage. Simultaneously, Lu Yi felt a profound appreciation for Chu Feng's strength. This seemingly roguish yet handsome landlord had the ability to transform an ordinary person into an A-class superhuman effortlessly. A display of power that was truly astonishing. Hence, she must cling tightly to this golden opportunity and never let him slip away. During her practice, Lu Yi soared to the window of Su Yunwan's room, greeting her. Su, look at me. I can fly. Yi, what are you doing outside? You can fly? Su Yunwan exclaimed, her mouth forming an astonished O. How about that? Impressive, right? I can fly freely, ha ha ha. Lu Yi gleefully demonstrated her flight, zooming back and forth outside Su Yunwan's window like a colorful spectacle. You're impressive, I get it. Now come back. Su Yunwan replied, somewhat exasperated. Bats are social creatures. Be careful not to attract a swarm by killing one. Then perhaps I should return, Lu Yi said. Just to be clear, it's not that I'm afraid of them. It's just that they look too ugly, and I don't want to be grossed out. Lu Yi hurried back to the apartment, expressing her heartfelt gratitude to Chu Feng before taking the elevator upstairs. However, instead of returning to her own room, she headed straight to room 601, Su Yunwan's space. She intended to give her dear sister a thorough pep talk. Meanwhile, Chu Feng lay on the sofa on the first floor, browsing through information in the Magic City community. He had overheard the conversation between Lu Yi and Su Yunwan. Su Yunwan's remark instantly reminded him that bats were social animals. Given that mutated bats had appeared in the urban area, it was likely that there were nests of mutated bats surrounding Magic City. Thus, Chu Feng searched the latest updates in the Magic City community for any news regarding mutated bat nests. However, the most prominent posts in the community were still various recruitment notices for superhumans, so Chu Feng resorted to searching for the keyword bats. To his surprise, he found quite a number of relevant posts. In the Jingjing community, a colossal mutated bat has appeared, leaving residents transformed into desiccated husks. Terrifying. In the Dong'an village of the city, a multitude of bats flit about at night, creating a cacophony. Everyone, exercise caution. Goodness. A massive bat is perched upon my balcony, leaving me utterly petrified. I have photographic evidence. In Dongan, every night, countless bats swarm, robbing me of sleep. Those with abilities in the vicinity of Dongan, beware. For there are many blood-sucking bats here. Even if you are unperturbed by their thirst for blood, be wary of their droppings. Chu Feng perused various posts regarding bats, and the term Dongan appeared with notable frequency. In the entire metropolis, the only place referred to as Dongan is the renowned Dongan village. This locale lies on the eastern bank of the Huangpu River, within the purview of Pudong New District. A few years back, plans for demolition were underway, and every resident of Dongan village had the prospect of becoming a millionaire upon relocation. However, a faction of villagers united to demand exorbitant sums, seeking to elevate millionaires to billionaires, resulting in repeated delays to the demolition project. Ultimately, as development costs escalated, the local authorities pressed the pause button, halting all construction. Thus, the villagers of Dongan watched as towering edifices sprouted around them like mushrooms after rain, while they remained confined to their lowly agricultural dwellings. Nevertheless, despite the lack of unified development, many villagers took it upon themselves to demolish their outdated homes and construct 6 to 7-story buildings, subsequently renting them out and becoming landlords. Due to the advantageous geographic location, a plethora of white-collar workers and laborers flocked to rent here, resulting in a diverse mix of individuals. This area is not only populated by local residents, but also by corporate employees, construction workers, scavengers, and even pimps. The sheer volume and variety of people rendered the area chaotic, frequently giving rise to various criminal reports, cementing its reputation as a den of iniquity in the metropolis. Now, the clues regarding the mutated bats all point to Dongan Village, and Chu Feng, in pursuit of points, resolved to explore Dongan Village. He had little interest in small-scale mutated creatures, yet the prospect of harvesting such a large, swarming monstrosity piqued his curiosity. Chapter 71. Brother, I implore you. Dongan Village, on the outskirts of the city, resembles less a village and more a disordered urban sprawl. The once lively community now lies in eerie silence. Among the labyrinth of self-constructed homes, it remains a mystery how many souls still inhabit this place, and how many abilities are concealed within. On the narrow streets, mutated wild dogs, feral cats, and zombie hounds roam intermittently, scavenging for sustenance. Chu Feng, unwilling to squander time on these creatures, rendered himself invisible, eluding detection from both humans and animals alike. At this moment, he stood atop a 12-story self-built building, one of the few mid-rise structures in the village. Elevated, he surveyed the surroundings. Activating his true eye, he gleaned all pertinent information. This is a 6-story self-built house, harboring 23 survivors within. This is a 7-story self-built house, containing 18 survivors and 1 C-level ability user. This is a 12-story self-built house, sheltering 32 survivors. This is a self-built villa, hosting 1 B-level ability user and 7 women, who are currently. Alas, Chu Feng's lips twitched as he chose to avert his gaze, continuing to scrutinize other structures. Yet mere seconds later, he redirected his attention, opting for a closer inspection. After only a fleeting glance, Chu Feng snorted derisively and instantaneously teleported into the villa. Inside, a burly man was toying with 7 women. The man was entirely unclothed, while the women, though clothed, appeared in tattered rags, scarcely better than nudity. Each woman bore traces of tears or scars, suggesting past torment. Chu Feng retrieved a supreme treasure mask from his storage space, donning it before deactivating his invisibility. Goodness! The burly man, engrossed in his amusement, was startled by the sudden appearance of another person, causing him to wilt in fear. In the dimly lit main bedroom, with the windows and curtains drawn, who wouldn't be taken aback by an unexpected visitor? Who the hell are you? The man stammered, his voice trembling with trepidation. Chu Feng replied coolly, do not concern yourself with my identity. I merely wish to inquire whether their involvement with you is consensual or coerced. Initially, Chu Feng sought merely to observe an intriguing scene. However, upon witnessing such a heart-wrenching tableau, he felt compelled to intervene. Goodness, are you insane? How dare you meddle with me? You're courting death. The burly man lunged, summoning a bone-slicing blade into his grasp, swinging it menacingly at Chu Feng. Ah, be careful. The women screamed in alarm, 2 of them too terrified to look, hastily lowering their heads. After several seconds of silence, with no anticipated sound following the man's attack, the women dared to glance at him once more. To their astonishment, the burly man, blade raised, moved as if in slow motion, the weapon gradually inching toward Chu Feng. What is happening? Is this a trick? Chu Feng, unfazed, assured the women, do not worry. To me, he is but a minor threat. Now I ask you, is your association with him voluntary or forced? Most certainly forced. This Zhang Butcher is repulsive and vile. Who would willingly associate with him? Zhang Butcher? Chu Feng furrowed his brow. You are familiar with him? Of course. The Zhang Butcher is the local pork vendor who has recently gained abilities. After acquiring powers, the Zhang Butcher had brazenly occupied this villa, using it as a stronghold to intimidate and coerce the village women, discarding those who resisted. Eventually, when he could no longer entice women, he resorted to outright theft. We were among those he captured. Several others, refusing to yield, met their demise at his hands. We, terrified for our lives, had no choice. Please, brother, save us. This Zhang butcher is inhuman. Help us, we beseech you. They implored, tears streaming down their faces. Faced with the women's accusations, Chu Feng turned his gaze upon the Zhang butcher. Do you have anything to say in your defense? You have 1 minute. Having been confronted with a barrage of accusations, the Zhang butcher, realizing the gravity of his situation, quickly interjected, brother, spare me, and I will offer you all of them. Huh, so what they say is true? Chu Feng inquired, shaking his head. I possess a vast supply of food, equipment, and blind boxes to offer you. Brother, I implore you spare me. The Zhang butcher's face was contorted with fear. Very well, I comprehend. Chu Feng reached out, seizing the bone-slicing blade from the man's grasp, and handed it to one of the women. If you wish for me to rescue you, you must first save yourselves. Here is your chance for both self-preservation and vengeance. Take it and strike him. I cannot. Chu Feng rolled his eyes. He is your enemy, and yet you hesitate to strike him? What of the rest of you? Do you dare? Dare I leave, lest I refrain from uttering words of salvation for you? I have granted you an opportunity, yet you prove to be utterly inept. Allow me. One of the women seized the bone-cutting knife from Chu Feng's grasp, gripping it tightly with both hands, and fiercely swung it towards the lower abdomen of the butcher, Zhang. With a sickening squelch, a cry of agony escaped Zhang's lips as blood gushed forth. Witnessing the crimson spray seemed to drive the woman into a frenzy, as she relentlessly swung the knife again and again. Squelch, squelch, squelch. The knife was unwieldy, and after delivering a dozen strikes, the woman could no longer wield it effectively. Allow me. Another woman, seeing her plight, rushed forward to take the knife and continued the assault. As the second woman grew weary, the third stepped in. Minutes later, Zhang the butcher lay a grotesque mass of flesh, lifeless beyond measure. Clatter. The bone-cutting knife was cast aside, and the women collapsed in tears, cradling their heads in despair. Vengeance had been achieved. Yet, in this cruel world, even if Zhang the butcher was vanquished today, tomorrow could herald the arrival of another butcher, Wang or Zhao. Lacking extraordinary powers or martial prowess, they would ultimately remain mere prey, and the esteemed figure before them, although masked, possessed a graceful stature, a melodious voice, and remarkable strength, coupled with a benevolent heart that had aided them in their quest for revenge. The women, in a moment of clarity, turned and clung to Chu Feng's leg, pleading, brother, we beseech you, lend us your aid. Chapter 72. This is utterly exhilarating. Brother, we implore you assist us. Even without Zhang the butcher, our survival remains precarious. Indeed, brother, we plead for your shelter. We are willing to do anything for you. We would fare far better with you than with Zhang the butcher. Brother, please, take us in. In the face of their desperate entreaties, Chu Feng reassured them, rest assured, I shall arrange a safe passage for you. Oh, do not tug at my trousers. He forestalled their intentions of expressing gratitude through tangible means, hastily retrieving 7 sets of clothing from his storage space for them to wear. Their current state was somewhat unbecoming and hindered rational thought and communication. In truth, Chu Feng had contemplated their future arrangements prior to intervening. Although the women bore a modicum of beauty, they were far from the standards of the goddess apartment, and he could not personally take them in. Thus, he promptly messaged Yi Zhixue, instructing her to gather a team and head to the outskirts of East Coast City to receive the territory and its inhabitants. Well then, I have made the necessary arrangements. You need not fret. Someone will come to collect you. Chu Feng added, moreover, I have inquiries to make. Brother, please ask away. I have heard whispers of numerous mutated bats appearing in East Coast. Is there any truth to this? Indeed, every night the skies are thick with them. A truly terrifying sight. Correct, they emerge nightly, and though seldom seen during the day, they do appear. It is dreadfully frightening. Children or those of slight build are snatched away by the mutated bats. According to Zhang the butcher, these creatures seem to congregate primarily around the East Coast warehouses, hiding within the buildings during daylight. Precisely, the East Coast warehouses are overrun with mutated bats. Those residing nearby either flee or are drained of blood. I barely escaped from there before Zhang the butcher captured me again. The women spoke in unison, divulging the information that Chu Feng sought. With a smile, he nodded, excellent. I shall avenge you now. Brother, do not leave us. What will become of us if you depart? Do not worry. I shall provide you with these protective talismans, one for each of you, as a reward. Chu Feng declared with a smile, my associates will soon arrive to collect you. Remain here and do not wander. With that, Chu Feng vanished in an instant, teleporting away. The East Coast warehouses, a collective construction in the outskirts of East Coast City, comprised a vast area of 10 warehouses primarily utilized for the storage of goods by local enterprises. Each warehouse towered over 30 meters high and spanned the size of a standard football field. The sight of the 10 warehouses was indeed quite imposing. Yet at this moment, the area surrounding the warehouses lay shrouded in eerie silence. The paths were littered with the desiccated corpses of those who had succumbed to the blood-sucking of the mutated bats. Chu Feng shook his head and activated his true eye, gazing towards the warehouses. This is a large storage warehouse, home to over 50,000 C-grade mutated bats currently resting. Among them are elite and leader-grade mutated bats. Gasp! Chu Feng inhaled sharply, exhilarated by the prospect of fortune. He quickly turned his gaze to the other warehouses. This is a large storage warehouse, home to over 40,000 mutated bats currently resting. This is a large storage warehouse, home to over 60,000 mutated bats currently resting. This is a large storage warehouse, home to over 80,000 mutated bats currently resting. This is a large storage warehouse, home to over 70,000 mutated bats currently resting. Fortune smiles upon me. Truly, I have struck gold. Each warehouse harbored no fewer than 40,000 mutated bats, with some exceeding 80,000. In total, that amounts to over 600,000 bats. Furthermore, there are numerous elite and leader-grade mutated bats. The potential existence of a king-level boss looms, although merely a minor boss. Their rarity makes them all the more thrilling to hunt. This horde of over 600,000 mutated bats must not be allowed to escape. With a thought, Chu Feng ascended into the air, waving his hand to conjure a large spatial protective barrier that gradually formed. Alas, my abilities still fall short. Erecting a large spatial protective barrier takes nearly a minute. When shall I achieve instantaneous results? Chu Feng couldn't help but lament his limitations. After 1 minute, the large spatial protective barrier was completed, enveloping all 10 warehouses within its confines. Not a single mutated bat, nor even a mosquito, could hope to escape. The next challenge was how to annihilate them. For efficiency in attack, I must rely on lightning. With another thought, a mass of dark clouds swiftly coalesced within the spatial protective barrier. The clouds churned, crackling with thunder, a continuous rumble echoing throughout. Merely during the buildup of lightning. The thunderous cacophony had already roused the mutated bats within the warehouses. One bat stirred, then 10, followed by hundreds, thousands, and eventually tens of thousands. The densely packed mutated bats surged forth from the warehouses, sensing danger and seeking escape. However, their retreat had been entirely sealed off. Countless mutated bats flailed within the spatial protective barrier, but they could not find a way out. Minutes passed. At last, the lightning accumulated. Chu Feng exhaled deeply. Then with a vigorous sweep of his hand, it was as if the god of thunder wielded his lightning rod, and within the spatial protective barrier, a tempest of electric flashes erupted, silver serpents dancing wildly. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of lightning bolts, both large and small, erupted from the clouds, instantly overwhelming the swarming mutated bats with voltages exceeding millions. Any bat struck by the lightning was instantly charred, dispatched without delay. In that fleeting moment, Chu Feng's notification bar exploded with activity. You have slain 1 C-grade mutated bat, earning 25 points. You have slain 1 elite C-grade mutated bat, earning 250 points. You have slain 1 C-class mutated bat, earning 25 points. You have vanquished 1 B-class mutated bat leader, earning 500 points. You have defeated 1 C-class mutated bat elite, earning 250 points. You have slain 1 C-class mutated bat, earning 25 points. In this fleeting moment, Chu Feng was oblivious to the multitude of mutated bats he had dispatched. Nonetheless, his points balance had soared beyond 20 million. Such exhilaration was simply unparalleled. Chapter 73, Utter Astonishment. Chu Feng was not particularly interested in farming monsters for points, yet he found great intrigue in annihilating their lairs. In the outskirts of East Coast City, he had obliterated the stronghold of the mutated bats, leading to an instant windfall. Not only that, but as he exterminated the mutated bats, he simultaneously activated his refining skill, converting a plethora of attributes for his own benefit. The sheer bounty of attributes alone constituted an enormous fortune. You have refined 1 C-class mutated bat elite, gaining 1 agility points. You have refined 1 C-class mutated bat elite, gaining 1 agility points. You have refined 1 B-class mutated bat leader, gaining 10 agility points and the B-class skill super sonar. You have refined 1 C-class mutated bat elite, gaining 1 agility points. You have refined 1 B-class mutated bat leader, gaining 5 agility points. You have refined 1 B-class mutated bat leader, gaining 5 agility points and the B-class skill super immunity. You have refined 1 A-class mutated bat king, gaining 100 agility points, acquiring the A-class skill bloodsucking and the A-class skill bloodsucker summon. The mutated bats, known for their rapid flight and keen reflexes, possessed an outstanding attribute, agility. Consequently, the attribute points Chu Feng refined were predominantly agility points. Although the number of mutated bats was substantial, their levels were relatively low. Only those of C-class elite and above could yield even a modicum of attribute points. However, the abundance of C-class elites, at least several thousand, coupled with the B-class leaders and A-class bat kings, allowed Chu Feng to amass over 800 attribute points from this endeavor. Presently, many players' total attribute points did not even come close to 800. This illustrates the immense bounty he had reaped. In addition to attribute points, He also acquired several skills unique to bats. Super Sonar, B-Class, active skill, emits ultrasonic waves to discern the surrounding environment and targets, identifying their location and distance. This skill has some utility, albeit limited. Chu Feng already possessed the SSS class skill space mastery, affording him an unparalleled discernment of all objects within his vicinity, far surpassing the capabilities of Super Sonar. Super Immunity, B-Class, passive skill, grants a bat-like super immunity, rendering him impervious to any viruses of B-Class and below, while enhancing his bodily recovery abilities. The efficacy of this skill was commendable, though its level was somewhat lacking. Bloodsucking, A-Class, passive skill, grants a certain probability of converting damage inflicted on a target into personal health. Bloodsucker Summon, A-Class, active skill, summons several bloodsucking bats to attack a designated target, inflicting damage and converting that damage into personal health. The skills of Bloodsucking and Bloodsucker Summon were quite impressive, having verified their effects. They were indeed skills that Chu Feng did not previously possess, further augmenting his capabilities. While the first two skills may not be particularly impactful, having an abundance of skills is preferable to lacking them. As the dust settled, countless bats lay vanquished. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Remnants of the mutated bats felled by a powerful current. Amidst the scorched remains, several spots emanated a faint golden and silvery glow. With a mere thought, a spatial shield enveloped Chu Feng, isolating all unpleasant odors and smoke beyond its barrier. He then glided towards the source of the golden light. Indeed, it was a golden blind box. Chu Feng collected it and proceeded to the other locations radiating silvery light, gathering 5 silver blind boxes. It appeared that the golden blind box was dropped by the A-Class Bat King, while the 5 silver blind boxes were the spoils of several B-Class Bat leaders. Chu Feng pouted in disappointment. The drop rate for these blind boxes was rather abysmal. However, he recalled that prior to the official launch of the World Blind Box game, the rules stated that monsters could not drop blind boxes. Only a limited quantity would randomly respawn daily in concealed areas. It now seemed that defeating monsters could indeed yield blind boxes, albeit at a pitifully low rate. Ordinary players would likely not hold out hope for such rewards. With the time spent, they could earn enough points from slaying monsters to purchase thousands of blind boxes. After securing the blind boxes, Chu Feng once again utilized his true eye to survey the surroundings. Confirming the absence of any precious items, he executed a swift teleportation. With a flick of his sleeve, he left without a trace, but the legend of Chu Feng was just beginning. The magnificent spectacle of summoning countless bolts of lightning to annihilate the horde of mutated bats had been captured by players from nearby residential buildings. Consequently, the entire exchange district of Magic City erupted in a frenzy. Utter astonishment. Is this the power of a super anomaly? Absolutely blinding to behold. Watch now. A super-duper master has emerged. Incredibly handsome. High-definition images. And a short video too. Originally thought it was a master undergoing tribulation. Little did we know, it was a master ridding us of our plight. Players from East Coast City are truly fortunate. Supermaster summons a thunderstorm, directly annihilating tens of thousands of mutated bats. Shocking video footage exposed. Suspected Supermaster was interrupted during tribulation, cleverly using the thunderstorm to eradicate the mutated bat horde. Within these posts, clicking through revealed a plethora of footage capturing Chu Feng's extermination of the mutated bats from various angles, featuring both photographs and videos. Regardless of the medium, they depicted a humanoid figure floating in the distant sky, opposite a swarm of mutated bats spanning the size of several football fields. Then, a tempest of lightning, composed of thousands of bolts, pierced through the entire horde, instantly obliterating hundreds of thousands of mutated bats. The charred remains of the bats rained down as if from a tempest, eradicating a significant threat near East Coast Village in mere minutes, prompting players to cheer and applaud in the comments. A fervent call for the Supermaster to step forward, to form an organization to eliminate the beast menace and save the people from peril. A strong appeal for the Supermaster to rise. We shall all join him, supporting him wholeheartedly. With great power comes great responsibility. Supermaster, we need you. Wow, is the Supermaster indebted to you or something? Already starting the moral coercion? Wake up, everyone. Let us not engage in moral coercion. If the Master wishes to help, that's a grace. If not, that's his prerogative. We must learn to save ourselves. The identity of the Supermaster appears to be exposed, with evidence to prove it. Quick, take a look. This post instantly captivated the attention of countless players in Magic City, who eagerly clicked to investigate. Chapter 74, The Diamond Blind Box is truly exceptional. The identity of the Supermaster appears to be exposed, with evidence to prove it. Quick, take a look. This post garnered immense interest from a multitude of players. Upon clicking to view, this post first presents a striking conclusion. Dear friends, it is no exaggeration to say that the unparalleled master responsible for exterminating the mutated bat horde in the outskirts of East Coast City is none other than the top-ranked expert, Yun Dan Fengqing. Now, allow me to elucidate the details further. We generally pay close attention to the various leaderboards in the game, Wanja blind box, with the currently available power ranking being the most popular. In addition, there are also kill counts, scoreboards, and more. The foremost expert on the power ranking, Yun Dan Feng Qing, also holds the top position on the kill leaderboard, boasting a kill index of 88 million. These rankings are updated in real time. And we just noticed that Yun Dan Feng Qing's kill index has surged to 1 billion. This indicates that, in a remarkably brief span, he has annihilated over 20 million points worth of monsters. While we do not possess a clear understanding of how these indices are calculated, as the game does not provide explicit information, we can speculate that they may correlate with the corresponding points for the monsters. Concurrently, we checked the scoreboard rankings, and it turns out that Yun Dan Feng Qing, who previously was not on the scoreboard, has now ascended to the top with an impressive score of 23 million. Thus, we can infer that the master who recently vanquished the mutated bat horde in the outskirts of East Coast City is indeed Yun Dan Feng Qing, reigning supreme across the power ranking, kill leaderboard, and scoreboard. Having completed the analysis, if you find my deductions reasonable, I would be grateful for any points you could spare. 1 point is not too little, and 10,000 is not too much. I shall continue to strive for excellence. Thank you, everyone. Below the post, players began to leave comments. Wow, the analysis by the original poster is quite insightful. The master who exterminated the mutated bat horde in East Coast City is undoubtedly Yun Dan Feng Qing. Truly formidable. A master is indeed a master. Incredible. I had thought it was some celestial being undergoing tribulation. It turns out to be Yun Dan Feng Qing. Does this not imply that Yun Dan Feng Qing is comparable to a terrestrial immortal? Wow. Earning over 20 million points in just a few minutes. This speed is something even a rocket cannot match. I'm so envious I could turn purple. Master Yun Dan Feng Qing, please let me cling to your coattails. Has anyone noticed that before the extermination of the mutated bat horde, Yun Dan Feng Qing already had a kill index of 88 million? If it correlates with the score, that would mean he had already amassed 88 million points. Moreover, he must have spent those 88 million points beforehand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reappeared on the scoreboard. 88 million points. That's a staggering number of blind boxes. Even a fool could be packaged as an extraordinary master. Rest assured, even if I grant you 100 million points, you would still be a fool. Hey, are you looking for trouble? State your address. I'll challenge you to a duel. 99, Huangpu Road, Qin Family Manor. I am Qin Mo, waiting for you. Whoever does not come is a dog. I am Chao Shangfei. Whoever does not come is a dog. Oh wow, Qin Family Manor? Qin Mo? The Qin Mo of the illustrious Qin family, one of the 4 great families of the Magic City? The sword practitioner Qin Mo, ranked 86th on the national expert leaderboard, now risen to 78th, an S-class master. Chao Shangfei, what level are you? Dare to challenge Qin Mo at the Qin Family Manor? Impressive. Chao Shangfei. You're amazing. Keep it up. You're my idol. Chao Shangfei. I apologize. I was a bit impulsive earlier. Now, I must declare to everyone, I am a dog. Please spare my life, young Master Qin. Woof woof woof. There's no helping it. Pride is important. But life is even more precious. Engaging in banter online is one thing, but a real-life duel is an entirely different matter. Moreover, considering the prowess of the Qin family, Chao Shangfei is quite concerned that they will soon come knocking, leading to a real-life PK, so he wisely chose to back down. A true gentleman knows when to yield. There's nothing shameful in that. After this brief interlude, the conversation in the post returned to focus on Yun Dan Feng Qing. Players expressed a mix of envy, jealousy, and hopes for Yun Dan Feng Qing to emerge as a savior. In just 2 hours, the post surpassed 10,000 replies. Meanwhile, the focal point of this discourse remained blissfully unaware of the happenings in the game's communication zone. Chu Feng had entrusted the land and populace of East Coast City's outskirts to the individuals from the Yi family, while also tasking them with clearing away the charred remains of the mutated bats. Although they were merely the corpses of monsters, perhaps some valuable items could be unearthed. Yet, Chu Feng found the task to be bothersome and primarily unappealing. At this moment, Chu Feng returned to Manhware Island, reclined on a comfortable sofa, and began purchasing blind boxes. Holding over 23 million points, he contemplated making a significant investment by purchasing a batch of platinum blind boxes to synthesize into diamond blind boxes for a grand opening. Thus, Chu Feng navigated to the platinum blind box section, activated his true sight, scrutinizing each one to ensure their quality before proceeding with the purchases. You have consumed 1 million points to purchase 1 platinum blind box. You have consumed 1 million points to purchase 1 platinum blind box. You have consumed 1 million points to purchase 1 platinum blind box. In total, he expended 21 million points to acquire 21 platinum blind boxes. 21 platinum blind boxes detected. Would you like to synthesize? Yes. The infinite synthesizer is automatically synthesizing. Synthesis successful. You have obtained 7 diamond blind boxes. Would you like to retrieve them? Retrieve. Upon receiving the 7 diamond blind boxes, Chu Feng promptly examined them. This is a diamond blind box. It contains an aircraft carrier. This is a diamond blind box. It contains an S-class skill, super reflection. This is a diamond blind box. It contains an SS class skill, earth manipulation. This is a diamond blind box. It contains an S-class skill, stare and get pregnant. This is a diamond blind box. It contains an SS class equipment, super little flying stick. This is a diamond blind box. It contains an SS class skill, heavenly eye. This is a diamond blind box. It contains a special item, beauty illustrated handbook. Wow, the diamond blind boxes are truly remarkable. No, it should be said that the diamond blind boxes synthesized by him are exceptional. The contents are vastly superior to those purchased directly from the game store. Chu Feng had previously perused the diamond blind boxes in the game store, and the items within were disappointingly mediocre. Rarely did one find a special item, let alone an S-class skill. Even when an S-class skill was included, it often proved to be lackluster. In contrast, the diamond blind boxes synthesized by Chu Feng boasted a remarkably high quality. Seeing these high-quality diamond blind boxes filled Chu Feng with great joy. Apart from the one containing the aircraft carrier, he opened all the other boxes. Chapter 75, The Power of the SS Class Heavenly Eye. You opened a diamond blind box, acquiring the S-class skill, Super Reflection. You opened a diamond blind box, acquiring the SS class skill, Earth Manipulation. You opened a diamond blind box, acquiring the S-class skill, Stare and Get Pregnant. Having swiftly opened 6 of the 7 diamond blind boxes, Chu Feng reveled in the delightful thrill of such a bountiful harvest. The exhilaration was intoxicating. These skills seemed rather impressive. Super Reflection, S-class, passive skill. Upon mastering this skill, 100 of damage taken will be reflected back to the attacker. Friendly reminder, while reflection is advantageous, one must first be resilient oneself. Oh my goodness, 100 points of reflected damage, truly formidable. However, it seems that one's own defensive capabilities are rather robust, and this reflected damage appears to manifest primarily when confronting formidable bosses. Earth Manipulation, SS rank, active skill, allows free traversal through any object dominated by the earth element, without time constraints. The SS rank Earth Manipulation is significantly more powerful than the previous Earth Escape technique. While Earth Escape relied on terrestrial mediums for evasion, it was incapable of sustaining prolonged presence within those mediums. In contrast, Earth Manipulation encompasses all the abilities of Earth Escape while permitting unfettered movement within Earth elemental objects, enabling one to move swiftly or slowly, as if becoming one with the Earth itself. If utilized adeptly, this skill may yield extraordinary results. Pregnancy Gaze, S rank, active skill. A cursed skill that, upon activation, causes the target to immediately exhibit symptoms of pregnancy, accompanied by excruciating pain. Warm reminder, ineffective against entities of S rank or higher. Upon examining this skill, Chu Feng could not help but chuckle. This skill is rather amusing and belongs to the same category of curse skills as his previously acquired Misfortune Gaze, albeit with a more pronounced effect and quicker onset. It could serve as an excellent prank on others. How delightful. Heavenly Eye, SS rank, active skill, upon activation, grants the user a godlike perspective, broadening their observational range and enhancing precision and acuity. Accompanying subskill 1, Heavenly Eye Dread, instills a sense of dread in targets of lower power levels than the user. The greater the disparity in power levels, the more potent the dread. Accompanying subskill 2, Heavenly Eye Ray, releases an energy ray that attacks targets locked onto by the Heavenly Eye, inflicting massive damage. Warm reminder, the Heavenly Eye skill demands significant mental fortitude. Please do not attempt lightly. Oh, a high demand for mental fortitude? Who do you think you are looking down upon? Chu Feng promptly experimented with the effects of the Heavenly Eye. As soon as the skill was activated, his vision transformed into a divine perspective, surveying the terrain from above with an expansive view spanning several dozen kilometers. Not only was the vista remarkably broad, but it also allowed for focus from a distance. The majority of the capital and its coastline lay within his line of sight. When focused, every street, every building, every individual, even the ants on the ground, became vividly clear. Such power is astounding. Naturally, the requirement for mental fortitude is rather demanding. Without sufficient mental strength, one cannot wield the Heavenly Eye with ease. Subsequently, Chu Feng tested the subskill, Heavenly Eye Dread. Upon activation, a colossal eye materialized in the sky, as if the heavens themselves had opened a single eye, suffused with formidable, mysterious power. Birds within several kilometers shrieked in terror, plummeting to the earth. Meanwhile, the monstrous beasts, zombies, and other creatures on the ground cowered in fear, trembling uncontrollably. In the outskirts of the capital, a hellish 3-headed dog, ablaze with fury, charged towards the city with hundreds of demonic dogs, mutated canines, and zombie hounds in tow. At that moment, the vast city resembled a banquet for monsters, promising a feast of fresh human flesh. Yet, the sudden wave of dread caused the entire canine army to collapse in fright. Even the hellish 3-headed dog lay prostrate, alternately lowering its head and howling defiantly, seemingly torn between fear and rebellion. Oh, unwilling to submit? Umph. Chu Feng snorted coldly and unleashed the Heavenly Eye Ray. Zing. A beam of golden light shot forth from the enormous eye, hurtling towards the ground at breathtaking speed. Boom. Comparable to the speed of light, there was no evasion. The powerful energy ray obliterated the spot where the hellish three-headed dog stood, creating a crater several meters wide. The creature lay in the pit, convulsing. Finally too intimidated to raise its head. Chu Feng chuckled inwardly. It had not perished? Let us try again. Zing. Boom. Another golden ray shot forth. And the still twitching hellish three-headed dog met its demise at last. Ding. You have slain an S-rank hellish three-headed dog king, earning 125,000 points. Ding. You have slain an S-rank hellish three-headed dog king. The refinement skill is activated, granting 1,000 points in physical attributes. My goodness. It was a rare S-rank king monster. No wonder it was so unruly. It required the heavenly eye's scrutiny twice. Nevertheless, the rewards were truly gratifying, yielding over 3 million points and an additional 1,000 points in physical attributes. Delightful. With the demise of the hellish three-headed dog king, its underlings trembled even more violently. Yet, under the influence of the heavenly eye's dread, they dared not move. They could only howl mournfully for their fallen king, lamenting their dire predicament. Given that these minions were too frightened to act, Chu Feng decided on a precise kill, unleashing slender rays from the heavenly eye. Zing, 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 zing. In no time, hundreds of mutated dogs and zombie hounds on the ground were eliminated in an instant. They lacked the S rank and kingly bloodlines. After releasing a multitude of heavenly eye rays, Chu Feng felt somewhat mentally drained and promptly retracted the heavenly eye. This SS rank heavenly eye, with its formidable effects and power, could indeed be regarded as the pinnacle of SS rank skills. However, the mental energy expenditure is substantial. With over 10,000 points of mental fortitude, one cannot recklessly utilize the heavenly eye ray. Of course, with his ability to teleport, he could simply appear before his target and strike them down directly without necessarily relying on the heavenly eye ray. Just moments ago, while vanquishing the hellish three-headed dog, a glimmering white blind box had dropped. Chu Feng teleported over to claim it. Chapter 76, Special Item Beauty Compendium. Next to the corpse of the hellish three-headed dog king, Chu Feng discovered the gleaming white blind box, a platinum blind box. Utilizing his true eye, he examined it. This is a platinum blind box, containing a S-rank hellish three-headed dog king pup. A hellish three-headed dog pup? An S-rank king? Is this a fortunate or unfortunate blind box? If deemed fortunate, it contains a monster. If deemed unfortunate, it merely holds a pup. According to Chu Feng's reasoning, this pup could potentially be tamed as a pet. Previously, he had opened blind boxes that yielded taming skills, albeit of lower ranks, C and B ranks, uncertain if he could tame this little canine king. After some contemplation, Chu Feng ultimately refrained from opening the blind box. Should he fail to tame it, he would be left with a treacherous creature at his side. If it defied him, he might have to eliminate it, squandering the opportunity to possess a watchdog of S-rank royal blood. Thus, he decided to store the platinum blind box, obtained from the hellish three-headed dog king, in his inventory, intending to tame it only when he felt confident in his ability to do so. After placing the corpse of the hellish three-headed dog king into his storage space, Chu Feng surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no valuable items were left behind before teleporting away. However, the earlier activation of the heavenly eye had stirred quite a commotion in the capital. Oh, miraculous heavens! The divine has opened its eyes. A miracle. Our Huaxiao is saved. Evidence abounds. The heavens have indeed opened their eyes. Auspicious signs abound. The magic capital is saved. Huaxiao is saved. I beseech the heavens to witness the suffering of humanity. Rescue the tormented children. Remember this day? The heavens have opened their eyes. Our days are finally filled with hope. The heavens have opened their eyes, radiating divine light, vanquishing the mutated dog horde. A calamity for humanity has been averted. Video evidence available. The divine gaze has annihilated the mutated dog pack, leaving human traces at the scene. The divine gaze appears to be a high-level skill. By the heavens, the divine gaze has opened. Authorities speculate this to merely be a high-level skill, a player S skill. The divine gaze is suspected to be a player S SSS level skill. Another SSS level powerhouse has emerged in the magic capital. Let the betting commence. The master of thunderstorm, as calm as a transcendent during tribulation, versus the master of the divine gaze. Who will prevail? What audacity, to wager on two great powerhouses. They must be courting death. Within the discussion forum, posts surrounding the master of the divine gaze surged, as many had witnessed the celestial eye firsthand. It is no wonder people were astounded, for those who beheld that great eye were indeed left in shock. A shock that resonated from the soul. Much like the birds in the sky trembling under the divine gaze, a deep-seated sense of fear, mystery, reverence, and admiration arose. People are invariably awed by grand and mysterious phenomena, which naturally stirred substantial waves in the discussion forum. Yet, the protagonist amidst this tumult, Chu Feng, had neither the time nor inclination to peruse the forum posts. Having tested the might of the divine gaze, he promptly returned to the Manhwa Island estate to further examine the new equipment procured from the diamond blind boxes. Of the 7 diamond blind boxes, Chu Feng opened 6, acquiring 4 S and SS level skills, along with 2 pieces of equipment. He picked up a pitch-black rod, roughly the size of a relay baton used in sports. Yet it felt remarkably heavy, weighing at least several dozen pounds. Judging by its material, it appeared to be a high-density metal, significantly heavier than copper or iron of equivalent volume. Chu Feng attempted to manipulate it with electromagnetism, finding it responsive to magnetic induction, thus suitable for his electromagnetic control. However, this rod itself was also an SS-level piece of equipment, formidable enough on its own. Super Mini Flying Rod, SS level, a throwable weapon, capable of striking targets within the user's line of sight. Upon being thrown, it will inevitably hit the target, inflicting substantial damage. If the target survives, it will be left in a state of dizziness, the duration of which correlates with the target's strength. After hitting the target, the flying rod will automatically return to the user's hand. P.S. Here comes the mini flying rod, striking with precision, a mission accomplished. By heavens, this equipment is formidable. The certainty of hitting a target upon being thrown is akin to a weapon of fate. The ability to strike any target within sight offers Chu Feng, who possesses the divine gaze, even greater possibilities. In the future, he can eliminate foes from dozens of kilometers away without utilizing the divine gaze's rays. What splendid equipment! Chu Feng decided to keep it for himself. Finally, his gaze fell upon the peculiar item Beauty Codex. The Beauty Codex resembled an exquisite, luxurious photo album, and upon opening it, he found it filled with empty frames, seemingly awaiting the inclusion of eligible beauties. Chu Feng examined the usage instructions of the Beauty Codex. Beauty Codex, a special item, capable of cataloging beauties, including but not limited to lovers, mentors, and close companions, with whom the host shares an intimate relationship, provided they meet the aesthetic criteria. A composite beauty score of 90 to 93 qualifies as an S-level beauty. Activating one codex increases the host's attributes by 100 points. A composite beauty score of 94 to 97 qualifies as an SS-level beauty. Activating one codex increases the host's attributes by 200 points. A composite beauty score of 98 to 99 qualifies as an SSS-level beauty. Activating one codex increases the host's attributes by 300 points. A composite beauty score of 100 qualifies as a divine beauty. Activating one codex increases the host's attributes by 500 points. Each activated codex raises the host's overall attributes by 1. Activating every 10 codices allows the host to unlock a special skill for the beauty codex. Details for the host to explore. The host currently possesses 5 eligible beauties. Would you like to activate them automatically? Chapter 77, Attribute Surge. The host currently possesses 5 eligible beauties. Would you like to automatically activate the beauty codex? Upon seeing the prompt from the beauty codex, Chu Feng promptly made his choice. Activate automatically. Activating. Activation successful. Please check the results. Chu Feng immediately inspected the activated beauty codex and noticed the first 5 frames illuminating brightly. Each frame contained a photograph of a beauty. Yi Zhixue, Li Qinxian, Sun Yining, Lin Shirin, and Lu Yi. Among them, Yi Zhixue stood out as an SSS-level beauty, boasting an impressive composite beauty score of 99, perfectly aligned with the rating from the Apocalypse Goddess Apartment. It was evident that Yi Zhixue's beauty was indeed remarkable. Next was Li Qinxian, with a composite beauty score of 96, a girl whose aesthetics, demeanor, and figure were all commendable, making her high score entirely reasonable. Following them were Sun Yining, Lin Shirin, and Lu Yi, each achieving a composite beauty score of 95. Aside from their striking appearances and figures, each possessed unique qualities in temperament and character. All 4, Li Qinxian, Sun Yining, Lin Shirin, and Lu Yi, were classified as SS-level beauties. While Chu Feng understood the inclusion of Li Qinxian, Sun Yining, and Lin Shirin in the beauty codex due to their close relationships with him, he found the inclusion of Yi Zhixue and Lu Yi perplexing. Did the beauty codex not require a different form of intimacy? Perhaps it merely acknowledged the level of closeness as rated by the Goddess Apartment system? According to the Goddess Apartment system's evaluation, though Chu Feng had not engaged intimately with Yi Zhixue and Lu Yi, their closeness had reached a level of profound intimacy. Thus, regardless of whether Chu Feng had truly shared intimate contact with them, as long as the closeness was sufficient, they could be included in the beauty codex. Realizing this, Chu Feng exhaled in relief. The requirements were less daunting than he had imagined, which was quite favorable. Now, Chu Feng had successfully activated 5 entries in the beauty codex. Activation progress, 5. Merely from these 5 entries, Chu Feng's attribute points surged. 1 SSS-level entry raised all 4-dimensional attributes by 300 points. 4 SS-level entries collectively elevated all attributes by 800 points. Thus, the total increase in 4-dimensional attributes reached 1100 points, aggregating to an impressive 4,400 points. Simultaneously, the 5 codices contributed an additional increase of 5 attribute points, pushing Chu Feng's average 4-dimensional attributes above 14,000 points, yielding an additional increase of over 700 points across the board. In other words, prior to utilizing the Beauty Compendium, Chu Feng's four-dimensional attributes averaged around 13,000 points. However, upon employing the Beauty Compendium, they surged to approximately 15,000 points. This was merely after activating a progress of 5. Moreover, this only reflects a progress of 5 and does not exhibit the functionalities of level 5. The Beauty Compendium is indeed extraordinarily powerful. It is undoubtedly a unique item devoid of grade. Although it lacks a specific tier, Chu Feng feels that this Beauty Compendium is at least comparable to an SSS grade treasure. In fact, it may even surpass the SSS grade. Currently, Chu Feng possesses 3 extraordinary items: the Infinite Synthesizer, the Goddess Apartment, and the Beauty Compendium. Each of these is remarkable and immensely powerful. He perused the Beauty Compendium once again, finding the depicted maidens quite endearing and deserving of his affection, which had certainly yielded him numerous advantages. With this in mind, Chu Feng promptly contacted Yijishua. Jishua, how is the acquisition of territory and population going in the suburban village of East Coast City? Fortunately, we encountered only a slight resistance from local ability users. However, it was manageable, and we have resolved it. Rest assured, Yijishua replied. Chu Feng nodded in approval. That's good. Once it's all settled, return to the apartment. I have something for you. All right, I'll be back shortly. The two ended their communication, and Chu Feng immediately teleported to the goddess apartment, awaiting Yijishua's return. A few minutes later, Yijishua arrived back at the goddess apartment. Chu Feng had custom-crafted a spatial teleportation talisman for her, with the teleportation point set at the goddess apartment. This talisman functions similarly to a recall scroll in an online game, regardless of her location. As long as she utilized the spatial teleportation talisman, she would be enveloped by the spatial laws and directly transported back to the goddess apartment. Although this small talisman appeared unassuming, the spatial laws it contained were rather intricate. Nevertheless, for Chu Feng, who possessed SSS-grade spatial control abilities, it was relatively simple. Chu Feng, I'm back. Upon her return, Yijishua saw Chu Feng, and her icy, snow-like visage broke into a gentle smile. How are things? As the new head of the Yi family, shouldering the responsibility of the family's revival, are you feeling overwhelmed? Chu Feng inquired with concern, a smile gracing his lips. Not too bad, actually. Currently, my father is managing the family affairs, so I am not too involved, Yijishua replied with a smile. Although some of my uncles and cousins are not entirely united with my father and me, they at least present a facade of solidarity. They understand that the Yi family must unite and face external challenges together. Any internal conflicts can be addressed after the family's revival. Chu Feng chuckled. Well, that is something. At least outwardly there appears to be unity. But I fear they might falter at a crucial moment. Yijishua shook her head. Moreover, the internal strength of the Yi family's ability users is rather weak. Aside from myself, their ISNT, a single A-grade ability user. When it comes to vying for territory and population, it all falls on me. You're overburdening yourself. I appointed you as the head of the Yi family to enjoy the glory of the position, not to be worn down. This cannot stand. I must assist you. Chu Feng smiled and stated, this is precisely why I brought you back. You mentioned you have something for me, implying that you possess a solution? Yijishua asked eagerly, her face alight with hope. Quite simply, Chu Feng retrieved several items from his storage space. Take these, you can distribute them as you see fit. With these items, the power of the Yi family should soar to become the foremost family in Magic City. As Yijishua examined the items Chu Feng handed her, her expression transformed into one of shock and delight. These items are extraordinarily precious. Don't worry, distribute them freely. They are merely trifles to me and of little use. Chu Feng replied with a smile. By nurturing a core team within the Yi family, you won't have to bear such a burden, which is my primary intention. Upon hearing this, Yijishua felt deeply touched. Chu Feng consistently demonstrated his concern for her, while her family members were preoccupied with her strength and her capability to lead the Yi family to revival. Only Chu Feng cared about whether she was weary. At that moment, Yijishua couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart. Her beautiful eyes welled with tears as she leaned into Chu Feng's embrace, murmuring, Chu Feng, thank you. Chu Feng smiled gently, wrapping her in his arms, whispering reassuringly, do we truly need to be so formal with each other? Yijishua gazed up, her eyes sparkling like stars, filled with reflections of Chu Feng, recollecting their childhood camaraderie, the bittersweet memories from their university days, and the care and affection Chu Feng had shown her post-apocalypse. She couldn't restrain herself any longer. She rose on her toes and pressed her lips against his. Chapter 78, The First Hidden Reward. From childhood through university, Yijishua had always harbored feelings for Chu Feng. However, during their university years, she found herself somewhat regretting the presence of Song Yin by Chu Feng's side. Now, it seemed that the barriers between them had vanished, allowing Yijishua to immerse herself entirely in her feelings. As their lips met, the atmosphere thickened. Yijishua desired to push Chu Feng down, yet Chu Feng halted her, thinking, I still await the hidden rewards from the goddess apartment. I cannot succumb to darkness just before the dawn. I must maintain my composure. The darkness shall soon pass. How far can the light be? Yi Zhixue sensed his resistance, her enchanting eyes filled with confusion, resentment, and urgency as she stared at him. How vexing. Without uttering a word, her gaze conveyed her thoughts to Chu Feng. All right, this girl is becoming impatient. Time to soothe her. Chu Feng declared with a serious expression. Schwerer, there's no need to rush. You should know that my concern, affection, and support for you are not solely for the purpose of winning your heart. If your intentions are merely to express gratitude, it is entirely unnecessary. Our relationship does not require such sacrifices from you. Chu Feng, I admit there is an element of gratitude, but more importantly, I genuinely like you. If I didn't, I wouldn't be so proactive. Yi Zhixue replied, her tone laced with mild reproach. Yi Zhixue's eyes shimmered with a hint of melancholy. I've been so forward, yet you still wish to push me away. I do not wish to push you away. I merely want you to understand that you hold an exceptionally important place in my heart. I do not want you to experience regret or feel compelled to please me. I desire for you to be your true self, to be happy and fulfilled. No one should make you unhappy, including myself. Why is Chu Feng suddenly speaking such sentimental words? Yi Zhixue gazed up at him, her beautiful eyes sparkling with stars. She wrapped her arms around his neck, gently rising on her toes, whispering in his ear, if you push me away again, I will truly be unhappy. Kiss me. Ding. Your tenant Yi Zhixue's intimacy towards you has increased by 9 points. Ding. Your tenant Yi Zhixue's intimacy towards you has reached 100 points. She will be unwaveringly devoted to you. You have received a hidden reward. As Yi Zhixue's words faded, the goddess apartment system's notification echoed in Chu Feng's mind. The hidden reward was now secured. With that, he no longer felt the need to suppress his affection for Yi Zhixue. 2 hours later, in Yi Zhixue's apartment, Chu Feng gazed at the serene beauty sleeping beside him. Unable to resist, he gently brushed aside the disheveled strands of hair from her forehead, which clung to her skin, dampened by sweat, rendering her somewhat disheveled. Although she is the S-class Ice Queen, she feels diminutive and pitiable before the SSS-class godlike Chu Feng. However, Chu Feng no longer torments her. Instead, he gazes at her for a while before turning his attention to the hidden rewards he has just received. This marks the first hidden reward bestowed by the goddess apartment system. He had been so engrossed in his conversation with Yi Zhixue that he only caught wind of acquiring a hidden reward without the chance to examine it thoroughly. And now he proceeds to investigate. You have obtained the hidden reward, Star Moon Cave Teleportation Talisman. By using this talisman, you can enter the Star Moon Cave at any time. Star Moon Cave? What is that? Chu Feng promptly claims it and reads the details with great care. Star Moon Cave, a legendary celestial secret realm. A mysterious space independent of all worlds, suffused with spiritual energy. Entering it grants an enhancement of attributes. Wow, this is indeed a celestial abode. A sanctuary for cultivating skills and enhancing strength. To gain attribute boosts merely by entering is extraordinarily powerful. Furthermore, it appears to be a secluded space, ensuring utmost safety upon entry. This is leagues ahead of his island estate or apocalypse fortress. The effects are undoubtedly beyond even SSS class existence. Yi Zhixue is truly his lucky star. She has gifted him a grand present on their first encounter. Of course, this might also be attributed to his high luck attribute and the favorable title he bears. With this thought, Chu Feng glances at Yi Zhixue, who is peacefully asleep beside him, and quietly takes out the ancient teleportation talisman, using it discreetly. In an instant, Chu Feng vanishes from his spot, and in the blink of an eye, he finds himself in an entirely new world. Ding! You have entered the Star Moon Cave. Breathing in the air rich with spiritual energy nourishes your body, granting you a random attribute increase of 1 point per minute for 60 minutes. Wow! Just by breathing in this fresh air, he can augment his attributes. Indeed, the Star Moon Cave is formidable. Although the effect lasts only for 60 minutes, it is still remarkably powerful. Taking several deep breaths of the spiritually infused air, Chu Feng begins to observe the enchanting scenery of this cave world. He currently stands within an ancient palace complex, occupying an area of over 100 acres, with the main hall as his location. Every palace-like structure is adorned with intricate carvings and flying eaves, featuring pink walls and dark tiles, exuding an antique charm reminiscent of the ink-wash landscapes of Jiangnan Gardens, yet embodying a grace befitting a noble lady. Throughout the palace complex, various exotic flowers and fragrant herbs bloom, intoxicating the senses. In the distance, rows of bamboo groves create a tranquil and distant ambience. Behind the palace structures looms a towering mountain, its majestic heights echoing the surreal peaks found in traditional landscape paintings. A waterfall cascades down from halfway up the mountain, resembling a white silk ribbon suspended in midair. Beneath the waterfall lies a pond, its waters meandering along a winding brook that encircles the palace complex, flowing away into the unknown. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng is mesmerized by the beauty of the Star Moon Cave. This scenery could only exist in the heavens. How rare it is for mortals to behold. Truly, it is a paradise. Chu Feng roams within the Star Moon Cave for a full hour, meticulously exploring each building until the hour of spiritual nourishment concludes. at which point he departs from the Star Moon Cave. As splendid as it is, the stunning landscapes can become monotonous. It is just right to leave once the nourishing time has elapsed. Perhaps he could bring Yi Jishue along next time to extend their stay. Chapter 79. The Revival of the Yi Family. A night devoid of conversation. The next morning, Chu Feng rises early and heads to the first-floor hall, where he finds Lu Yi and Su Yunwan have prepared a lavish breakfast. Wow, today's breakfast is quite sumptuous. What special occasion is it? Chu Feng inquires with a smile. Su Yunwan's cheeks flush, leaving her speechless. Lu Yi, however, responds with a hint of jealousy. It's not a particularly important day. We just wanted to treat our landlord. Considering you must have been quite exhausted last night. The noise was so loud that even we on the 6th floor could hear it. Chu Feng, undeterred, chuckles. Oh, you could hear it on the 6th floor? I thought I sensed someone listening at the door outside. Perhaps I was mistaken. Lu Yi's face turns red upon hearing this. Yes, you must have been mistaken. Both Su and I were on the 6th floor. Right, Su? Yes. Su Yunwan replies, brushing her bangs aside, seemingly to conceal her embarrassment. Chu Feng smiles, noting that Su Yunwan, despite her attempts to feign nonchalance, is quite honest. Even a little fib makes her blush. Rest assured, even if it were just Snow alone, or even both of you together, the one who would be exhausted would certainly not be me. Chu Feng chuckles lightly. You must be misinterpreting the capability of my 15,000 points in physical attributes, right? Bah, who would join you? Su Yunwan retorts. Shameless. Lu Yi scoffs before turning to ask, so when will it be? Bah, you are just as shameless. Su Yunwan's face turns crimson, her beautiful eyes glancing furtively at Chu Feng, seemingly on the verge of tears from embarrassment. This girl is incredibly shy. Ding. Your tenant Su Yunwan's intimacy towards you has increased by 10 points. Oh, Su Yunwan is quite the reserved one, while she verbally denies it. She seems to relish the attention. Even the usual banter can raise intimacy. Chu Feng takes note of this. After finishing breakfast, Yi Jishue awakens. As expected of the S-Class Ice Queen, her recovery is rapid. Once she has eaten, Chu Feng accompanies her to the Yi family estate. The items he had given her the previous day are to be distributed among the members of the Yi family today, thereby enhancing the entire family's strength. At the Yi family estate, Yi Jishue gathers her father, uncles, and siblings for a meeting. Everyone shows her respect, as she is the S-Class Ice Queen, and moreover, she is backed by the most powerful expert on the strength leaderboard. Uncles and aunts, how did the reception of the East Coast suburb village go yesterday? Yi Erbo glances at the others and speaks first. Jishue, the reception of the East Coast suburb village went relatively smoothly. However, after you left yesterday, the Qin family sent someone to convey that our Yi family has overstepped its bounds and demanded that we withdraw from the East Coast suburb village within 3 days. Or else. Yi Jishue scans the room and addresses her father, Yi Qiubai, and her uncles and aunts. What are your thoughts? After the turmoil, the Yi family has successfully brought back the 2 aunts who had married out, as they are of Yi blood and can be of assistance. The others remain silent. Looking towards Yi Qiubai, who frowns in contemplation before speaking. Jishue, the Qin family's strength surpasses ours. If a conflict arises, we will bear the brunt of it. However, the matter of claiming territory was arranged by the esteemed Yun Danfenking, and we are acting on his behalf. With his formidable support, we would naturally have no fear of the Qin family. Can you contact the esteemed Yun Danfenking to inquire about his opinion? Yi Jishue nods and turns to her other uncles. Eldest uncle, fourth uncle, aunts. The tasks arranged by the esteemed Yun Danfenking must be pursued with our utmost effort. This is beyond doubt. Our strength pales in comparison to that of the Qin family. Indeed, Jishue, at present, you are the sole pillar supporting the Yi family, while the rest of us possess abilities ranging from B to C and even D grade, which are utterly insufficient. Yesterday, we acquired 3 C grade combat ability users and 5 C and D grade life ability users from the outskirts of Dong'an City. They are willing to join our Yi family, yet their capabilities remain rather weak. We have contemplated that if the Qin family truly comes knocking, you may engage in combat with Qin Mo, as both of you are S-grade. However, our aging bones and the powers of our subordinates leave much to be desired. Our cornerstone must rely on Yun Dan Feng Qing. Otherwise, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to stand against the Qin family. Upon hearing the opinions of several uncles, aunts, and cousins, Yi Jishue fell into deep contemplation. In this chaotic era, with abilities awakening, strength reigns supreme, and the law of the jungle prevails without any rationale. She silently rejoiced in the presence of Chu Feng. Otherwise, even if the Yi family refrained from external expansion, they would eventually attract the attention of formidable families like the Qin, and the fate of being swallowed would be inescapable. Contemplating Chu Feng warmed Yi Jishue's heart. She gazed at everyone and declared, "It seems that the sage Yun Dan Feng Qing has foreseen this and has already made preparations. He has granted me immense support, which I shall now share with all of you." In front of everyone, she referred to Chu Feng as the sage Yun Dan Feng Qing, for they were still unaware of his true identity. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Prior to this, the members of the Yi family, barring her, had minimal interaction with Chu Feng. Chu Feng has provided me with some items and treasure chests to assist in enhancing our strength. With that, Yi Zhixue produced a card. This is a B-grade Berserker class card. Upon use, one can directly ascend to the rank of Berserker. The Berserker profession is regarded as the pinnacle within B-grade classes, and with mastery, one can contend evenly with ordinary A-grade combat ability users. Yi Zhixue surveyed the crowd, contemplating to whom to bestow this card. A B-grade class card, which upon use instantly transitions one into a B-grade Berserker, is indeed a treasure for all present. Comprised entirely of C and D-grade ability users. All eyes were drawn to the card in Yi Zhixue's hand, shimmering with fervent anticipation, though they yearned for it. Everyone maintained a semblance of composure, refraining from vocal disputes, and instead said, Zhixue, this resource was bestowed by the sage Yun Dan Feng Qing. You may allocate it as you see fit. Indeed, whether you choose to give or withhold, and to whom, we bear no objections, regardless of who receives it. It bolsters the overall strength of the Yi family, greatly contributing to our revitalization, and we harbor no grievances. Moreover, you are now the head of the family. You possess the authority to decide. Yi Zhixue nodded, stating, very well, dear uncles, aunts, and cousins, I shall boldly proceed with the allocations. Chapter 80. Having received the resources, it is time to act. Yi Zhixue turned to her elder uncle, saying, Elder uncle, your previously acquired ability is the D-grade skill of strength, which provides significant advantages in power and stamina, aligning well with the attributes of a berserker. I shall give this card to you. Huh. Elder uncle Yi promptly raised his head, looking utterly bewildered, as if he had misheard. To me? Truly for me? Yes, indeed, it is for you. Oh, thank you, my niece. Elder uncle Yi had initially thought that due to his less-than-ideal relationship with the third brother, he would not be favored in the allocation of resources like others. However, he was pleasantly surprised that Yi Zhixue had indeed chosen to allocate resources to him first. Elder uncle Yi felt a surge of emotion. This child, Zhixue, is truly fit to be the head of the family. He resolved to no longer remain passive in family matters, but to actively contribute and support his niece in making the Yi family stronger. A powerful Yi family would undoubtedly bring him benefits as well. No need for formalities. Elder uncle, Yi Zhixue said, producing a second card, this one an A-grade ability upgrade card. Any ability user below A-grade can use this to elevate their ability directly to A-grade. A-grade, an A-grade card, no less. To ascend directly to A-grade, what a formidable card. The sage Yun Dan Feng Qing is truly remarkable to have procured such a treasure. I yearn for it. Yet alas, as a D-grade tailor with a life profession, I cannot afford to waste this card. Listening to the discussions below, Yi Zhixue turned her attention to her fourth uncle. Fourth uncle, your assassin profession is commendable, though it is currently just D-grade, which imposes many limitations. This card is for you. Once you ascend to A-grade assassin, you should be able to navigate freely in the magic capital. For me? Splendid. Thank you, dear niece. Fourth uncle Yi happily accepted the card, examining it with great reverence, treating it as a precious treasure. Elder uncle Yi observed fourth uncle receiving an A-grade card, yet he bore no expression of disappointment. Having obtained the B-grade Berserker class card was more than enough for him. Be it the fourth uncle receiving an A-grade card, he would not mind at all. After all, the fourth uncle is a member of the Yi family. He is his brother. Next, Yi Zhixue continued to distribute rewards. This golden blind box contains a B-grade Spirit Plant Summoners class panel. Upon opening the blind box, one will automatically integrate the B-grade Spirit Plant Summoner profession. Ant, you adore flowers and plants and prefer not to venture outside. This blind box shall be yours. Once you master the abilities of a Spirit Plant Summoner, you can cultivate powerful spirit plants within the family, enhancing the environment while also growing fruits and vegetables that boost attribute points. Some spirit plants can even serve as hidden guardians in battle. The benefits are manifold. Excellent. I am fond of this profession. Ant smiled as she accepted the blind box, preparing to open it. Yet she confirmed, is it indeed a B-grade Spirit Plant Summoner class template? I hope it doesn't contain a monstrous creature. Rest assured, Ant. This blind box has been personally verified by the sage Yun Dan Feng Qing. Whatever he claims it to be, it is assuredly so. Very well. Since it has been authenticated by the sage, I shall open it immediately. With that, Ant opened the blind box right there, and a gentle golden light flashed. Joy illuminated her face. The sage Yun Dan Feng Qing is truly remarkable. It is indeed a B-grade Spirit Plant Summoner. Thank you, Schwer. I adore this profession. Ant, I am delighted you are pleased. Yi Zhixue replied with a smile, knowing her aunt's uncontentious nature made her well suited for the Spirit Plant Summoner role. Where there are Spirit Summoners, there are Beast Tamers. Young Ant, this A-grade Beast Tamer scroll is prepared for you. Thank you. Dear niece, you truly understand me. Young Ant gleefully accepted it. She has a fondness for pets and enjoys raising them, making the Beast Tamer profession particularly appealing to her. Second uncle, having served in the military and possessing a fondness for firearms, this A-grade Rampant Gunslinger class card is for you. How does that sound? Great. Thank you, Zhixue. Second uncle's face radiated gratitude, astonished by how well Jishua catered to their needs, being aware of their preferences. We, as elders, have not shown you enough care. How embarrassing. Second uncle, you flatter me. I recall when I was at Grandma's house, you secretly visited and gifted me many clothes, shoes, and snacks. Your care for me remains etched in my memory. Oh, those were mere trifles. Daughter. At that moment, Yi Jishua's father, Yi Choubai, could no longer contain himself. All your uncles, aunts, and cousins have received resources. What about me, your father? Yi Jishua chuckled. Dad, you are my biological father, of course. I saved the best for last. This A-grade Dragon Gunner class card is for you. Dragon Gunner, what a formidable sounding profession. Truly, you are my beloved daughter. Yi Choubai was instantly filled with joy. After receiving the Dragon Lancer professional card, he immediately began to study it with great seriousness. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Although the Dragon Lancer is an A-level profession, its advantages are quite evident, positioning it as the pinnacle of A-level combat professions. Even when faced with some ordinary S-level opponents, it would not suffer significant disadvantages. Marvelous. Observing her father's satisfaction, Yi Jishua also felt a sense of happiness. Once everyone had utilized their professional cards, upgrade cards, and professional scrolls, and familiarized themselves with their new professions, Yi Jishua finally spoke. All right, Dad, esteemed uncles and aunts, we have accepted the resources from the illustrious Yundan Feng. Now, I shall convey his arrangements. Upon hearing this, the crowd's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, their expressions turning serious as they focused on Yi Jishua. The moment of business had arrived. It was imperative to listen attentively, remember, and execute the tasks assigned by the illustrious Yundan Feng. As long as he was satisfied, not only would A-level and B-level professions be attainable, but even S-level ones would also be within reach, given the adeptness of the illustrious figure. Chapter 81. The illustrious one asks me to deliver a message. Subsequently, Yi Jishua held an extensive meeting with the Yi family, strategizing their upcoming expansion and revitalization efforts. All of this was in accordance with Chu Feng's intentions. The central tenet was singular, to seize as much territory in Magic City as possible. Land begets people, and people yield more points, leading to greater possibilities. As for areas beyond their control, they would simply invoke the name of Yundan Feng. They would inquire if respect would be granted. If not, they would have no choice but to summon the illustrious figure in person. Naturally, considering the preciousness of his time, the Yi family would never wish to trouble him unnecessarily. Anything they could handle on their own would not warrant such an imposition. Thus, after a full day of meetings, Yi Jishua made her way directly to the Qin family. Just yesterday, the Qin family had demanded that the Yi family withdraw from the outskirts of East Coast City, claiming that the Yi family had overstepped their bounds. Today, Yi Jishua intended to demonstrate to the Qin family that not just a mere village, but even the Qin family itself was but a trifle in the grasp of the illustrious one. She hoped the Qin family would act with wisdom and refrain from futile resistance. Magic City. The Qin family. Nestled in the heart of Magic City, the Qin Manor is encircled by a sprawling expanse of lush private gardens, covering 300 acres in the city's most bustling area, offering tranquility amidst chaos. The location and scale of the manor testify to the formidable strength of the Qin family before the turmoil. In this era of chaos, the Qin family stands as one of the most powerful forces in Magic City, having recently absorbed numerous A-level and B-level combat enhancers, far surpassing the prestige of the once-renowned Magic City families. At this moment, over 20 individuals congregated in the Qin family's reception hall, gathered around a long table measuring over 10 meters in length and 3 to 4 meters in width, deliberating on their grand strategy to control Magic City. Ladies and gentlemen, in these tumultuous times, we can rightly call this the end of days. To survive, we must unite and collectively overcome the myriad challenges ahead. The head of the Qin family, Qin Muyang, sat at the forefront, addressing the assembly. Each of you is a guest elder recruited by the Qin family. Upon entering our doors, I shall treat you as family, and I hope you will extend the same care to the Qin family as you would to your own. In these chaotic times, for most commoners, it is indeed a dark hour of apocalypse. However, for us, the enhancers gathered here, it is a rare golden age. Chaos signifies that the world's order is in dire need of reconstruction. The established hierarchies have been entirely upended, and the wealth and power of your have vanished. Whether one was once a high official or a magnate, or a commoner or a beggar, at this moment, one's strength is all that matters. This is an era that values power. As long as you possess strength, you can reshape the world's order, ascend to the pinnacle of humanity, become a new elite of the era, and enjoy a life of superlative luxury. Now, we shall begin from the very ground beneath our feet, starting with Magic City. To establish our order, to articulate our rules, we will commence with Magic City, controlling it, then the Jiangnan region, and ultimately the entirety of Huaxia, reaching for supremacy on the global stage. At that time, all of Huaxia will be ours to command, and our voices will resonate across the world. The head of the Qin family, Qin Muyang, was passionately elucidating these grand ambitions when suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed from outside, seemingly descending from the heavens. Not only Qin Muyang heard it, but the other enhancers did as well, turning to look out the window. Qin Muyang furrowed his brow, anger boiling within him at the audacity of someone daring to insult him within the Qin manor. Just then, the voice rang out again, more distinct this time due to the silence that had fallen among them. Qin family head, I request an audience. Upon hearing this, Qin Muyang's expression softened slightly, though he remained displeased. He turned to a young man beside him, saying, Wooer, go see who is so impudent as to shout in my Qin manor. Yes, father. Qin Wu responded promptly before exiting. However, less than a minute later, he returned to the reception hall, his body encased in frost, as if he had been frozen in a cold storage for 2 days. Wooer, Qin Muyang exclaimed in shock, torn between concern for his son and astonishment. Qin Wu, an A-level combat enhancer, had returned in less than a minute, clearly bested by the newcomer, indicating that their strength far surpassed his. Could it be an S-level master? Realizing this, Qin Muyang quickly inquired, Wooer, what transpired? How have you returned in such a state? Healers, assist him. Instantly, 2 healing enhancers stepped forward to help Qin Wu, who began to feel somewhat better, yet continued to tremble. Father, it is Yi Zhixue from the Yi family. Yi family? Yi Zhixue? Qin Muyang scoffed, such audacity to come to my Qin family and cause a ruckus. Just as he was about to retaliate, he inquired, how many of them are there? Just her alone. Humph. A single individual dares to cause a scene in my Qin family and has even injured my son? I cannot fathom who granted her such courage. Qin Muyang pointed at the 2 healers. You 2 tend to woo her. The rest, come with me to confront this Yi Zhixue. We shall make her understand who holds sway in Magic City. A grand procession exited the hall, gazing at Yi Zhixue, who stood atop the Qin manor. Her skirt billowing gracefully, an ethereal presence captivating all. Such a beautiful little fairy. Qin Muyang's anger surged even further. He bellowed, Yi family's little girl, do you possess no upbringing? Clambering over the walls and sneaking about. You have injured my son. Descend at once and apologize, or I shall ensure you taste the bitterness of regret. Is that so? Yi Zhixue replied coldly, her expression impassive. I have yet to experience regret. Why not give it a try? Qin Muyang, incensed, commanded, Mo, go and show Yi Zhixue your prowess. Yes, father. Wait, hold on. This Yi Zhixue is also an S-level master. Engaging her may not guarantee an advantage. Qin Muyang interjected decisively. Very well, everyone, together. Subdue her. No regard for life or death. Understood, father. On it. In an instant, led by S-level master Qin Mo, over 20 enhancers surged forth, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves descending upon a solitary sheep. Yet, Yi Zhixue remained unperturbed, gazing at the approaching throng. With a gentle parting of her crimson lips, she stated, Qin family head, the illustrious Yundanfenking has asked me to deliver a message. Creak. Stop. Halt. Upon hearing the name Yundanfenking, the assailants, who had been charging towards Yi Zhixue, abruptly came to a halt. As the swiftest among them, Qin Mo could not come to a halt in time. Veering off at an angle and hurtling past Yi Zhixue, all eyes were fixed anxiously upon Yi Zhixue, prompting Qin Muyang to inquire, Yundan Fengqing? What does that mean? Chapter 82, A Lack of Respect? The esteemed individual has sent a message through me, stating his intention to seize control of Modu, with the Yi family as his full representatives. Yi Zhixue replied with a calm demeanor. Do you comprehend the implications of this statement? Humph. Is this the sentiment of your Yi family, or that of the esteemed individual? Qin Muyang scoffed. I hold great admiration for the esteemed Yundan Fengqing. If he desires to govern Modu, I naturally have no objections. However, what if you are merely fabricating his words? With that, Qin Muyang returned the ball to Yi Zhixue, implying that she must furnish proof of her assertions. Yi Zhixue, her expression cool and detached, asked, What must I do for you to believe my words, Master Qin? Quite simple. Qin Muyang retorted, Have Yundan Fengqing speak to me in person, and I shall believe you. Otherwise, haha, I could just as easily claim to be the agent of the esteemed individual. How could you verify the truth of my words? Yundan Fengqing is perpetually occupied. Does he have time to meet you face to face? Umph, if that is your stance, my doubts only deepen. Qin Muyang declared. Ye family niece, it would be best for you to return. Considering your youth and naivety, I shall overlook today's intrusion. Yi Zhixue responded coolly. I have informed the esteemed Yundan Fengqing to make a statement on the City Channel. You must surely believe it now? No sooner had Yi Zhixue finished speaking than a message from Chu Feng appeared on the Modu City Channel. City Channel, Yundan Fengqing. Friends. My personal channel is closed. For any matters, please contact my full representative, Yi Zhixue. I endorse all her decisions. What do you have to say now? Yi Zhixue turned her gaze toward Qin Muyang. His expression shifted momentarily before he scoffed. Yi family niece, do you take me for a fool? Do you think I would be so easily convinced by someone merely sharing a name? Leave at once, or else do not blame me for being impolite. As Qin Muyang's words fell, Qin Mo and the other gifted members of the Qin family subtly began to move, their muscles tensed, the atmosphere thick with tension. As if they were poised for battle, Yi Zhixue inquired, Master Qin, do you truly wish to fight? Do you believe I fear the Qin family? Humph. Little girl from the Yi family, It is not that I desire conflict. You have already trespassed upon the Qin family's domain. Are we not allowed to resist? Your arrogance is astounding. Qin Muyang shot back coldly. You may not fear us, but do you think the Qin family fears the Yi family? Deliberately misleading. Qin Muyang thought. Regardless of whether the legendary Yun Dan Fengqing himself were to appear, the Qin family would not be defenseless. After all, the Qin family possessed S-level experts and numerous A and B-level masters. How formidable could Yun Dan Fengqing truly be? Moreover, Yun Dan Fengqing existed only in legend. Without witnessing his power firsthand, to be intimidated by mere reputation would cast the Qin family in an unflattering light. Thus, Qin Muyang resolved that whether Yi Zhixue was invoking Yun Dan Fengqing's name, or if the esteemed individual himself arrived, the Qin family would engage him in discourse. As for Yi Zhixue, she would first be dealt with. Yi Zhixue, why do you linger? If you wish to stay, then stay. Mor. Buzz. At the utterance of Mor, Qin Mo's flying sword was unsheathed once more. Like a striking phoenix, imbued with a piercing sword aura, it surged toward Yi Zhixue in an instant. So swift. Yi Zhixue's heart raced. The disparity between a mage and a sword cultivator was considerable. With a flick of her thoughts, 12 ice walls materialized before her. Bang, 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 bang. The 12 ice walls, conjured in an instant, were shattered by Qin Mo's flying sword. Yet, the sword's assault had been effectively neutralized, leaving it devoid of further offensive power. With a wave of his hand, the ancient flying sword returned to Qin Mo's side, who then formed a sword gesture, sending the sword forth once more. Seeing this, the other gifted members of the Qin family also sprang into action, eager to subdue Yi Zhixue in one fell swoop. Maintaining her composure, Yi Zhixue summoned the 12 ice walls again, while simultaneously encasing herself in 3 layers of crystal-clear protective shields. She even retrieved the protective talismans that Chu Feng had given her. In this battle, she could not afford to be easily coerced into retreat. After all, she was the representative of Yun Dan Fengqing, embodying the might of the esteemed individual. A weak soldier would reflect poorly on the esteemed one's power. If she fled in disgrace, it would tarnish his reputation. Thus, in this confrontation, regardless of the adversary's overwhelming numbers or the presence of an S-level powerhouse like Qin Mo, Yi Zhixue, as the representative of the esteemed one, could not yield easily. Even if it meant exhausting her most precious treasures and skills, she would stand firm. At the very least, she would not allow her opponents an easy victory. At this moment, Yi Zhixue steeled herself for the possibility that the 12 ice walls would crumble. The 3 layers of ice crystal shields would shatter, and all 10 protective talismans would be rendered useless. Yet, in the next instant, the flying swords, spells, arrows, and projectiles aimed at her froze mid-air, as if a war film had been abruptly paused. Qin Muyang and the others were left in stunned silence. While Yi Zhixue's face broke into a smile, Chu Feng's dashing figure suddenly materialized in the air, extending a hand into the void and causing the suspended weapons, spells, arrows, and projectiles to vanish without a trace. My flying sword. Return my flying sword. Qin Mo, witnessing his prized weapon disappear into thin air, was consumed by rage. Soaring into the sky, using himself as a weapon, and charging toward Chu Feng. Humph. With a cold snort, Chu Feng merely cast a glance, and Qin Mo plummeted to the ground, as if pinned down, unable to move. Mor. Qin Muyang shouted in alarm, attempting to intervene, but suddenly felt as though a mountain had descended upon him. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. The other members of the Qin family followed suit. Collapsing to the floor, their expressions contorted in pain, as if they could not support their own bodies. Spare us, Great One. There has been a misunderstanding. Qin Muyang cried out. I have stated that Yi Zhixue is my full representative. How dare you lay a hand on her? There is no misunderstanding. You simply lack respect. Chu Feng replied coolly. Since you refuse to give me face, I shall not afford you the opportunity. As Chu Feng's words echoed, he activated his will, compressing the space around them. Qin Muyang and the others felt an overwhelming pressure, and many began to bleed from their mouths and noses, succumbing to demise in the blink of an eye. Chapter 83. The Yi family can, so why not the Qin family? PFF, PFF, PFF. In a mere moment, individuals fell, bleeding from various orifices. Some of the weaker ones could not withstand the pressure and erupted in blood. Even Qin Muyang, an A-level warrior, was now bleeding from all 7 orifices. If this continued for a few more seconds, it was likely that all present would perish. Desperately, Qin Muyang shouted, Great One. Spare us. We were wrong. We were wrong. He could sense the pressure mounting, indicating that their adversary had not intended to strike them down from the onset, granting them a sliver of hope for survival. Great One, we submit. We shall heed your every command. Oh, a mocking voice echoed from above, and simultaneously, the pressure on Qin Muyang and the others eased considerably. Had you acted thus from the beginning, you would not have to endure such physical torment. Great One, we are absolutely devoted, but there are matters I must clarify first. Qin Muyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke. Chu Feng smiled faintly, glancing at Yi Zhixue beside him. Master Qin, Feel free to convey any messages to my authorized representative. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Wait, Great One, please hear me out. Just a word. Qin Muyang gazed upward at Chu Feng, raising his voice. The strength of the Qin family surpasses that of the Yi family. If the Yi family can serve as your agent, why cannot the Qin family? Desiring to ascend in status? I can understand that sentiment. Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. However, as I stated, Yi Shui is my authorized representative. Any discussions should be directed to her. That is final. With that, Chu Feng vanished without a trace. Was Qin Muyang foolish? To seek elevation openly before Yi Shui? If I were to grant you an opportunity, wouldn't he that merely incite the Yi family? Nevertheless, despite his words, Chu Feng subtly extended a friend request to Qin Muyang. This middle-aged man was straightforward, ambitious, and undoubtedly ruthless. Certain tasks would be executed more swiftly under his initiative. Thus he was deserving of some opportunities. Qin Muyang intended to voice more, but upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of the Great One, he felt a pang of disappointment. Yet, when he saw the friend request from the calm and collected figure, his spirits soared once more. In an instant, Qin Muyang comprehended the Great One's intent and promptly accepted the friend request. The Great One was willing to grant him a chance, an opportunity for the Qin family, which he must seize firmly. As for the young niece of the Yi family present, Qin Muyang planned merely to appease her. In the Qin family's reception hall, Yi Shui occupied the seat of honor, while to her left sat the deferential Qin Muyang, whose mind seemed elsewhere. However, with the Qin family having already submitted, Yi Shui chose not to comment further, attributing his distracted demeanor to temporary discomfort with the situation. Henceforth, as long as the Qin family fulfilled the task she assigned, that would suffice. After all, it was only natural to feel out of place after recently submitting. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Muyang was furiously reporting to the Great One via the game's friend channel. Report, Great One. The strength and foundation of the Qin family far exceed those of the Yi family. Your agent should rightly be from the Qin family. We would undoubtedly perform better than the Yi family. Stronger than the Yi family? The Great One chuckled. To me, they are no different. Both can be managed effortlessly. Your unparalleled strength is indeed admirable. However, regarding the agency, the Yi family has been with me longer, and Yi Shui is my woman. It is only reasonable for me to care for them and provide them with certain benefits, is it not? Indeed, Great One, Qin Muyang replied. Your striking presence and unmatched charm evoke envy. How fortunate is the young niece of the Yi family to be your woman. Alas, were I a woman, I too would find it hard to resist. Can you speak properly, Qin Muyang? Must you be so distasteful? My apologies, Great One. Please do not take offense. Qin Muyang hastily responded. The young niece of the Yi family indeed possesses a stunning appearance, and your discerning eye is commendable. Great One. The Qin family has a daughter blossoming into womanhood, with beauty and grace that rivals the young niece of the Yi family. Might you be interested in meeting her? Old Qin, what do you mean by that? Attempting to bribe me with beauty to win my favor? Do you think I am that shallow? Please forgive me, Great One. I know you are a person of great vision, not so superficial. It is merely that my daughter admires strength and has long wished to meet you, the greatest master. I implore you to assist in realizing her dream. The Qin family shall serve you loyally. In that case, the Great One replied, given your submission, I shall agree. Inform me when you are prepared. Great One, there is no time like the present. Tonight seems auspicious. Shall we meet then? I will host a banquet at the Qin family estate to welcome your esteemed presence. Old Qin, you are still too naive. Tonight will not do. Let her come to 888 Binhai Road tomorrow morning to meet me. 888 Binhai Road. That is one of my residences, and I shall not hesitate to inform you. However, she is only permitted to come alone. Understood? Understood. Understood. Qin Muyang exclaimed, elated. He finally had a chance to supplant the Yi family. Thank you, Great One. Thank you. Chapter 84. A new tenant for the goddess apartment. In the Magic City, at 888 Binhai Road, a striking figure with a white suitcase stood at the entrance of the goddess apartment, gazing at the grand iron gate adorned with intricate carvings. Her emotions a mix of complexity. Yet, for the sake of her family's interests, for her father and brothers, Qin Lan had arrived nonetheless. At that moment, the electric gate opened automatically. Chu Feng, seated within the apartment, observed the monitor linked to the external camera, confirming it was indeed Qin Muyang's daughter, Qin Lan. Qin Lan possessed an exquisite figure, dressed in a cream-colored casual blouse paired with a long skirt and matching heels, exuding an aura of gentle elegance that was truly captivating. From the monitor, Chu Feng surmised that Qin Muyang's daughter surpassed the aesthetic standards of the goddess apartment. Next, it would depend on her purity level. Qin Muyang held his daughter in high regard and had shielded her well despite her status as an entertainment star. Her purity level should present no issues. Otherwise, he would do well to reflect on how the Qin family had fallen. Outside the gate, Qin Lan took in the serene and tidy surroundings. A garden blooming with flowers akin to a park, and her spirits brightened slightly. Perhaps this venture would not be as dreadful as anticipated. After a brief moment of adjustment, Qin Lan stepped forward into the apartment. The electric gate closed behind her. As she walked along the flower-lined path, She made her way toward the only six-story building in the courtyard. The entrance was ajar, and as she approached the door, a pair of beautiful young women rushed out, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Ah, Qinlan, is that really you? It's truly Qinlan. I'm your fan. You are even more beautiful in person. Qinlan, you are stunning, more gorgeous than on screen." The two lovely ladies were Su Yunwan and Lu Yi. Qinlan, slightly flustered, replied, "Thank you. You are both very beautiful as well. Are you residents here?" "Yes, Sister Qinlan. The landlord sent us to fetch you. Please, come with us." Su Yunwan and Lu Yi chimed in, pulling Qinlan into the lobby of the apartment. Upon entering the lobby, Qinlan spotted the legendary Great One, the very man her father, Qin Muyang, had shown her photos of, sitting on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. This did not quite align with the image of the #1 master on the strength leaderboard. "Hello, landlord. I am Qinlan, the new tenant." Chu Feng put away his phone and turned to face Qinlan. Truly, she was a household name, an idol star. Her poise and beauty were beyond reproach. Her skin glowed with a luminous quality, exuding an ethereal aura. Her beauty undoubtedly met the standards. Activating the true eye, he observed her actual information. Qinlan, 26 years old, entertainment star, currently single, charm, 99, purity, 100. Impressive. A purity level of 100, no issues there. Her charm also reached an impressive 99, rivaling that of Yizhi Shui. However, from Chu Feng's aesthetic perspective, Yizhi Shui exudes a more youthful and innocent charm, while Qinlan possesses a mature grace and an elegant demeanor, making her more suitable for selection. Of course, the time is not yet ripe. After reviewing Qinlan's basic information, Chu Feng remarked, "Hello, you are aware of the rules here, right?" "I understand," Qinlan nodded. Prior to her arrival, her father, Qin Muyang, had repeatedly emphasized many matters to her, with the regulations of this apartment being of utmost importance. She had nearly developed calluses in her ears from listening. "Then feel free to choose any apartment at your leisure. Once you've made your selection, come back to meet me, and I will inform you of the daily tasks," Chu Feng instructed. Nodding, Qinlan promptly dragged her suitcase off to find her room. "I've made my choice. I'll stay in 202. Qinlan reappeared before Chu Feng, her suitcase already deposited in her chosen room. 202? Is there a problem with that?" "Oh, not at all. Of course it's fine. It's just that 201 is occupied by Yizhi Shui. If Yizhi Shui were to discover that the young lady from the Qin family lived across from her, intent on usurping the position of the Yi family in Chu Feng's heart, one could only wonder what thoughts might cross her mind." Once Qinlan had finalized her choice of room, Chu Feng proceeded to review her tenant information. Tenant, Qinlan. Occupation, entertainment star. Charm value, 99 points. Purity value, 100 points. Intimacy value, 0 points. Level 1, mere acquaintances. Daily rent. Perform as a dancer for half an hour for the host. Daily reward, 9,900 points. Seeing Qinlan's intimacy value, Chu Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips. This Qinlan truly seemed devoid of emotions. How exceedingly cold. Yet, as he reflected, it was understandable. Having previously been strangers, and given her father's sacrificial motives for her visit, any emotional attachment towards Chu Feng would indeed be peculiar. Nevertheless, there was no cause for concern. Feelings could be nurtured over time. Thus, Chu Feng stated, "You are aware of the rules for residing here, so I will be forthright. Your task today is to perform as a dancer for me for half an hour. This should not pose a challenge for someone of your acting caliber, correct?" "Not at all. I have trained in dance," Qinlan replied. "Very well, once you are prepared, you may commence," Chu Feng remarked nonchalantly, his expression devoid of emotion, merely adhering to the procedural task. "All right, I shall prepare." After a few minutes, Qinlan returned, and Chu Feng frowned slightly, unable to discern any notable changes in her appearance. She still wore a white shirt and a long skirt, having merely changed into a pair of flat shoes. "Landlord, I will begin now," Qinlan announced, extracting her phone to select a piece of music as a backdrop, and then gracefully began to dance in rhythm with the melody. True to her training, as she slipped into the performance, her previously indifferent demeanor transformed into one filled with emotion, her movements imbued with grace. The seemingly simple dance steps, each gesture and expression, exuded a captivating beauty. It was no wonder that ancient monarchs relished watching beautiful women dance. The sight of a true beauty in motion was indeed mesmerizing. Not only Chu Feng, but even Su Yunwan and Lu Yi were captivated, their eyes shining with admiration. As the performance concluded, Su Yunwan and Lu Yi, the two fans, immediately erupted into applause. "Wow, that was exquisite. Sister Qinlan, you are so beautiful, and your dancing is even more enchanting. You truly are my idol. I cannot believe I got to witness my idols dance up close. It makes me so happy." Indeed, Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the sweat glistening on Qinlan's forehead, noting how exhausted she appeared. He waved his hand, and a platter of fruit appeared on the coffee table. "Having completed your task today, enjoy some fruit to replenish your energy." After placing the fruit on the table, Chu Feng departed. Qinlan examined the assortment of unfamiliar fruits, small in size, and couldn't help but frown. Her landlord seemed rather stingy, having watched her dance only to leave with just a few fruits. Although this was the apocalypse and resources were scarce, she could still ensure a variety of fruits daily back in the Qin household, which led her to conclude that this so-called big shot was not particularly wealthy. At that moment, Su Yunwan and Lu Yi approached to congratulate her. Sister Qinlan, it seems the landlord truly likes you, as he even brought you fruit. Uff, just a few small fruits. Who cares? Qinlan pouted in response. What? You don't want them? We do. Poor sister, if you want them, feel free to take them. Qinlan said nonchalantly, even feeling a twinge of pity for Su Yunwan and Lu Yi. These two beautiful girls, even if they entered the entertainment industry without acting skills, could still gain some popularity based on their looks. Yet here they were, akin to canaries kept in a cage by a powerful figure, seemingly deprived of even regular fruit. Pitying her own situation, Qinlan wondered if she, too, would become a resource-deprived canary after moving into this apartment. For a moment, her expression turned melancholic. Never mind. Sister Qinlan, this is a gift from the landlord. We wouldn't dare take it. If the landlord finds out, we would surely be scolded. Just a few small fruits. It can't be that serious, can it? Sister Qinlan, don't you know what kind of fruit this is? Su Yunwan asked, her face full of astonishment. Honestly, I haven't seen it before. Is it famous or particularly valuable? Very valuable. Extremely precious. Remarkably rare. Lu Yi interjected eagerly. Without further ado, just try one and you'll see. All right. Qinlan picked up a fruit resembling a green date, inhaling its fragrance, her face lighting up with surprise. Wow. It smells delightful. After cautiously taking a bite, she was unable to stop herself from devouring it. This unknown fruit melted in her mouth, sweet and juicy, flooding her senses with an exquisite flavor, and she was astounded by how delicious it was. Furthermore, as she swallowed the juice and pulp, the fatigue that had lingered after her half-hour of dancing rapidly dissipated. However, what astonished her even more were the subsequent notifications. You have consumed the spirit Qi Qingyan fruit, gaining 50 points in Constitution. With an influx of 50 points to her Constitution attribute, Qinlan felt a warm sensation envelop her, completely erasing the exhaustion from her earlier performance. Seeing the comfortable expression on Qinlan's face, Lu Yi giggled. So, Sister Qinlan, have you personally experienced the extraordinary nature of this fruit? Indeed, it is truly remarkable. Then will you still share it with us? This was given to me by the landlord. To avoid getting you into trouble, I think I'll consume it alone. Qinlan swiftly picked up the remaining 3 fruits and devoured them. The fruits were small, only the size of green dates, and even after consuming 4, Qinlan felt no sense of fullness. You have consumed the spirit Qi Yanha fruit, gaining 50 points in mental attributes. You have consumed the spirit Qi Qingfeng fruit, gaining 50 points in agility. You have consumed the spirit Qi Huanglong fruit, gaining 50 points in strength. With 4 fruits consumed, Qinlan experienced an immediate surge of 200 attribute points, her 4-dimensional attributes nearing 60 points. She suddenly felt as if she were anything but ordinary. Though she had never possessed any special abilities, she realized that with these attribute points alone, she was no longer an ordinary person. The sensation of being filled with strength and vitality was simply exquisite. This landlord truly was impressive. What a precious fruit that could enhance attributes. As a member of the Qin family, Qinlan was well aware of its value. She understood it all too well. In the domestic hierarchy, those fruits that merely enhance attributes by a single point are primarily reserved for esteemed individuals such as Qinemo. As for someone like her, an ordinary person devoid of any supernatural abilities, she holds no standing within the Qin family to indulge in these exceptional fruits. Merely ensuring her daily meals are abundant, with ordinary fruits and snacks, is already a luxury. The consideration for any food that possesses even a hint of special attributes is far beyond her reach. At this moment, she finds herself in deep self-reflection, chastising her earlier doubts regarding the prowess of the top-ranked expert. Fortunately, the thoughts she harbored in her mind remained unspoken, and she refrained from voicing them in front of the formidable landlord. Merely after consuming those 4 fruits, Qinlan has gained a profound awareness of this landlord's strength. It is no wonder that when he first descended upon the Qin family, a mere glance from him brought the entire household to their knees. It is no wonder that she, as her father's treasured darling, is now willingly sent to his abode to curry his favor. It is no wonder that the 2 young ladies before her, clearly confined by the powerful figure within this modest establishment, appear so blissfully content, as if savoring a delicacy. All of this is a testament to the might of this extraordinary individual. Having navigated the entertainment industry for several years, albeit briefly, Qinlan has come to understand many truths. In a world where one's strength or the lack thereof can lead to swift obliteration, the significance of a strong backing is self-evident. Previously, her support came from her family. Now, she must aid her family by closely aligning herself with this powerful figure. Ideally, they would be bound as one. This is the task that has brought her to this apartment. Initially, Qinlan harbored some aversion to such tasks, but now, the handsome landlord, possessing an enviable physique, has arranged a rather effortless job with generous rewards, causing her to reconsider her earlier sentiments. Not only does she no longer feel repulsed, but she also finds herself harboring a flicker of fondness. She licks her delicate, rosy lips, relishing the taste of those ethereal fruits, and even finds herself anticipating tomorrow's task. Meanwhile, Chu Feng is luxuriating in the spiritual nourishment of the Starry Moon Cave, simultaneously seeking rare treasures. The small fruits he previously bestowed upon Qin were discovered within this very cave. Chu Feng increasingly perceives the Starry Moon Cave as an exceptional locale, one that offers more than just the inhalation of spiritual energy and the procurement of spiritual fruits. As he meanders through the cave, he is suddenly alerted by a notification. Ding! Your tenant Qin's intimacy towards you has increased by 30 points, elevating her intimacy level to 2, nodding acquaintance. Ding! Due to the elevation of tenant Qin's intimacy level, you have earned an additional 900 points in daily reporting, which have been duly credited. Oh, has it reached 30 points of intimacy already? It seems the effects of the spiritual fruit are indeed remarkable. At this rate, it won't be long before hidden rewards are unlocked. How delightful. After spending several hours exploring the Starry Moon Cave, Chu Feng discovered over a dozen spiritual fruits, along with a mystical herb known as immortal grass. This immortal grass bears a resemblance to the clivia plant, and atop its highest leaves rest 3 drops of crystalline dew, referred to as immortal dew, which, when consumed, can randomly enhance attribute points and even bestow a chance to increase luck. Fortunately, with the aid of True Eye, he was able to discern its presence and the efficacy of its dew. What a stroke of luck. Chu Feng harvested all the spiritual fruits and stored them in his spatial storage. As for the immortal grass, he left it in place, merely collecting the 3 drops of dew from its top leaves into a small jade vial. Each drop of immortal dew can randomly increase attribute values by 110 points, amounting to a total of 330 points from the 3 drops. Collecting this daily would yield a continuous influx of attribute points, not to mention the chance to enhance luck. Truly a remarkable find. If only he could transplant and cultivate it himself. Alas, Chu Feng lacks the necessary skills for such endeavors and must postpone that ambition for now. After gathering the immortal dew, he also tidied up the surrounding weeds and fallen leaves, marking the spot for future visits. Having fortuitously stumbled upon the immortal grass, Chu Feng became increasingly engrossed, activating True Eye to further investigate the Starry Moon Cave. He also employed Heavenly Eye to observe from a divine perspective, but it appeared that the cave's level surpassed even that of Heavenly Eye. The SS Great ability rendered the view obscured by mist and ethereal energy, making it indistinct. With no other choice, Chu Feng resorted to using True Eye, taking measured steps to explore. Despite the limitations of Heavenly Eye, Chu Feng felt no discontent. Rather, he was even more eager to uncover the treasures hidden within the Starry Moon Cave. It resembled an intricate, grand gift awaiting his gradual unraveling, layer by layer. However, constant use of True Eye proved somewhat taxing on his mental energy. In the following days, Chu Feng relished the rent services provided by Qin and Su Yunwan at the goddess apartment, collecting the rent before delving into the Starry Moon Cave for exploration, which yielded a bountiful harvest. The Myriad Realms blind box connects countless dimensions, and it is evident that the Starry Moon Cave is a product of the cultivation realm, a veritable relic in Chu Feng's dimension, deserving of thorough exploration. Time passed swiftly, and over the course of half a month, Chu Feng immersed himself in the Starry Moon Cave, often absent from the apartment, which led to growing discontent among the young women. They could vaguely surmise that Chu Feng was not an ordinary individual, and the women surrounding him must be numerous. Yet his absence for half a month left them wondering if he had found solace in another's embrace. The women began to question their allure. After all, they were all beauties of the highest caliber, akin to celebrated starlets. How could they fail to pique Chu Feng's interest? It certainly could not be that. This only indicated that he was overwhelmed by the multitude of women around him. The first to succumb to impatience was not Yi Zhixue or Li Qingxian, nor was it Lu Yi or Su Yunwan, but rather Qin, the last to take residence in the goddess apartment. She arrived burdened with the tasks and missions of her family. Initially, she felt some aversion towards this situation, yet upon encountering Chu Feng, her feelings softened, especially after he gifted her with various fruits that enhanced spiritual energy, engendering a subtle fondness for him. Through their interactions over the past several days, involving various tasks such as massages and foot baths, she discovered that she did not mind the physical contact with Chu Feng. Even if he were to propose more intimate engagements, she would grit her teeth and oblige, for in this era, romantic pursuits seem somewhat pale in comparison. Over the past month, she has engaged in mental preparation, and with her father's urging, Qin feels she is well prepared. Yet, she did not anticipate that Chu Feng would vanish each day after collecting the rent, spending nights away, leaving her to wonder where he might be indulging. This stirred a complex array of emotions within Qin, plunging her into deep self-doubt. Was she truly so devoid of charm? After all, she was one of the most celebrated beauties in Huaxia, recognized among the top 10 most beautiful actresses. Yet, apart from collecting rent, Chu Feng seemed utterly indifferent to her presence. Did he merely delight in gathering beautiful women without engaging their affections? Ultimately, under the persistent urging of her father, who even conveyed a sense of desperation, Qinlan could no longer contain herself. On this day, Qinlan spent half an hour washing Chu Feng's feet, and while drying them with a soft towel, she inquired, "Landlord, do you have some time today? I would like to discuss something with you." "What is it about?" Chu Feng casually asked while putting on his shoes. "It's regarding the matters my father mentioned to you. I wonder if we could." "Not an issue. Old Qin has spoken to me about it on numerous occasions, and I have given it considerable thought," Chu Feng interjected. After a moment's reflection, he continued. "The Qin family and the Yi family govern their respective territories across the river. The Yi family oversees the area west of the Pu River, while your Qin family is responsible for the east, jointly managing the metropolis of Magic City." Before Qinlan could finish her thought, Chu Feng spoke again. "Magic City is a place teeming with hidden talents and formidable individuals. It is indeed no simple task for the Yi family to completely dominate and manage it. Yi Zhixue has a fiercely competitive nature. She wishes to handle matters independently without troubling you, striving to present you with an impressive report card. However, I do not wish for Yi Zhixue to become overly fatigued or burdened, which is why I am proactively seeking to alleviate her stress. To genuinely manage Magic City, it is essential to have at least two powers in play. Otherwise, one entity may easily become overly dominant, fostering a sense of arrogance. It is beneficial for both the Yi and Qin families to be evenly matched, stimulating and balancing each other while serving you, making it easier for you to navigate the complexities," he concluded. "Have you truly agreed to this?" Qinlan was taken aback. Her father had long discussed this matter, and she had only just begun to speak when Chu Feng readily consented. It felt as though her standing was far greater than that of her father. "This is merely a matter of my word. Do you wish to engage in formal negotiations, continually increasing various stakes for exchange?" Chu Feng teased, a playful expression on his face. Qinlan's cheeks flushed crimson. She had indeed entertained such thoughts, yet the only bargaining chip she possessed was herself. According to her father, the Qin family could hardly offer anything that would catch Chu Feng's interest. He was solely intrigued by her as a person. Yet, it seemed that Chu Feng displayed little interest in her at present. Otherwise, why hadn't he made a move in this span of over half a month? Did she need to take the initiative? After a moment's contemplation, Qinlan bit her lip, determined. With her cheeks aflame, she said, "Thank you, landlord. I have nothing to repay you with, but could you come to my room tonight?" Chapter 87. Rising intimacy. Having navigated the entertainment industry in Huaxiao for several years, Qinlan had always maintained an image of innocence and purity. With the Qin family as her backing, she was spared from socializing in scandals, not even possessing a boyfriend. She had never engaged in actions to please men, never even passively, let alone actively. Now, for the first time, she extended an invitation to a man to visit her room at night. Although she did not specify what they would do, both parties were well aware. After uttering these words, Qinlan felt her cheeks blaze with heat, her mind slightly dizzy. "How embarrassing. My face is burning. My heart races. I feel a bit breathless." However, to her surprise, he doused her with cold water. "Come to your room tonight? Are you prepared to dedicate yourself to me?" That won't be necessary." Qinlan shivered, momentarily bewildered. Had she just been rejected? She was indeed rejected. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and confusion, the warmth in her cheeks gradually turned to ice. "Why? Am I not beautiful?" Chu Feng gazed at her flawless, jade-like complexion, her skin as delicate as a petal, her exquisite features easily captivating, especially her enchanting, lively eyes. Any man who cast a glance would be drawn in, and a lingering gaze would lead to enchantment. "You are indeed beautiful." Chu Feng lavishly praised her. "I cannot speak for the beauty of celestial maidens, but should they descend to earth and behold your visage, they would undoubtedly lose their sense of superiority." "Oh, such flattery." Qinlan's previously frosty demeanor began to thaw. "Since I am so beautiful, why do you reject me?" "I am not rejecting you. I merely do not wish to harm you." Chu Feng observed Qinlan's guest information. Over the past half-month, her intimacy towards him had surged to 79 points. With just one more point, their connection would elevate to level 5, an intimate bond. This indicated that, in this brief period, Qinlan had grown increasingly fond of Chu Feng, prompting her to take the initiative. Yet for Chu Feng, while 79 points was commendable, it still fell short of the coveted 100 points. He needed to wait until her intimacy reached that pinnacle to indulge in a sumptuous hidden reward. Currently, Qinlan was still quite far from his requirement. Indeed, Qinlan was beautiful, but Chu Feng was surrounded by numerous equally attractive women, particularly Yi Zhixue, whose beauty rivaled Qinlan's. Thus, he remained steadfast, not easily swayed by her allure. Resisting the advances of a beautiful woman was the most fundamental principle. "What do you mean by not wanting to harm me?" Qinlan scrutinized Chu Feng, her large, beautiful eyes filled with confusion, appearing somewhat adorably naive. Chu Feng smiled gently. "I understand that your actions stem from a desire to support your family, and I do not wish for you to sacrifice for that reason." It's not entirely for the family." Qinlan shyly glanced at Chu Feng, implying that part of her motivation was her genuine admiration for him. Chu Feng replied, "If it's not solely for your family, It indicates that at least a portion of it is for them, correct? I hope you do not feel compelled in this way. I wish for you to wholly follow your own heart and live for yourself. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Qinlan was taken aback. This man was genuinely contemplating her well-being. She felt a surge of emotion. To be honest, even with her lineage in the Qin family, she had often been the subject of unwanted attention in the entertainment world, though those men were deterred by her family's influence from making any advances. The gleam of desire in their eyes was unmistakable, a fervent, possessive heat. Yet at this moment, Chu Feng's gaze was clear and unclouded. He was distinctly different from those men. This realization deepened Qinlan's fondness for him. Ding! Your guest Qinlan's intimacy towards you has increased by 10 points, elevating her intimacy level to 5, intimate bond. As the system notification echoed in Chu Feng's mind, at that very moment, Qinlan pressed her soft lips against his. With a hint of passion, she whispered, I believe I have made up my mind. Everything I do now is of my own volition. Chu Feng, hearing this, quickly responded, No, you haven't thought this through. Your current actions are somewhat impulsive. Beautiful lady, hold back. Do not let a moment of passion jeopardize my hidden reward. The more Chu Feng resisted, the more fervent Qinlan became. I have truly made up my mind. Chu Feng, my landlord. I am prepared to cling to you for life, eating your food, living under your roof, and even bearing your children. As she spoke, Qinlan had already shyly nestled into Chu Feng's embrace. He comforted her back, sensing her affection, and smiled. I can feel your fondness for me. Your reliance on me for sustenance and shelter is trivial. But as for bearing children, I believe we need not rush into that. Why, don't you like children? I adore children. As long as they are mine, I cherish them all. However, as Chu Feng gazed at Qinlan, he expressed, I merely feel that this is happening too rapidly. You deserve a life that is broader and more liberated, rather than merely catering to my whims and serving my needs. Wasn't that your arrangement to begin with? Indeed, it was my arrangement. Yet the intricacies of the matter are quite profound. Chu Feng replied, You may interpret it this way. If one does not genuinely harbor affection for their landlord, they must undertake the task of paying rent, while those who truly cherish their landlord are exempt from such obligations. I have sensed your sincerity. Henceforth, you need not concern yourself with rent duties. Really? A joyful expression illuminated Qinlan's face. Absolutely, he affirmed. The system has indicated that your intimacy level with me stands at 89 points, firmly placing us in a level 5 relationship of closeness. Not only are you free from tasks, but I shall also reward you handsomely. What reward? Qinlan's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. Are you willing to accompany me tonight? Isn't that more of a reward for me? Chu Feng chuckled. Do you wish to become an extraordinary being? Very much, but your desire is sufficient. There is no need for hesitation. Chu Feng smiled as he presented a token. I have discovered a profession that suits you well. If you aspire to become an extraordinary being and yearn for a more expansive and liberated life, utilize this token to change your profession. There's no rush. Take your time to contemplate. Qinlan, in a daze, accepted the ancient, platinum-colored token, and its information immediately unfurled within her mind. Spirit Dancer Profession Token, S-Rank. Upon using this token, one can instantly transition to an S-Rank Spirit Dancer and proficiently master skills related to the Spirit Dancer. Chapter 88. Incomprehensible, yet profoundly impactful. An S-Rank Profession Token. Qinlan covered her mouth in astonishment. This is exceedingly precious. It is indeed a treasure for the 999 people in this world. Yet I am willing to use it to bring you joy. Chu Feng vowed, affirming that his intentions were not mere flattery. At most, he was nurturing her, awaiting the moment to savor the fruits of his labor, especially as there were even greater hidden rewards. Thank you, Chu Feng, I am truly delighted. Qinlan exclaimed, her excitement rendering her at a loss for words, leading her to offer him a fervent kiss. Ding! Your tenant Qinlan's intimacy level has increased by 10 points. With the increase of 10 points, Qinlan's intimacy towards him had now reached 99 points, just a step away from perfection. It appeared that Qinlan still harbored a hint of reserve towards Chu Feng, unlike Yizhixue, who, upon receiving a substantial reward, had immediately maxed out at 100 points. It was likely that Yizhixue had yet to experience the trials of society, her thoughts remaining rather innocent, whereas Qinlan had, after all, navigated through the entertainment industry for several years. She had witnessed all shades of life. Thus, despite her fondness and gratitude towards Chu Feng, she was not as naive as a young girl. One could say that Qinlan retained a modicum of realism, but it was precisely this realism that rendered her authentic. Chu Feng understood this aspect well. However, this meant that Qinlan would prove to be more challenging to pursue than Yizhixue. As he reciprocated Qinlan's passionate kiss, Chu Feng pondered. Her alluring presence left Qinlan somewhat entranced. Her emotions stirred. Qinlan wrapped her arms around Chu Feng's neck, lazily nestling against him, murmuring, Chu Feng, take me back to my room. Quickly. Smack. Ah. Qinlan squealed, clutching her derriere, her tone laced with reproach. Why did you hit me? It was indeed you I struck. Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. If I didn't, you would thwart my intentions. Qin, the esteemed star, we were discussing serious matters. Yet you wish to take me back to your room for mischief. Qin Lan's cheeks flushed crimson, her earlier statement merely a natural physiological response. This fellow, even in such a charged atmosphere, could still restrain himself. Was he dissatisfied with her, or was he simply indifferent to women? What mischief? Surely, it is a benevolent act. You owe me an explanation. Qin Lan pouted in irritation. How do you manage to hold back? Are you uninterested in me? Could it be that you prefer the other side? Chuckling, Chu Feng said nothing further, instead grasping her hand and guiding it downward. Then, Qin Lan's rosy lips formed a shape in shock. Is it truly that startling? Chu Feng sneered. Pray tell, am I the one who prefers the other side? Or am I a steadfast heterosexual? Gulp. Qin Lan swallowed hard. All right, I concede. It was I who spoke in error, and I apologize. If apologies held any weight, why would we need armies? Chu Feng retorted, raising an eyebrow. Rather than apologizing, why not let me administer a few spanks for punishment? Ahem. Primarily because the earlier slap was not mere bravado. The sensation was genuinely delightful. Seemingly comprehending Chu Feng's intent, Qin Lan obediently turned around, bending at the waist, presenting her derriere. The star is more mature than Yi Zhixue, and certainly more understanding. Minutes later, Qin Lan, her cheeks flushed, straightened up and looked at Chu Feng with an expression of confusion. I truly do not understand you. You refuse to go to the room when invited, yet linger here for ages. Chu Feng rubbed his slick fingers together, smiling faintly. In truth, the reason for not proceeding to the final step at that moment was that he felt their relationship had yet to reach the appropriate depth. Do you not trust me? Do you believe my affections are insincere or mere pretense? The smile faded from Qin Lan's face, her earlier mirth and shyness gradually dissipating. What must I do to prove my sincerity to you? Chu Feng shook his head. Affection does not necessitate proof. It is something that can be felt. Yet, Chu Feng, I must confess, I have grown to like you immensely. Qin Lan declared. In all my life, no man has made me feel this way. I am aware of your fondness for me. I can sense it. Chu Feng responded. However, if we were to assign a score to our feelings, with 100 being perfection, your affection for me would be a commendable 99 points. Thank you. A smile returned to Qin Lan's face. 99 points was indeed a commendably high score. However, I desire love that reaches 100 points. Qin Lan's beautiful smile abruptly froze, as if her heart had been tightly grasped. Chu Feng, what do you mean by this? With a gaze filled with deep emotion, Chu Feng looked at Qin Lan. Sister Lan, you adore me, and I reciprocate your feelings. I wish for our bond to be even more perfect. Though we have reached 99 points, I believe with a bit more effort, we could achieve 100 points, making our love truly exquisite. Do you not wish for a more perfect love? Of course I do. Qin Lan replied, bewildered. But how can we strive for that? Should we engage in more intimate encounters daily? Coughing, Chu Feng almost lost his composure. Qin, the national idol, the pure and innocent maiden. How can you utter such bold words? Contemplating for a moment, he continued to persuade her. Perfect love cannot be achieved overnight. It is akin to fine wine, requiring time to ferment. It is like exquisite porcelain, needing a romantic drizzle to attain that ethereal sky blue hue. Qin Lan appeared dazed, wearing an expression that conveyed her bewilderment, yet profound impression. Very well, this is not your fault but mine. I have yet to make you fall completely for me. The effort lies with me. Chu Feng smiled. You should first transition to a spirit dancer. After all, you are a professional dancer. And paired with the abilities of a spirit dancer, who knows what heights of beauty you might reach. Indeed, I shall transition immediately. Enthusiasm sparkled in Qin Lan's eyes at the mention of the profession change. Under Chu Feng's protection, Qin Lan smoothly completed her transition according to the instructions on the token. Upon successfully transforming into an S-rank spirit dancer, Qin Lan's entire demeanor underwent a remarkable elevation, her overall beauty nearing a perfect score of 100. At first glance, she was indeed the dream lover of many men. It is worth noting, however, that her domestic skills remained somewhat lacking. She could manage the parlor, but struggled in the kitchen. However, Chu Feng did not require her to step into the kitchen. After her transition, Qin Lan performed a dance for Chu Feng, showcasing a remarkable transformation in her movements, expressions, demeanor, and aura, bestowing upon the audience a profound sense of enjoyment. Certainly, this was not merely the effect of the spirit dancer's skills. It was simply an external manifestation of her newfound grace. The combat skills of the spirit dancer, among the S-rank superhumans, are indeed formidable. In Chapter 89, titled The Romance of a Song, it is noted that the combat capabilities of the spirit dancer are both powerful and comprehensive. They can engage in close combat, long-range attacks, and even provide enhancements to teammates and allies. To begin with the close combat aspect, the spirit dancer possesses an array of unique weapons, among which the flowing ribbons stand out, a delicate silk ribbon that can be wielded like a whip, delivering strikes without hesitation. Additionally, the silk ribbons can be utilized for binding, attacking, and restraining. The spirit dancer can not only execute physical attacks through these ribbons, but also unleash various spiritual energy skills for ranged assaults, akin to the Six Meridians sword technique, though significantly more potent. Moreover, the spirit dancer excels in solo engagements, as well as inspiring and enhancing her comrades through skills like the war dance. In large-scale battles, the advantages of her supportive skills far outweigh her direct involvement in the fray, allowing her strengths to be maximized. Lastly, the spirit dancer's ethereal footwork is exceptionally graceful, enabling her to navigate through adversities with utmost agility, whether in offense or self-defense. It can be said that the spirit dancer is truly powerful and well-rounded among her peers in the realm of superhumans. Qinlan, satisfied with her role as a spirit dancer, felt an even deeper gratitude towards Chu Feng. Yet, that final point of intimacy was not easily attained. However, Chu Feng was in no rush, for he had plenty of charming companions around him to keep him occupied. After mastering the skills of the spirit dancer, Qinlan's affection for Chu Feng only grew. As he prepared to depart for the exploration of the Starry Moon Cave, she wrapped her slender legs around his sturdy waist, encircling his neck with her arms, unwilling to let him leave. It was hard to fathom that a former top-tier celebrity with breathtaking beauty would entwine herself around a man in such a manner. Chu Feng, you cannot leave. I have already fallen deeply in love with you. Why do you say we are still lacking? Qinlan gazed at Chu Feng with a hint of defiance in her enchanting eyes. Chu Feng gently supported her, smiling as he replied, "It's a feeling that cannot be articulated in words. Do you understand? You just expressed it verbally." Speaking of how time can mature wine, and how the finest blue and white porcelain requires a drizzle to achieve its full glory, Qinlan responded, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "You sound like a love guru. Why not share a lesson with me?" "Not at all. I am quite innocent, you know." Chu Feng retorted playfully. "I wouldn't believe that for a second. You mischievous little brother." Qinlan shot him a teasing glance. An innocent man would not maintain a lavish apartment for beautiful women. "All right, you got me there." Chu Feng chuckled, realizing his facade of innocence had crumbled. "I dare not claim to be a love guru. Let me share a story instead, the tale of blue and white porcelain." "Yes, please." The reason behind saying that perfect love resembles the exquisite blue and white porcelain is that the finest pieces are of a sky blue hue, which can only be achieved in the gentle embrace of a rainy day. The raw porcelain and the misty rain require a serendipitous encounter to forge the perfect color. Chu Feng recounted the narrative of blue and white porcelain to Qinlan, subtly weaving in metaphors of romantic love. The superstar listened with rapt attention, murmuring, "So, the antique blue and white porcelain has such a romantic story. How touching, how enchanting." Chu Feng, grinning, remarked, "I just remembered a song about blue and white porcelain. Would you like to hear it?" "You can sing?" Qinlan asked, her eyes widening with delight. "You're surprised by my singing? What if I told you I wrote this song?" Chu Feng chuckled, knowing he was in another realm where no one would hunt him down for it. "I won't believe that until I hear it. Don't let me down with your off-key notes." Qinlan giggled. In response, Chu Feng simply smiled and placed her on the nearby sofa, then strode confidently to the piano on the ground floor. Initially, he was indeed tone-deaf, lacking any knowledge of music or instruments, but with countless blind boxes opened, he had unwittingly become a maestro, a celebrated vocalist. What he thought were useless skills in the apocalypse turned out to be perfect for charming women. Women, after all, are fond of romance, and Qinlan, a big star, was no exception, placing even greater value on these aspects. Watching Chu Feng earnestly seated at the piano, attempting to play a few notes, Qinlan could hardly contain her laughter, thinking, "Oh, let us see how you embarrass yourself." However, when the prelude began, she was taken aback. "Oh, not bad." And when Chu Feng began to sing, she found herself kneeling on the sofa. Raw clay outlines the blue and white, the brushstroke thickens and thins. The vase adorned with peonies mirrors your first elegance. The fragrant sandalwood wafts through the window, revealing my unspoken thoughts. The brush on the rice paper pauses here, halfway through. Good heavens, what divine lyrics are these? So beautiful, so captivating. Not only was Chu Feng's singing exceptional, but the composition was also remarkable, especially the lyrics. As someone from the entertainment industry, Qinlan truly understood the brilliance of this song. A masterpiece, simply divine. The sky blue awaits the rain, and I await you. The moonlight has been dredged up, blurring the conclusion. Like timeless blue and white porcelain, it stands beautifully alone, your eyes gleaming with joy. As Chu Feng sang these lines, Qinlan felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her entire being tingling, as she recalled the story he had shared about blue and white porcelain. Slipping into a wondrous state, a timely encounter begets a perfect, timeless love. How beautiful, how romantic, and oh, how handsome and talented Chu Feng was. Qinlan seemed to have discovered a new perspective on her relationship with him. This man was simply too captivating. Unbeknownst to her, she had also entered that misty, romantic realm. Ding, your tenant, Qinlan, has increased her intimacy level with you by 1 point. Her intimacy level has now upgraded to 6, eternal devotion. In Chapter 90, titled The Secrets of Starry Moon Cave, we find, oh, is that a perfect score already? A single romantic song elevated her feelings? It seems that beneath her glamorous exterior, the star Qinlan possesses a deeply emotional side. Truly, women are drawn to romance, seeking a man who is affluent, capable, handsome, and talented, all in one. A perfect man, indeed. Who wouldn't be enchanted by such a man? Moreover, as a celebrity herself, Qianlan found that Chu Feng's talents provided them with ample common ground in conversation, fostering a deeper connection between them. Qianlan gazed adoringly at Chu Feng, and as soon as he finished his song, she rushed over and settled into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. So beautiful, absolutely enchanting. Delight radiated from her eyes as she exclaimed, "How are you so talented?" With an air of nonchalance, Chu Feng replied, "It's merely a simple tune. If you enjoy it, I shall play you a new song every day. Do you believe me?" "Yes, yes, I believe." Qianlan's unwavering gaze fixed on Chu Feng, her excitement palpable. "How can you be so gifted? I can't hold back any longer. You mustn't leave today. Are you certain you're ready?" With their intimacy already at 100 points, Chu Feng felt bold enough to face her. "I am fully prepared. Absolutely no regrets?" "No regrets, only devotion." Qianlan's eyes gleamed with determination. "That's rather intense." Chu Feng responded sincerely, "I will ensure you experience no discomfort and will not give you a reason for such devotion." "Chu Feng, kiss me," Qianlan implored, her heart racing with fervor, her body growing warmer, her skin tinged with a delicate pink hue. "What a rare constitution you have. Please take me back to your room." "Still calling me by my name? Use something more endearing." "Please, Chu Feng Gitch. That still doesn't sound endearing enough. Please, my husband." The utterance of husband ignited a spark within Chu Feng, and he effortlessly swept her up into a princess carry, intending to head to his room. However, a sudden thought struck him, and he said to Qianlan, "Instead of the room, I'll take you to a more romantic place." Thus, Chu Feng led Qianlan into the Star Moon Cave. Over 2 hours later, he cradled the exhausted yet radiant Qianlan in his arms, arriving at a hot spring within the Star Moon Cave. This was a splendid spot Chu Feng had discovered during his exploration. With crystal clear water that was both sweet and comfortably warm, rich in spiritual energy, perfect for replenishing energy and nurturing the body after vigorous activity. So comfortable. Qianlan sighed as she immersed herself in the hot spring, her previously furrowed brow now relaxed. "Just enjoy it. You've worked hard," Chu Feng said with affectionate indulgence. "It's not your fault. I'm simply too enamored with you." Qianlan's cheeks flushed slightly. "Am I being too clingy? Clinging to you for so long on our first encounter?" Chu Feng chuckled and replied, "Not at all. I feel the same. Moreover, this Star Moon Cave is truly a treasure for couples to cultivate their bond." Earlier, as they had passionately embraced, both received a system notification stating that the deeper their interaction and connection, the more attributes they could gain. 0.11 points per minute for 2 hours. With their intimacy at a full 100 points, each minute was maximized to 1 point, resulting in a total of 120 attribute points for each of them. They had not only enjoyed themselves, but also gained significantly. Truly a win-win situation. Furthermore, indulging in a hot spring post-exercise, under the moonlight, savoring delectable food and fine wine, was the epitome of bliss. Chu Feng inquired about Qianlan's attributes, aside from the points gained through their intimate activities. Being in the Star Moon Cave did not yield additional points for her. It appeared that the privilege of gaining 1 point per minute for 1 hour within the Star Moon Cave was exclusive to Chu Feng, the main character. Nevertheless, amassing 120 points from 2 hours of activity was quite a substantial reward. Indeed, this place is remarkable. It's a pity I can only experience this once a week. Qianlan lamented. "What about you?" "Me too," Chu Feng replied, fabricating a response, though he actually had a daily limit of 1 hour, not a weekly one. This Star Moon Cave seems to be a realm for celestial cultivation, where one can only enter once a week for 3 hours each time. What a pity. If only I could stay here every day. Qianlan sighed wistfully. "You're being a bit selfish. If you stayed here daily, what would become of the other girls?" In response, Chu Feng remarked, "Staying here every day would lessen the thrill. Once next week's opportunity arises, I shall bring you back." "Thank you, husband. But what about the other girls? What can be done? They'll just have to wait. I'm currently enchanted by you, so the others shall inevitably be neglected. You must promise me to treat them kindly when you see them. I suppose, given how indulgent you are, I want to make things difficult for you." Qianlan surprised herself with her own response. Had she truly become so accommodating? Could it be that love renders one blind? And remember, this Star Moon Cave is our secret. Do not share it with anyone. Rest assured, I will not divulge it to anyone. It is our most exquisite love nest. Indeed, Chu Feng nodded solemnly. Although a flicker of anxiety stirred within him at the thought of Qianlan discovering the truth one day. After several hours in the hot spring, Chu Feng returned to the goddess apartment with a revitalized Qianlan, guiding her back to her room. Qianlan appeared brimming with energy, completely unfazed by their 2-hour encounter. The hot springs of the Star Moon Cave were indeed marvelous. Meanwhile, Chu Feng pondered whether the name of the Star Moon Cave correlated with its functions, especially since Qianlan was limited to gaining attribute points just once a week, while he himself had no such restrictions. He could partake daily. Thus, while accompanying Qianlan, his mind wandered to whom he would invite to the Star Moon Cave to enjoy the moon the following day. Chapter 91. The True Avatar. 4. Upon returning to her room, the dazzling star quickly succumbed to slumber. Exhausted from the day's events and the soothing warmth of the hot spring, she drifted into a deep, restful sleep. As he gazed at the sleeping star beside him, Chu Feng couldn't help but scrutinize her features, the exquisiteness of her delicate visage, her skin as fair as jade, and her stunning beauty that was flawless from every angle, truly a 360-degree goddess. At this moment, the national idol lay beside him, something he could scarcely have dreamed of, had it not been for the apocalypse. Yet here it was, so vividly real. After admiring Qianlong for a time, Chu Feng turned his attention to his own rewards. You have received a hidden reward, true avatar. Is that it? Just this? This felt significantly less impressive compared to the Star Moon Cave. The rewards from the star were evidently not as high as those from Qingmei. Disappointment was evident in Chu Feng's eyes. Yet he still clung to the notion that something was better than nothing. He accepted the hidden reward and examined the details. True avatar, level uncertain upon using true avatar. You can create an independent avatar with its own consciousness, possessing attributes and skills that are 50 of the main body's strength. Additional effects: loyal, sacrificial, shared, cultivation. Loyal. The avatar has independent consciousness, yet all actions are directed towards maximizing the main body's benefits, executing all commands, including those leading to death. Sacrificial. Should the main body sustain fatal injury and perish, the death effect is automatically transferred to the avatar, allowing the main body to revive immediately. Shared. The main body can possess the avatar at any time, sharing all sensory experiences such as sight, hearing, and touch. Cultivation. The avatar starts with 50 of the main body's strength and can autonomously cultivate to enhance its power. Wow. Incredible. After reviewing the effects of the true avatar, Chu Feng couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The concept of a true doppelganger unveils itself in a remarkably profound manner. This essentially grants Chu Feng a second life, one that is not lacking in power. Of course, this is primarily due to Chu Feng's formidable strength. Even if the true doppelganger possesses merely half of his might, it can still command the elements and dominate the world. Merely this singular effect renders the true doppelganger comparable to an SSS-grade combat profession. Moreover, it harbors the ability to act as a substitute for death, thus making this true doppelganger akin to a second life for Chu Feng. It is invaluable, exceedingly precious. From a safety perspective, this true doppelganger surpasses the Starlight Cave in worth. Undoubtedly, both are treasures in their own right, each serving distinct purposes. With a mere thought, a doppelganger identical to him materialized beside Chu Feng. He quickly glanced at Qianlong, hoping that the appearance of two Chu Fengs wouldn't startle her. Ding. Please name the true doppelganger. Naming it, Chu Feng pondered its characteristics, and with a fleeting thought, declared, Thunder God. Ding. The host has successfully named the true doppelganger. The host may make minor adjustments to the Thunder God's appearance, not exceeding 20. This feature is rather splendid. While he can exercise complete control over the doppelganger, the thought of it being an exact replica of him, autonomously roaming about, felt somewhat disconcerting. Thus, Chu Feng immediately set about making adjustments. He maximized height, muscle mass, attractiveness, skin quality, and overall charisma, ensuring he would captivate every woman in the world. After all, he could share the doppelganger's abilities. Standing at 183 meters. Upon enhancing his height by 20, he reached an impressive 2 meters. Coupled with an additional 20 in muscle mass, he appeared robust and powerful. In this era of awakening abilities, such stature not only felt imposing, but also radiated a sense of security, befitting the name Thunder God. Accompanying his imposing physique was a strikingly handsome Eastern visage. Chu Feng was already quite handsome, but after enhancing his attractiveness by 20, his allure skyrocketed, complete with a natural beauty filter. However, he adjusted the Thunder God's demeanor to exude a more chilling aura, truly befitting that of a deity. Once the adjustments were complete, he rummaged through his storage space for some gear and instructed the Thunder God, act freely. Ensure your safety while slaying monsters and accruing points. Return half of the points to me. Yes, master. The Thunder God nodded and promptly vanished from sight. Indeed, the doppelganger possessed spatial manipulation. With the Thunder God at his disposal, Chu Feng found himself increasingly at ease, able to pursue a multitude of endeavors. For instance, the Starlight Cave must be utilized. Ji Shui, you seem weary lately. Allow me to take you to a secret garden of mine for some relaxation. Remember, this is our secret. Qing Xian, I apologize for neglecting you these past few days. I've been exploring a hidden realm. Would you care to join me today? This is our secret. Yining. It's been quite a while. Have you missed me? I recently acquired a clandestine base. Let me show you around. This is our secret. Sure. It's been half a month since we last met, and I've missed you dearly. Your grandeur has only grown. I've discovered a poetic immortal cave that reminds me of you. I wish to take you there today. Remember, this is our secret. In the ensuing days, Chu Feng meticulously filled his schedule. He not only fortified his bonds with several ladies, but also provided them with benefits, while simultaneously enhancing his own strength. Truly a win-win situation. With 2 days left in the week, he now had time to rest and rejuvenate. Life was indeed splendid. Every day, Chu Feng engaged with Qianlong, Yi Shui, and the others, rarely inquiring about Su Yunwan and Lu Yi. the duo of renowned beauties. He simply granted them freedom and resources, allowing them to live carefree lives. Meanwhile, the somewhat reserved Su Yunwan had increased her intimacy with him to 99 points, while Lu Yi remained stagnant at 99 points. Chu Feng was preoccupied with the other ladies and lacked the time to indulge the two beauties. Yet maintaining their intimacy at 99 points was already commendable, ensuring it did not decline. However, he was not in haste to elevate their intimacy to 100 points. They could serve as backup for now, given his busy schedule. As a month swiftly passed, one day his personal secretary Li Qingxian delivered daily reports, and one particular piece of news piqued his vigilance. Chapter 92, The Invaders. Apocalypse Invasion. Li Qingxian performed the role of Chu Feng's personal secretary, diligently gathering and analyzing various information daily, thus sparing him the need to sift through numerous communication zones. Upon collecting valuable or intriguing information, she would compile and relay it to Chu Feng, enabling him to grasp the essentials swiftly. Without a face-to-face meeting, Li Qingxian utilized the friend channel to send text, images, and links to report to Chu Feng. At this moment, she was detailing the situation. Across the nation, familial powers and grassroots organizations are emerging. Major cities have largely established territorial divisions, creating a semblance of order in the apocalypse. Attached, preliminary statistics and brief overview of major forces in Huaxia's cities. The Cherry Blossom Nation appears to have unified domestically, likely under the joint control of the 5 major factions: the Toyotomi clan, the Deccan clan, the Oda clan, the Takahashi clan, and the Tanaka clan. They have reached a consensus to dispatch Cherry Blossom Samurai vanguards, forming an alliance with the High Stick Nation, and have utilized it as a springboard to infiltrate Northeast Huaxia. The largest force in Northeast Huaxia, the Black Dragon Society, is suspected to have gained the support of the Cherry Blossom Samurai vanguard, having seized control of the Automobile City and its surrounding areas. The grassroots groups in Northeast are fragmented and lack cohesion, rendering them no match for the Black Dragon Society. The Black Dragon Society lures desperate ordinary individuals and beleaguered abilities by distributing resources for free, yet those who seek refuge are reportedly placed under soft confinement, subjected to daily quotas of 10 points or more for food, or face varying degrees of punishment, including beatings and starvation. Furthermore, the Black Dragon Society strictly prohibits the dissemination of negative news regarding their operations, with severe consequences for violators. They monitor the communication zones in the Northeast daily, ready to impose harsh penalties upon discovery. Nevertheless, some individuals have managed to escape and riskily leaked internal information about the Black Dragon Society. But such revelations have been overshadowed by the Society's rebuttals, clarifications, and propaganda videos. Though some question the Black Dragon Society, many remain oblivious, continually flocking to them. Listening to Li Qingxian's report, a glint of coldness flickered in Chu Feng's eyes. The invaders from the Cherry Blossom Nation harbor relentless ambitions towards Huaxia. They dare to endanger the lives of my fellow citizens. This provoked a sense of indignation within Chu Feng. It is not merely that Chu Feng possesses an overflowing compassion. Rather, calamities have befallen the world, compelling the masses to seek their own salvation. He could choose not to assume the mantle of a savior and refrain from aiding others. However, when foreign invaders, with malicious intent, encroach upon his homeland, perpetrating atrocities against his compatriots and kin, it ignites a profound displeasure within him. Natural disasters may be endured, but human-induced calamities are intolerable. Furthermore, these human transgressions are often more ferocious, repugnant, and dehumanizing than any natural disaster. Chu Feng harbors no desire to rescue. His singular wish is to annihilate, to eliminate those shameless aggressors. Thus, after receiving Li Qingxian's report, Chu Feng responded, "Continue to monitor the situation in the Northeast, particularly the infiltration of the Sakura Nation's forces. Report any significant emergencies to me without delay." "Understood, Brother Feng." Li Qingxian hesitated, contemplating her words, yet ultimately refrained from speaking further. Natural disasters are merciless, and human calamities are devoid of righteousness. Li Qingxian, under Chu Feng's protection, saw no reason to persuade him to assist others. Moreover, she sensed that Chu Feng already had a well-formed plan in mind. She felt it was her duty to execute his directives diligently and serve as his capable aide without unnecessary interjections. After concluding his conversation with Li Qingxian, Chu Feng pondered for a few moments before issuing a command to his true avatar, the Thunder God. "Thunder God, heed my command." "Master, the Thunder God is at your service." With a mere thought and a word from Chu Feng, the Thunder God instantly materialized at his side. "Thunder God, there are nefarious forces causing chaos at the Northeast Gateway, persecuting our Han compatriots. I command you to immediately set forth to the Northeast Auto City, eradicate these foreign miscreants, and exact justice upon the traitorous members of the Black Dragon Society." "Yes, Master." The Thunder God inquired further, "Do you have any additional instructions, Master?" Chu Feng replied nonchalantly, "For other matters, handle them according to your own judgment. I shall visit you when time permits." "Understood, Master." The Thunder God nodded. "I shall depart at once. Go." With a nod, the Thunder God vanished from sight. The initial strength of the Thunder God equated to half of Chu Feng's own power when summoned, primarily reflecting his attributes and skills. Consequently, the Thunder God's cognitive attributes exceeded 10,000 points, and he possessed mastery over time, space, and electromagnetism, albeit at a slightly diminished capacity compared to Chu Feng. Moreover, the various other skills that Chu Feng possessed were also within the Thunder God's repertoire. Thus, upon his emergence, the Thunder God ascended to the third position on the strength leaderboard. After all, as a true avatar, he was a living, breathing entity in this world. His rise to the third place was primarily due to Chu Feng's overwhelming strength, which far surpassed that of others. Even with the Thunder God possessing merely half of his power, he could still claim the third position, with his strength index closely trailing that of the second-ranked American Hulk. He was light years ahead of the fourth-ranked Sakura Nation warrior, Miyamoto Musashi. Therefore, although the Thunder God ventured alone to the northeast, there was no cause for concern. As for Chu Feng's true self, he continued to revel in the celestial realms of the Star Moon Cave, the Goddess Apartment, and Manhwa Island, finding it all rather delightful. With his avatar attending to the more violent affairs, he was content to let his subordinate handle the bloodshed. Approximately half an hour later, the Thunder God sent a message. Report, Master, I have arrived at Auto City and am preparing to take action. Good, I await your good news. Yes, Master. The Thunder God, having traversed nearly 2,000 kilometers to the northeast within approximately 30 minutes, demonstrated commendable spatial control abilities, comparable to Chu Feng's initial mastery of spatial power. Thus, Chu Feng felt increasingly assured regarding the Thunder God. At this moment, the Thunder God stood atop the tallest building in northeast Auto City. Activating the Heavenly Eye, in conjunction with the True Eye, surveying the entire Auto City from above. After observing for over half a minute, the Thunder God retracted the Heavenly Eye and gazed in a specific direction before vanishing in an instant. Chapter 93, The Thunder God Arrives, The Black Dragon Falls. Northeast, Auto City, Number 1 Huashu Community. This is one of the most luxurious villa districts in Auto City. Situated in a bustling urban area with convenient transportation, yet possessing a low density, allowing for ample space between each villa and a high degree of greenery, creating a serene oasis amidst the urban chaos. However, what was once a wealthy enclave has now devolved into a den of iniquity. Within some of the villas, anguished cries and raucous laughter could be heard echoing through the air. Ha ha ha, Mitsui-kun, your method is indeed ingenious. As a person approaches the brink of death, they thrash about uncontrollably, their bodies convulsing, and watching them die beautifully is a delight for both body and soul. So pleasurable, yet such a waste of women. Fear not, dear friends, the Black Dragon will surely procure more beauties for us. We need only indulge ourselves, ha ha. Besides, even if these women perish, it is not a waste. They can be handed over to Tanaka to be transformed into undead, enhancing his power. Tanaka's necromancy is rather inadequate. He cannot possibly exhaust this many corpses, and waste is inevitable. Fear not, there are plenty of Chinese women. We can luxuriate and squander for many years to come. Ha, Baka. This woman is far too fragile. I barely even exerted myself before she expired. I wasn't finished having my fun. Quickly, summon the Black Dragon for more women. I want petite and delicate beauties. I can't reach those who are too tall. All right, I'll contact him right away. Make haste. I've reached him. More are on the way. Just in time for us to select a batch of high-quality newcomers. Hee hee. In the central villa of the district, a group of naked Sakura Island invaders, conversing in their native tongue, reveled in their depravity. Soon, lifeless female bodies were being carried out from the villa. A few minutes later, a party ushered in several slender beauties into the villa. At the forefront stood a man towering nearly 2 meters, bald, with a dark complexion and a physique akin to a human iron tower, exuding a cold demeanor with an expression of self-importance. However, upon entering the villa and seeing the group of Sakura Island invaders, his cold and arrogant countenance instantly morphed into one of sycophancy. Respected gentlemen, the women you requested have arrived. This batch consists of petite and delicate beauties, but they cannot withstand too much force, so do be gentle with them. Humph. Black Dragon, when did it become your place to instruct us? Forgive me, it was merely a friendly suggestion, as petite beauties are hard to come by on our side. There are plenty of tall women, though. Upon hearing this, Black Dragon could not help but pout. Baka, what do you mean by that? You scoundrel, what expression is that on your face? Scoundrel, are you mocking us? You are but a dog in our service, and you dare to ridicule us? A mere glance from Black Dragon, a subtle expression, ignited the ire of the invaders. Forgive me, Black Dragon's anger flared, yet he suppressed it, lowering his head and speaking submissively. I was merely speaking the truth. Petite beauties are genuinely difficult to find. Baka, as our dog, you must possess the awareness of a dog. One of the invaders coldly remarked. If they are truly hard to find, then you better find them well. Black Dragon, you must be a competent hunting dog, procuring sufficient prey for us. Only those dogs that bring home the prey can feast. Those that fail to do so shall feast on nothing but scraps. Do you understand? The Black Dragon, we still hold great expectations for you. You are a competent hunting hound. Do not let us down. Otherwise, haha. Yes, esteemed lords. Upon hearing this, the black dragon lowered his head further, striving to conceal the fury etched upon his face. He keenly remembered the teachings of the esteemed lords and set off to seek more prey. With that, the black dragon turned to leave. Hold on. One of the pirates scrutinized the black dragon and said nonchalantly, "Your physique is quite impressive. Stay and play with us. Let us witness your prowess." This, Baka, are you showing me disrespect? Yes, my lord. The black dragon promptly nodded. Then I shall not hold back. With that, he casually seized a woman, and with a few swift motions, tore away her garments, provoking her to scream in terror. Ha ha ha. Observing the woman's cries, the pirates could not suppress their raucous laughter. Ha ha ha. The black dragon is truly fierce. Amid their laughter, the pirates suddenly noticed something peculiar about their voices. They seemed to be slowed down, as if played at 5 times their normal speed, taking 2 to 3 seconds to utter a single word. Not only their laughter, but even their movements had decelerated, every gesture, every turn, resembling a video played in slow motion. Before them, the black dragon's actions of tearing the woman's clothing also slowed, the shredded fabric drifting lazily through the air before descending gently to the ground. This is abnormal. This is extraordinarily abnormal. The only thing that remained somewhat normal was their cognition. What is happening? What is wrong with everyone? Something is amiss. Who? Who is it? Show yourself. Everyone present felt the disturbance, and even the black dragon ceased his actions, laboriously rising to his feet, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Just as everyone stood in confusion, a tall, extraordinarily handsome man with a cold demeanor, as if he had stepped out of a comic book, abruptly appeared within the villa. Upon witnessing the scene before him, the man slightly furrowed his brow and took a few steps forward. As he gazed at the pirates, an unmistakable smirk of derision appeared on his face, which made the pirates feel immediately uncomfortable. When he turned his gaze towards the black dragon, the mockery transformed into fury. Humph, so you are the president of the Black Dragon Society, Black Dragon? The man's voice and movements remained entirely unaffected. Who are you? What have you done to us? The black dragon stammered. I am the Thunder God. I have come to punish you on behalf of my master. The Thunder God replied coldly. You are also of Huaxia. What error is this, that you would willingly act as a dog for the pirates? Since you choose to be a treacherous hound, you no longer deserve to be human. Please, do not kill me. Before the black dragon could finish his plea, the Thunder God raised his hand and, with a gesture, grasped at the black dragon from afar. Gurgle. The black dragon, robust as a tower, began to contort grotesquely, as if a tremendous pressure were compressing him. Blood spewed from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. In a short while, this tower-like treacherous hound was reduced to a pile of mangled flesh, crumpling to the ground.